Chapter 1. Return from the Tower. Damn it. Across the street from the Wolf Bar, V stood frozen, watching a flamboyant version of herself casually exit the bar, arm in arm with Jack. Desperately, V averted her gaze, retreating into a corner where she lit a cigarette, seeking solace for her tumultuous emotions. Versus predicament was exceedingly convoluted. She could only recall that she had initially been a mere player. Upon hearing that Cyberpunk 2077 had unveiled a new ending post-release, she decided to complete the game, enduring that dismal tower conclusion. The result? She found herself inexplicably thrust into the shoes of V, who, after undergoing surgery, was devoid of any combat implants. Yet, the saga did not end there. It seemed fate delighted in playing cruel tricks, as it unceremoniously hurled the essentially incapacitated V back into the year 2077. I thought it was already a nightmare that you had me start a new game, and now you tell me there's another V in this timeline? What does that make me? V gazed skyward, her expression one of utter disillusionment. Ironically, she could scarcely recall her name from before her transition, retaining only fragments of memories tied to Cyberpunk 2077. Hello, Night City. I am your Stanley. Our dream-chasing city embarks on yet another long day. Listening to Stanley's familiar voice emanating from the radio, V could almost recite his opening lines by heart. With a sardonic chuckle, she remarked, "What a load of nonsense this so-called dream city." Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the apartment in the H10 skyscraper of Little China belonged to this world's V, leaving her utterly homeless. It was a stark contrast to her gaming days when she had acquired numerous apartments throughout Night City without ever worrying about a place to stay. Real estate is indeed a transient affair, you can't take it with you. With that thought, V extinguished the nearly finished cigarette, discarding it carelessly into the litter-strewn alleyway. Wait. V suddenly recalled that upon her return to 2077, she had yet to check her only remaining functional implant, the neural processor. MY savings are still intact. This was perhaps the sole piece of good news for V at this moment. Thanks to her penchant for hoarding as a meticulous player, she had amassed over 10 million euros by the time she completed the game, a sum that positioned her among the wealthiest individuals in Night City. Could this be the last act of mercy from fate? Now, I truly embody the old adage, rich enough to be poor. V chuckled at her own irony. In her current state, possessing wealth did little to alleviate her fears after all. This was Night City, where the likelihood of encountering a mugger exceeded that of meeting a beggar. Glancing down at her pronounced chest, she lamented her choice to play as a female V. Ultimately, she resolved that wandering the streets was ill-advised. The probability of encountering a thief paled in comparison to that of running into a lecher. With that much savings, is it unreasonable to call a taxi? V mused as she perused her contact list for any remaining connections to Delamain, discovering that nearly everyone's contact information was still available. After a few beeps, V successfully dialed Delamain. Delamain Taxi Company, good day, sir or madam. How may we assist you? Hey, Del. Activate the premium package for me and send a vehicle to my location, V declared, generously paying for the service. Of course, esteemed client. May I have your name? MV Valerie. She hesitated but ultimately decided to use her real name. Very well, Miss Valerie. Please hold on, your vehicle is en route. Delamain did not keep Valerie waiting long. Soon, a car arrived at her side. Miss Valerie. Where to? As Valerie rested her chin in contemplation, she concluded that acquiring some self-defense tools was paramount. To the nearest gun store. Minutes later, Delamain's car halted before a gun shop in Haywood. Upon entering the store, Valerie decisively selected a Unity and a Prelude, but hesitated at the checkout, ultimately requesting an RT-46 Storm as well. This advanced electromagnetic pistol had once been her weapon of choice, yet now, devoid of combat limbs, she could hardly manage its recoil. She had intended to abandon this firearm, but the sight of a Kanto security robot passing by sparked an idea. Once back in the car, Valerie opted to contact a familiar acquaintance from her contact list. After a dozen rings, the call connected. Who are you? How did you get this number? A woman with striking green and purple hair appeared in the video chat. Valerie. Judy Alvarez, the finest braindance editor in Night City. Finding you is hardly a challenge. Cut the crap, I don't use this number for work, and am too busy for personal calls. I'm not here to discuss brain dances. Valerie interjected before Judy could hang up. I know you possess considerable skills in mechanical modifications. Am seeking to commission a powered exoskeletal arm. Judy furrowed her brow, responding with a tone of disbelief. You're asking a braindance editor for that? It's 2077, not 2017. Every Ripperdoc in Night City has gorilla arms. Who's still interested in such antiquated toys? Am inundated with brain dances and have no time for your trinkets. Point 10,000 euros if you agree. They'll send you 5,000 as a deposit immediately. Valerie cut to the chase without further ado. After a brief silence on the other end, Judy replied, damn, when did Night City start raining money? What are the specifics? It must have the capability to mitigate the recoil of the RT-46 Storm, not be overly bulky, appearance is irrelevant, and I need it done swiftly. The deposit is on its way. Valerie concluded her requirements and promptly transferred 5,000 euros to Judy. Wow, I've got a real whale on the line, Judy exclaimed, astonished. Aren't you worried I might hang up and keep your deposit? I trust you enough to send you money directly. I know precisely what kind of person you are, Valerie smirked. All right, send me the arm's dimensions and wait for my notification in 2 days, Judy instructed before terminating the call. Fortunately, Valerie's cybernetic eye still retained several operational functions. After transmitting the scanning data of her right arm to Judy, she glanced outside the car window at the darkening skies over Night City, now drizzling lightly. Dell, take me to the apartment building at Corporate Plaza. Understood, Miss Valerie, that if there were any areas in Night City with relatively better security, it would undoubtedly be beneath the towering skyscrapers. Valerie resolved to go straight to the priciest apartment for rent. After securing a place to stay tonight, I'll meticulously assess the resources I still possess and carefully plot my next steps. Meanwhile, in the basement of Lizzie's bar, Judy finally wrapped up her work. She removed her braindance headset and initiated contact with the Mox Gang sisters. Ladies, I need a pristine Kano security robot, and if anyone can procure a military-grade security robot, that would be splendid. Yes, I need a complete unit, especially the right arm and battery module intact. Make haste, I require it tonight. I'm offering 5,000. Damn. That night, nearly the entire Mox Gang mobilized, scouring the streets for any vulnerable Kanto security robots. Chapter 2. Long time, no see before the glass windows of the Company Square apartment. Valerie held a wine glass, her expression one of melancholy as she gazed upon the illuminated expanse of Night City. She pondered the resources still at her disposal, as well as her current predicament. Firstly, there was wealth. Compared to the majority of mercenaries in Night City, she was relatively affluent, possessing more funds than during her previous life as the second-in-command of the anti-intelligence division of the Arasaka Corporation, so much that opening a new venture in her next life wouldn't pose a significant challenge. Secondly, there were connections perhaps. Most of the individuals she had known in her former life had left behind contact information, even the one with the imposing cannon who had a penchant for smoking. The only difference now was that while she recognized them, they did not recognize her. Perhaps some among them had become acquainted with this world's V, but Valerie was acutely aware that she was not that person. Even her comrade in arms, Jack Wells, was now seen side by side with that V. While she could only watch from a distance that in this world, her place had vanished. She would have to rebuild relationships with everyone on her extensive contact list from scratch. Lastly, there was her disability. In 2077, a mercenary equipped with combat implants, seasoned by countless battles, could merely be considered fodder in Night City. Those unable to utilize combat implants lacked even the qualifications to be regarded as such. They were akin to dust in this city, easily swept away by the winds. Most of Valerie's implants had not been removed, rather, their functionalities, aside from maintaining basic motor abilities, had been disabled. Given her current condition, if these implants were to regain their functions, her fragile neural network would shatter like brittle chips, leaving no chance of becoming a cyber-psychopath. I need to find an expert to help me, Valerie murmured as she swirled her wine glass. The following morning, Valerie purchased a fine bottle of wine from a nearby liquor store and boarded a Delamain vehicle heading towards Watson District. She chose not to traverse Misty's fortune-telling establishment to the back alley, but instead opted for the side entrance. Inside the clinic, Victor was engrossed in watching a boxing match when he suddenly sensed footsteps approaching from the stairs. He looked up to see a woman clad in a tailored black suit, sporting a sharp bob and wearing dark sunglasses, a quintessential corporate type. It's been a while, old Vic, Valerie remarked, removing her glasses and regarding the man in the blue short-sleeved shirt with a mix of emotions. V, it's been a while. Didn't you just come to see me the day before yesterday? How come you've changed your outfit in just 2 days? Victor observed her with a blend of familiarity and strangeness. I'm here to seek your assistance with an examination, Valerie stated, placing the wine on Victor's desk before proceeding to the surgical recliner. Sounds good. Once Valerie lay down, Victor connected a data cable to the interface on her neck and began running diagnostics on the console. My God. Where did all these implants come from? As various indicators popped up, Victor's brow furrowed deeper with concern. What's going on with your central nervous system? V. Feeling powerless, are we? Valerie interjected. That's what you said back in 2079. I don't understand what you're talking about, Victor replied, momentarily bewildered. Oh, you believe me? Victor? Valerie straightened, retrieving a cigarette from her pocket. Of course. Victor hadn't felt this sense of helplessness in a long time. His response was tinged with resignation. First, let me share some good news. The V you saw the other day is likely still out there, lively and well. So you're saying you're not V? Victor looked at her in astonishment, for the system had detected her physiological metrics, matching the records of the V he had on file. Yes, I once was, Valerie replied, igniting her cigarette. I am now but a specter returned from the future. Misty would certainly find that intriguing, but I only trust what my eyes see an utterly disheveled living person, Victor retorted, visibly annoyed. Let's articulate it in scientific terms. You must have heard of the theory of parallel universes, right? Oh, consider me a visitor from another parallel world, another timeline. In that timeline, I endured much various separations and losses, ultimately resulting in my current state. In the end, I cannot ascertain what truly transpired. All I know is that I have arrived here, in Night City of 2077. Fortunately, many events have yet to unfold. Your physical condition indicates you have indeed been through a lot, Victor replied, half convinced. Let us reacquaint ourselves. I am Valerie, currently an unemployed drifter. Valerie extended her hand to Victor. Victor reciprocated the gesture, saying, Victor, cybernetic physician. Consider that bottle of wine my consultation fee. Valerie gestured towards the wine on the desk. That's enough to secure a premium membership here. Victor chuckled ruefully. Rest assured, Victor, I am not so easily defeated by reality that I know that V as well. What are your plans moving forward? There will always be a way. I will likely seek your assistance once again. Valerie flicked ash into the ashtray and continued. I came today merely to see an old friend. Please keep my situation confidential, not revealing it to anyone, including the V you know. Not a problem. Maintaining client confidentiality is part of my job. I shall return in due time. Valerie extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray and donned her sunglasses. At present, it seems I can no longer pursue a career as a mercenary. However, perhaps I can still scrape by as a middleman. You'll need to find a trustworthy subordinate. Don't let yourself fall prey to a black market scheme, Victor advised. Indeed, I have 2 candidates in mind, though contacting one may require some effort, she replied. I await your good news. Valerie made her way to the staircase, turning back to wave at Victor. May fortune favor you. She glanced at the back door of the fortune-telling shop, ultimately deciding to pay Misty a visit. Davy? Misty, busy preparing incense oil, turned upon sensing someone at the back door. You've changed your look? I've been through some things, Valerie admitted, offering a gentle smile. Could you help me read my fortune? What? Now you believe in my methods? Misty teased, yet she began shuffling a deck of tarot cards. Let's see. Misty placed the shuffled cards on the table. Draw 3 cards. Valerie laid one hand flat on the table while leisurely drawing 3 cards. Misty revealed the first card. The first card represents your past. She observed the card with a frown. The tower in the upright position. Are you sure you're all right? It's a bit grim, Valerie responded nonchalantly. What's wrong with this card? The upright tower signifies sudden change and destruction. It symbolizes truths that have been overlooked or concealed in the past, heralding a shocking transformation. Valerie raised an eyebrow, internally acknowledging the accuracy of her statement. The second card represents your present. Misty seemed to exhale with relief. It's death in the upright position, but there's a chance for renewal. Oh, Misty's reaction piqued Valerie's curiosity. Do tell. The upright death card signifies a necessary process of letting go and transformation, often suggesting the conclusion of a certain phase, paving the way for new. Opportunities. This metamorphosis may be accompanied by pain, yet it is an essential passage for growth and development. The third card represents your future, Misty revealed as she unveiled the final concealed tarot card. The upright hanged man symbolizes surrender, sacrifice, and a fresh perspective. I am having difficulty deciphering your future, Misty remarked, gazing intently at the face adorned with sunglasses. The combination of these three cards may indicate a significant transitional period, wherein old structures and patterns are dismantled to make way for new growth and change. This is a time that demands courage and acceptance of transformation, although challenges and uncertainties may arise. Ultimately, these changes will yield new opportunities and personal growth, and one can foresee their own future. Valerie chuckled, shaking her head. Is the reading still €100? Free of charge? Misty maintained her unwavering gaze. As long as you answer one question for me. All right, ask away, you aren't. Misty's eyes narrowed, her question laden with meaning. The V I know. Are you? You're still the Misty I remember. Valerie smirked, returning a knowing smile. I believe you already have the answer to that question, don't you? Exiting the fortune-telling shop, Valerie reboarded the Delamain vehicle and dialed the old captain's number. This is the old captain. Are you seeking to discuss business, my dear? Of course. I'm here to buy a car. Old captain, Valerie replied with a smile. An astute buyer. There isn't a four-wheeler in Night City that I can't procure. Do you have any outlaws available? Father. The old captain's excited voice crackled through the phone. Where there's money, there's certainly a supply. Hold on. I can increase your offer by 30%, but I have one condition. Speak freely. Help me find a contact for someone as long as I successfully reach her. Regardless of how our conversation unfolds, your payment is assured. Valerie's words exuded an air of wealth. Generous. Who are we searching for? Lucy, the former hacker from the Cyberpunk squad. Do you recall her? Wow, that's a bit challenging. They went silent after the incident at Company Plaza last year. If it were that simple, would I be paying you to inquire? Valerie scoffed. I know you have your channels. Will you take on this job? Absolutely. Why would I turn down a chance to earn? Wait for my news. The old captain hung up in a flurry. Chapter 3. The talented and fortunate Watson District. Indeed, the Watson District is teeming with remarkable individuals. Valerie, clutching her firearm and crouched behind the car, couldn't help but exclaim her surprise. She never expected that the short walk from the roadside to Judith's apartment would lead her into the midst of a gang shootout. Clad in a suit, she was mistaken for a member of the Tiger Claw gang by the Vortex gang members who had just dispatched them, and they aimed to eliminate her as well. Although Valerie was currently unable to utilize her combat implants, her instincts honed during her days as a mercenary remained intact. As the Vortex gang members' five eyes fixed upon her, she swiftly dodged behind a parked car. There's another one, shouted the Vortex thug as he brandished an M221 Saratoga towards Valerie, while his four companions unleashed a hail of bullets, shattering the car's windows and showering Valerie with shards of glass. Damn it, how frustrating. Against such rabble, even a squad of 10 would have been easily dispatched in her former days with the C-on-way stand. Once the five thugs expended their ammunition, Valerie inhaled deeply. Seizing the moment when they were reloading, she knelt and swiftly emerged from behind the car, firing twice. After the crisp crack of her firearm, one of the thugs collapsed, sparks and blood erupting from his head. The remaining four quickly crouched for cover, making it far more difficult for Valerie to replicate her earlier success. The four thugs began to advance, covering one another as Valerie risked exposure to gunfire, emptying 2 magazines before taking down another 2. However, the last 2 thugs were now nearly upon her. With no time to reload, Valerie decisively swung her firearm at the nearest thug's face while drawing her Presto revolver from her waist holster, firing all 6 rounds in rapid succession. But Valerie was no longer the legendary mercenary V. Managing the recoil of the Presto was a challenge. Her aim faltered under the pressure, resulting in 4 missed shots, with only 2 striking down 1 thug. As the final Vortex thug pointed his weapon at her, the deafening gunfire resonated alongside the ominous click of the chamber, and he was soon reduced to a mass of flesh and metal. Damn it, why the hell is there such a ruckus in front of the apartment building at this hour? Judy, armed with an M2038 tactical weapon, approached Valerie, teeth gritted in frustration. She shot Valerie an exasperated glance and said, "Given your performance, I now understand why you wanted the power exoskeleton arm. Come upstairs with me and see if it fits. Valerie grimaced, but complied, retrieving her discarded firearm and holstering it as she followed Judy into the dilapidated apartment building. Here it is, on the table. It's modified from the Kanto Smart Security Robot's arm. The battery module is in the box on the back. When fully charged, it can run for 30 hours. I've adjusted the size based on the data you provided, so it should theoretically fit. After trying on the power exoskeleton arm under Judah's guidance, Valerie found it fairly agile. The arm responded to her joint movements with only a few milliseconds of delay, which was tolerable, certainly better than feeling feeble, but that Kanto logo on the shoulder. Valerie glanced at the logo, then at Judy. What are you staring at? Didn't you say you wanted it done quickly and weren't concerned with the appearance? I rushed to get this done for you, and you want me to repaint it? Judy snapped. You can take it after the final payment is settled. Thanks. Valerie's eyes glowed blue as she transferred the payment to Judy, then produced a business card she had printed earlier that day. I plan to start working as an intermediary in a few days once my team is in place. If you have any business, feel free to reach out to me for a friendly price. Judy accepted the card with skepticism, scrutinizing Valerie from head to toe. Just you. I admit I was a bit clumsy earlier, but the people I've arranged are professionals. Valerie smiled awkwardly. All right, though I doubt it'll have much business for you. That was not necessarily true in Night City. If you didn't seek trouble, trouble would find you. Valerie kept her thoughts to herself, suppressing a sarcastic remark. After leaving Judah's apartment, Valerie observed the sprawled bodies of the Vortex and Tiger Claw thugs on the street, along with scattered shell casings. The chaotic scene made her roll her eyes. It had been half an hour since the incident unfolded. NCPD? Not a trace to be found. Valerie recalled the jest circulating in Night City. The mayor declared a significant decline in crime rates, attributing it to the omission of statistics from a peaceful state. If they were to exclude Watson District in the next report, the percentage might plummet even further. As Valerie strolled along the street, she stumbled upon a thug from the Tiger Claw gang, still gasping for breath on the ground, making pitiful sounds. Bang! Bang! With an impassive expression, Valerie holstered her smoking handgun, as if she had merely crushed a cockroach. She ambled across the street and boarded a Delamain vehicle. Take me back to the city center. En route to the city center, V received a message from the old captain. The individual has been located, but she currently resides in the lunar colony. If you wish to make contact, you must schedule an appointment in advance. Only the spaceport offers access to interplanetary communication. I hear the fees are exorbitant, but I trust you are unconcerned about such expenses. I've arranged a meeting for the day after tomorrow, as you mentioned. Whether the deal materializes or not, you are obliged to compensate me. Furthermore, the vehicle you requested is ready for your collection at your convenience. Chapter 4. Escape from Night City. Not from the company, a company dog, and a clever one at that on the laptop screen. A girl with gradient pink hair stared at Valerie with a cold gaze. Don't get me wrong. This laptop was purchased just this morning at the mall in the company square, and I haven't had the chance to rewrite its system yet. Sitting cross-legged in the airport lounge, Valerie smiled and continued. After all, I am about to meet a hacker. I must do some necessary preparations. I don't recall knowing someone of your caliber. I heard you spent a fortune to get in touch with me. What do you want? Valerie added. Let me ask you a personal question first. Have you been happy during your time in the lunar colony? Then, almost as if answering herself, she continued, I guess you're not happy. Because you've escaped Night City, but you can't escape the company. The girl on the screen fell silent for a moment. Then her expression shifted, culminating in a furious outburst. Are you out of your mind? You paid over 1,000 euros per minute for a call, just to mess with me. Listen, I received news that Adam Hammer is returning to Night City. To be honest, rather than hiding in the lunar colony. You might as well come back to Night City, work for me, earn some money, and have a bit of fun. Return to Night City for fun? Nonsense. That place is a cesspool, and someone as delusional as you will drown in it sooner or later. Then you've left everything behind in Night City? Valerie took a cigarette and held it in her mouth, but did not light it. After all, she could not take on the airport security forces. You know nothing of what you hear. He risked his life to get me to the moon? Lucy, like you, I left Arasaka. David was young and unaware of the company's depths. But I know. You know how much stake Arasaka has in the lunar colony. We both know. How do you know? I know many things, Lucy. Valerie lowered her voice. Night City is on the brink of a major upheaval. I want you to come back and help me. I also want to show you a grand play about Arasaka. The details will wait until you're back. It's not safe to talk now. I want to see this grand play. But why must I return to help you? Lucy scoffed. Because I can involve you in it, including exacting revenge on Adam Hammer. Additionally, I can wire you 500,000 euros up front, enough to cover your round-trip ticket. Consider it. Since you know my past, do you trust me that easily? Lucy seemed somewhat intrigued. Perhaps it was because I now share a certain camaraderie with you. Lucy on the screen remained silent, but a line of numbers appeared on the laptop that Valerie Cyber. I lit up blue as she transferred 500,000 to the account. After a few seconds, Lucy Cyber, I glowed blue, and she said, I've received the money. I'll return in 3 days. Valerie knew that account was likely not directly controlled by Lucy. The money probably passed through several countries before reaching her. Do you need me to pick you up? Lucy sneered. I'm not the type to easily trust others. I haven't agreed to your boat, yet that if you truly know me, then you should also know where to find me at night. Valerie recalled where Lucy would appear during the night. I understand. See you in 3 days. We'll discuss things face to face, then. I hope you truly have substance and are not just all talk. With that, Lucy vanished from the laptop screen, and the screen went black, emitting a puff of black smoke from the exhaust. Valerie chuckled softly. Quite the cautious one. During a ride back to the city center in the Delamon, Valerie tossed the now-defunct laptop out the window, directly into the sea. Then she dialed the old captain's number. Looks like you finished your conversation. How did it go? The old captain inquired curiously. You know the rules, old captain. Don't ask what you shouldn't tea. All right. Just hurry up and send me the final payment. Also, when can I pick up the car? Valerie wired the final payment to the old captain. Of course, the money won't be short, but about the car. I'll need you to hold it for another 2 days. I'll fetch it then. Okay, you're the boss. You call the shots. By the way, from what you said, are you also a middleman? But my makeshift crew hasn't been set up yet, so I haven't started doing business. What? Do you have a deal to introduce to me? Don't you dare try to steal my business. I'd be grateful if you didn't. Why should I introduce anything to you? The old captain expressed disdain. Who knows, perhaps we'll have a chance to collaborate in the future. Let's all make money together. Valerie was amused by the old captain's sudden change in attitude. Collaboration could be possible, but primarily I need to profit from it. All right, we'll call this deal settled. We'll discuss future matters later. Fine, we'll talk later. After ending the call with the old captain, Valerie dialed another number. After several rings, it finally connected. Hi. Rog, how's business? Oh, who are you? I don't recall. Rog, dressed in a yellow vest, asked blandly, and I'm looking to enter the middleman business, so I thought I'd pay my respects to the queen of the underworld. Being a middleman isn't as easy as it sounds. If you want to do business in the underworld, you'll need to establish a reputation first. Rog replied dismissively, I'll get a reputation. But before that, I have something to entrust to you. Valerie finally lit the cigarette she had been holding. Talking business with me? Is the money ready? Rog asked with a composed demeanor. I heard Dexter DeShawn is returning to Night City. Valerie stated, ignoring his question. Looks like you're quite well informed. But how does that relate to the business we were discussing? I want to know his route and time of return. I have some accounts to settle with him. Valerie replied flatly. Rog frowned after hearing this. You should know he is a well-known middleman in the underworld. You want to take him down, yet you come to me for information? I know. But first, he's been hiding away from Night City for 2 years, and secondly, he isn't back in Night City yet. So I assure you he will never return. How is that? Doesn't that break your rules? Rog remained silent for a while, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Then her cyber eye glowed orange as she spoke. Find out about Dexter DeShawn. Chapter 5. Betrayal and being betrayed. Valerie drove the fugitive vehicle she picked up from the old captain along the coastal promenade of Company Street until she reached her destination. Soon, she spotted her target, a figure clad in a green and purple sports outfit. Good evening, Lucy, Valerie called out as she opened the passenger door to the figure, who was facing away from her. The person turned around, lowered her hood, revealing her signature gradient pink hair. Get in. Let's talk. Lucy did not respond or enter the passenger seat. Instead, she opted to open the rear door and sit in the back. Valerie paid no mind to her coldness, closed the door, and started the car. After driving a short distance, Lucy broke the silence first. What exactly are you? How about you tell me what you found out first? Valerie retorted with a smile. V. Originally from Haywood, left Night City for Atlanta 2 years ago, and just returned this year, but a pure street thug, with nothing to match the person before me except that face. Ha! I suppose you haven't checked my measurements. Valerie laughed heartily. I don't find that amusing. Answer my question seriously. Lucy's cold voice came from the back seat. You know I have the capability to turn your head into a pretzel at any moment. This situation is somewhat complicated. Then stick to the simple parts. I am V. That much is true, but I am not the V you found out about. Although it sounds rather outrageous, it is indeed the truth. How should I put it? I am V from another parallel world, having arrived here from Night City in 2079, that I'm not quite sure how it happened. As for evidence, I cannot provide any. At most, I can take you to see the V of this world, and no need for that. I followed her for half a day yesterday. Lucy replied expressionlessly. She wouldn't be foolish enough to wait until the agreed-upon day to return from the moon. Clearly, I was still untraceable in Night City just days ago, Valerie stated nonchalantly. Then explain your claim about leaving Arasaka. Allow me to introduce myself, former Deputy Minister of the Arasaka Counterintelligence Department. V. Real name Valerie. But that was in my original world, and at this point in time, I've already been cast out by Arasaka. I have no ties to Arasaka in this world. Oh, you know what you currently resemble in my eyes. Lucy seemed uncertain whether to believe Valerie's words. Resemble what? Individuals with disabilities, wealthy landowners, or perhaps the mentally ill, a chaotic amalgamation reminiscent of Night City. What do you mean? Valerie expressed a hint of surprise. The style of Arasaka, the military technology of Cianwazi, and the most amusing aspect, the inexplicably branded power exoskeleton arm bearing the logo of Kongtao, it should be apparent that I am unable to utilize combat implants at this moment. Valerie stated with a sense of detachment. If I couldn't discern that, I wouldn't be in your vehicle. Lucy retorted with a cold laugh, adding, you must be aware that I have numerous ways to end your life. I am aware, yet I also understand that you will refrain from making a move until your curiosity is satisfied. Valerie appeared entirely unfazed by Lucy's threat. Would you care to hear my story? Lucy remained silent. After being expelled from Arasaka, I became a mercenary, much like the V you see now. In the course of a significant deal, I lost my best friend and took a bullet from the intermediary. Although I managed to survive, I was left with lasting ailments. My days are numbered. However, perhaps fate was not entirely cruel. Another employer approached me, claiming they could cure me. And the outcome? I was deceived once more. Her intention was solely to heal herself. Upon discovering the truth, I turned her over to New America in exchange for a chance at treatment. The price? 2 years bedridden and the permanent loss of another partner. Along with the reality that any use of combat implants would cost me my life. Valerie paused, awaiting Lucy's reaction, which did not take long to come. You know, I am reminded of a saying, never trust anyone in Night City. Valerie interjected, how do you know so much? Lucy's voice from the back seat brimmed with discontent. What gives you the right to trust me? You must also be aware of what happened to our little squad. Because you are an anomaly in Night City, while I am merely a wandering soul within its confines, Valerie replied flatly. If what you say is true, with all that wealth, why not choose to leave Night City and find a peaceful place to spend the remainder of your days? Valerie fell silent for a moment, then grasped the steering wheel with one hand while retrieving a cigarette with the other. Do you mind if I smoke? Suit yourself. After lighting the cigarette resting between her lips, Valerie began to speak slowly. If it were the year 2079, perhaps I would heed your advice and leave Night City for a quiet little town, leading a life of idleness. But the circumstances now are different. In 2077, in today's Night City, there are still matters that concern me. Yet it seems the things you care about, Lucy scoffed, do not belong to you at present. My level of concern has no direct correlation with their ownership. Lucy noticed the scenery outside the window changing. They were departing from the urban area of Night City. Where are we headed? To see a friend of mine, a legend of Night City. Shall we turn on the radio for some music? As you wish. Valerie switched on the radio, and the familiar tune of Body Heat filled the air. I couldn't wait for you to come clear the cupboards. Valerie's face twitched. Lucy noticed the shift in Valerie's expression and asked, is there something wrong with this song? If you find no issue, then that suffices. Valerie sighed in relief. Lucy found her behavior rather perplexing. The two sat in silence, listening to the music as the car drove toward the oil fields on the outskirts of Night City. Chapter 6. Partners Valerie parked the car by the roadside at the oil fields outside Night City. "Have we arrived?" Lucy inquired. "Yes," Valerie replied, stepping out of the car and gazing at the long-abandoned oil fields. "Where are the people you mentioned?" Lucy followed suit, looking out at the oil fields. Valerie scoffed, holding her cigarette and pointing to the ground in the distance that, of course, they are buried here. Haven't you heard the phrase, "Night City has no living legends"? I sent Adam Smasher considered one. Lucy raised an eyebrow in question. Valerie rolled her eyes in response, retorting with disdain, "Do you truly believe that monstrosity qualifies as a human? Is a life bound to servitude even considered living? It is certainly better than being dead." That Lucy's words seemed to carry a hidden meaning. "Have you heard of Soul Killer?" Valerie tossed away her cigarette, but, posing the question, "I heard about it while working for Arasaka. It's a project completed by Alt Cunningham. They say it can scan a person's consciousness. As a former hacker who did dirty work for Arasaka, Lucy was somewhat familiar with some of the projects. Then you must also know about Relic." Valerie lit another cigarette. Lucy shot her a look of incredulity, replying, "Arasaka has plastered advertisements for Relic all over the streets." Valerie flicked off the ash and asked nonchalantly, "Have you ever considered the connection between the Relic project and Soul Killer? The relationship between a burner and a storage device?" Lucy answered decisively. In fact, Arasaka has a digital prison that stores numerous consciousnesses, called the astral plane. Valerie gestured towards the ground, saying, "In 2023, this fellow brought a nuclear bomb into Arasaka Tower. He also did something else. He used a program written by Spider Murphy to liberate Alt Cunningham from the astral plane." Wait, Lucy exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you saying that Johnny Silverhand is buried here? Is that so strange? There are plenty of people buried in Night City's cesspools. Johnny's situation is rather fortunate." Valerie replied with an air of indifference. "You can say that all you want. I could just as easily point to a patch of ground and claim that Morgan Blackhand is buried there." Valerie shrugged, saying, "I have no evidence, but I can find a witness to prove that I know a thing or two about Johnny Silverhand." Lucy made a gesture inviting her to continue. Valerie dialed Rogan's number. "Valerie, haven't I already provided you with the information you requested? Why are you calling me again? This time, I want to ask you something about Johnny." "Johnny? Which Johnny?" Rogan paused momentarily. "The one who died in 23. Who else would I be referring to? I just heard a rumor and wanted you to confirm it. Spit it out." Rogan's expression darkened. "When he hired you to infiltrate Arasaka Tower in 13, he promised to pay double, but was still followed by Arasaka's corporate dogs. Right? Damn. Just mentioning that incident gets me riled up. He hired me to rescue that brat." "Wait, how do you know about this?" Valerie replied with an air of nonchalance. "I recently encountered an old fellow at a bar who claimed he was there that day at Atlantis. I thought he was just boasting that you're calling me about this trivial matter. And for the love of God, don't ever mention that bastard to me again." Rogan cursed before abruptly hanging up. Valerie turned to Lucy, whose cybernetic eye glowed oranged. "So, what do you think? Do you believe me now?" Lucy remained silent. "Where was I?" Valerie continued speaking to herself. "You were talking about how Johnny Silverhand liberated Alt Cunningham." "Oh yes, from the astral plane." Valerie took a deep drag from her cigarette, then continued, "And then Johnny was caught by Adam Smasher, with Saburo Arasaka arranging for him to undergo Soul Killer, and his body was hastily buried here. So what exactly are you trying to convey to me by bringing me here and discussing the astral plane and Relic for so long?" Lucy said impatiently, "Have you heard that Arasaka's Raijin is coming to Night City? There are rumors regarding that. Everyone knows he is coming, but no one knows WHY.IN truth. He stole a prototype biological chip of the Relic project from Arasaka headquarters, intending to sell it to Netwatch. And that chip contains the consciousness of Johnny Silverhand." Lucy's eyes suddenly sharpened as she asked, "So you want me to help you intercept him?" Valerie shook her finger in front of her. No. It's not that we plan to intercept him. It would be quite difficult for us alone." Valerie then added mysteriously, "Remember the story I told you? The first commission. The big deal that V and her good friend took on? Bingo! When the time is right, someone will naturally place a commission to intercept, and we merely need to operate from within. The chip will naturally come to us. I don't understand what you want that chip for. It is the chip that allowed me to survive after taking a bullet to the head, but it is also eroding me, taking over my neural pathways that I understand now. The life-saving surgery you underwent was to remove it, but the cost was the integrity of your neural pathways, making it impossible to use combat implants again. Lucy realized that I was not aware that the cost was so great that Valerie's expression darkened. Then she said, "Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Although I survived with the help of that chip, the price is that Johnny will completely occupy my nerves within weeks, effectively achieving a resurrection. This is also the true purpose of Arasaka's relic project." Lucy crossed her arms defiantly across her chest and retorted, "After all this talking, it's all to help you. What do I gain from it? As long as I retrieve the chip, I will have the opportunity to restore its functionality." Valerie gestured towards the implant at the back of her neck, which had been rendered nearly useless. Confront Adam the Hammer. I need to regain my strength. Just an opportunity. Lucy precisely grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, merely an opportunity, but I am confident. After all, it is something I once lost. Lucy remained silent, pacing back and forth in front of Valerie several times. Finally, as if having made a resolution, she declared, "All right, I will gamble with you." Before Valerie could respond, Lucy continued, "However, I have conditions that go ahead. First, I am merely assisting you. I am not your subordinate mercenary, and you have no authority to give me orders. Secondly, seek me out when you are ready to act. What I do in the meantime is none of your concern," Lucy stated earnestly. "What about my intermediary business? If you need my help, I can waive your commission, but your shares in intermediary must be distributed according to the actual circumstances." "So, you mean to say we are partners? That works for me." After all, Valerie truly lacked a reliable hacker at the moment. "You can interpret it that way. Now, please share how you plan to operate," Lucy confirmed. Upon hearing Lucy's agreement to join, Valerie smiled and sent her some information about Dexter DeShawn. "We must start with this fat fool. He has a rather sizable bodyguard." Lucy glanced at the materials, then cast a disdainful look at Valerie, furrowing her brow. "With just the two of us, this could prove rather challenging. That I have additional personnel. I will contact her." "This is manageable," Valerie replied, dialing a number she had been unable to reach in 2079. Chapter 7. The Malevolent Ghost of Revenge. A series was cruising down the highway towards Night City. Suddenly, the driver spotted a rogue vehicle blocking the road ahead. A woman in a suit, equipped with a powered exoskeleton on her arm, leaned against the car door, smoking, as if waiting for something. Due to the obstruction ahead, the driver had to reduce speed, just as the car approached within 20 meters of the woman. The engine suddenly stalled, emitting a plume of black smoke from under the hood. "What is going on?" Oleg, a large, dark-skinned man in the back seat of the series, asked, grasping the driver's seat with his golden prosthetic arm. "Boss, the car's been hacked," the driver, Oleg, replied. "That woman up ahead must be responsible." The two men in the car watched as the woman began to walk towards them. "Get out and confront her." Oleg exited the vehicle, and the woman halted 5 meters away. "I need to speak with Dexter DeShawn privately," she stated bluntly, tossing her cigarette aside. Oleg eyed the woman warily and queried, "Who are you?" "I said I wish to speak privately," she replied, and before her words faded, a sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a burst of blood and sparks erupting from Oleg's head. The shattered remains of his skull collapsed lifelessly before her. "Miss, I don't recall knowing you." Dexter, still seated in the car, feigned calm as the woman approached his window. "You truly don't know me now," she said, raising her right hand, outfitted with the exoskeleton, grasping an RT-46 Storm. "And soon enough, you will have no chance to know me." Dexter attempted to draw his gun in retaliation, only to discover he could not move, having unwittingly been hacked by a malevolent puppet. What the hell? Who are you?" Dexter stammered from within the car. "Just a ghost returned from hell." With a resounding crack, the RT-46 fired, shattering the rear window of the car, and Dexter's large, dark head burst like a balloon, red and white splattering everywhere inside the vehicle. Valerie leisurely returned the gun to her holster, retrieved a burning hand grenade from her waist, pulled the safety pin, and casually tossed it into the car. Without looking back, she strolled towards her vehicle. 200 meters away, atop a boulder, a woman with her dark hair tied up stood, holding a silenced SBT-32i Storm sniper rifle. The rear door of the rogue vehicle swung open, and Lucy emerged, her expression displeased as she glanced at Valerie, who was approaching her. "I said, why are you wasting time talking to him?" "Apologies, old memories surfaced, and I couldn't help but chat a bit longer." Lucy remained silent, instead directing her gaze to the other end of the street, where a heavily modified Thunderbolt appeared. As the brake screeched, it stopped before them. The driver's window lowered, and a girl with sun-kissed skin leaned out. Asking, "Boss, is this job settled? Care to introduce?" Lucy raised an eyebrow. Pan Am Palmer, Valerie introduced, the best driver in the Arasaka family. I recall mentioning that I am now independent, Pan Am replied, casting a glance at the sniper rifle resting in the passenger seat, displaying a somewhat ambiguous smile in Valerie's eyes. Valerie then introduced, "This is Lucy, my partner, who also provides hacking support." Pan Am and Lucy exchanged nods, acknowledging each other. Valerie continued, "I've already sent your commission. You work efficiently. If there's another job, I will reach out to you again. By the way, are you still running goods?" "Not really," Pan Am shrugged. "For us drifters, it's tough to get by in the city. Only running goods, our expertise. Still gets me some jobs that, I must remind you, partnering with mercenaries to run goods is not the same as within the family." "All right, enough already. Don't fuss like an old maid." Pan Am waved her hand impatiently. "Starting the cart, I'll be off. I have another job to catch." Watching the Thunderbolt drive into the wasteland, Valerie shook her head helplessly. "So, what do you plan to do next?" Lucy inquired of Valerie. "Of course, we will go to Afterlife to establish our business. Get in." Afterlife, clad in a new outfit, Lucy, along with Valerie in her black suit, leisurely descended the stairs. Lucy, having transformed her usual appearance, donned a white jacket with a hood to conceal her hair, and wore a mask covering the lower half of her face. There's something I'm unsure if I should say." Valerie hesitated. "Spit out. Why not change your hair color and just disguise yourself as Kiwi?" Unsurprisingly, Valerie's teasing earned Lucy an eye roll. Lucy seemed disinclined to engage with the foolishness of the person beside her, quickening her pace to step through the entrance of Afterlife first, just as Valerie was about to follow her in. The doorman, Emmerich, raised a hand to stop her. "And you are?" "I'm Valerie, here to see Rog." Upon hearing this, Emmerich's mechanical eye emitted an orange glow. "Rog, there's someone named Valerie here to see you. Oh, very well." Emmerich stepped aside, allowing Valerie to enter. "Rog is currently unavailable, so feel free to wait." "Why didn't he stop you earlier?" Valerie hurried to catch up with Lucy. "For obvious reasons, I've been here several times before. I'm practically a regular, so he wouldn't stop me." Valerie and Lucy settled at the bar, where the bartender, Claire, approached them. "What would you like to order?" Valerie glanced at Lucy, signaling her to go first. Lucy tapped her fingers on the table, as if making a firm decision, and said, "David Martinez." "All right, one David Martinez." "And you?" "I'll have a Long Island iced tea." Valerie hesitated briefly before specifying, "That's gin, rum, vodka, tequila, Cointreau with lemon juice, cola, and a spoonful of sugar. I know that drink." "Please hold on. I thought you would order drinks named after legendary figures," Lucy remarked. "Johnny Silverhand is a given. Everyone orders that. It's unoriginal." Valerie shrugged in response that I was initially going to order vodka with lemon juice and ginger beer. But then I thought it would be like cursing him to death, so I passed. Valerie, in truth, used to love tequila, but after experiencing so much, her heart had become as mixed as the drink she just ordered. "So, do you intend to use Long Island iced tea as your own commemorative recipe?" Lucy asked curiously that if I were to continue as a mercenary, I would likely choose such a recipe to leave my name behind. Just then, Claire returned with their drinks, and Valerie took a sip from her glass. "But right now, I'm here to conduct intermediary business, not to become a legend. Please don't curse me to death." Both Lucy and Claire couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. From this day forth, the directory of intermediaries in the afterlife shall no longer feature the infamous Black Jesus, but instead it boasts the presence of a female demon. Valerie raised her wine glass, observing how the bar's lights refracted through the glass and liquid, casting a myriad of enchanting glimmers. "Come now, let us toast to our flourishing business." Chapter 8. A nameless pawn or renowned figure in the towering super skyscraper H10V, with her cropped violet hair, stepped out of the elevator, rubbing her nose as she exited the grand lobby. She spotted Jack sitting at a street stall, devouring fried noodles from a paper box. "The celestial beauty has arrived. I must say, you've taken an eternity," Jack lamented, clutching his chopsticks. "Come, take a seat. Once I finish these few bites, we shall go meet Olvida." V lazily settled onto the stool beside him and inquired, "Didn't you mention a surprise yesterday? Am I imagining things, or did you truly say that?" Jack, with a mouthful of meat. Chuckled and replied, "Both, really. Who can blame you for forgetting? By sheer luck, I've snagged us a major gig, big, fat job." As V glanced at her control interface, which occasionally flashed system error messages, she felt a twinge of annoyance and urged, "Do finish your thought." "Well, it's not exactly trivial. Someone sent a job our way. But do you know who she is? Valerie, the rising star among intermediaries, the one they call the female demon of the Afterlife nightclub. Clad in a black suit, with a powered exoskeleton arm on her right. Quite the formidable reputation, Valerie." V paused, startled. "I sent T that my name? When did I become an intermediary? But then again, with so many people in Night City, it's not that surprising to share a name with someone else." "Huh, I've never heard of this person before." Jack slurped up a noodle and responded, "She just popped up last month. I heard she took out Dexter DeShawn, the notorious big shot who had been on the run for 2 years, previously known as the Black Jesus of the Afterlife. Word has it, within just a month. She has successfully completed numerous jobs, and her momentum is quite impressive." That V probed further. "What kind of jobs? We're not putting our lives on the line, are we?" Jack assured her. "She wants to meet you for a face-to-face. Whether it pans out all depends on you, sister." V, with a frown, questioned, "Why must it be me? Where are you and T-Bug hiding?" Jack shrugged and replied, "I've heard T-Bug already had a chat with her partner. It's a technical matter. As for me, I've long been past my prime. So, she prefers to discuss the work with you." After finishing his last bite of noodles, Jack told V, "Come on, V, it's her assignment. It is only natural she wants to see you. It's not as dire as you think. Trust me." V retorted, somewhat irked. "Since you say so, I have no choice, do I? Her success rate is astonishing, and I've heard she tends to give mercenaries a portion of the payment up front, settling the remainder upon completion, without any delays. Working for such an intermediary is as solid as it gets." Jack seemed to be trying to ease V's concerns. "Don't even mention intermediaries." V, perhaps irritated by the persistent system notifications in her periphery, waved her hand dismissively. "They're everywhere, hunting for clients, seeking the lowest bidders to do their dirty work. And once the job is done, they toss the bodies into the trash." Jack chuckled, replying, "Damn, that is quite accurate." V placed the empty box and chopsticks on the stall's table, then pulled out a card from his pocket and set it before V, saying, "I've brought your car. Yesterday, I had a buddy from the factory fix up the spot where we had that run-in with the cleaners." V finally smiled, taking the card and tucking it away. "Thanks, Jack. You're a good friend. Miguel's work is absolutely top-notch. It drives like a brand-new vehicle. Well, we'll only know once we take it for a spin. Shall we? Let us see if it lives up to expectations. Get in." V and Jack simultaneously rose and headed towards the car. The VS apartment was not far from old VS shop. Just a couple of turns, and they would arrive. Jack stayed behind at Misty S place, while V proceeded directly into the back alley. Arriving at old VS clinic, V swung open the iron gate and greeted old V, who was engrossed in a boxing match. "Hey, old V, still as sturdy as ever." Old V turned to V, blinking as if trying to confirm something. "What's this? Don't recognize me anymore." V asked, puzzled. "It's you, V? I was just thinking it's been a while since we last met. What brings you here today?" V sighed. "I got a job that involves connecting a client's neural ports. I think I might have been poisoned." Old V began to adjust his toolkit for his left hand, casually asking, "Is it a splitting headache? Nausea? Photophobia? All of the above? Don't worry, kid, I'll sort you out in no time. By the way, how have you been? I've recently met an intermediary who assigned me a job. Her name is Valerie." Old V paused, taken aback by the name. "Is there an issue with her?" V noticed a hint of unease in old V's demeanor and asked anxiously, "Not really. I know her from the Afterlife nightclub. That I've heard she is quite generous with her payouts. Your job well. Kiddo, I need to acquire some new gear, proper stuff, enhance my vision, and get a grip module." Old V chuckled. "Hey, really? You're finally coming around?" V smiled back. "Well, with a big job at hand, I naturally need better firmware. I'll owe you once I get paid. With interest. You know I'm good for it. Make sure you don't make a habit of this." In the end, V procured a 1 Malawian Kwacha type of pathway optical eye and a ballistic coordination processor on credit from old V, while also cleansing her system of viruses. After bidding farewell to old V, she headed to the rendezvous point with the intermediary. Beneath an overpass that a rogue vehicle was parked by the roadside, and a woman clad in a black jumpsuit and white vest stood outside. Upon noticing V approaching, she opened the rear door, signaling her to enter. Having just installed a new optical implant and connected to the NCPD database, V whimsically scanned the woman before her, but the result displayed only the words highly classified. If you keep scanning once you're inside, be wary of your newly installed pathway optical eye, the woman's displeased voice warned. V merely scoffed and nonchalantly got into the car. The woman closed the door and took the driver's seat. Smoke billowed in the back seat, obscuring V's view of the female intermediary. All she could make out was the woman's sharp red short hair, oversized sunglasses obscuring half her face, and the rumored powered exoskeleton arm. Ah, Miss V, the intermediary offered an open cigarette case. Care for one? Thanks. V took a cigarette, lit it with her lighter. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Miss Valerie Let us get moving, Valerie instructed as the car slowly pulled away. I can tell you're not one for flattery, Miss V. V replied in an indifferent tone. I've always believed that a hard fist speaks louder than a silver tongue. Valerie chuckled lightly again. You're more amusing than I anticipated. Are you trying to test me? Not at all, just making casual conversation. Valerie glanced briefly at the scenery outside the window, then turned back to V, continuing, I've just secured a major job. Compared to your last assignment dealing with the cleaners, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pray tell, what's the job? There is a prototype technology, specifically a biological chip. Just bring it to me. That is all there is to it. Valerie stated nonchalantly to V's ears. It sounded as simple as a shopping errand. I presume it belongs to a corporation? Indeed, Arasaka Corporation. Valerie smiled. What is the matter? Are you afraid? V couldn't discern her expression behind the sunglasses, but it likely brimmed with provocation. Not a problem. Death is just part of the game. Night City is Arasaka's turf. Do you dare to cross them? One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Valerie replied, her tone utterly unfazed. In the afterlife, who hasn't engaged in such business? Besides, I'm not insane enough to demand you kick down Arasaka Tower's doors and steal from them outright. So this job must remain discreet. You understand? V exhaled, relieved, and continued. How do we go about it? Surely you have a plan. First, I have some business grievances with the Vortex gang that need addressing, which you'll handle. It is quite simple. Our client is eager to meet the person handling the job, and you need to negotiate with her. The Vortex gang? What do they have to do with this? Valerie produced a chip and handed it to V. Plug it in. V accepted the chip, inserted it, and accessed the data within. Information regarding the Vortex gang and a military technology prototype robot. ASV perused the information. Valerie's voice drifted in. The Vortex gang had hijacked a military tech transport 2 weeks prior, while military tech remained oblivious to the perpetrator's identity. Among the stolen goods was a prototype robot known as Xiaoping 2, a high-end piece I had intended to purchase at a considerable cost. However, just as I transferred the funds, this pack of scoundrels appointed a new leader, likely intending to renege on the deal. Without that robot, my plans for the Arasaka chip would be doomed, and this venture would be in vain. Additionally, I received word that a woman named Meredith Stout from Military Tech is also quite intrigued by this matter. IT present. She resembles a frenzied wildcat, biting into every detail concerning the transport. You might consider how to leverage this, and here is her number. After finishing her message, Valerie sent a number to V. Who is the client you mentioned? Why should I meet her? The client is Evelyn Parker. I couldn't uncover her background, only that she has connections in Pacifica. She insists on meeting someone who can take charge. Valerie took a drag from her cigarette and continued. As for me, I strategize and oversee the larger picture. T-Bug, as you know, prefers to avoid direct interactions that AS for Jack. When the time comes for him to wield a blade or firearm, he will heed your counsel. So it naturally falls to you. You truly know us well. I heard you took over Dexter DeShawn's business? Sort of. Valerie shot a glance at V and replied, Why should I trust you? V was apprehensive about sharing the same fate as Dexter DeShawn. And why should you trust that rotund scoundrel who vanished for 2 years only to resurface? Valerie scoffed. Dear child, this is Night City. Valerie extinguished her nearly burnt-out cigarette and inquired, I've conveyed all that needs to be said. Will you take on this job or not? Why not? Splendid. I will arrange a meeting time with the client. The location will be at the Ritz Bar. The vehicle halted by the roadside, and the door on V's side swung open. Just as V was about to exit, Valerie spoke up once more. Lastly, Allow me to pose a personal question. Do you aspire to be a nameless nobody or to achieve renown? Night City has no place for the obscure. I have work to attend to, V replied decisively and promptly closed the door, departing. Valerie watched V's receding figure from within the vehicle, sighed, and murmured to herself, still too young. At that moment, Lucy, seated in the driver's seat, turned around with a displeased expression and said to Valerie, "Have you finished your theatrics? You two damn smokers nearly suffocated me. This business of being a nameless nobody or achieving fame is making me feel nauseous." Valerie glanced at the cigarette pack in her hand, reminding herself that she had not smoked before encountering Silverhand. "Quite intriguing. Intriguing my foot. It's your turn to drive." Lucy retorted, "Oh, weren't you a smoker once?" "I quit that habit back when I was on the lunar colony." Chapter 9. Impressive. V. So reckless. On the overpass, Valerie steadied a cat rifle, aiming toward the drainage ditch. "Are you sure she's safe like this?" Lucy, standing beside Valerie with binoculars, inquired. "I came alone back then, and nothing happened that I merely watched the show," Valerie claimed, though her lips pursed slightly as she observed V being restrained by military tech operatives in the drainage ditch. "Then why are you aiming that sniper rifle?" Lucy snapped. "Fine, I come from a different background. A street girl confronting corporate dogs and management makes me a bit uneasy." Valerie exhaled in relief as she saw V being released by the military tech henchman. Her finger finally leaving the trigger, that it seems she has reached an agreement, Lucy added. After putting down the binoculars, Lucy looked at Valerie and asked, "Next, she will probably head to the All Foods factory." "What? Are you planning to follow her?" "I'm not her babysitter. She should be more familiar with dealing with gangs than I am, that we should prepare for our own matters." Valerie put away the sniper rifle, then seemed to recall something, asking, "By the way, did you book the private room at Life Bloom?" Lucy paused, retorting, "You didn't book it? Didn't we agree that you would meet them at Life Bloom?" Valerie quickly dialed Rog's number. "Damn it! Who is supposed to handle the finances here?" Lucy couldn't help but curse. After Valerie finished her call, she inquired of Lucy, "So, have you arranged that fake identity for entering the Azure building?" "That's sorted." Lucy shot Valerie a look, considering that the funds for that were originally sent by Valerie. Valerie sighed in relief and dialed again. "Hello? Old Captain, have you secured the vehicle I requested? The condition is terrible." "How bad could it be? It can't be incapable of driving 30 kilometers, right?" "It could be." "Get it ready. I will pick it up myself later." Lucy observed Valerie pacing back and forth while on the phone. And when she hung up, she asked, "Which room is it?" "I'll go meet T-Bug first." "Fine, go ahead. I'll send you the room number shortly, and remember to pick up the military tech uniforms along the way. Also, send me the fake identity names and identification codes for those two. I still need to arrange a package with Draymond." Valerie fussed like a mother hen. Lucy rolled her eyes again, insisting she wasn't a babysitter. After Lucy left, Valerie made another call. "Mitch, are you and Scorpion ready?" "Low profile?" No. You need to make a bigger splash. It's best if the whole city hears about it. Remember, this time do not operate under the Arasaka banner. It is preferable to leave survivors to return with the message that I, Valerie, orchestrated the theft of Arasaka's goods. By the way, do you have gang attire? You have from the 6 streets, right? That will do. But you must also paint the vehicle with the 6 streets insignia. The advance payment will be sent shortly. Valerie, having yet to lay eyes on the relic chip, was already throwing money around. Half an hour later, while en route to collect the vehicle, Valerie received a call from V.V. "Did you wrap up the Vortex Gang business so swiftly? Xiao Ping 2 is in hand. Was it smooth sailing?" Valerie lit a cigarette and asked, "Did you encounter any difficulties? What did military tech say?" "There were definitely complications. You hit the nail on the head. That payment you sent to Brick, that scoundrel Royce, had no intention of acknowledging IT as, oh, how did you resolve it? Did you leverage that woman from military tech?" Valerie was genuinely curious about how V managed the situation that I met with Stout and negotiated a deal. I secured a prepaid chip from her, saying I would use her funds to settle the Vortex Gang's bill again. And then you followed through. Did as she instructed? Nonsense, the corporate dogs are adept at setting traps. "Oh, so how did you manage things with Royce?" Valerie asked, intrigued. "That scoundrel? Damn it, he had the audacity to press a gun against my head. With that attitude, he still expect me to pay. I gave him a bullet, one that went straight through his jaw and out the top of his head. And what of Brick, the former leader he had imprisoned?" The previously arrogant V on the other end of the line suddenly softened their tone. Brick? Oh, what happened to him? Valerie pressed. When I grabbed the detonator to disarm the explosives, my hand slipped, and now it's quite difficult for Brick to piece himself back together. Valerie's mind momentarily stalled at V's revelation. But she quickly regained her composure, saying, V, you must have seen the bounty the NCPD placed on Brick, right? Ah, how could that be? Just a slip of the hand. V's awkward laughter further convinced Valerie of her suspicions. V, are you truly that desperate for money? Valerie questioned, exasperated. A favor from a gang leader and 6,000 euros. And you chose the mere 6,000 euros. Miss Valerie, is this your first day navigating Night City? The favors owed by the Vortex gang are worth something. Today, they might owe you a favor, but tomorrow they could very well repay you with bullets. V responded with annoyance. Fine, fine, as long as you're not afraid of being hunted by the Vortex gang. Valerie suddenly recalled that V had yet to mention what became of the chip from military tech, so she asked, Did Stout give you that chip? Is that your concern too? She gave it to me. How I use it is my prerogative. That thing contains a damn virus. Are you out of your mind? Valerie was nearly driven to fury. T-Sich, that doll was long extracted by me, that if Royce had treated me with a bit more respect, I might have even offered him a portion of the bounty from that doll. Despite knowing it was a futile endeavor, she still sent Brick 1,000 euros. Later, she spent over 1,000 euros gathering intelligence on the Vortex gang, only for V to end up profiting over 10,000. So, in the end, it seems she spent over 10,000 on V just to acquire Xiaoping too. Valerie was momentarily taken aback by V's revelation, finding herself momentarily speechless. After a few seconds of silence, she finally managed to utter, impressive, V, I have to go now, as I have a meeting with a client at the Liz nightclub. Goodbye. V, seemingly apprehensive that Valerie might request military-grade technology chips, hastily ended the call. Valerie was amused by V's flurry of actions, pondering what would happen if she were to pursue Nancy later. Wait a minute. If the plan to steal the chips from the Cobalt Tower goes smoothly, Johnny would ultimately end up in her hands. So, wouldn't she have to be the one to retrieve Nancy from the Vortex gang? Damn it. V, you're setting me up? Chapter 10. Time to get to work. The time had come. My friend. At the entrance of the afterlife, Jack had just finished a call with his mother when he spotted V approaching. You look like you just ran a marathon. Did I ask something matter? V remarked, noticing the beads of sweat on Jack's forehead, her concern evident. After years of navigating the streets, he still felt flustered every time he spoke to his mother. I can't help it. You know how she worries that I'll end up like most of the men in the Wells family, discarded like trash in a dumpster, that I'm really reaching my limit. The more I assure her everything is fine, the more I feel like I'm deceiving her. But starting tomorrow, things will be different. Afterlife, here we come. Afterlife, such a renowned name, known far and wide to V remarked coolly, observing Jack's growing excitement that, oh, is that so? Many major deals among the various tribes of vagabonds have been struck here. Jack replied, it's no surprise. This is the most fitting place for business in Night City. As he descended the stairs, he excitedly asked, are you ready for an eye-opening experience? Let us go. V chuckled, shaking her head as she followed him. This place used to be a morgue. Interesting, isn't it? You mentioned that before, Jack. Oh, I forgot. Huh. The two exchanged jokes until they reached the entrance of the afterlife, where they were halted by the bouncer, Emmerich. And who might you be? V replied calmly. We are friends of Valerie, and we have an appointment to meet her here. Emmerich turned his head to the side, his cybernetic eye glowing orange as he inquired, Oh, Valerie, I have two people here who claim to be looking for you. She is not at Afterlife? Oh, that's fine. After concluding the call, Emmerich turned back to Jack and V, saying, she mentioned she has matters to attend to outside and instructed you to head to box 103, where a partner will meet with you. With that, Emmerich stepped aside, and the door swung open. Upon entering, V couldn't help but comment, what is she up to? This is it, the heart of Night City. Jack exclaimed like a tourist, right here, pulsating non-stop. Can you hear it? He continued, can you imagine? Susan Forrest, Old Snake, even Morgan Blackhand have all sat on these stools, perhaps even slept on this as he spoke. Jack attempted to swing his leg over to sit at the bar stool. Hey, Jack. V quickly pulled him back, reminding him, people are waiting for us in the booth. Oh, right. I almost forgot that we can sit next time. The two made their way to box 103 and knocked on the door. Once it opened, they entered the booth. V recognized the woman who had previously driven Valerie. She was indeed Valerie's partner. T-Bug was also present, and it appeared they had been chatting for quite some time. That you've arrived? I'm Valerie's partner. You can call me Lucy. Hello, hello. Jack casually plopped down next to T-Bug, grinning. We're all family here. Everything should be in order. It's our first time gathering offline. T-Bug interjected. V. Lucy tapped the glass coffee table with her finger and asked, Where's the little guy? Come on, open your eyes. Jack urged V. V produced a box containing the military-grade technology logo and placed it on the table, after taking a seat across from Lucy. Jack inquired, Nice booth. Is it soundproof? Jack. V chided him. It's fine. He has right to ask. The business we're discussing does indeed warrant concern about eavesdroppers, Lucy responded, then turned to V. What do you think of our client? V hesitated momentarily before replying. I'd say she is acceptable. She gave me a glimpse of the top-floor suite at the Cobalt Tower and recorded the super dream footage. Bug has already briefed me. Lucy nodded. V slightly furrowed her brow and continued. So, you know who the target is? Arasaka Raisin. The son of the Land Emperor, the primary heir. I'm well aware. It's not like it's Arasaka Saburo himself. His little son isn't that intimidating, Lucy remarked nonchalantly. So, our client? Does she merely wish to meet and greet, or is there something more she wants to convey? I believe she just wants to see how I am. V casually replied. Let us go over the plan again. How did Valerie arrange it? Lucy pointed to the two small boxes containing the chips on the table, saying, Everything is inside. Take a look. V and Jack retrieved the chips from the boxes and inserted them into the slots on their necks. T-Bug spoke up, Lucy and I've taken care of all the logistics. This operation will feel like a stroll through a shopping mall. Jack chimed in, Get into the details, I want to hear more. Lucy began to explain leisurely. There will be a Delamain car picking you up and taking you to the front of the Cobalt Tower. At that point, you'll waltz in with false identities. Then, Bug will hack into the hotel subnet to assist you from the sidelines. It's a collaboration between me and the little guy. T-Bug added. Finally, you'll sneak into Raisin's top-floor suite and make off with the relic. That's it. Let me reiterate this operation. Remain as inconspicuous as possible, ideally without killing anyone. We'll maintain communication online. Do you have any questions? Lucy glanced at the two. He asked, Will we be using Delamain cars for transport? Jack interjected, The best taxi company in all of Night City. Not a mal. Delamain's cars are safe, and his discretion far exceeds that of regular taxi drivers, Lucy replied. And one even knows how he passes his annual inspections. Jack added, Barring any mishaps, Delamain will bring you back here. If anything goes awry, Valerie and I will arrange an escape route to a safe house. Lucy continued. Where's the safe house? V pressed on. If I tell you, it won't be safe. Lucy declined to disclose the safe house details. Besides, that's just a contingency plan. You wouldn't want things to reach that point, would you? Any other questions? Can we get more details about these false identities? We need to know who we're pretending to be. V continued to inquire. It was now T-Bug's turn to respond. Jack will be Ramon Victorino. You will be Hannah Conwell. Ramon Tisich. Jack asked, All right, what are we supposed to do? Military technology and general arms dealings for Arasaka. Just say you're here for a meeting with their security representative named Takigawa Hajime. I am clear on my end. V ceased her inquiries at that moment. Jack, who had been shaking his leg incessantly, spoke up. Wait, I have a question. When can we discuss that matter we're all concerned about? Lucy subtly rolled her eyes and replied, The fee for newcomers remains the same. You'll receive 30%. Jack expressed his dissatisfaction. Why only 30%? I've heard on the streets that working for Miss Valerie comes with an advance payment. Lucy replied bluntly, Look at the little guy, the military technology attire, the false identities, and the intel. How can any of that be free? Everyone is at risk here. As for the advance payment, I can offer you and Bug 10,000 euros each. And as for V, Lucy said, glancing at V with narrowed eyes, I can forego the advance payment, but we need to negotiate a better split for the three of us. V responded. Lucy fell silent for a moment before saying, All right, Valerie had given me instructions beforehand. The lowest I can offer is 35%. That is barely acceptable. Jack replied, And I must remind you, firearms are strictly prohibited in the Cobalt Tower. You'll need to leave your guns in the car and only bring the box containing the little guy inside. It might be a bit early to ask, but when will we receive the final payment? Jack inquired. Once the goods are in Valerie's hands, you'll be paid immediately. Lucy produced a chip and added, "Oh, V, please carry this chip at all times." "What's in it?" V asked, warily. "A chip that can sync with your visual feed in real time. Valerie, and I need to see everything you can see in the Cobalt Tower." "This is an additional condition for increasing your share," Lucy stated. "The car we called for you is already waiting outside the afterlife." With that, Lucy stood up and exited the booth. Lucy stepped outside of the establishment, waiting for a brief moment when T-Bug emerged first, greeting her with, "I'm off to prepare the equipment. See you online shortly." Lucy, appreciating this efficient and straightforward colleague, responded, "See you online." Before long, she spotted V and Jack, now dressed appropriately, carrying their bags as they exited the establishment and boarded the Delamont special vehicle. Watching the vehicle depart, Lucy dialed Valerie's number. They'd already set off. "All right, I'm nearly ready on my end as well. By the way, how can you be so certain they will demand a higher share?" Lucy inquired curiously. "Because Jack is clearly still the same Jack, rather disheveled." Valerie sighed on the other end, shaking her head. She continued, "I'll rely on you to keep an eye on them, ensure their safety. Notify me when the time is right. I'll definitely ensure safety. You should be more concerned about them." "I am looking forward to the grand performance you mentioned, shrouded in mystery." Lucy chuckled. I can assure you it will exceed your expectations. It will be quite thrilling." "That is settled then. We will rendezvous as planned," Valerie concluded before hanging up. Lucy smiled softly, mounted the motorcycle that Valerie had gifted her, and departed from the parking lot of the establishment. Chapter 11. Acquiring Goods. Welcome to the K-By building. Please form a queue and proceed one by one, the security personnel instructed as V and Jack approached the entrance. "Sure thing, brother, sir," Jack replied, leading the way with his crew cut. Suddenly, the security gate illuminated a red light, signaling a warning. The guard promptly stopped Jack, asking, "Excuse me, but could you explain why you're bringing a combat robot into the K-By building?" V, standing behind Jack, interjected, "We are under no obligation to explain ourselves." The guard paused, about to escalate the situation, when a golden-clad concierge approached, holding a tablet for verification, and said, You are here to see Tikikavin, aren't you?" After V nodded, the concierge bowed and apologized. We made a mistake. I sincerely apologize." The two then passed through security and approached the front desk to check in. After confirming their identities, the receptionist stated, "I will notify Takikawa-san that you have arrived. Please wait a moment." At that moment, T-Bug suddenly exclaimed over the comms, "Damn it, this will disrupt the plan. Stop her, V! Stall her!" V immediately responded, "No need to inform him. We will return to our room to rest for a bit and seek him out ourselves." The receptionist, puzzled, asked, "But I sent Takikawa-san waiting for you." Jack chimed in, employing his storytelling skills to concoct a tale about encountering a cyberpsychotic at the airport, delivering it convincingly. Eventually, the receptionist was convinced, revealing that their room was the Azure Suite on the 42nd floor. Jack and V engaged in casual conversation as they entered the elevator to V. "You need to temper your temper," Lucy reminded them through encrypted communication, "that I just feel that as a representative of military technology, I shouldn't have to deal with that guard." V replied. "Hey, you make a fair point," Jack chuckled. Upon reaching their room, they began to manipulate the small robot. Under V's control, the robot successfully infiltrated the K-By building's server room, subduing Arasaka's hacker. "Listen up, the IC is thicker than I imagined. To penetrate it will take several hours." T-Bug began hacking into K-By's main network. "Several hours? Can it be done faster?" Jack grumbled. "Couldn't Miss Lucy lend a hand?" V added, "Oh, you want my head to catch fire?" "Miss Lucy is the middleman. She needs to watch our escape route. Sit down and enjoy your dapper suits," T-Bug retorted. Jack and V could only endure the wait. Time passed swiftly amidst their idle chatter. "Arasaka Raishin has entered the lobby," Lucy stated. "Let us get back to work. The top-level security has been dealt with," T-Bug responded. Jack, slightly exhilarated, declared, "Perfecto. It's our turn to make an entrance." V rose alongside Jack as they confidently strode out of the room, boldly entering the elevator, heading straight to the top-floor suite. Stepping out of the elevator, Jack scanned the room, remarking, Arasaka's heir lives quite well. Much better than Raoul Wells's son. Focus, everyone. The safe, T-Bug reminded them. What's the rush? Jack asked that Ration's signal has gone dark. You need to hurry, Lucy urged. V immediately rushed to the location of the hidden safe identified in their earlier analysis. There, beneath the floor, look for the switch, T-Bug instructed. V recalled it was in the nightstand, hurrying over to operate the tablet. And didn't T forget to pocket the handgun that Raishin had left behind? Done. Come over, V Jack shouted excitedly as the platform emerged from the floor. What's next? V inquired, gazing at the platform. Connect to the personal link. I'll open it, T-Bug replied. V withdrew the connection cable from his wrist and plugged it into the port. Just a moment, T-Bug began the intrusion. That moment, a jet-like noise echoed from outside the window, prompting Jack to turn and gaze out. People are arriving. Bug? Lucy frowned, responded to T-Bug. I see employees starting to panic. Over 200 people are milling about. It might be a big shot. IT feels like something is about to go down. How much longer, T? Jack asked nervously. Damn, Ration's signal has resumed. Yes, heading to the top floor suite. Lucy's voice grew tensed. T. Hurry and open the safe, Jack shouted anxiously. It's almost done. Done. With T-Bug's declaration, V's connection cable ejected from the platform. The closed door of the platform opened, revealing the safe inside. Give it to me. I'll carry it. Jack grabbed the box inside. Is the relic chip intact? T-Bug inquired. The integrity of the biological chip is 100%. It appears to be fine, Jack replied. Glancing at the screen on the box. Good. Let us move, V urged. The two hurried towards the elevator, almost reaching the door when Lucy's voice suddenly came through the comms. Damn it, it's too late. Arasaka Raishin is in the elevator. Quick, hide, T-Bug commanded. Where? V asked anxiously. Behind that large pillar. Hurry. Are you kidding me? Jack cursed in desperation. Stop talking, just go. T-Bug opened a small door behind the pillar to V, and Jack quickly squeezed into the space behind the pillar, which housed a small server room. Miss Lucy, what should we do now? V asked. I suggest you remain silent. The elevator has arrived, and the hover cars on the rooftop are descending. I'm already in contact with Valerie. Lucy responded in a tense voice. This is impossible. That's Atom Smasher. Jack whispered in astonishment, peering through the one-way transparent glass at the now-open elevator door. You see Atom Smasher and still can't keep your mouth shut? Do you want to die there? Lucy scolded through the comms. Are they coming? Arasaka Raishin is pacing restlessly in front of the coffee table, a synthesized female voice reported. Just arrived at the helipad. They're on their way, another voice chimed in. Raishin plopped down onto the sofa, anxiously fiddling with the tablet on the table. Who is coming? V strained to keep his voice L-O-W-N-O. This can't be happening. Arasaka Saburo, T-Bug responded in shock. Through visual synchronization with V, T-Bug and Lucy witnessed a bodyguard and an elderly man in a kimono descending from the rooftop. Bug, Valerie just notified me. She said to transfer control of the small robot to me. And V, and Jack, Valerie instructed you both to remain silent no matter what you see. She's on her way to assist you. V and Jack quickly complied. Sealing their lips, T-Bug promptly began transferring control of the small robot. As Arasaka Saburo dismissed his bodyguard, he began conversing with Raishin in Japanese. After a few heated exchanges between the father and son, V and Jack watched through the one-way transparent screen as Raishin brutally strangled Saburo to death. Is this the grand performance you wanted me to see? Lucy observed the entire scene through V's visual synchronization, her heart racing with shock. V and Jack stood frozen in disbelief. It was T until Raishin announced to the hotel staff that an assassin had poisoned his father before leaving the room that they finally regained their senses. That was his own father, Jack exclaimed in astonishment. And you're still in there. Get out now. T-Bug fumed, witnessing the two remain stunned in place, as Arasaka's security forces were about to storm upstairs. Damn it, this is a disaster, V cursed as he maneuvered to escape. It is not yet the end. I'm still here. Lucy, in a state of anxious concentration, deftly maneuvered the small drone, linking the server housing a plethora of hotel data with the building's security system. As per Valeri's directives, Bug, disconnect the drone immediately. Lucy commanded, her voice laced with urgency. It's done. T-Bug promptly complied. Just as T-Bug's words echoed, the entire building was engulfed in darkness. Nearly every electronic device in the room sparked ominously. And even the elevator came to a halt. Quick, To the rooftop helipad. I just opened the door. Lucy instructed. What on earth did you just do? T-Bug asked, astonished. Time was of the essence. I activated the servers of the Azure Tower to launch an assault on the Blackwall. Lucy replied, her voice tinged with trepidation. Good grief. Have you lost your mind? T-Bug exclaimed, nearly paralyzed with fear. Had she been any slower in her disconnection, she too would have faced the wrath of the Blackwall. But the effect was remarkable, wasn't it? Lucy retorted. SV ascended the staircase. She caught sight of an Atlas-class aerial vehicle from the trauma team, soaring past the window, and muttered, if they're here to rescue Sanlang. They certainly arrived a tad late. Damn. There are people on the rooftop. Upon reaching the top, V spotted two sumo-sized bodyguards from Arasaka standing beside Arasaka Sanlang's aerial vehicle. Who goes there? The bodyguards demanded, instantly aiming their guns at V and Jack. However, before they could pull the trigger, the distinctive sound of two electromagnetic shots rang out, and their heads exploded in a gruesome display. Following the commotion of the aerial vehicle, V observed their intermediary, Valeri, seated within the trauma team S livery, her RT-46 Storm rifle still smoking from the discharge. What are you waiting for? Valeri called out to them. The two swiftly dashed toward the vehicle. Valeri extended her arm from inside the aerial vehicle, first grabbing Jack's outstretched hand and pulling him in, simultaneously asking, where's the stuff? Right here. Jack exhaled in relief as he clutched the box protectively, a grin spreading across his face. Valeri nodded and turned to assist V, only to find that V had already climbed aboard and was slumped against the seat, gasping for breath. As Valeri set the aerial vehicle's destination, she communicated with Lucy. Lucy, they've boarded. We're initiating our retreat. You're to pick us up at the designated location. Seizing the moment while Valeri was occupied, V cast a complex look at the box containing the relic chip that Jack had placed at his feet. Chapter 12. A price to pay. May I ask you something? You all can swim, right? Valeri suddenly inquired of the two seated before her within the aerial vehicle, which was flying low over the waters of Colorado Bay. What do you mean? V frowned, returning the question, that I suppose you wouldn't drown. Jack replied honestly that if you don't want to descend to the ocean floor alongside this wretched vehicle, you must reach the surface before it sinks. With that, Valeri approached the open side door. Turning to smile at the two, she took a step back and leaped from the aerial vehicle. Damn! Jump now, Jack! V urgently urged, leaping without hesitation after Valeri. Huh. While Jack was still processing the situation, he quickly grabbed the box and followed suit into the as Jack and V emerged at the water's surface. They found Valeri already aboard a small yacht, drying her fiery red hair with a towel. It turned out that Valeri had spotted the yacht piloted by Lucy, which had arrived at the predetermined location, prompting her to lead V and Jack into the water. Oh, you need life rings? Lucy called out, clutching a rope-attached life ring. V gritted her teeth, offering no reply. Instead, she swam vigorously to the yacht, grasped its edge, and hoisted herself aboard. Jack, meanwhile, struggled to stay afloat while shouting, I say no thanks. But I've got this box. Lucy chuckled, forcefully tossing the life ring toward Jack. He placed the box atop the ring, then grasped its edge, giving Lucy an okay gesture. Together, Lucy and V pulled Jack in the box alongside the yacht. After drying her hair, Valeri tossed the towel to V and proceeded to the helm, grasping the steering wheel to navigate the yacht toward the shore. Soon, the four of them, along with the box, reached the shore, arriving at a dilapidated warehouse. This what you call a safe house? V queried incredulously, surveying the rundown sofas and a rickety table inside the warehouse. The essence of a safe house is, of course, safety. Surely you understand such a simple principle? Valeri replied coolly that I'll keep watch outside. Lucy shot a meaningful glance at V, offering a knowing smile before exiting the room. Where is the item I requested? Valeri extended her hand toward the two. V gestured to Jack with a nod, signaling him to hand over the box to Valeri. Jack complied without hesitation. Valeri opened the box, peering inside, only for her expression to darken instantly. Fury ignited within her as she pulled out her RT-46 Storm, pressing the muzzle against V's forehead, seething, Did you dare to deceive me? Hey, don't lose your cool. What is going on with you? Jack interjected, drawing a handgun from behind and pointing at Valeri's head. A weapon V had discreetly slipped to him upon their arrival. Did you not even glance at what was inside the box? Have you been foolishly cradling it all along? Valerie's voice echoed angrily in the warehouse, her finger trembling on the trigger. Where's the chip? Jack exclaimed, staring at the now empty box. Utterly bewildered, he then turned to V, who stood with her arms crossed, her expression placid. Who's really playing whom? V retorted coldly. You knew all along that Arasaka Sanlang would be in the top floor suite, didn't you? You not only deceived me, but also Jack T-Bug, and even your own partner that you've manipulated everyone. Now you want the chip? Fine, let us renegotiate the terms, aha. Haha. Certainly, V. Valerie replied with a chilling laugh that I can predict Jack, I can predict T-Bug. But you remain an enigma to me. Her laughter sent shivers down Jack's spine. The most unsettling part was that Jack had found Valerie's voice eerily familiar from the very beginning. Valerie removed her frog-eyed sunglasses with her unarmed hand. V's expression shifted from surprise to fury as she shouted, Who the hell are you? Just as you see, Valerie maintained her mocking grin. Lowering her weapon, V. Do you truly think I would reveal myself? Jack finally recognized her profile. Her visage was strikingly similar to V's, albeit with contrasting hairstyles and demeanor. Diosim, oh what? What is happening? Jack was utterly perplexed. What is the matter, Jack? Hasn't she told you her real name? Miss Valerie teased, casting a glance at Jack before turning back to V. You wretched imposter. Imposter? Ha! Who do you think you are to warrant my impersonation? Please, use that brain of yours that has been steeped in euros to ponder why I knew precisely when Arasaka Sanlang would appear at the Azure Tower and why I could so accurately orchestrate your escape route. Valerie continued, without waiting for V to respond. Because before Lucy took over the drone, I experienced everything you did. Exactly the same. Unfortunately, in my narrative, there were no aerial vehicles swooping in to rescue me. T-Bug was burned to death in the hacker chair by Arasaka as counter-hackers, and Jack was shot in the abdomen, ultimately dying in a Draymond vehicle with no chance to alter our path. As for me, I was simply a V who fantasized about fame, only to be gunned down by that wretched intermediary, Dexter, and left to rot in a landfill. I am not you. V seethed. Indeed, you're not like me. V. Your origins, your thoughts, they differ vastly from mine. But ask yourself, if you were to return to that situation, what could you change? Valerie continued, her tone shifting. Heaven has granted me a chance to relive this, and I cannot afford to gamble. If there were a mere minute or two discrepancy during your heist, what could transpire? V fell silent, pondering, before finally asking, then why are you so determined to orchestrate this heist? Because I require that damned chip, Valerie replied, casting a glance at the utterly bewildered Jack. Moreover, without this big score, there may not be a next time for you. Quietly, V withdrew the relic chip from its slot. Holding it out toward Valerie, is it truly that vital to you? You may inquire with old V. He is well aware of my condition, and I am striving to prevent you from becoming the next me. Valerie extended her hand. Give it to me. It cannot be exposed to the outside world for too long. Ha. Even if what you say is true, what does it matter that you are another version of me? V let out a cold snicker, saying, Now, Jack and I are bearing the blame for the death of Arasaka Saburo. How shall we settle this account? The assassination of Arasaka Saburo was executed with military-grade technology, and the invasion of the Azure Tower was carried out by prototype military robots. Valerie responded, The Hotel's server has been completely destroyed along with the counterattack from the Black Wall. No one can trace this back to the two of you. However, the word on the street is that Jack and I have taken on your big deal. Today I do indeed have a substantial transaction in the outskirts of the city. Valerie remarked, curling her lip, What exactly do you want? More. Money. V articulated each word with emphasis. The payment has been sent to you. That is 50% of the originally quoted price, Valerie retorted, clearly infuriated by V's brazen demeanor. Are you satisfied now? You might just choke on it. Taking a chip from his pocket, V handed it to Valerie, adding, Yet, I have an inkling that this matter is far from over. Indeed, it is not over. Valerie replied, inserting the chip into her slot and checking its integrity. Since she was still alive and kicking, the chip would not activate or write any functions. After all, it was Arasaka Saburo who met his demise. And let us not forget that the original purchaser of this chip was not me, Valerie continued. Furthermore, I require the complete technical documentation for this item. I have a mountain of work awaiting me. For this week, you two should keep a low profile and remain mostly at home. If you feel restless and must wander about, and if someone inadvertently pries into what you have been doing with me today, just say you were impersonating the 6th Street Gang, robbing a shipment from Arasaka, and made quite a profit. Understood. She then urged, now, what are your plans moving forward? Listen, I am myself, and you are you. What I choose to do next is none of your business. V pointedly replied. As for Jack, let us see if he can pass Mrs. Wells' scrutiny first. After saying this, V cast a glance at Jack, who began to sweat profusely at the mention. Remember to ask old V for a neural scan when you return. You really shouldn't be inserting just anything into your head, Valerie said to V in a tone reminiscent of an older sister reprimanding a younger sibling. Oh, how considerate of you, V retorted mockingly. Then why don't you help me pay off my debts to old V? You can take a hike. Your debts to old V have nothing to do with me, Valerie shot back. Nearly driven to madness by V's frivolous attitude, I must admit, you are right. You are you, and I am me. Let us consider this matter settled. Now get lost. Damn it. This feeling of working for oneself is just absurd. After stepping outside, V muttered under her breath. Yet, she was indeed generous with her actions. Jack, following behind V, gazed at the numbers in his account with a blissful expression. Hey, whose buddy are you exactly? V asked, her displeasure evident. Of course. I am the illustrious V, Jack exclaimed, stepping forward and wrapping his robust arm around V. Your good buddy. As Valerie exited the warehouse, she watched the two figures gradually retreat with a resigned sigh. She initially intended to use the experience at Azure Tower to deter these two from chasing their legendary dreams, but it seemed her efforts were in vain. How does it feel to be outsmarted by another version of yourself? Lucy approached Valerie on her motorcycle, grinning as she asked. You figure out the chip was swapped early on, didn't you? Valerie queried tersely. Lucy merely smiled in response and rode away. Valerie realized that Lucy was taking revenge for being dragged into this mess as well. Sighed both of them. Chapter 13. Beep beep, you bastard. Weeks later, at the Second Amendment gun shop on the 7th floor of the H10 super skyscraper, a shooting competition was underway. This contest was rather trivial. Although only handguns were permitted, any model was acceptable. Points could be scored as long as the target was hit, regardless of which target was struck, after a chaotic flurry of gunfire over 60 seconds. Wilson, standing behind the contestants, announced, Cease fire. Everyone stop. The competition is over. The first place goes to Valerie. Second place, V. Third place, Rudy. The rest of you amateurs should learn how to shoot properly. Now, get lost. Valerie approached, undeterred by V's murderous glare, and took her prize from Wilson's hands. Thanks, Wilson. This gun is exquisite. She opened the chamber to examine the gun. Addressing Wilson, he awkwardly chuckled and leaned closer to V, whispering, Is she your sister? Her shooting skills are phenomenal. Get lost. V shot him an exasperated glare, turning to Valerie and demanding, What the hell are you doing here? What is it to you? Valerie smirked, countering V's question that I don't recall Wilson stating that only residents could participate in the competition. Without waiting for V's response, she turned and walked away, leaving V seething in her place. Infuriated, V took the elevator down to the parking lot as she settled in her car, ready to drive off and clear her mind. A Delamain taxi parked directly across from her suddenly revved its engine and barreled toward her vehicle. Following a harsh collision, the front of V's car crumpled inward, the engine rendered utterly inoperable. To make matters worse, the Delamain taxi sped away, honking as it fled, shouting, Beep beep, you bastard, Delamain. I'll be damned. V exited the driver's seat, ready to unleash a torrent of curses at the fleeing taxi. Just then, a car V recognized pulled down from the upper parking level, halting right in front of her. As the window rolled down, V saw that the driver was none other than Valerie. Well, it seems you took quite a hit. Did you stop just to watch me make a fool of myself? V snapped, her anger boiling over. Valerie opened the passenger door and offered, Where to? I'll give you a ride. Get lost. You think I'm getting in your car? V retorted, Last time I rode with you, I nearly lost my life. Then why not call Jack to come pick you up? Valerie inquired cheerfully. 2 minutes later, the fugitive sped out of the H10 super skyscraper's parking lot. Valerie glanced at V, who sat in the passenger seat rolling her eyes at the scenery outside. Have you decided where you want to go? Valerie asked with a smile. T.O. Twisted Street, V replied without turning her head. If it weren't for Jack being grounded by his mother, she wouldn't even be in this which-s car. To settle the account with the Undertaker, I presume? Valerie asked as she maneuvered the steering wheel. He shot Valerie a wary glance, starting to doubt her own sanity, questioning if the person behind the wheel was merely another facet of her personality. You might want to check your message inbox. I suspect Delamain has already sent you the compensation work order, Valerie suggested. V glanced at her inbox and indeed found a message. Suddenly, realization struck her, and her blood pressure soared, more intense than a biological rampage. You knew that damn car would crash into me, didn't you? Uh-huh. Valerie admitted freely. I advise you to watch your language. In a way, you're recursing yourself. I'm not as devious as you. V was so enraged she could barely catch her breath. Shortly, Valerie parked at the entrance of Twisted Street, instructing V, quickly settle your account and come back out. I'll take you to confront Delamain. V remained silent, exiting the vehicle and slamming the door shut. 10 minutes later, V returned to the passenger seat. This time, the two rode in silence, Valerie driving V to the Delamain Taxi Company in the city center. You can leave now. I'll take the subway home later, V said curtly as she exited the car. Valerie merely smiled, remaining silent. V was inside for quite a while, nearly 20 minutes, before emerging to find the fugitive still parked at the curb. Approaching, she saw Valerie leisurely sitting in the car, smoking a cigarette. Are you that bored today? V asked irritably. You took so long inside. It seems you accepted Delamain's commission, Valerie replied, sidestepping the question. The V's expression shifted, and she cautiously asked, You could foresee that. You're not trying to steal this job from me, are you? Valerie looked at V as if she were a fool and replied, If you can guess that I've also been hit by a Delamain car before. Surely you can deduce that I've accepted this commission too. Get in the car. I'll take you to find those rebels of his. The V remained suspicious of Valerie, hesitating to enter the vehicle. Valerie rolled her eyes at her, saying, Today, I'll be your driver for free. Consider it an apology, all right? Only then did V begrudgingly climb in. Once seated, Valerie asked, What do you plan to start? Nearby, in the Mechuan district. Valerie pondered for a moment, recalling the personality of the unruly Delamain from the West End. Once she remembered, she turned to V and said, I suggest you fasten your seatbelt. There may be a slight bump ahead. V raised an eyebrow in disbelief. After all, the West End was in the city center. How bumpy could it possibly be? Half an hour later, in the West End, Valerie squatted by the roadside, smoking a cigarette. Glancing at V, who was rubbing his forehead, and then at the Delamain taxi, its hood smoking from the collision. This what you call a slight bump, V exclaimed angrily, kicking the now subdued Delamain taxi. What do we do next? V inquired. Your car is in no condition to drive. Valerie remained silent, her gaze fixed across the street. Following her line of sight, V spotted a Thunderbolt Corbeau C240T parked on the opposite side, and they exchanged knowing looks. D, oh, you know what I'm thinking. It seemed they had finally reached a rare consensus. Chapter 14. Your commission, your decision. Delamain's children had truly opened V's eyes. She had never encountered artificial intelligence contemplating suicide, wanting to leap off a cliff in the Badlands, speaking as if it were afflicted by depression. After several minutes of persuasion, V managed to convince it to relinquish control back to Delamain. In the Seaside District, they encountered a peculiar taxi that attempted to murder both V and Valerie. Thanks to Valerie's warning, V successfully dispatched the suddenly appearing gang members, just before the car was brought back under Delamain's control. It shouted, You're dead. At Colorado Farm, they met another Delamain taxi that identified itself as Clarice, insisting that V eliminate 8 Flamingo models before it would continue the conversation. After several laps around Colorado Farm, they finally collected the necessary Flamingo models. Clarice, are your flamingos still screaming? V asked the AI in the taxi with a sardonic tone. Perhaps I will ultimately have to return. I need support. Only those tormented within can become shining stars. The taxi replied, after which Delamain resumed control. What the hell is this? V rolled her eyes, feeling utterly exasperated by the chaos of these taxis. There's one in the Badlands. Shall we take a detour to check it out? Valerie asked, gripping the steering wheel. Fine, how many are left? V replied, her patience waning. Valerie thought for a moment, counting on her fingers. Badlands, North Industrial Park, North Oak District, 3 in total. What the hell? With the previous ones, are we supposed to circle all of Night City? V felt an overwhelming annoyance. Valerie did not respond. Steering directly towards the landfill in the Badlands. 10 minutes later, V emerged from the Delamain taxi amidst the garbage, walking over to Valerie's parked car. "Got any smokes?" V asked, looking like a dead fish. "What is up?" Valerie replied with a smile, handing over a pack of cigarettes. "Isn't it interesting to converse with beings from the other world?" "Interesting? Bullshit." V mimicked the previous taxi's tone. "You are from the material world, a life form composed of proteins." "Indeed, that does sound quite accurate when uttered by a rogue AI," Valerie remarked. "It's mainly its cocky demeanor. If it weren't for old Dell's sake, I would have blasted it with a grenade," V retorted. "What next?" "Let's head to the North Industrial District. Although it's a bit far, it's still better than going to North Oak," Valerie answered. "All right, let's hurry and try to wrap this up today. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this job. You could have warned me. Even if I had warned you, would you have listened?" Valerie shot V a sidelong glance. "That's true." V scratched her head. Having taken on the job, she was determined to see it through. It's called professional integrity. Upon arriving in the North District, they quickly located the Delamain taxi, which upon sighting them, revved its engine and attempted to flee while shouting over the comms, "Don't follow us!" Yet Valerie pursued it through the industrial park, even as V grew increasingly impatient. "Pull up next to it. I'll intercept it," V declared, clenching her fists, her gorilla cybernetic limbs creaking in anticipation. Valerie nodded and accelerated to match the taxi's speed. Keeping pace with it, V opened the passenger door, timed her jump, and leaped out, landing a powerful blow to the left side of the Delamain taxi's front. The immense force sent it veering off the road, crashing against the doorframe of a warehouse as V rolled upon landing. She stood up, dusting herself off, and declared, "Let us see where you think you're going." When V returned to Valerie's car, she asked, "Can you really use the gorilla limbs like that?" V shot Valerie a glare, retorting, "As if you've never used them before." Valerie started the car, responding with a hint of melancholy. He never used them. When I could use combat limbs, I was wielding mantis blades." The car wound its way to North Oak District, where the Delamain taxi exhibited the anxiety of a panic-stricken individual, lamenting over the comms about the immense pressure it was under, driving at a snail's pace. This taxi was fairly cooperative but seemed terrified of entering the city, insisting V drive it back. After some negotiation, it was ultimately decided that Valerie would take the wheel, as her driving skills were steadier than V's. However, halfway there, the taxi insisted they stop to cool off, nearly provoking V into a fit of rage. Once Valerie pulled up to the Delamain Company garage entrance, V headed to the front desk to report. "Thank goodness that's finally over." V met up with Valerie outside. "Oh, did you think this would be so straightforward?" Valerie countered lightly. "What?" V asked, puzzled. Just then, a rogue taxi pulled up before them, seemingly having returned after a lengthy repair. "Hop in. I'll give you a ride back," Valerie said, starting the engine, upon arriving at V's apartment building. Valerie instructed, "If you feel something's off with Delamain in the next couple of days, give me a call." This left V feeling somewhat bewildered. 2 days later, Valerie indeed received a call from V. "Damn, you were right. Delamain seems to be in serious trouble," V said anxiously. "Where are you?" "At the front entrance of Delamain. Its double doors seem to be malfunctioning, and I can't get in." "All right, I'll be there shortly." Upon Valerie's arrival, she waved to V, who was scratching his head at the front desk. Valerie guided V to the ramp leading to the Delamain garage, pointing to a rooftop in the back alley. V quickly scaled the height, discovering an open skylight. "Come on up," V shouted back to Valerie. "Do you think I'm as agile as you now? That wall is too high." Valerie rolled her eyes, responding somewhat irritably. "Come on, I'll give you a hand." V extended her arm. With V's assistance, Valerie managed to reach the rooftop. "Did you bring a weapon?" Perhaps due to an inexplicable trust in V, Valerie had not donned her powered exoskeleton today. She merely held a prelude in front of her. V nodded, producing a red-painted Jake EX2 Kinsei. "Isn't that Royce's gun?" Valerie inquired. "It works quite well." The two entered the dark office through the skylight. "Damn, the door here is locked too." V tugged at the door. Valerie accessed the office computer, sifting through files, then looked up at V and said, "Go unlock that computer." "The password is 1234. V complied, inputting the password and successfully opening the office door. Who would use such a simplistic password? Haven't you noticed this office hasn't been used in ages? Valerie replied. Delamain has long since fired its human employees. Whether or not their SA password is irrelevant. As soon as V stepped outside, she attempted to dash forward, only to be yanked back by Valerie. Watch out for those cables. They're electrified, Valerie warned. Damn. V started to respond, I know, but realized that Delamain's security drone was now targeting her. Unhesitatingly firing bullets, V reacted swiftly, raising her handgun to return fire. After a few seconds of exchange, V emptied her magazine, taking out 2 security drones, while Valerie shot down one as well. Looks like I won this round. V quipped as she reloaded her magazine. Enough bragging. Let us clear a path, Valerie urged exasperatedly. The path behind them was winding, yet under V's agile maneuvering, it was not overly challenging. She even turned back occasionally to check on Valerie, who was not as spry. Ultimately, after navigating through the twists and turns, they finally arrived at Delamain's control center. Yes, several versions of Delamain bickered on the screens. V and Valerie stood before the core of Delamain. What do you think? V asked Valerie. You have 3 choices, Valerie replied, gazing at Old Dell's core. The first is to destroy the core outright. Old Dell will be eliminated, and his children will gain their freedom. The second option, as Older suggested, is to reset the system, though even Older would be erased in the process. Thirdly, we could merge their codes, but the outcome might not be significantly better than the first 2 alternatives. How are you going to proceed? V inquired. This is your decision to make, Valerie replied, sidestepping V's question that I lack the technical expertise to merge the codes. I am not T-Bug, V admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. That leaves you with just 2 choices. Valerie shrugged. Damn it. Then let's reset it. V resolved, thinking that a new Older would surely be preferable to several deranged taxi drivers rampaging through Night City. With determination, V stepped forward, grasped the switch beneath the Delamain data core. Pulled it out, twisted it 90 degrees, and pressed it back in. Welcome to your first experience with Delamain Ride Services. How may I assist you? The voice of Delamain echoed around them. Ultimately, Valerie and V found themselves in a vehicle sent by Delamain. Departing from the Delamain Taxi Company. You still haven't answered me, V asked while gripping the steering wheel. How did you make your initial choice? There was a guy who urged me to release Delamain's children, and in a moment of weakness. I shot the core, Valerie replied nonchalantly. I didn't picture you as the soft-hearted type, V teased. Neither did I. Back when I worked for Arasaka, I certainly didn't buy into the notion of equality and freedom. Valerie adjusted her seat, reclining slightly. Without high-performance cyberware, keeping up with V's antics was exhausting. Reflecting on it now, perhaps my nervous system had already been eroded by Johnny, leading me to easily accept his words. What? You were a corporate lapdog? V exclaimed incredulously. Indeed. Before I got fired, I was the deputy director of counterintelligence. Quite a prestigious position, Valerie chuckled. Damn, no wonder you enjoy wearing that suit so much, V remarked disdainfully. I can't even imagine how ridiculous I would look in a suit. What? Didn't you look in a mirror at the Cobalt Tower? Get lost. That was for the job, not the same as being a true corporate dog. So, do you think I look ridiculous? Valerie asked. V's response was a scoff. Very ridiculous, but I don't hit the disabled. Chapter 15. Dead City Pan Am? What's up? Valerie, who had just finished a delivery for a client, received a call from Pan Am. Yes, I need your help. Pan Am's slightly anxious voice came through the phone. Let me guess. Valerie replied coolly. Something went wrong with the shipment? This was hardly surprising for Valerie, who knew Pan Am to be as stubborn as a mule. Her previous comments would not sway Pan Am. Damn, did this news reach you so quickly? Pan Am's tone turned slightly irritable. I heard you had a spat with Rogue over at Afterlife, given your usual line of work. It was hard to deduce. Valerie shook her head and continued. Pan Am, I recall warning you. All right, I was careless and got caught off guard. Pan Am replied impatiently. I'm not here to have you lecture me like a mother. So, what exactly do you need my assistance with? Valerie returned to her vehicle. My former partner, a bastard named Nash, took advantage of my inattention and made off with my goods. That I want to retrieve those goods and ensure he pays the price. Dante tell me he also targeted your vehicle, Valerie inquired with irritation. How did you know he had his sights set on my car? Pan Am asked, surprised. Well, I kept my eyes peeled that I managed to keep my car, but he still stole my goods. Upon hearing this, Valerie smirked. The girl had indeed shown some growth, albeit limited. Nash, huh? He is probably with the maelstrom, so your goods are likely at Stone Spine Mountain, Valerie continued. You want me to help you hire someone to deal with them? Yes. I've heard from the street that hiring you has a high success rate, that I can indeed find you 2 capable hands, and even summon 5 or 6 professional mercenaries directly at Afterlife. Valerie laughed, but the real question is, do you have the funds? There was a brief silence on the other end of the line that I believe you've heard from the Tribe Point 3 weeks ago. I hired Mitch and Scorpion for a job involving an Arasaka convoy, and I paid a hefty fee. The split was 40%. Valerie had acted as an intermediary for over a month now. Aside from a few unprofitable jobs at the beginning, and one where she had to cover her own expenses, the rest had been profitable. Valerie, can I count this as a debt? After a moment of silence, Pan Am spoke hesitantly. Forget it. I don't have many shipments for you to repay me with. Valerie initially declined, then slowly added, however, I do have a job of my own that I plan to take action in the Badlands, and am in need of someone familiar with the area and capable of getting things done swiftly. I can assist you with your matter, but the price is that you must help me for free in return. How does that sound? Deal. Pan Am readily agreed without hesitation. But don't get ahead of yourself. Valerie cautioned, not wanting her to be too impulsive. I Haven T explained what my job entails, yet I need to kidnap someone from Kong Tao. What the hell? That is quite a big task. Pan Am exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed. So think it through. However, it's not particularly tricky. The target is primarily a hovering vehicle. Inside are the VIP I want and a squad of Kong Tao security personnel. Intelligence indicates it will pass through Jackson Plains, and I plan to act there. That I S their urgency. Pan Am showed no signs of refusal. Not really. The hovering vehicle departs tomorrow. Valerie glanced at the electronic display showing the time. We can wrap up your business today, and you can still find a motel for a good night's sleep. Where shall we meet? Pan Am inquired. Let us meet at the railway freight yard. It's convenient for leaving the city. I'll go find some people, Valerie concluded before hanging up. She then dialed Jack. Where are you hanging out? V. Jack hesitated, then asked, oh wait, you're Valerie. I have a job. Want to take on a legendary task in Night City. Valerie couldn't resist teasing him. What kind of question is that? Why wouldn't I take a job you offer? Jack replied with a chuckle. My mom has had me cooped up for weeks. I'm about to go crazy that ITS not too big. We're just going to smash a maelstrom hideout and hijack a hovering vehicle to kidnap someone. All right, when are we doing it? Jack responded eagerly. Now. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. I'm at Afterlife drinking. Jack replied, chuckling at the mention of the bar. Drinking? What drinks can you get your mom's bar? I suspect you're just going there to boast, Valerie teased. Hee. By the way, is V coming along? I haven't contacted her yet, but I'll call her shortly, Valerie answered. Great, I'll be waiting for you both at Afterlife. After hanging up, Valerie turned and called V again. Is that you? Hold on a sec. V blurted out as soon as the call connected, then abruptly hung up, leaving Valerie puzzled. At a few moments later, V called back. Were you busy just now? Valerie asked curiously. Yes, there's a cyber psychopath at the Watson District docks. I just helped him settle down. V replied nonchalantly. I asked this about Regina Jones? Valerie inquired knowingly. Get to the point. V said, glancing at the panting cyber psychopath on the ground as he lit a cigarette. I have a deal I'd like you to help with. Jack has already agreed. Valerie asked. First off, I need to know whose job this is. V frowned. Evelyn Parker has been missing for a while. Don't tell me you're pulling this stunt again. ITS my own. I'm helping a friend out that we're first hitting a maelstrom hideout, then abducting someone from a Kong Tao hovering vehicle. Valerie explained as she lit a cigarette in the car. Let us be straightforward. Are you in or out? Sure. I'll finish up with Regina Jones first, and then you can come pick me up, V agreed. Half an hour later, Valerie drove to pick up V and Jack and arrived at the railway freight yard. Damn, is this your sister or your daughter? Pan Am exclaimed in shock upon seeing Valerie and V together, thinking she was hallucinating. Puffed. Jack, sipping on a can of soda, burst into laughter. Get lost. I'm just a hired hand. I have no other relationship with her. V grumbled with a long face. This is V, one of the best mercenaries in Night City. Valerie introduced without skipping a beat. Pan Am, the best driver in the Badlands. Thought so. Are you ready? Valerie asked. I just called the recipient and had him stand Ash up. In a short while, we shall confront them head-on, reclaim my goods first, and then proceed to assault their den of iniquity. Pannon said through gritted teeth. Since you've already devised a plan, let us set forth. Valerie replied with a shrug. I intend to make a detour back to the avocado camp to gather a few more supplies, Pannon added. Then let us be on our way. I shall take your vehicle. My car is in the wasteland and not easily maneuverable. Valerie pointed to Pannon's Thunder. Very well. Get in. Chapter 16. Let there be light. What brings such illustrious figures back to our midst? Oh, and you've even brought along a city bigwig, Scorpion jested as he observed the group disembarking from the Thunder. Huh. Is it a person or a ghost? Perhaps I'm still inebriated. Curse you. Pannon retorted with a chuckle. Mitch grinned as he clasped Pannon's hand and embraced her. Scorpion and Pannon exchanged fist bumps before turning to V and Jack, inquiring, Who are these two? I've hired her a bodyguard. Valerie interjected with a smile. The maelstrom played a trick on her, so I brought along 2 aides to help her reclaim her dignity. This is V and Jack. Mitch, Scorpion, V, and Jack shook hands with Mitch and Scorpion. Our relationship speaks for itself. We're eager to assist you, though, at present, Mitch said apologetically. Understood. You've already discussed this, that old bastard soul has instructed you to remain idle and scavenge for scrap engines. Hasn't he? You needn't feel troubled. I'll merely retrieve my supplies and depart. I'll lend you my rifle. Take whatever else you fancy. Mitch offered. Take care of yourselves out there, Scorpion added. Thanks, buddy. I'll grab my gear and leave, ensuring Soul doesn't trouble you. With that, Pannon headed into the camp. Valerie glanced at V, tilting her head to signal her to follow Pannon and assist in gathering supplies. Once V entered the camp, Valerie asked Mitch, Soul forbids you from leaving the camp, but he didn't specify that your vehicles couldn't leave, did he? What is your point? Mitch replied, puzzled. Can I rent your car for 2 days? Valerie inquired. What are you talking about renting? Scorpion and I haven't even thank you for securing us a lucrative deal. Mitch promptly produced the car keys and handed them to Valerie. Just return it once you're done, and I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye on our girl. And oh problem. Valerie didn't hesitate, taking the keys and entering the camp. She approached the merchant at the avocado camp, purchasing a Cat-S sniper rifle and a considerable stash of explosives, calling on Jack to assist in loading the items into the vehicle. What on earth are you planning to do with all that dynamite? Jack asked as he helped place the explosives in the trunk. That you'll see soon enough, Valerie replied, adjusting the sniper scope with an air of mystery. Before long, V and Pannon emerged, carrying supplies that V. You and Pannon will share a vehicle while Jack and I take another, Valerie instructed. Why can't it be Jack and me in one vehicle, and you with Pannon in another? V retorted with a pout. You know the wasteland roads better than I do. Haywood? Valerie countered with a laugh. What? Do you wish to ride with me? Valerie had barely finished speaking when V hopped into the passenger seat of Pannon's Thunder. Slamming the door shut, Valerie turned to Jack. Ride in the boss' vehicle is an honor, Jack said with a grin. Valerie chuckled, shaking her head as she settled into the driver's seat. The 2 vehicles drove in tandem to Stone Ridge, a town that once belonged to Night City's outskirts. The inhabitants had either moved to Night City or fled, rendering it a ghost town. Help me place these explosives in the dilapidated gas station and the convenience store on the left side of the road, Valerie instructed, tossing explosives to V, Pannon, and Jack. The plan is straightforward. Once they arrive, we disembark, and I'll detonate the explosives to draw their attention. V and Jack will emerge from either side of the road to flank them while Pannon and I provide sniper support. One crucial point to remember is not to blow up the vehicles. Pannon still needs to retrieve the goods. Understood, Jack said as he made his way to the gas station. V and Pannon exchanged glances and headed towards the convenience store. Valerie, meanwhile, took the detonator and sniper rifle and ascended to the rooftop of the substation, lighting a cigarette as she observed them at work. Hours passed, and darkness enveloped the land in the distance. 3 vehicles with illuminated headlights approached. They here, Pannon communicated over the comms that I see them. It's hard to miss their lights in the dead of night, Valerie said, watching the vehicles enter the town to V. Jack. Have you found suitable cover? I am set, V replied. All secure, Jack confirmed. Valerie grasped the detonator, observing the maelstrom goons disembarking, murmuring, "Let there be light." As Valerie pressed the detonator, the gas station and convenience store erupted in a dazzling blaze. The powerful explosion toppling several nearby Maelstrom thugs. The remaining thugs were still reeling from the shock when V and Jack burst forth from either end of the road, taking down several with a hail of gunfire. A few quick-witted thugs sought refuge behind cover, but as they raised their weapons to retaliate against V and Jack, they were met with precise shots from Valerie and Pannon, who picked them off with their respective sniper rifles. The concrete barriers offered no protection against the penetrating power of Valerie's cat-eye. Soon, the remaining Maelstrom thugs lay scattered, and those who still moved were swiftly executed. That bastard Nash actually hid, and didn't he come to Stone Ridge? Pannon exclaimed upon locating the goods. Let us raid his hideout. Where else could he possibly retreat? Valerie said, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to V while keeping one for herself. Are we leaving now? Jack asked excitedly. Look at how thrilled you are, V said with annoyance, elbowing Jack. Nash's Maelstrom hideout, isn't far. It's practically just around the corner, and the two vehicles quickly reached the entrance of the cave. Are we all ready? Valerie asked. Less talking. Let us finish this and head out, Pannon replied. Pannon drove the Thunder into the cave first, with Valerie following in Mitch's vehicle, as Pannon drifted around a corner. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, V hurled two flashbangs towards the Maelstrom hideout. She then leapt out like a cheetah, charging up to the second floor of the structure. Valerie and Jack followed suit, with Jack wielding a gold-plated Uri pistol, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the disoriented Maelstrom thugs caught off guard by the flashbangs. Valerie, cigarette in mouth, wielded her Preludio in one hand and the Unifier in the other, firing at the Maelstrom thugs attempting to retaliate. Having emptied their magazines, V swiftly dispatched the sniper on the upper floor and confronted Nash. Before Nash could comprehend the situation, V delivered a powerful punch, sending him tumbling out the window, face first onto the ground. Oh, look who it is, Nash, Pannon said, approaching him with her handgun. Enjoying the dirt, are we? So you dare to mess with my goods? With that, she raised her handgun and emptied the entire magazine into his head as he struggled to rise. Holy hell, Chica, that was incredibly fierce, Jack remarked, sheathing his dual pistols as V leapt from the window. Hey, the power of biological dynamics doesn't come cheap, V replied with a smile. Well, Pannon's task is now complete. Let us accompany her to deliver the goods, and then enjoy a drink at the inn afterward. Valerie tossed her cigarette but to the ground and turned towards Mitch's vehicle. Tomorrow, it will be my turn to strike. Chapter 17. Skybound passengers, you summoned me from the city in the dead of night, just to hear your drunken plans? In the garage of the Sunset Motel, Lucy glared at Valerie with a murderous expression. We must execute it, Lucy, Valerie replied. Not only to listen, but to actually carry it out. Lucy seethed. Hijack a floating vehicle from Kanto. You intend to blow up the entire Kanto power station. Do you even hear yourself? What are your thoughts? Valerie turned to V and Jack. Why are you looking at me? I'm here to get paid. V retorted. It's merely a matter of blowing up an unattended power station. If you want to demolish the Kanto headquarters, that LL costs extra. Jack scratched his head, chuckling as he replied, as far as I'm concerned, it's not my power station, so blow it up if you wish. Then it's settled. Lucy, you, and V will take Pannon's vehicle to the power station, while Jack and I will find a scenic spot to wait for you. Valerie clapped her hands, making the decision. With that, she and Jack headed out to drive. By the way, what were you discussing with the street vendor earlier? Jack asked curiously in the car. Naturally, I was shopping, Valerie replied mysteriously. Some items that are hard to find in the city can be procured outside. The car came to a stop in an open area on the mountain. Valerie disembarked and took out binoculars to survey the direction of the power station. It seems they're moving rather quickly. They must be returning already. Valerie gazed at the approaching Thunderwing, murmuring to herself, when a sudden realization struck her. Oh no! What's wrong? Jack exclaimed, startled by her reaction. Without delay, Valerie hastily dialed Meetsai's number. Valerie, are you in trouble? Meetsai inquired over the phone. No. I called you because I fear you might encounter trouble. Listen, whatever happens after dawn on the Badlands, none of you Atacado should leave the camp. It is for your safety, Valerie said swiftly. All right, anyway, Sol has instructed us to stay put. Meetsai responded. It seems you are planning something significant. Stay safe, he added. We will. Remember, do not leave the camp, Valerie reiterated, Just as she hung up, Pannon's vehicle arrived. Pannon, noticing Valerie's sigh of relief, teased, "Isn't it too early to be anxious? Have you considered what you would do as a wanderer if you saw a hovering car about to crash?" Valerie retorted, "When it rains opportunities, of course." Pannon's words trailed off as his smile vanished. "Oh no, I need to give him a heads up," he said. "I just notified them." Valerie replied. "Phew." Pannon exhaled. The five of them either sat inside the vehicle or leaned against the doors, watching the sunrise over Night City. "Can you give me a hint?" V suddenly asked, leaning against the passenger door of Thunderwing. "Did a hint about what?" Valerie, leaning against the Corby mule lent by Meatsai, countered, "What is the background of the person you intend to capture?" V flicked the ash from her cigarette. "Anders Hermann, the director of the Rella Project and the chief bioengineer at Arasaka," Valerie replied nonchalantly. "Damn, another relic. I think I saw him conversing with Lai Xian in a dream." V remarked that "You're not mistaken. It is indeed him," Valerie confirmed. After a moment of silence, V glanced at Jack, who was still resting with his eyes closed, and said to Valerie, "To be honest, I don't want Jack to be involved in your affairs. Your private endeavors are always quite significant." Valerie pressed her lips together and asked, "Do you think I'm selfish?" "Yes," V answered bluntly. "I do have my own selfish motives. I admit that," Valerie replied slowly. "But you know Jack, this boy, who dreams of becoming a legend in Night City. Has he given up on his dreams?" V frowned and responded, "His dreams could cost him his life. You want him to survive. But the price is sacrificing his legendary aspirations." Valerie placed a hand on V's shoulder and said, "In a way, you are selfish too." Before V could respond, Valerie continued, "But following me is different. I will do my utmost to look after him. Although there are risks involved, it allows him to pursue his dreams in relative safety." V smiled non-committally and then asked again, "What do you think about my continuing to be a mercenary?" "I can't say. After all, you and I are quite different," Valerie answered graciously. "But even someone like me can't settle down. You, who ventured alone in Atlanta for several years, cannot be one to remain idle. Indeed, if I were to lie in bed like a salted fish waiting to die, I might as well die immediately," V replied with a shrug and a smile. "Huh," Valerie chuckled in response. "V, although you have experienced less than I have, you seem to be more open-minded." That moment, Pannon approached, handing Valerie a detonator. Valerie took it and tapped on the car door. Jack opened his eyes, looking at Valerie in confusion. "Are we starting?" Valerie passed the detonator to him. Smiling, "Wait for Pannon's signal, then you can press it. You hold assets worth millions of euros in your hands." "How does that feel?" "It's freaking awesome," Jack exclaimed excitedly. "I hate this plan." Lucy, sitting in the back seat of Thunderwing, muttered discontentedly. Valerie understood her reaction, as all hackers despised EMPs. "Look, from the direction of Taiping State. A vehicle is coming," Pannon shouted. Jack placed his finger on the button, ready to press it at any moment. With Pannon's command, "Go," Jack pressed the button hard, but nothing happened. "Press it a few more times. The power plant has electromagnetic interference," Lucy reminded. After several attempts, the power plant finally exploded. The hovering car overhead suddenly dropped in altitude, but did not crash. It continued to fly steadily. "Damn, is Zeta Tech's hovering car that resilient?" V swore, "I anticipated this." "Use this," Valerie said, pulling a portable missile launcher from Pannon's trunk and tossing it to V. V caught it, hoisted it onto her shoulder, and aimed the sight at the hovering CAR. As the urgent locking sound echoed, V pressed the launch button, how a missile shot out, soared above the hovering car, and then plunged vertically down. The missile ultimately detonated above the hovering vehicle, striking it directly, causing it to sway precariously as it began to descend. "Hurry up!" The group piled into the vehicle and began pursuing the descending location of the hovering car. Along the way, they encountered several small drones from Kongtao, attempting to intercept them. V operated the heavy machine gun mounted on Pannon's vehicle in retaliation, but just as she shot down one small drone, the gun jammed. Just as Pannon leaned out to fix it, Lucy's eyes flickered with orange light, and the remaining small drones erupted into sparks and black smoke before crashing to the ground. Soon, the two vehicles arrived at the crash site of the hovering car, the body intact. Kongtao had just released security robots to establish a defense line, and a medium-sized drone hovered atop the wreckage. These security bots were no match for the coordinated efforts of V, Valerie, and Lucy, and were swiftly dispatched. As V pried opened the door of the hovering car with her gorilla-like strength, Valerie and Jack aimed their guns at the Contau security personnel inside. "Don T. Move. I only want Anders Hermann. Those who wish to live should stay still," Valerie commanded. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Anders Hermann slumped in his seat, unconscious, seeing the Contau security personnel unwilling to lower their weapons. V exchanged glances with Valerie, then produced a flashbang from her waist. After a blinding flash filled the vehicle, gunfire erupted. The Contau security personnel were left riddled with bullets. "This guy is really out cold," V remarked, dragging Anders Hermann out of the car like a lifeless dog. Valerie looked at Lucy. "Vital signs are stable. He likely just has a mild concussion," Lucy reported after scanning him. "Stuff him in the back of the car. We'll deal with him once we return to the motel." Chapter 18. Welcome to 2077. Johnny, the door of a room in the Sunset Motel, swung open as Valerie stepped out. "Did you manage to get it?" Lucy, waiting outside, asked. "Help me check," Valerie said, handing her a chip. Lucy inserted the chip into a slot, initiating a data read. Minutes later, she removed the chip and returned it to Valerie. "At least from my perspective, it looks legitimate, but I'm not well-versed in programming." Valerie took back the chip and waved at V, who was standing a short distance away. As V approached, Valerie whispered in her ear, "The one inside? We've never seen him before, understand?" V nodded and stepped into the room, closing the door behind her. "Can you still get in touch with T-Bug?" Valerie inquired as she and Lucy descended the stairs. "She's still in Night City," Lucy replied. "Help me reach her. She needs to handle this. I'll do my best." 3 days later, V, Jack, Lucy, and T-Bug gathered at Delamain's clinic. "I still don't recommend you go through with this. The risks are too great." Delamain frowned as he scrutinized the surgical plan, addressing Valerie. "From a technical standpoint, it's not difficult. It's primarily about connecting a few more wires," Valerie responded with a smile. "This isn't merely about adding a couple of jump wires, Valerie," Delamain said seriously. "You know your central nervous system is already fragile, and now you wish to rewire it to connect this chip. Once the chip is activated, the consequences could be wholly unpredictable." Valerie glanced at T-Bug, who was standing in the corner, her expression troubled. "To be honest, while I have confidence in my programming skills." "But what?" Valerie prompted. "Although the technical documentation and chip design you provided are quite comprehensive, even including the source code, the issue lies in your central nervous system, and many of the technologies related to the Relic 2. Zero chip are new to me," T-Bug explained. "I can't test the driver program I've written in practice. Whether it can run successfully is uncertain." Valerie turned to Lucy. "To be frank," Lucy replied somewhat irritably, "I don't believe you need to undergo this surgery. I don't want to see you follow in David's footsteps." Valerie then looked at Jack. Jack scratched his head and said, "To be honest, I still don't understand why you would take such a considerable risk to do this." Valerie finally turned to V and inquired, "If it were you, what would you choose?" V pressed his lips together, then retorted, "What the hell would I choose? I can't empathize with your situation. If I were to find myself in a predicament like yours, merely surviving, I would rather cling to the few remaining weeks of my life and pull off a grand heist." "In essence, we share the same thoughts. V. My decision to undergo this surgery today stems from my regrets that I wish to reclaim what I have lost. I refuse to continue existing in this manner." "So, it seems you've made your decision?" Oldway asked helplessly. "I have faith in your skills." "Oldway," Valerie replied with a smile as she reclined on the surgical chair. "Right now, it's not about whether you believe in me." Oldway sighed, retrieving the anesthetic. "Very well, I'll administer a general anesthesia first. Whether you awaken afterwards depends on you." As Valerie stated. From a technical perspective, the procedure was not particularly challenging. Oldway swiftly rectified the neural interface connections. The real difficulty lay in rewriting the drive programs of Valerie's cybernetic body, allowing them to share the biological chip's neural units to alleviate pressure on her central nervous system. Oldway and T-Bug spent several hours testing the cybernetic drives, finally achieving a theoretically sound configuration. However, whether it would function properly could only be determined once Valerie awoke to test it herself. "All right, I will retain the highest command privileges of the cybernetics in her hands, with the relic merely serving as a parallel auxiliary chip." This should theoretically enhance safety significantly. The primary concern now is the unpredictable effects the chip S activation may have on her central nervous system. T-Bug stated gravely. The consciousness within this chip gives me a familiar, yet perilous sensation. Lucy remarked, frowning. Have you spoken to her about it? T-Bug asked. She is far more aware of what resides within this chip than I am. Lucy replied. Shall I activate it now? T-Bug looked at the options on the screen, then surveyed the group. V stepped forward and pressed the enter key. This was her own choice as the key was pressed. In the next instant, Valerie, who had been lying with her eyes closed on the surgical chair, jolted upright, as if struck by a surge of electricity. What the hell? Valerie sat up straight, yanked the data cable from her neck, and gasped for air. Are you all right? T-Bug was somewhat startled, observing that Valerie's right cybernetic eye glowed blue while the left remained normal. T felt as though her brain had been sharply pricked. After moving her arm, Valerie replied, I feel. Okay. I need a moment alone. Just as Old Way was about to inquire further, Valerie suddenly furrowed her brow and said, Could you all please step out for a moment? All right. Just let me know if you feel unwell. Old Way responded, to which Valerie nodded. Once everyone had exited, Valerie lit a cigarette for herself. Are you satisfied now? She asked, gazing at Johnny Silverhand, who stood before her. I'm damn unsatisfied. Where the hell is this place? And who the hell are you? Johnny exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of expletives that I can feel your consciousness interacting with mine, yet I can only observe like a marionette. Johnny continued to pace in front of Valerie. You are already dead. You are merely a consciousness parasitizing within the chip. You now reside in my body as my cybernetic parasite, and so I hold the reins. Valerie answered, How is this even possible? A consciousness within a chip. You should be writing science fiction. Johnny responded incredulously. Welcome to the year 2077, Johnny. But you are correct. Your current situation is indeed quite fantastical. Valerie replied, Damn it. This is absurd. I must still be alive somewhere else, Johnny muttered anxiously. Ha! Valerie scoffed, uninterested in waiting for him to accept the reality. She donned her sunglasses and exited. So, it seems you're fine? Did the chip activate successfully? Lucy inquired, looking at Valerie as she emerged from the clinic. ITS somewhat successful. It's just that guy. Valerie gestured to her head, is a bit noisy. What about the cybernetics? Lucy continued to ask. Then, Lucy saw the person before her suddenly vanish. Fortunately, Valerie stood behind Lucy, cigarette in mouth, stating, It just feels like there's significantly more pressure when in use than before. What are your plans moving forward? T-Bug had already returned, while Old Way, V, and Jack were still at Misty's shop. I plan to head to the afterlife for a drink, Valerie replied with a smile, and let this fellow in my head experience the world. I want TB joining. You should ask V and Jack if they're going, Lucy said before turning to leave. Chapter 19. A drink with Johnny Silverhand. Your one eye is glowing blue. Is that really all right? V asked, trailing behind Valerie. Somewhat irritated, I've adjusted the brightness to the lowest setting. Or perhaps, should I change the color? Valerie replied, lowering her sunglasses to glance at V, her cybernetic eyes faint blue glow transforming into an orange hue. Screw you. V raised a middle finger at Valerie. When she pushed her sunglasses back up, it became nearly impossible for an average person to discern that her right eye was emitting a blue light. Is this merely a matter of brightness? What normal person has one cybernetic eye constantly glowing? V shot Valerie a disapproving look. Some people have all 5 eyes glowing simultaneously. The duo settled at the bar, and Valerie discreetly pointed to 2 members of the Tiger Claws nearby, saying, You actually think there are still normal people in the afterlife? What the hell? Are people in 2077 really that extravagant? Johnny inquired, somewhat taken aback. I've been wanting to ask you both for quite some time. What exactly is your relationship? The bartender Claire approached them. I'd like to know as well, Valerie smirked. The one who finds her work. Valerie pointed to V. The one who pays her to work. V simultaneously pointed to Valerie. What will you two be having? A drink of Johnny Silverhand, Valerie replied. What on earth is that? Johnny's voice echoed in Valerie's mind. The tequila of the white spirit god. Odd, aren't you drinking your Long Island iced tea anymore? V remarked, glancing at Valerie after placing his order. Just switching things up occasionally, Valerie answered. Using the names of Night City legends to substitute for certain drinks is a local specialty. And Johnny Silverhand is the drink the bar's owner enjoys most often, Valerie explained to Johnny.O. So who is the owner of this bar? Valerie turned to look in the direction of the booth, where a figure clad in a yellow top sat on the sofa discussing business. Their S-year-old acquaintance, damn, Rogue? Here I am in this miserable state, and she's comfortably seated on a lavish sofa? Johnny exclaimed, astonished as he stared at Rogue. This is self-inflicted. Johnny, that if you had listened to her and retreated earlier, you might still be the resident performer here, Valerie remarked bluntly. Speaking of which, it's been nearly a month. Have you heard anything about Evelyn? V took a sip of tequila and asked, What? Are you still thinking about the 50-50 split she mentioned? Valerie countered, smirking. You know about that? V blurted out. Valerie shot V a look that seemed to say, How could I not know? You should have some awareness yourself. Then you must know her whereabouts. V pressed. Why are you so concerned about her? The money I gave you went towards upgrading your cybernetics. Valerie replied, I'm just worried she might suddenly appear and demand payment, and you wouldn't be able to explain? V retorted. You needn't concern yourself with that, Valerie responded, noticing Rogue's client leaving, prompting her to grab her drink and approach. Rogue, Valerie called out, raising her glass. Can we have a chat? Upon recognizing Valerie, Rogue gestured to her bodyguard, who then cleared the way for Valerie to approach. That bodyguard looks a bit familiar. Johnny's figure appeared on the other side of Rogue's sofa. Old Snake's son, weren't you on the same team as his father? Valerie referred to the mission to blow up Arasaka Tower. Damn, it's him, Johnny realized. What are you discussing? Rogue inquired, Do you have any connections in Dogtown? Valerie placed her nearly empty glass on the table. I thought you want to talk about my situation with her. Johnny complained. Next time, don't you dare bring up that wretched woman again. Those are Rogue's exact words. Valerie mimicked Rogue's tone. Damn. Johnny was visibly irritated a bit, but not much. Dogtown is Colonel Hansen's territory. And Mr. Hans does have some connections there. I occasionally make contact when Hansen's people come out to do business. Rogue crossed her legs and replied, then asked, What? Are you thinking of stepping into Dogtown? Not necessarily stepping in. You know me. I generally don't encroach upon the business of local intermediaries. I've heard there is a market there where one can procure goods not found in Night City. And I wanted to take some friends to explore. Plus, I've heard there is a luxurious nightclub there, far more extravagant than ours. How could I possibly compare to those warlords? Rogue, however, seemed completely unfazed by Valerie's comparisons to others. If you wish to enter, you might consider reaching out to Mr. Hans. His business spans both Dogtown and Pacifica, and merely wandering around should not pose much difficulty. By the way, speaking of friends, Rogue gestured towards the bar where V appeared to be on call, inquiring, What exactly is that guy to you? She's my clone. When I kick the bucket, I plan to transfer my soul into her, Valerie replied with a smile. That joke is indeed somewhat amusing. Rogue remarked, clearly entertained that I wish I had a clone. Johnny grumbled with irritation. Whether it's a joke is debatable, considering Arasaka has dabbled in soul harvesting, Valerie said casually, adding that Arasaka could announce his resurrection at any moment. Rogue's expression shifted as if she had contemplated something unpleasant. She then pointed once more towards the bar, stating, If that is your clone, you ought to keep a close watch on her. Valerie looked over and noticed that V had already departed. I was joking. You actually took me seriously? Valerie laughed heartily. Who knows what you're thinking? That incident at the Konpeki Plaza was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Weeks have passed, and it seems as though that deal never transpired at all. What happened? Did you end up double-crossing the client? Rogue, you know me that I conduct my business with integrity. What Valerie refrained from saying was that when others disregard the rules, she sees no reason to adhere to them herself. Yet, the constraints of rules are reciprocal. Rogue, understanding yet silent, had heard tales of a previous Valerie deal that had been sabotaged by mercenaries, leading to the discovery of the mercenary's corpse in an alley the next day. Stripped of parts, the scene... I don't provoke others, nor do I invite trouble. Isn't that the essence of our intermediary role? Valerie raised her nearly empty glass, toasting to Johnny Silverhand. Rogue grimaced, reluctantly lifting her glass and muttering, Fine, to that scoundrel. Damn. Can't she ever say something nice? Johnny cursed vehemently. I could tea that moment. Valerie received a call, excusing herself from Rogue to step out to V. What's the matter? Jack just informed me he landed a deal. Supposedly in Pacifica. Good grief, he dares to take on a deal in Pacifica? Are you following him? I am. He just exited a church, and I'm trailing behind. All right, keep an eye on him that I'm heading to Pacifica immediately. Just as Valerie hung up on V, preparing to drive, her phone buzzed again. Frowning, she noticed the caller ID displayed Judy Alvarez. Really, let's not speak of people in the day and ghosts at night. Chapter 20. Misfortunes never come alone, Judy. What's going on? Valerie asked, gripping the steering wheel as she anxiously drove towards Pacifica. Valerie, do you recall the heist at the Compiki Plaza? Judy queried. Get to the point. It was Evelyn Parker who vanished first. She has been missing for weeks, and I want to find her. Are you discussing business with me now? Valerie's car skidded as she drifted past an intersection. I remember you promised me a friendly price. Judy felt apprehensive, uncertain if Valerie would still honor that after so long. We could discuss payment later. Do you have any contacts at Clouds? A few. Then go inquired. I'm busy with other matters. Valerie hung up and parked a roadside corner, glancing at the Empire Mall before dialing V's number to V. Where are you now? Valerie asked in a low voice. Jack just followed a large black guy upstairs. There are voodoo boys guarding the stairs, and I can't follow that he'll come down soon. Find a place to hide so he doesn't see you. Valerie opened the glove compartment, retrieving a holstered gun belt, fastening it around her waist. Why? V inquired. The voodoo boys will connect mercenaries to their sea god network. Whatever Jack sees, they will too. Valerie drew her gun, checking the magazine and chamber before attaching the silencer. Damn, what should I do? V cursed quietly, instinctively moving to a corner, lighting a cigarette while casting furtive glances towards the staircase. Just keep a close watch. I know Jack's target location. You only need to monitor him. Valerie instructed. Once we arrive at the destination, we'll naturally rendezvous. She filled the magazine with bullets and tucked it under her arm, closing the glove compartment. Are you planning to charge in alone? Johnny's figure appeared beside the car, leaning against the door with a grin that I've done it before. Do be quiet, as I'm cleaning up your mess, Valerie retorted tersely. What does this have to do with me? Johnny exclaimed in astonishment. You'll find out soon enough. Valerie dismissed him. Just then, her phone buzzed again. Judy, any updates? You were right. She returned to Clouds. But my friends there say she has been in trouble for 2 or 3 days. All right, I'll find someone to investigate. Wait for my news. Valerie hung up and dialed Lucy. What is up? Lucy answered. Urgent matter. I can't get away and I'm sending you 8,000 eddies. First, go to Afterlife and recruit 3 or 4 capable hands. Then lead them to the old electropower plant at Charter Hill. Evelyn Parker has been taken there. Get her out for me. Evelyn Parker? All right, I'll keep you posted, Lucy said before hanging up. From a distance, Valerie spotted the voodoo boys watching. Taking a deep breath to time her entry perfectly, she activated her Sandevistan and slipped into the mall's garage unnoticed, with her memory guiding her. Valerie adeptly avoided the animal gang patrols, reaching the Cinema-S back door. Meanwhile, Jack arrived at the Empire Mall's parking lot, encountering the voodoo boys lurking. Following their instructions, Jack entered the garage through the mall's back door, but was soon spotted by the animal gang. Leading to an exchange of fire, V hurriedly dialed Valerie's number, only to be met with a service unavailable notification. Damn, you're out of service now, V fumed. Inside the cinema, Valerie aimed her gun at the Netwatch operative before her. Hearing gunfire from outside. Don't be nervous. I'm not with the voodoo boys. Hey, you're pointing a gun at me. The Netwatch agent raised their hands and I need to ensure we can discuss business calmly. Valerie smiled, yet her gun remained raised. Oh, I'm not certain what we have to trade. I know your mission. You want to shut down the voodoo boys BBS and access their Sea God network, correct? How do you know? The Netwatch operative frowned. I'm an intermediary. I have my sources. So let us discuss business. I can ensure you remain safe when that oaf bursts in, and I can help you dismantle the voodoo boy stronghold and gain access to the Sea God network. That sounds tempting, but what about the compensation? Trading with the company. You must be insane, Johnny interjected from the side. Valerie ignored him, continuing, as for compensation, just help that oaf deal with the voodoo boys and assist my 2 hackers in cleaning their records. It's that simple. That is not too difficult, but how can you deliver what you claim? The Netwatch operative asked skeptically. You'll find out soon enough, Valerie replied, lowering her gun as the gunfire grew nearer. Jack had engaged with the Wild King outside, and after exchanging several blows, it was evident he was at a disadvantage. The Wild King tackled Jack to the ground, pulling out a data cable to connect to Jack's port. At that moment, V appeared, delivering a punch to the Wild King's forehead, sending her staggering back to V. Jack looked at V in confusion. V assumed a fighting stance, addressing the Wild King. "Now, let me take a turn sparring with you." The Wild King lunged forward, throwing several punches, but V deftly dodged, seizing the opportunity to land a straight punch to the Wild King's face. "Did I ask this the best you can do?" V mocked with a smile. Enraged, the Wild King charged at V, only to be met with V's activated berserk implant, and a series of powerful strikes sent her crashing to the ground, unconscious. "Chica, what are you doing here?" Jack asked, rubbing his bruised face. "Less chit-chat. Finish your job?" V replied brusquely. "It's Jack," and V entered the cinema. Jack realized he had lost communication with Placid. They brandished their firearms and cautiously opened the door to the projection room, only to be astonished to find Valerie standing beside the Netwatch agent, a cigarette dangling from her lips. "Put the gun away," Valerie said. Although Jack was baffled by the situation, he instinctively complied. Once Jack had stowed his weapon, Valerie stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to his forehead. "Have you grown some sense? How dare you engage in business with the Voodoo Boys? Haven't you ever heard of Ranyon? What does that mean?" Jack asked, utterly bewildered. "It means wipe your feet and toss it aside," V replied softly. Valerie turned to the Netwatch agent and commanded, "Hand it over." The agent produced a chip and handed it to Valerie, who then tossed it into Jack's hands. "Later, you and V will go settle accounts with Placid. I'll take care of Netwatch and the Sea God. Please try to be clever, Jack. Don't let the prospect of a big deal cloud your judgment." "Got it. You're just like my mother," Jack grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Shall I call Mrs. Wells and have her lock you up for another year and a half?" Valerie retorted, pointing angrily to the door. "Please no, my dear sister." Jack pleaded hastily. "Then remember this lesson." Chapter 21. The Black Wall and the Sea God. Hey. Keymount SA and knock echoed through the church in Taiping State, causing two members of the Voodoo Boys to cautiously reach for their weapons. One of them, gripping a handgun, carefully opened the wooden door. As the door cracked open, he caught sight of a silenced weapon aimed directly at his forehead. Before the Voodoo member could react, the figure outside pulled the trigger, and a splash of blood erupted at the foot of the stairs. The other Voodoo member was splattered with his companion's blood and instinctively opened his mouth to scream a warning. But no sound emerged. The woman before him seemed to have appeared out of thin air. One hand held a gun pointing into the depths of the tunnel, while the other brandished a knife pressed against her throat. "Shoo!" Valerie waited until the Voodoo thug had drawn his last breath before withdrawing the dagger. "Are the cybernetic enhancements in 2077 truly that terrifying?" Johnny asked as he materialized before Valerie. "Mine is high-end. However, I can't use it for extended periods. The heat from a load would fry both your chip and my brain," Valerie responded. Valerie proceeded along the pitch-black tunnel until she reached the abandoned Intercontinental Maglev station. The members of the Voodoo Boys were preoccupied, completely unaware that intruders had infiltrated right under their noses. "If I were you, I would just toss a few grenades in," Johnny urged. Valerie shot him a glare, then sheathed her dagger, producing a flashbang from her waist. The sound of metal rolling successfully captured the attention of the Voodoo hackers. As they discerned what was rolling on the ground, a blinding light erupted. Amidst the cacophony of gasps and screams, Valerie stood up from behind cover, dual-wielding her weapons. After a barrage of gunfire, Valerie confirmed there were no survivors and holstered her two handguns. She approached the server console and began scrutinizing the Voodoo Boys' logs. "Wait, Otter!" Johnny exclaimed, noticing a fleeting name in the logs and quickly stopping Valerie. The one who orchestrated the theft of the relic is their true backer. They intend to lure Otter Cunningham out from behind the Black Wall using you. Once they acquire the relic," Valerie explained without pausing her examination. "What do they want with Otter? And what exactly is the Black Wall?" Silverhand pressed eagerly. "You should be familiar with Bartmoss, right?" Valerie halted her actions. She had finished reviewing the recent logs and found no indication of how the Voodoo Boys discovered that the relic housed Silverhand's consciousness. "Bartmoss? Of course, I'm aware. His wanted posters were plastered everywhere. And the virus he unleashed was no small affair. Silverhand replied that IT was far more catastrophic than you realized. Bartmoss's virus caused nearly every AI in existence to spiral out of control, forcing nations to sever their critical infrastructures from the internet entirely. It was akin to a cyber tsunami that if surfing the web was considered riding the waves, then in the nearly 2 decades following 2022, going online felt like plunging into raging waters, with drowning imminent at any moment. Around 2040, NetWatch managed to gather dozens of hackers to devise a firewall program to contain the rampant AIs. This program is known as the Black Wall, but many are unaware that the Black Wall itself is an AI. But what does this have to do with Otter? Johnny asked impatiently. Thanks to you, in 2023, your reckless actions inadvertently freed her, releasing an AI equipped with all the technological data from the Arasaka data fortress. Her power has surpassed anything you could fathom, Johnny. The Voodoo Boys seek to draw her out, so she can create a breach in the Black Wall, allowing them to cross to the other side with their families. Valerie said, exasperation evident in her tone. That moment, Valerie's communicator chimed. It was Lucy calling that we retrieve the individual, but she's in a coma. What should we do next? Lucy stated nonchalantly. First, have her taken to Old Way. I'll arrange her matters when I have time. Can you assist me in remotely copying some data? Valerie instructed. Let me see how much data there is. I'm currently outside and can't dive deep. Lucy replied. Valerie extracted the data cable from her wrist and connected it to the console, then said to Lucy, see if you can manage to copy their sea god. Lucy began accessing the Voodoo Boys database through Valerie's link. Goodness, are these people insane? They actually plan to live on the other side of the Black Wall. Have they lost their minds? Lucy scowled. Did they not develop a subnetwork for the sea god to protect them? Valerie inquired. Protect? Nonsense. I know all too well what lies on the other side of the Black Wall. They've merely created a shoddy imitation of the Black Wall and believe they can emulate cowboy cyber pioneers. With their sea god, it's questionable whether it could last a millisecond on the old network. It's utterly delusional, Lucy scoffed. So, this sea god is entirely worthless. Valerie frowned that IT holds no value beyond the Black Wall. However, on this side, it could be considered a rather decent intelligent IC. For an average hacker, breaching it would be quite challenging, and it also facilitates encrypted communications. Can we take a copy with us? Valerie asked. You can forget about copying the entire thing. To accommodate such a vast data volume, you need to prepare a storage server of equivalent scale, along with a sufficiently robust data cable. However, I could attempt to copy its AI model and source code. That way, the files won't be too large that we could later use them to create a simplified version of the AI. But if there are conditions, I'd advise you to just take their entire server. It would save a lot of trouble, Lucy replied. Moving it is out of the question. NetWatch has already reserved it. Valerie stated that I made a deal with them, trading it for your and T-Bug's clearance. After a brief silence, Lucy spoke again. I've finished copying the data, and thank you. Half an hour later, the NetWatch agent arrived with several individuals and began working around the Voodoo Boys servers. It seems you've taken something? The NetWatch agent inquired. I trust it won't pose any issues for you. Valerie responded nonchalantly. You should be aware of what the Voodoo Boys intend to do with it, right? The NetWatch agent asked, furrowing his brow. His subordinates ceased their tasks and turned their attention to Valerie. Don't you dare intimidate me, Valerie retorted sharply. With that little data, once you take it back, the Black Wall will seal up any breach in under 10 minutes. Besides, I'm not among those foolish idiots who would willingly poke a hole in the Black Wall for trouble. The NetWatch agent chuckled, signaling his subordinates to continue their work. Isn't this what we agreed upon? Valerie asked, her hand resting on her holster. Unlike the Voodoo Boys, that bounty on those 2 hackers has already vanished. Their files are simply missing, the NetWatch agent replied with a grin, and I must say, how fortunate I am to encounter such a capable intermediary like you. Valerie tilted her head and replied, you never intended to seek an intermediary for your covert operations. I understand your rules. I won't disclose anything about the Black Wall. I also prefer not to be pestered by a swarm of foolish hackers. We seem to be on the same page. I hope for future opportunities to collaborate. Let us skip that. This is merely a chance encounter. Let's part on good terms, Valerie said before turning to leave. Perhaps she would need to deal with NetWatch again in the future, but for now, she had no desire to become entangled with them. After exiting the church, Valerie dialed Jack's number. Jack, how are things on your end? What about Placid? All settled. Jack replied with a grin. That guy was still talking back, even at death's door, and he got torn apart by V. Well, that's a relief, Valerie reprimanded. Jack, be more cautious with future deals. Got it. After Valerie hung up, she prepared to call Judy, contemplating what would be a suitable offer. Perhaps I should also take stock of my assets. Chapter 22. The show V. What are you up to? Valerie was calling V in the Badlands. Damn, I should have driven this car into the Badlands. V exclaimed, swaying left and right in the driver's seat, nearly spilling yesterday's meal. Now you understand why I borrowed Mitch's car last time. Right? Valerie said with malicious glee that I asked. Why did you call? V angrily retorted. If there's nothing, I'm hanging up. I was going to invite you to check out the festivities in Japantown, but since you're out of town, forget I teed up you by the way. Why are you out of the city? It's Pannon. He said he urgently needs to see me. Sounds pretty urgent. Damn. What a terrible road. V cursed in response. Pan and Valerie pondered, recalling that this should be related to Soul being kidnapped by the Ripper gang. She and T expected Pannon to seek out V directly instead of coming to her. That girl, trying to cut out the middleman. Huh. I guess you'll be spending the night outside the city. Good luck with that. I'll 1TB your middleman. With that, Valerie hung up the phone. Damn. Can't you share a little more information? V's car jolted again, and she cursed under her breath. In the evening, Valerie arrived at the upper levels of Japantown, settled at a stall, and ordered 2 skewers of yakitori. She savored her skewers. She awaited her companion. The sky gradually darkened, and the crowd thickened, likely all there to witness tonight's Arasaka festival. A figure in a white vest squeezed through the throng, and Valerie waved her over. You're late. If you had come earlier, you wouldn't have had to push through this crowd, Valerie remarked. Lucy shot her an exasperated glance and replied, Wasn't it because I was helping you train the AI that I nearly lost track of time? All right, I'll take the blame for not calling to remind you. What chaos are you planning to stir up tonight? Lucy inquired with a frown. Arasaka Hanako will be attending this event, Valerie replied nonchalantly. What? Are you planning to take her out? Johnny interjected. I'm not an idiot. Even if I wanted to act, I wouldn't choose this moment. Why would I help Arasaka Raijin? You mean something will happen tonight? Lucy whispered. If I'm involved, it will. Valerie replied ambiguously, but right now. I am merely an onlooker, so it's uncertain. She couldn't be sure. Without her involvement, would Takamura come to meet Arasaka Hanako himself? As the floats took their positions, a massive holographic projection appeared above the street, signaling the start of the Arasaka festival. With no task at hand, Valerie could now fully appreciate the parade floats. After all, this was a visual spectacle crafted at great expense by Arasaka. Something up? Lucy quietly pointed toward the billboard that it seems he has still come. Valerie recalled that a sniper was supposed to be stationed there, but now the sniper had vanished. Who is he? Johnny asked curiously. How to describe him, the last samurai of Arasaka? What a load of crap. Johnny scoffed. Suddenly, Lucy seemed to spot something and nervously ducked behind Valerie. What's wrong? Valerie asked in confusion, but on the float. That is Adam Smasher. Lucy's voice came through gritted teeth from behind her. Don't worry. I'm here. Valerie feigned indifference as she glanced at the float, catching sight of Adam Smasher patrolling. As if sensing her gaze, Adam turned to look in Valerie's direction. In that instant, their eyes crossed. Damn Adam Smasher. How is he still alive? Johnny gritted his teeth. I will settle scores with him. But not now. Valerie's words were directed at both Lucy and Johnny. She patted Lucy's shoulder, signaling her to relax. As the float passed, Valerie noticed that all 3 sniper positions were vacant and told Lucy, Let us go. Things might get chaotic soon. Just as the 2 were descending the elevator to the ground level, they heard the crowd above erupt in gasps. Looks like Takemura has succeeded, Valerie said, lighting a cigarette. Takemura, that's Arasaka-Saro's bodyguard, right? Lucy asked in surprise. This guy is a blockhead. He wants to bring down Arasaka Raijin, and tonight he needs to see Arasaka Hanako. But with Adam Smasher up there, how can he possibly manage? Lucy frowned. I used to wonder the same, Valerie said, glancing at the float that had now stopped overhead. But once I started playing the middleman in schemes, I began to understand. Arasaka Hanako is likely a decoy. If it's meant to lure a bodyguard, that decoy is a bit too grand. Lucy mused, "It's meant to draw out all the high-ranking loyalists to Arasaka Saburo." Valerie replied, casually, "What exactly does Arasaka Raijin intend to do?" Lucy felt increasingly confused about the unfolding events. Arasaka Raijin wants to challenge the corporate structure. His previous mafia approach failed. Now he seeks to control Arasaka and dismantle it from within. Arasaka Saburo's son wants to overthrow the company. That is probably the funniest joke I've heard. Johnny scoffed, "T1T succeed. At most, he'll just bring down the Arasaka enterprise." Valerie called for a car and took the driver's seat. But there are more than just Arasaka in this world of megacorporations. In a sense, he is as naive as Johnny Silverhand. Better than some who sit idly by and wait for death. Johnny grumbled. Night City is a treacherous place, not to mention the three corporate giants already established, Arasaka, Militech, and Kongtao, and let us not forget Zeta Tech. Kanth Biotechnica, and even Petrochem are all lurking. Also, don't forget how Night City got its name. Night? Lucy, sitting in the passenger seat, replied with a serious expression. Yes, we should observe the changes and seek our opportunity. Valerie started the car and left Japantown. In a few days, I plan to visit Dogtown. Are you coming? Valerie asked. If Night City is a cesspool, then Dogtown is the foulest part of the cesspool. Lucy wrinkled her nose. I'm not going to that hellhole. She had briefly stayed in Dogtown while evading Arasaka in the past. The place felt utterly uninhabitable. I'm quite curious about what a place like Dogtown, free from corporate oversight, is like, Johnny said, lounging in the back seat. Valerie scoffed in response. There is no real escape from the corporate grasp in this world. The difference lies merely in whether they feed you crap openly or in secret. Chapter 23. The offer. Speaking of which, have you decided how much you want to charge? After a rough day in the Badlands, V returned to Night City and headed to Afterlife. Seeking a couple of drinks to settle her stomach, she encountered Valerie at the bar, also drinking, and approached her with a question. I don't recall owing you money. Valerie feigned ignorance, retorting to go to hell. V laughed and scolded, raising her cocktail glass and sipping through a straw. I'm talking about Judy. Didn't you help her rescue Evelyn Parker from the scavs? I'm considering it. Valerie replied after taking a sip. I have a plan, but I can't say how reliable it is. You're actually doubting your own plan? V teased. I thought you always had everything figured out. Valerie shot V a glance and replied curtly. That last job was a total setup because of you. So, care to share it so I can help you strategize? V asked curiously. Valerie scanned the surroundings, ensuring no tiger claws were present, then leaned in and whispered to V. I plan to take over Cloud. What the hell? Cloud. Take it over. V thought Valerie might have short-circuited in her brain. She was actually considering taking over one of Night City's largest dens of iniquity. Keep your voice down, Valerie smacked V's shoulder. The Tiger Claws are a bunch of useless thugs, and the girls working there have a lot of grievances. Judy has some connections at Cloud, and if I put in a bit of effort, taking it over shouldn't be a problem. The challenge lies in the subsequent management. I can't handle such a massive operation alone. Plus, if I snatch Cloud from the Tiger Claws, they won't sit idly by. I can't monitor it constantly. You're suggesting collaborating with a gang? V frowned. She recalled that aside from the Tiger Claws, there were only scattered scavs in Japantown, and the Vortex gang from the North District couldn't even step into Japantown. You need to find a local player to collaborate with. A gang? Who can we rely on? Valerie counted on her fingers for V, mentioning the Tiger Claw gang, saying, I am currently planning to extract its fangs. Then she referred to the Whirlpool gang as a quintessential cyber-psychopath as for the Moxes. She asserted that securing the Lizzie's bar would be a wise choice. Scavengers, scum, dregs, a scattered mess, she lamented. The local snake? You should talk to Waka. V seized the moment to respond. I do know Waka now, but we are far from familiar. As the saying goes, fellow travelers are often rivals, especially with someone like Waka, a local intermediary. Valerie continued speaking while fixing her gaze on V. V felt a pang of confusion and inquired, What are you staring at me for? How about you take the lead this time? Valerie suggested. V swiftly declined. What nonsense. I'm merely a mercenary. If you want me to smash up the Cloud Top, that's negotiable. But don't ask me for long-term dealings. I'm not sending you to negotiate business. I want you to have a chat with Waka. Just mention that someone disapproves of the Tiger Claw gang's misdeeds, and intends to smash up the cloud op. See what she thinks, Valerie explained while fiddling with her lighter. V pondered for a moment before asking, if Waka asks me whose idea it is, how should I respond? Just say it's a lead you heard from me, and then see if she intends to negotiate with you or come directly to me. Valerie replied, all right then, I can give it a try, V said, just as she suddenly recalled something and curiously asked, by the way, I heard you're planning a venture into Dogtown? Yes, I plan to go in a few days. I need time to find someone to arrange the paperwork. After all, that place isn't governed by Night City, Valerie smiled and countered. Why? Are you interested? A bit I heard from the street folks that there's going to be a lavish banquet there. And all the prominent figures will attend, V remarked. Her tone tinged with yearning to V, then shifted her gaze, squinting at Valerie. But I think with your temperament, unless absolutely necessary, you wouldn't go to such places. Would you? Valerie paused her fiddling with the lighter and answered evasively, V, do you truly intend to be a mercenary for the rest of your life? Why? Is it related to me? V raised an eyebrow. If the chip is stuck in your brain and can't be removed, then yes, Valerie pointed at the chip slot, responding calmly. What does that have to do with being a mercenary? V inquired further. My mercenary career ended when I left Dogtown. Valerie glanced at the array of glasses hanging above the bar, her expression tinged with melancholy. Both physically and mentally, you wish to go back once more? V questioned, perplexed by Valerie's thoughts. If given another chance, V would certainly avoid the Kempiki Plaza. This time, I have no intention of going in as a pawn, Valerie replied with a smile, mainly because I feel that the companies in Night City have been living a bit too comfortably. Without some change, I find it quite dull. That I love hearing that. Johnny chimed in from the other side. Is it dangerous? V asked, in Night City, is there any work that isn't dangerous? Valerie replied in a low voice. It's far more thrilling than your petty thefts. And you even get the chance to face the new president of America. What? You can't be. V asked, her face filled with wariness. Are you trying to lure me onto your pirate ship? Interested in joining me on a Back to the Future journey? Valerie openly admitted, producing a pack of cigarettes and offering it to V. V tapped her fingers on the table, contemplating for several seconds. Finally, as if making a firm decision, she extracted a cigarette from the offered pack and placed it in her mouth. So, how will the payment work this time? Valerie ignited her lighter, lighting V's cigarette as she replied, in the Dogtown black market. Feel free to purchase any light weapons or cyberware you fancy. I'll foot the bill. If we manage to take over the cloud op, aside from the share for Waka, we'll split the rest evenly. Lastly, I'll find a way to procure for you a mysterious gift that military-grade technology doesn't sell outside. You're painting quite the grand picture, V remarked, now acutely aware of the perilous nature of this venture. A thrill sparking a smile on her lips. It indeed sounds like a significant undertaking. Painting pictures is precisely the role of an intermediary, Valerie replied with a grin. I can agree to your terms. V stated earnestly, but you must promise me. Don't bring Jack along this time. Of course. I'll only arrange for the two of us, Valerie assured with a smile. Upon hearing this, V couldn't help but curl her lips in a smirk. So you've already calculated me into your plans? Haven to you. Aha. Initially, I intended to give it to you regardless of your agreement, Valerie said, playfully resting her hand on V's shoulder. Besides, if you don't agree, a free pass in a Dogtown is still a good deal. Damn it, corporate dogs are always scheming. V laughed and cursed, then stood up, saying I'll contact Waka first and see if we can negotiate the cloud up. I'll await your good news. Valerie raised her glass. I'm also looking forward to visiting the upscale establishments of 2077. Johnny chimed in cheerfully. You, and what right do you have? Just go, V retorted. Chapter 24, Cloud Top Judy. How is Evelyn Parker doing? Early in the morning, on the balcony of the Cloud Top, Valerie and V encountered a haggard Judy. Thank goodness you reminded me to tie her up first. I didn't expect she had gone through so much. Judy trailed off, sniffing. Judy, it will pass, Valerie reassured her, patting her shoulder. This is V. You've met before, right? Valerie gestured toward V, who stood beside her. Judy glanced between V and Valerie and asked, Last time I wanted to ask her, what is your relationship with each other? Valerie chuckled, but didn't respond. V rolled her eyes and said, If you had asked that question last time at Lizzie's, I might not have boarded her pirate ship. Now that you ask, I can only say no comment. Let us set aside these trivial matters. We are here to discuss business with Maiko Maeda. Valerie redirected the conversation. I'll open the door, Judy said, walking toward a junction box on the balcony. She skillfully opened it and began fiddling with the wires that, oh, this kind of protection. It can't be the first time you've done this. Do you know how to bypass their system? V inquired with interest. Oh. You know about this? Valerie chuckled, asking if V rolled her eyes again. Ignoring her, a tea should be possible. I suspect they haven't made any updates since I left last time. Judy replied, seems I was right. It's as flimsy as paper. After finishing her task, she closed the box and said, follow me. Judy opened the door to the balcony, leading Valerie and V into the lavishly decorated office. Maiko Maeda, seated behind the desk, extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray. She intended to say, it's a pleasure to see you, but she despised lying, as well as uninvited guests, which she knew all too well. Indeed, and I understand why you dislike it, Judy retorted sharply, but we are here to discuss the cloud-top matter. What? You want to return? That's fine. You know I value your skills, Maeda remarked disdainfully, bringing this pair of twins along. Is it for a joint application? Upon hearing this, Valerie's eye twitched, while V, uninterested in indulging her, stepped forward, gripping Maeda by her neck and lifting her from the chair, threatening, I dislike your tone and even more your words. People in your line of work should know how Jotaro Kujo met his demise, right? Do you think your neck is as tough as his skull? Maiko Maeda suddenly recalled that she had recently learned how Jotaro Kujo died. That man had been literally choked to death, his skull crushed, leaving his brains a mess. What do you want? Maeda's voice quivered as she asked. The Tiger Claw goon will arrive in a few minutes. So let us keep it brief and discuss business, Valerie said, taking a cigarette from Maeda's desk and lighting it. I want the Tiger Claw gang out of Cloud Top, and in return, I'll ensure you take Sato Hiromi's position. What do you think? Is this a lucrative deal? Just the three of you. Although Maeda was being choked, she still doubted their ability to evict the Tiger Claw gang from Cloud Top. That V scoffed at her skepticism. Have you heard of the name Kenji Tachi? That guy's about to step on Regina Jones's toes. Guess who orchestrated that? And what about that shiny factory on Veroni Street in Little Chinatown, Bong? V declared, releasing her grip, causing Maeda to slump back into her chair. What you need to do is simple. Summon the leader of the Tiger Claw gang to the rooftop apartment of Sato Hiromi in the next couple of days. As for the rest, I'll handle it. After Valerie finished speaking, she gestured for V and Judy to take their leave. Oh, by the way, Valerie paused at the door. Make sure to send someone to collect Wofel's corpse. Consider it an advance payment from me. A few minutes later, the trio stealthily infiltrated the office of the Woodman. Who are you? Oswald Willister, known as the Woodman, had just drawn his gun when V swiftly approached and struck it from his hand with a resounding slap. Before he could muster another attempt at resistance, V delivered a powerful punch, rendering him unconscious. Dragging him like a lifeless carcass, V pulled him to the window, flung it open, and unceremoniously tossed him outside. Let's go. We'll await news from Maiko Maeda tomorrow. This scoundrel is merely an appetizer. Valerie nonchalantly discarded her cigarette, but out the window. Upon reaching the ground floor, they beheld the shattered remnants of the Woodman sprawled across the street. Judy, recalling Evelyn's harrowing experiences, couldn't help but spit in disdain at the fallen figure. They only waited a day before Judy received word from Maiko Maeda, informing her that the leader of the Tiger Claw gang would be arriving at Hiromi Sato's apartment today to hold the Woodman accountable. Valerie immediately gathered Judy, V, and Jack, and they proceeded to the base of the Cloud Top. Meanwhile, Lucy, connected remotely, stood ready to provide support at a moment's notice. The Connor team's hover car had already departed, expected to arrive in 5 minutes. They would launch the assault upon receiving the signal. When did you acquire the hover car? V inquired. It's merely a rental, Valerie replied. Hover cars are exorbitantly priced, and to fly within the city, one must navigate a plethora of bureaucratic red tape. Judy and I will handle their systems in the maintenance level. Jack and V, wait for my signal at the main entrance. The mercenaries will breach from the balcony, while you two enter through the front, executing a pincer maneuver to eliminate the Tiger Claw guards. Be mindful not to harm the guests or the performers. Understood? The group nodded in affirmation. Then let us proceed in stages. Judy and I shall go first. Valerie concluded, beckoning Judy into the elevator. In the maintenance level, there are only 3 Tiger Claw guards. Judy turned to Valerie and asked, "You should be fine, right?" Valerie smiled but remained silent, revealing her mantis blades from her arms. In less than 10 seconds, Valerie dispatched the 3 thugs. Judy barely caught a glimpse of their shadows. "It seems the powered exoskeleton I crafted for you will go unused," Judy remarked as she fiddled with the Cloud Top's wiring enclosure. "It's still in the trunk. Who knows when it might come in handy again," Valerie replied, lighting a cigarette and waiting patiently. "Damn it, perhaps the Woodman's demise has heightened their vigilance, and they've altered the security layer." Judy slammed her fist against the wall in frustration. "Lucy, it's your turn." Valerie stepped forward, producing a signal receiver and plugging it into the console. Lucy swiftly breached the security layer, infiltrating their system's back end and taking control of the Cloud Top security. "You can ascend via the external elevator," Lucy instructed. Valerie entered the elevator alone, as Judy had to remain behind in the maintenance level. V. "Jack, are you in position?" Valerie inquired from the elevator. "We've been ready for a while." V responded, "What about Connor's team?" "They're already on standby at the balcony," Lucy replied. "But let's get started. I've reached the rooftop." Valerie exited the elevator to the Cloud Top's entrance. V and Jack swaggered in, and the receptionist was about to greet them when V brandished his gun, pointing it at her head. "Hands on your head and crouch down, or you won't live to tell the tale," V threatened. Jack, also drawing his twin pistols, entered the service area while saying, "V, when this is over, you need to vouch for me to Misty. I did not come here for leisure." Meanwhile, Valerie had leaped from the rooftop to the apartment balcony, swiftly and silently neutralizing the bodyguards within the penthouse before arriving at the door to the meeting room. "The Cloud Top is secure. Connor's team is returning to the hover car and will rendezvous with you shortly," Lucy relayed through the communication channel. Just as Valerie reached the door, she overheard a heated argument in Japanese. The voice boomed about the management of the Cloud Top plummeting from above, resulting in a ghastly fate, all while the culprit remained elusive. How detrimental to their business. Valerie boldly pushed open the door and strode inside, stating, "As of this moment, the state of your business is no longer your concern." Maiko Maeda, recognizing the gravity of the situation, stepped aside silently, massaging her temples, while Hiromi Sato shouted, "Who the hell are you?" "Where are the security?" "They're all dead," Valerie retorted coldly. "And you're far too loud." Drawing her prelude from behind her, she raised her weapon and executed a clean shot, obliterating Hiromi Sato's head. She then turned her gaze toward the remaining 2 high-ranking members of the Tiger Claw gang. "As for you two, Wakako has decreed that your lives should be spared. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, you will obediently descend the elevator." "Who do you think you are?" the Tiger Claw leader spat. But before he could finish, a disturbance outside caught their attention. They turned to the window, only to see a black-painted Atlas hovercar hovering ominously outside Point 4M 251's emerge from the open side doors, their dark muzzles trained on them. "And what do you think you are now?" Valerie sneered. "If you know what's good for you, get moving. I might even save a couple of bullets in light of this development." The 2 Tiger Claw leaders dared not retaliate, their faces dark as they exited the meeting room. Once they stepped into the elevator, Valerie waved her hand toward the hovercar. The mercenary captain aboard the hovercar nodded at Valerie before closing the side door. Once the hovercar departed, the previously silent Maiko Maeda furrowed her brow and asked, "The Cloud Top is yours now, but how can you ensure the Tiger Claw gang won't return?" Currently, Arasaka is in disarray, and the Tiger Claw's backing cannot afford to be distracted. Some interests they wish to retain will have to be relinquished. Moreover, this is Wakako's concern. She certainly didn't acquire 40% of the Cloud Top's shares for nothing. Valerie stepped forward, seizing a katana from the table. She abruptly unsheathed it, pressing the blade against Maiko Maeda's neck as she spoke. "I know you possess ambition and understand the rules of the game. With Hiromi Sato's position and this apartment now yours, I expect you to devise a new operational plan swiftly. I shall grant you 10% of the Cloud Top's dividends. However, let me caution you. Should the Cloud Top engage in the sort of sordid activities that the Woodman indulged in, your fate will mirror his." After delivering her warning, Valerie returned the katana to its sheath, chuckling as she patted Maiko Maeda's shoulder and exited the room, as if the menacing figure from moments ago was a mere illusion. "Do you know what's more revolting than a corporate dog?" Johnny mocked, appearing beside Valerie. Those who aspire to run a corporation. How unfortunate. I used to be a corporate dog myself. Even more unfortunate is that the world we live in now still adheres to market economics. And it's far worse than the year 2023 you hail from. Chapter 25, Shadows of the Past. How's the encrypted communication channel performing? Valerie was testing the communication capabilities of the subnet program, which Lucy had reconstructed from extracted source code and AI models from the Poseidon subnet. Valerie had specifically purchased a new server for this purpose. The performance is excellent, V replied, gripping the steering wheel. By the way, how much did you spend on this setup? Having just obtained a pass for Dogtown, Valerie eagerly enlisted V to head to Pacifica, for she had seen news that the new American president, Myers, had already dispatched his private jet. It didn't cost much. After all, the server I bought is only a fifth of what the Voodoo Boys have. Valerie explained from the passenger seat that I don't need a data fortress. Nor do I require that many people to connect. It was the aquatic cooling system that took considerable effort to install. You actually thought to place the server in the flood-ravaged old district. That's quite the creative idea, Johnny quipped from a back seat. It's a clever solution, utilizing water cooling for thermal management while maintaining stealth, Valerie replied, glancing at the rearview mirror. ICE is being deployed, but the specific results will require further tuning to ascertain. Lucy was also connected to the subnet, overseeing its monitoring and adjustments. By the way, why do I have to drive? V shot Valerie a sideways glance. Because I'm the intermediary. And you're the bodyguard, V, Valerie replied, turning to face her. Damn it, I'm already starting to regret being a mercenary. V grumbled, at least finish this one job. Valerie lit a cigarette, but before she could ignite it, a communication alert chimed. The caller ID displayed the name Song Xiaomei. Can you hear me, Miss Valerie? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Valerie smiled silently, lighting her cigarette. Of course I can. Just wondering who I'm speaking with? Valerie replied, as long as you can hear me. That's good. My name is Song Xiaomei, but you can call me Lark. I know who you are and am aware of your connection to the death of Saburo Arasaka, as well as your condition. Oh, are you threatening me, sir? Valerie responded with a cold laugh. No, not at all. Listen, inserting a relic chip only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. I have a way to completely heal your nerve damage. Provided you can fulfill my commission. Go on. I'm not one to accept just any commission. Valerie feigned disinterest. No, it's not convenient to discuss now. We'll talk once we reach Dogtown. With that, the call ended abruptly. Who was that? V asked Valerie, an inept player in the game. Valerie chuckled in reply. How long do you think this journey will take? Valerie leaned her head out of the car window, observing the queue waiting to pass through security. They had been stuck at the intersection for over 10 minutes. How the hell would I know? This is my first time here. V's fingers drummed impatiently on the steering wheel. After an indeterminate wait, Valerie's vehicle finally made its way through security and entered Dogtown. However, scarcely had they entered when Lucy's voice came through the subnet link. Valerie, someone is attempting to hack into your system. I can see the source of the attack is Blackwall. Valerie replied. It's her. Let her in. I hope you won't regret this, Lucy cautioned. Johnny, you should log off for now. Valerie glanced at Johnny Silverhand, who was lounging in the back seat with his legs crossed. What? Before Johnny could finish a sentence, he transformed into a stream of data and vanished from the back seat. Unlike the time when his chip was fused with his brain, Valerie now possessed the highest command authority over the relic chip. I must admit, I can't breach your ICE just yet. The hacker behind you clearly surpasses my predictions. Song Xiaomei's figure replaced Johnny's position. So, Miss Nightingale, can you elaborate on the mission details? Valerie asked coldly. Currently, my physical body is aboard Ark 1. The President of the new United States, Rosalind Myers, is directly across from me. And Valerie responded flatly. You don't seem surprised at all, having witnessed Saburo Arasaka being choked to death by his own son. Even if Myers were standing before me, I wouldn't find it surprising. Now, get to the specifics of the mission. Our plane has been hacked, and we are currently heading towards Night City. We are likely to crash land in Dogtown shortly. It seems someone is interfering, and our regular communications have been disrupted. I can only hack into your relic and speak with you. So you've been hacked, right? With your skills, can't you just counter-hack? Valerie flicked ash from her cigarette out the window. I could, but I need 24 hours and all my equipment with unlimited coffee. Right now, I have none of that. Since you know we're crash landing in Dogtown, why not seek out a middleman there? Valerie continued. Are you referring to Mr. Hans? He was a former executive at Petrochem. Are you suggesting the new American president ask a Dixie to assist? So it seems I'm your only hope? Valerie chuckled. V, who was driving, glanced at Valerie, puzzled by her sudden laughter. Yes, ensuring the president's safety is my primary task for you. The crash landing itself won't pose a threat, but the issue lies within Dogtown. You must rescue the president before anyone else does. Agreed. Now let us discuss our fees for the mission that I can heal your damaged neural core completely. Do you not know that in Night City, the most futile words to a middleman are mere promises? I require something tangible as a down payment. Valerie displayed indifference toward her lofty promises. Your relic, being an experimental model, has a plethora of redundant data. I've optimized it for you and installed military-grade combat software. Valerie raised an eyebrow at the newly loaded combat software on her system interface. Not sufficient that I can acquire this for a higher price on the black market. I need something more practical that I don't believe I currently have anything practical to offer you. I heard your new American CIA possesses a shape-shifting cloaking technology. Give me 2 of those, along with the complete technical documentation. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Song Xiaomei hesitated, asking, How do you know? It's not just you who can look into my affairs, Miss Nightingale. Besides, I want this technology to better fulfill the mission. The CIA would never agree to such a request. I'm not asking the CIA. I'm asking you, Song Xiaomei, Valerie asserted firmly. After a brief silence, Song Xiaomei relented that I'll send you the technical documents immediately, but you'll need to find the hardware on your own. I can only provide an address. With that, she transmitted a set of files to Valerie. I don't wish to be unreasonable, but we are opposing Hansen on his turf in Dogtown, that I understand. I suggest you find a vantage point to observe the crash site. I think the rooftop of that construction site would be quite suitable. No, if I encounter danger up there, should I jump or stay put? I don't have a parachute, Valerie retorted, exasperated. All right, but I do recommend finding a place that can confirm the crash site swiftly that I'm the middleman. Please don't instruct me on how to do my job. Miss Employer, Valerie glanced at V, who had parked the car at the roadside, waiting patiently. Did you bring the gear? V didn't answer, but merely produced a Karen electromagnetic pistol, racking the slide. Valerie nodded and said, Let us go find a scenic spot. Chapter 26. The crash site. Nightingale, are you still there? Valerie and V stood at a higher elevation, surveying the streets of Dogtown. Yes, what is up? Nightingale's digital avatar appeared beside Valerie. I suggest you prepare for shock resistance. That no sooner had Valerie spoken than a surface-to-air missile shot up from deep within Dogtown. What the hell? Before Nightingale could finish, another missile followed suit, the first one detonating in close proximity to the aircraft. The president, you must. Nightingale's voice came through in fragmented bursts. With a resounding explosion, the second missile struck the plane directly, sending it into a rapid descent. Nightingale's communication cut off. Wow, this crash landing is rather loud. The dramatic descent left V momentarily stunned. This is what a crash landing looks like. Now it's our turn to act. Valerie patted V on the shoulder and turned toward the CAR. SV drove towards the crash site. Nightingale reconnected. Okay, I'm back. Sounds like it was quite a fall, Valerie said flatly. Just ejected, safe landing. And the president, before ejection, I secured Myers in the safety pod. Hurry to the wreckage and rescue her. Be quick, I'm on my way. Valerie replied, glancing in the rearview mirror. But now there's bad news. The Phantom's reinforcements are right next to me. Vehicles marked with Phantom livery sped past Valerie's car. Damn, this is quite a show. Even if we get there, it will be challenging to extract her, let alone getting out of Dogtown. V watched the hovering vehicles pass overhead, gritting his teeth. Once we find Myers, we can take her to Elizabeth Crest Street. That's south currently the safest place in Dogtown. Nightingale inadvertently answered V's question. Nightingale mentioned finding a safe location and taking the president there afterward. Valerie said to V, I hope your employer is indeed reliable. V replied anxiously. As they reached the intersection, V spotted the Phantom troops ahead, setting up a blockade. What to do? V parked the car at the roadside and looked at Valerie. While breaching a blockade shouldn't be difficult for the two of us. Valerie pointed to a pile of debris on the left side of the road. But I think we should find a way around. They arrived at a dilapidated second floor and saw 2 Phantom soldiers chatting. Valerie made a throat-slitting gesture, and V nodded. Point one soldier, who was passing a cigarette, had his neck snapped by V, while the other, still processing what had happened to his comrade, was swiftly dispatched by Valerie's mantis blade, which pierced through his throat. In seamless coordination, the pair stealthily made their way to a crane. Below, they observed the Phantom troops engaged in fierce combat with high-tech military combat robots amidst the rubble. "I'll go down and look for her. Cover me," V said, climbing onto the crane's arm. Valerie steadied her confiscated cat-like electromagnetic rifle, aiming at the Phantom soldiers in the debris below. SV jumped down. He smashed one of the 3 Phantom soldiers with his fists, while the other 2, caught off guard, were shot in the head by Valerie in quick succession. As the sound of the cat rifle rang out, V swiftly picked up a fallen D5 Copperhead and began to fire at the Phantom squad ahead. The Phantom squad, unaware of V's presence, was taken out cleanly amid the surprise attack. SV reloaded. Valerie leaped down from the crane, joining V. There are more enemies inside. Valerie peered through the gaps in the collapsed debris, spotting the wreckage of the plane and more Phantom soldiers. As many as there are. "I will kill them all." V replied, pulling the trigger of the D5 Copperhead with determination. V was the first to crawl through the rubble, encountering 2 Phantom soldiers head-on. With decisive efficiency, she pulled the trigger, killing both soldiers with 2 bursts. Then, she swiftly took cover behind a barrier, engaging in a firefight with a returning Phantom soldier. Under the subsequent crossfire of Valerie, the 2 eliminated several more enemies. They alternated in providing cover as they advanced through the ruins of the building, quickly drawing nearer to the wreckage of the aircraft. However, a heavily armored foe stood in their way, brandishing a Type 31 heavy machine gun. Unleashing a relentless barrage in the narrow corridor, effectively sealing off Valerie and V's movements, V retrieved a flashbang. Glancing back at Valerie, who was crouching behind a pillar, she signaled her intention to throw it. And Valerie nodded in response. As Valerie saw V remove the safety pin from the flashbang and toss it outside, she began to charge her Cat Spirit electromagnetic rifle. The moment the blinding flash erupted, Valerie swiftly raised her fully charged rifle and leaned out to fire a tungsten round. A spark flashed at the heavily armored soldier's head, and then his entire skull exploded. After dispatching the enemies present, the 2 hurried into the remains of the aircraft. "Are there any survivors inside?" Nightingale inquired over the comms of a sea of corpses. "I'm searching for the president," V replied, cautiously advancing with her weapon drawn. She approached a half-open door, glancing back at Valerie, who was on guard. Valerie nodded, signaling V to open the door. SV stepped forward and opened it. A woman wielding a rifle lunged forward, attempting to strike V with the butt of her weapon. V reacted swiftly, seizing the rifle stock with one hand while twisting the woman's wrist with the other, pinning her and the weapon against the wall. "Let go," the woman gritted through clenched teeth. "You made the first move. You expect me to let go?" V retorted angrily to V. "Let her go," Valerie called from outside the door. "And Miles, don't do anything reckless. That depends. Who are you?" "I'm V, sent by Nightingale to rescue you." Before she could finish, Valerie suddenly burst in, taking both women down to the ground as an explosion rocked the area outside. "Damn it," President Miles exclaimed, picking up a rifle from the ground and charging outside, cursing as he fired. "You won't let go, will you? Good grief, is the president of New America really this fierce?" V remarked, standing up and retrieving the rifle. She initiated the unification war. "What do you think?" Valerie shook her head, drawing her RT-46 Storm from its holster and leaning against the wall. Reinforcement from the Spectre Hounds had arrived, even bringing a mech. Seizing the opportunity, while the mech's firepower was diverted by V, Valerie targeted its weak point identified by the military tech combat software, striking it with the RT-46 Storm. The mech erupted in a shower of sparks before toppling over and exploding. "Well done. You should consider joining my team," President Miles shouted excitedly as he continued to shoot. "Not yet. I'm not ready to take a government job," Valerie replied, then leaned out to eliminate another enemy. Despite the influx of reinforcements, the trio swiftly cleared the area of remaining foes. "Still there? Nightingale?" Valerie inquired. "Valerie, what's the situation?" "We're fine. All 3 of us are still alive. Don't forget, the safe house is on Elizabeth Crest Street. I don't have Alzheimer's." But given the current situation, we need to get out first. Valerie glanced at the UAV flying towards them and called out to V and President Miles. This is no place to linger. Let's move. Chapter 27. Escape from the siege. My men are all dead. It's all my fault. President Miles seethed through gritted teeth. Valerie and V lifted the gate, allowing Miles to enter first. Looks like I need to be more cautious. Valerie chuckled. Hansen's forces are more than just this. You have no idea how deep this water is, Miles said, stepping to the edge of a balcony and looking out. That we've been compromised. Someone within is aiding Hansen. The new American government must know about the plane crash. Satellite tracking would reveal our landing in Dogtown. Unless the conspiracy here is more intricate than we imagined. Hansen must have begun his propaganda war. Consequently, it will become increasingly difficult for my men to cross the border. You don't have any insiders in Dogtown? Valerie asked coolly. Miles fixed a sharp gaze on her, pausing before answering. Honestly, I trust no one right now. I have no leads. V listened to Miles' words, momentarily lost in thought, until she caught Valerie's meaningful gaze fixed upon her. She blinked, asking, "What are you looking at me for?" "I'm just here for the paycheck." "If you trust Nightingale," Valerie redirected her attention from V to Miles. "Let's head to the safe house she arranged and plan our next steps." Miles nodded, preparing to move forward. However, as she lifted her foot, she suddenly clutched her throat, exclaiming, "Wait a minute, damn it." She returned to the balcony, stomped on a shattered glass bottle, and picked up a shard, igniting a lighter and holding it to the glass. "If Hansen has an informant in Washington, he can track me down anywhere, anytime. I've implanted a subdermal tracker. I need to get it out ASAP. If I nick an artery, we're in deep trouble. Who's willing to help?" Miles offered the glass shard to the two. Valerie looked to V, who waved her hand, saying, "I can be rough. You do it." Valerie sighed in resignation, taking the shard and deftly slicing a small incision in Miles' neck. As Valerie yanked out the tracker and tossed it down, the sound of UAV's jet engine roared nearby. "Quick, hide!" The three swiftly ducked behind the wall. After the UAV departed, Nightingale's voice crackled back through the comms. "Valerie, I'm here. The president is temporarily safe. What about you?" Valerie inquired. "Currently safe, but that could change. You need to get to the roof. We'll discuss the rest later." Nightingale's message indicated they needed to continue ascending. Valerie pointed towards the elevator at the end of the hallway, addressing Miles and V. The trio approached the elevator, and Valerie remarked, "There's no power. There should be a maintenance shaft nearby." After that, she turned to V, who shrugged in resignation, saying, "Fine, I'll go look." Moments later, the elevator restored power and began descending. Good grief. As the door opened, V stepped out, brushing off dust while complaining. "How long has this place been abandoned?" Once inside the elevator, Valerie pressed the button for the top floor. "The hotel's been deserted, yet the elevator still operates. Do you think they'll notice us?" President Miles asked, gun at the ready. 23 floors. "Are we supposed to climb up?" Valerie replied, glancing up at the elevator ceiling. "I don't mind," V said nonchalantly. They quickly reached the top floor, which actually led to the streets below, but was situated high above Dogtown, with Nightingale's assistance. They easily evaded the patrolling UAVs and entered the hotel's dilapidated lobby. "Looks like they've prepared a vehicle for us," Valerie noted, eyeing the Spectre Hound vehicle parked outside. "But there are quite a few of them." V remarked, pursing her lips. "Leave the ones upstairs to me. Are you good with those big oafs down here?" Valerie pointed to several Spectre Hound soldiers by the vehicle. "You should be more concerned about yourself." V replied, flexing her wrist. 2 minutes later, Valerie drove the Spectre Hound vehicle, ferrying V and President Miles towards Elizabeth Rex Street. "Speaking of which, do intermediaries like you exist in Night City?" Miles asked curiously in the car. "I used to be a mercenary, then I trusted the wrong person and switched careers," Valerie replied, nonchalantly. "I see being president doesn't require skills like yours," V interjected with a smirk. "The Spectre Hounds are catching up." V glanced in the rearview mirror, noticing the approaching vehicles of the Spectre Hound forces. "Hold on tight." Valerie abruptly jerked the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes, causing the vehicle to start drifting. With her RT-46 Storm extended out the window as the driver's side faced the pursuing Spectre Hound vehicle, she activated the stun feature and pulled the trigger. A flash of electricity erupted, and blood sprayed from the driver's seat of the pursuing vehicle, which then careened out of control and crashed into the roadside. After shaking off their pursuers, Valerie drove into the parking lot of their destination. Finally, some peace and quiet, President Miles said as he stepped out of the vehicle. Peace and quiet? I wouldn't say that, Valerie retorted, lighting a cigarette after exiting. Meanwhile, V remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. Valerie approached the elevator and pressed the button to call it. Dogtown, looks like this place has been ravaged. You're all complicit, right? Miles inquired. You're the first job I've taken in Dogtown, Valerie replied tersely. Besides, Hanson wasn't sent by me. Miles, left speechless by her retort, V secretly gave Valerie a thumbs up. The trio arrived at a ground-floor exhibition hall. Wow, this looks like a museum, V remarked curiously as she gazed at the exhibits in the lobby. If Taiping Prefecture had not squandered its major infrastructure projects, then these scenarios might have come to fruition. Perhaps. Valerie gestured towards the painting on the wall, remarking it's surprising that they didn't waste it. V scoffed. Having originated from Haywood, she was all too familiar with the phenomenon of abandoned buildings in Night City. The trio traversed the exhibition hall and arrived at a tightly shut door. Lark? No way. It's jammed. Let us pry it open, Valerie suggested, glancing back at V. Everyone step aside. That V flexed her hands, approached, and with a forceful tug, the door swung open. They stepped into a space resembling an armory. The elevator is over there. Valerie pointed towards it, and V hurried over to press the button, only to discover that it was locked. It's unusable, V exclaimed. Bad news. Hanson's lackeys have caught wind of us and are on their way, Lark warned through the comms. Valerie rummaged through some plastic explosives and lifted the tarp covering them. Is this Chimera? The president gazed in astonishment at the mech's exposed leg. What are you doing? V inquired, puzzled. Just a precaution, hoping it'll be effective, Valerie responded as she affixed the explosives to the mech's knee joints. Lark mentioned Hanson's lackeys are approaching. Just as Valerie finished her sentence, explosions erupted around them. She quickly waved to V and Miles, signaling them to find cover. The hellhounds surged through the blasted entrance, launching an attack on the 3-dot Lark. How long until that thing can move? 2 minutes. Hold them off for 2 minutes, Valerie instructed V. Damn it. Cover me. V's rifle had just emptied its magazine. The incoming hellhound soldiers increased in number and came from multiple directions, intensifying the gunfire they faced at that moment. The mech beneath the tarp finally sprang to life, and its mounted rotary cannon unleashed a torrent of ammunition. Ultimately, it fired off over a dozen mini-missiles, swiftly decimating the hellhound soldiers present. Is it over? V peered out from behind cover. T should be. I'm not detecting any more. Oh my god. Lark's voice echoed from the Chimera's loudspeaker. Oh my god. What? V queried, confused. The Chimera is losing control. The mech began to thrash uncontrollably. Valerie's expression turned grave as she declared, The real trouble is here. Are you kidding me? V exclaimed in frustration. Valerie produced a detonator and pressed the trigger, igniting the explosives attached to the Chimera's joints. The damaged mech could no longer support its own weight and collapsed to the ground. Give me a hand, V. Valerie and V leapt onto the Chimera's head, directing their attention to a circular armored cover secured by 3 large clasps that V approached, forcefully prying open the clasps and pushing the cover aside. Valerie extended a mantis blade and severed the exposed core's power line. Prying the core free, grenade. At Valerie's alert, V produced a grenade and stuffed it inside, before both of them jumped off the mech simultaneously. The grenade detonated, officially declaring the Chimera out of commission. Valerie exhaled in relief. Finally, it's over. The elevator has arrived, V remarked, still visibly shaken, pointing towards the now open elevator doors. Valerie beckoned the two to enter and pressed the button for the subway station level. Lark has gone silent. We need to head to the safe house. Chapter 28. Contingency plan. Something feels off. In the dilapidated subway car. Miles halted, furrowing her brow. Can you try contacting Song Xiaomei again? V, holding her rifle and standing guard at the back, turned to Valerie as well. I'll give it another shot, Valerie replied, adopting a helpless demeanor. While ostensibly trying to reach Lark, she secretly inquired with Lucy via the subnet. Is the connection to the Black Wall still active? There is still some residual data, but it appears to be disconnected for now, Lucy responded within the subnet. What is the verdict? Were you able to make contact? Miles asked. No. Still no response. Valerie shrugged. Damn it. Tell me what is going on with Xiaomei up ahead. It's probably not good. She might have been countered by Hansen-S hackers. Stop the nonsense, Johnny interjected, having been released by Valerie. Those in the hacking game face the risk of being burned. It is a precarious situation. No. She wanted Xiaomei has been a bit out of sorts lately. Just temporarily off her game, Miles stated. She probably encountered something unsavory on the Blackwall. Lucy, having overheard Miles, scoffed, but I believe she is making her way to the rendezvous. Miles continued. No, I don't believe that. Valerie interrupted, asserting that the current circumstances made it uncertain whether it was Lark or Hansen-S forces waiting ahead. What's your plan? Miles asked, frowning at a contingency plan. I'll send you directly out of Dogtown. Valerie replied, lighting a cigarette. Great idea, but can you fly? Even if you could, you wouldn't break through Hansen-S air defenses. Miles crossed her arms defiantly. We'll find someone who can fly and properly enter and exit Dogtown. Valerie chuckled, responding. And where do we find such a person? Miles questioned, her skepticism evident. We'll retrace our steps. You'll see once we're back on the surface, Valerie concluded, turning to head back. V rolled her eyes, but followed suit. Miles had no choice but to accompany Valerie back. Upon reaching the surface exit, the trio spotted over 20 Hellhound soldiers searching the streets outside. Are you sure your contingency plan isn't a terrible idea? Miles asked, her frustration palpable. Shoo! Valerie pointed at a figure swaying towards them from a distance. It appeared to be a woman, her eyes and the pair of auxiliary eyes on her forehead glowing with an eerie red light. She looks a bit familiar, V muttered. The nearby Hellhound soldiers quickly took notice of the approaching anomaly, raising their weapons and shouting. Who goes there? Get lost! As soon as the soldiers finished their warning. The figure's arms ejected a pair of mantis blades. The soldier aiming at her decisively pulled the trigger. But it was a moment too late. The figure had already darted forward, plunging her blades into the soldier's chest. As the blades sliced through, the soldier was cleaved in half. Open fire! Quick! Open fire! The other soldiers, realizing the threat, hurriedly unleashed bullets at the figure, but most missed their agile target, and the few that struck her did little to halt her advance. One by one, the Hellhound soldiers fell before her razor-sharp blades. Why is there a cyber-psychopath here? A Hellhound soldier shouted in terror. Damn it! It looks like she is coming this way, Miles whispered. Isn't that the freak I subdued just yesterday in the North District? V inquired through the subnet. To wield Krenzikov like that. I must say she is quite skilled, Valerie replied. I'm asking why she is here. V retorted through the subnet, exasperated. Weren't you asking me earlier what was in the trunk of the car? Well, this is the answer, Valerie shot back. Damn it, we smuggled a cyber-psychopath into Dogtown. V was taken aback that, I'm asking you too. Who else can take her down? She is coming, Miles said, her eyes darting between the two. Agitated, V glanced at Valerie, her expression imploring her to handle the situation. Don't worry, look, here comes our savior. Valerie pointed skyward at that moment. The sound of a hovering vehicle filled the air, and a black-painted Scorpion hovercar appeared overhead. As the side door of the hovercar opened, from members clad in riot control gear crouched at the door, observing the cyber-psychopath who had just completed her massacre below. One of the women among them whispered something to her companions before leaping from the vehicle. A pair of silver mantis blades sprang from the arms of the riot control female officer. Before the cyber-psychopath had a chance to react, the officer was upon her, severing one of her arms. Sion Waystan, V murmured that, in a mere 5 seconds, the cyber-psychopath was sliced into several pieces, unable to mount any counterattack. Clap. 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 Valerie slowly applauded as she emerged from the shadows. The riot control squad lives up to its reputation. She remarked with a smile that, I remember you. You took down a cyber-psychopath at Jinguji the other day. The riot control officer, now sheathed her mantis blades, addressed Valerie. You have quite a memory. Inspector Melissa. Valerie feigned servility. Acting like a sly fox, if there is something to discuss, speak plainly. The cyber-psychopath has been dealt with. I need to regroup. The woman referred to as Inspector Melissa by Valerie stated coldly. Valerie waved towards the corner from which she had just emerged, and V led President Miles out into view. Upon seeing Miles, Inspector Melissa smirked slightly, as if she understood why a cyber-psychopath attack had erupted in Dogtown that night. She communicated with her team via comms. "Descend. What exactly do you intend to do?" Miles glared at Valerie, her voice laced with fury. She had no doubt that if she made a move now, the mercenary beside her would not hesitate to take forceful measures against her. Valerie ignored her, instead addressing Chief Melissa. "I presume you would be quite willing to offer a ride to this beleaguered new president of the United States, wouldn't you? Of course, preventing the situation in Night City from escalating is precisely the duty of our counterterrorism task force." Chief Melissa gestured politely toward President Miles. "Please, go ahead, Your Excellency." Her two team members approached Miles' side. "You sold me out?" Miles spat through gritted teeth. "Mind your words. My assignment was to protect you on Hansen's turf. Handing you over to the counterterrorism task force fulfills my obligation perfectly, doesn't it? You can leave Dogtown safely, and everyone is happy.as for how you fare in Night City. That is irrelevant to my assignment. Let's go. If we linger here any longer, Colonel Hansen will hold us accountable at City Hall," Chief Melissa said sternly to Miles. "Damn it." Miles reluctantly followed Melissa's team onto the hover car. "I still remember you mentioning you would consider joining us. I await your response," Chief Melissa remarked before turning to board the hover car. As the side door closed, the vehicle took flight towards Night City. "When did you get in touch with the counterterrorism task force?" V inquired, watching the receding hover car. "Did you not hear what she just said?" "The day before yesterday," Valerie shrugged. "Most of my suits were purchased at Jinguji. I thought you were going to use the president as leverage. A bargaining chip must be redeemable. Otherwise, it is merely trash," Valerie replied as she walked alongside V. "I leverage her for a favor from the counterterrorism task force. Quite a bargain, if you ask me. If we linger here any longer, more of Hansen's lackeys will inevitably arrive." "You know, you're far more cunning than I anticipated," Johnny remarked, appearing beside Valerie. "People can be greedy, but they must recognize their own limitations. Matters involving the new United States should be left to those of equal standing." Valerie paid no heed to the sarcasm. "So, have you figured out how to receive your final payment?" Johnny asked with keen interest. "Where are we headed now?" V chimed in. "First, we need to collect our advance payment. Our dealings with the Lark are far from over." Chapter 29. The Mask, is this what you refer to as an advance payment? V held in hand an implant resembling a mask, scrutinizing the intricate circuitry within. The secret technology of the new United States Federal Intelligence Agency's morphing camouflage, Valerie explained while driving away from Dogtown. Once installed and paired with the target's behavioral data, you can emulate the target's appearance, voice, and even some habitual mannerisms with remarkable accuracy. "Wow, this is incredible. How come I've never heard of such a thing?" V exclaimed in astonishment. "That if you had heard of it, it wouldn't be a secret technology, would it?" Valerie retorted. By the way, why didn't you simply let that clinic cybernetic doctor install this for you instead of stealing it?" V carefully returned the mask implant to its box, anxious not to damage the delicate circuitry within. Valerie rolled her eyes at V, responding tersely, "V, please use your brain. This is classified technology from the new United States Federal Intelligence Agency. That cybernetic doctor is undoubtedly an agency operative. You wanted to know what you've been up to. So, who do you plan to have install it?" V inquired curiously. "I'll seek out old Vic. While this gadget is high-tech, installing it is no more challenging than cosmetic surgery. As for its firmware, I've long since acquired it through the Lark." Valerie tapped her temple with her index finger. "Oh, and yes. If you were to confront that chief, what are your odds of success?" Valerie asked. "I'd say it's roughly 50-50. That female officer is quite skilled, not to mention Stanislaus, but she's not easy to deal with." "What about you?" "Let's call it 40-60, Valerie replied. "If it comes down to a blade duel, I might not stand a chance against her. However, based on my observations, my Stanislaus should outperform hers, meaning my gun would be quicker than her movements." Despite the heightened security following the significant incident in Dogtown, Valerie managed to pass through the checks smoothly, as her paperwork was in order, and they successfully exited Dogtown. "I still haven't had the chance to explore their stadium." V stretched and sighed with mild regret. By the way, when is the Gem Blue Soir? V asked. 3 days from now. Wait, do you have an invitation for Gem Blue? V suddenly realized the issue. "Well, as it stands, I am a prominent intermediary in the afterlife. Valerie replied. Consider these next few days as a holiday. You can explore at your leisure or pick up some odd jobs in Dogtown to familiarize yourself. Valerie continued. The duo soon left Pacifica, taking the highway back to Watson District. Oh my, I've never seen such a cybernetic implant before. If you hadn't brought the firmware, simply installing it would have rendered you unable to maintain your appearance. Inside the clinic, old Vic examined the mask while clicking his tongue in wonder. So, does that mean you can install it? V asked. Of course. With the firmware, the installation is quite straightforward. Old Vic chuckled. Who goes first? He asked the two. I'll go first. I've had previous experience, but unfortunately, I was dismantled by the new United States afterwards. Valerie stepped forward. Please go ahead. Old Vic moved toward the surgical chair, preparing the equipment. After Old Vic administered anesthesia, Valerie rose from the chair. Looks no different at all. V observed closely, scrutinizing Valerie's face. Valerie smiled, activating her preset behavioral traits. Her face transformed to mirror Old Vic's likeness, speaking in his voice and tone. Well, what do you think? The effect is quite impressive, isn't it? Holy hell. This is incredible. Just a change of clothes, and you would be indistinguishable from the original. V circled around Valerie, marveling at the novelty of it all. Could you please refrain from making embarrassing noises in front of me? Old Vic covered his face. Is it really that amazing? Johnny scoffed, appearing beside V. He needed to see through Valerie's eyes to perceive the world. So he couldn't see Valerie's transformed appearance, only hearing the voice changed. So, are you going to get one? Valerie gestured towards another box of masks on the table. Absolutely. Are you going to install for me? V asked playfully. Valerie reset her behavioral traits to default, playfully retorting, Get lost. I merely simulated Old Vic's behavioral traits. I don't possess his skills. Old Vic chuckled, shaking his head as he opened the box to retrieve the mask implant. Soon, V underwent the procedure as well. This software is for scanning behavioral traits. I've already sent it to you, along with debugging methods. Valerie informed V. If you wish to achieve a perfect simulation, you must first have a solid understanding of your target and record as many varied emotional data points as possible. Of course, if you merely want to disguise your identity or make an escape, altering your appearance and voice suffices. No need for all that hassle. Thanks. I'm eager to go out and test it on someone right away. Hey, V, it's best if this matter remains confidential. After all, our two implants come from questionable origins at least until our business in Dogtown is completely wrapped up. You may use it, but don't let anyone know it's you. All right, I'll be careful, V assured, preparing to leave. Remember to buy a formal suit. You ought to dress appropriately for the soiree, Valerie advised. Got it. You sound just like a mother, V replied slightly reluctantly. Thanks, Old Vic. This is your fee. Valerie transferred money to Old Vic ISNT. This a bit excessive. The implants were provided by you too. Old Vic frowned upon seeing the extra thousands in his account. Consider the excess a confidentiality fee. I'm off. With that, Valerie departed. Once outside, she summoned another seldom-used sports car. The destination was not far, merely the Afterlife nightclub. She parked the car, not exiting but changing into a more masculine shirt, a black suit jacket, and tying a black tie, then glanced at the empty passenger seat. Something on your mind? Johnny appeared in the passenger seat. How about a day off? Valerie said with a mysterious smile. Get lost. Are you just messing with me? How do you grant me a day off? Are you going to pull me out and toss me in the fridge? Johnny rolled his eyes as if hearing the worst joke imaginable. It wasn't possible before, but now it is. Valerie snapped her fingers. Johnny in the passenger seat transformed into data streams and disappeared, shortly after which Johnny saw Valerie's digital image appear in the passenger seat. What kind of trick is this? Valerie's body echoed Johnny Silverhand's voice. Holy crap. Johnny was astonished to discover that he was somehow in control of Valerie's body. He hastily adjusted the sun visor and glanced into the mirror. In the reflection, he beheld his own face. How about I lend you my body for a day of fun? Valerie's digital visage, sitting in the passenger seat, smiled at him. What in the world is happening? Johnny was still trying to comprehend the situation. I've temporarily transferred control of the body to you, while my consciousness enters a deep dive mode, becoming a data stream, to communicate with you. But don't think you can do as you please. I can reclaim control at any moment. Just take this opportunity to smoke and drink a little and enjoy the feeling of being alive. Can I change my outfit? Johnny asked, feeling awkward in his suited appearance, as he despised being a corporate pawn. No, I haven't procured any other styles of men's clothing, so don't even think about wandering around in a tank top. My face has merely been altered to resemble yours, and I've adjusted hormonal conditions to make biological indicators appear more masculine. The body remains female, so I suggest you tread carefully. Well, I suppose that's better than nothing. After saying this, Johnny donned his oversized sunglasses and stepped out of the car. Night City, Johnny Silverhand has returned. Wait, where's my silver hand? Johnny looked at his flesh-colored left hand. Momentarily stunned. What do you expect? I haven't installed the silver hand cyberware. Now, let's go, Robert Johnny. Chapter 30. Robert Holy Hell, Johnny Silverhand? Wow, it really looks like him. But he doesn't have a silver hand. Controlling Valerie's body and sporting his own face, Johnny Silverhand walked through the corridor leading to Afterlife, drawing gas from numerous mercenaries lining the sides. Looks like quite a few people remember your face. Valerie's figure appeared beside Johnny, teasing him. Your old brother here was once a legendary figure. Johnny struck a pretentious pose. Hey, even though you've altered your face to resemble Johnny Silverhand. You can't just waltz in. The bouncer, Emmerich, blocked Johnny's path, speaking coldly. Am I supposed to force my way in? Tell him you're a client looking for Lucy. Valerie replied. I'm Lucy's client. Here to see her. Johnny spoke with an air of arrogance to Emmerich. All right, just a moment. Emmerich began contacting Lucy. Lucy had just finished discussing business with a client when she received Emmerich's call about a client named Robert arriving to see her. Robert? I don't recall. Wait. Lucy noticed a message from Valerie through the subnet. Let him in and charge his expenses to my account that I'm currently outside. If he wants to enter, let him wait for me inside. And his expenses will be billed to Valerie's account. Lucy replied to Emmerich to the entrance of Afterlife. All right then. Lucy, I sent T here, but she said to let you in and wait for her. Emmerich moved aside. Johnny entered Afterlife and headed straight for the bar, eagerly sitting down and beginning to tap his fist on the counter. Coming right up, the bartender Claire approached Johnny and exclaimed, Holy crap, Johnny Silverhand. Looks like you spent quite a bit to get that resemblance. Johnny considered the effort Valerie had put into obtaining this cyberware and nodded. Hurry up with the drinks. What will you have? Tequila. Bring me a whole bottle. Johnny insisted. Sure thing. Claire placed a glass filled with ice and an entire bottle of tequila before him, saying, Enjoy. I want you to take it easy. Valerie said darkly beside him. What? Are you starting to worry about the wallet? Johnny pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, lighting one and savoring a puff. Wallet? I'm worried about my liver. Valerie replied irritably. Johnny chuckled, filled his glass, and downed it in one go. Ah, refreshing. Johnny suddenly shouted, drawing the attention of others drinking and discussing business around him. However, Johnny was unfazed, pouring himself another drink and downing it again. What he didn't notice was that, not far away in a booth, Rog was sitting on the sofa, glaring at him with malice. Find out how that guy got in here. Rog commanded. Her bodyguard nodded and contacted the bouncer Emmerich. Emmerich reported that the guy was a client looking for Lucy, named Robert. He also mentioned that his expenses would be billed to Valerie's account. The bodyguard relayed the information to Rog. Robert, just as I suspected. Rog sneered and then commanded, get him an electric guitar and ask him, since he looks just like Johnny Silverhand, if he can play a few tunes. Rog bodyguard Crispin Whalen fetched an electric guitar and approached Johnny, saying, You look like Johnny Silverhand. You should be able to play, right? Johnny shot him a disdainful glance, then looked toward Rog's direction, retorting, Is this your boss's idea? Can't you see my drink isn't finished? Johnny, that's enough that you've already had most of the bottle. Valerie threatened. Johnny appeared reluctant, extinguishing the cigarette he had in his mouth in the ashtray. He took the electric guitar and shot Crispin Whalen another glare, grumbling, Where's the effects pedal and the amp? You think I'm here to play a lute? Over here. Claire pointed to the corner where a rock music sound system was set up. Johnny picked up the electric guitar and walked to the sound system, turning off the song that was playing, garnering everyone's attention. After connecting the guitar, Johnny struck a pose, strumming a few chords. Who the hell tuned this? Johnny cursed, adjusting the guitar and effects. What do you want to hear? Aren't you supposed to ask Rog? Valerie teased. To hell with Rog. She didn't invite me for drinks. Then, how about Never Fade? Valerie suggested. Good taste. If I had to choose, that would be my favorite as well. We lost everything. Johnny softly hummed a line before rapidly strumming the guitar strings. As the powerful melody surged from the speakers, patrons in Afterlife gasped in astonishment, as it sounded just like the album. Johnny merely played the guitar without singing along, yet some of the guests began to sing along spontaneously. Once the song concluded, Johnny decisively leaned the electric guitar against the speaker. He operated the sound system to resume playing the previous track. Some patrons, still craving more, implored Johnny for another song, to which he snapped, "Get lost, I'm not here to perform." Just as Johnny was about to sit back down at the bar to continue drinking, Crispin Whalen approached and gestured for him to follow. Johnny glanced at Rog and coldly told Crispin Whalen, "Go back and tell her I'll talk to her, but not today. I'm enjoying my rare day off." Johnny silently added, "Let her wait for me. Calling me a scoundrel. I have a feeling she'll come looking for me to settle the score." Valerie shot Johnny a disapproving look. "Not my problem. You're the one who dug me out from Arasaka. It is only right she comes to you." Johnny signaled Claire to refill his glass with ice, then poured more liquor into it. "You better stop. Are you still drinking?" Chapter 31. Moth Bar, Two Lovely Ladies. "What will you have?" Daphne, the owner of Moth Bar, was polishing a glass while addressing Valerie and V, who had just taken a seat at the bar. "You decide." Valerie replied, spreading her hands, with flair. "I'll whip up a special concoction for you." The owner smiled, then turned to V, asking, "And you?" "A kin of bimbo monkey, please. I typically don't drink while working." V responded. Daphne raised an eyebrow, replying, "I'll get that for you. Can you not act like you're here to cause trouble?" Seeing the owner turn to prepare the drinks, Valerie whispered to V, "Aren't you the one here to stir up trouble?" V retorted, not amused. Valerie shot her a glare, but said nothing more, for she had noticed the owner approaching with their drinks. "Here's what you ordered. Take your time." "Thanks." Valerie took a sip from her glass. V, observing Valerie's relaxed demeanor, also opened her drink can. "You two don't seem to be locals, am I right?" The owner leaned against the bar, addressing them. "Is it that obvious?" V frowned. Valerie pointed out V's unbuttoned coat, revealing a suit vest and a holstered gun beneath. Then she gestured to the golden cross hanging from V's neck, saying, "With an outfit like that, anyone with eyes in Night City can tell you're from Haywood." V pouted, noting that this outfit was a result of consulting Jack and Mrs. Wells for a decent look. "That big golden cross was even a gift from Jack. You are not much better off." Dressed like a corporate lapdog, V remarked with a hint of irony, "We have come to Dogtown for business, and today we are here to find someone." Valerie said coolly, "Looking for someone? I'm quite familiar with the locals around the junkyard." "Perhaps I might know the person you seek," the barmaid inquired with a smile. Valerie glanced at the other patrons in the bar, who were not seated particularly close to her. Lowering her voice, she responded, "I'm looking for someone you certainly know, Dutto." The bar owner raised an eyebrow. "Her name is Alex, and I wish to discuss certain matters with her privately." Daphne's expression darkened as she turned and rapped on the bar surface, proclaiming loudly, "Excuse me, everyone. We're closing for the night, so that's all for today." A drunken man seated by the door shouted in response, "I'm not leaving." He then caught sight of Daphne's scowling face and hastily got up to exit. The other patrons reluctantly stood and made their way towards the door. "Everyone out? Quickly!" Daphne pounded the bar. Once everyone except Valerie and V had departed, Daphne suddenly produced a distinctive handgun from beneath the bar and aimed it at V. Valerie recognized the weapon as the Queen's handgun, equipped with a silencer and an infrared laser sight. "You! What the hell are you?" Daphne demanded angrily. "I believe it is a mistake to point a gun at me." V retorted, raising an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting you are faster than my gun?" Daphne placed her finger on the trigger. "No," V said, glancing at Valerie. "Rather, she is the more dangerous one. What?" In an instant, Daphne was momentarily distracted. Valerie had already activated her CNY system ahead of her. She snatched the handgun from Daphne and brandished a mantis blade at her throat. "Damn it. Don't get excited," Valerie said with a smile. "Alex, there's no one else here now. You can drop the disguise." After Valerie spoke, she retracted the mantis blade. "What do you intend to do?" Alex shed her disguise, revealing a different appearance. "I have a question for you first." Valerie unloaded the Queen's handgun, removing the magazine and clearing the chamber, placing it on the table. She asked, "Are you truly planning to remain with the new American intelligence agency for the rest of your life in this manner?" And if I am, what if I am not? If you are, the moment I step out that door, Hansen and Arasaka will discover that there is a safe house for the new American intelligence agency beneath the Mothman bar. Valerie lit a cigarette, adding, if not, then we can continue our conversation. Yes, oh, I have no choice. It seems you wish to continue talking, which is indeed good news. Then tell me. I'm listening, Alex replied, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Leaning against the bar a few days ago, something fell from the sky. You know about it, right? Even a dog in Dogtown would know, provided it has eyes. Valerie produced a commemorative coin embossed with the new American emblem and Nusa, asking, does this look familiar? You're with the intelligence agency? No. Wait. Where did you get this? Alex frowned as she stared at the coin. V also looked curiously at Valerie, uncertain of where she had acquired it. I picked it up the day I rescued Myers, Valerie replied. What the hell? You call that picking it up? Johnny S. figure appeared at the bar. V smirked disdainfully, realizing he wasn't the only one skilled at thievery. Whereas the president, captured by the terror response unit. I'm not sure if he's returned to New America. Valerie appeared indifferent, as if discussing an issue unrelated to herself. Damn, those lunatics in the terror response unit. Alex felt she was on the verge of losing her mind. Trust me, the intelligence agency will soon come looking for you, and the one who arrives will be your former superior, Reed. That guy defected to Arasaka 7 years ago. That's impossible. Alex gritted her teeth in denial. Whether it is or not, you will soon find out. Valerie calmly sipped the drink Alex had prepared for her. I came to ask you to collaborate with me. You want to subvert me? Alex frowned, staring at Valerie. Don't put it so harshly. I merely want you to reflect on what you have gained over the years working for the intelligence agency. Empty promises? Teammates waiting to be eliminated after the war? Learn a lesson. Sound about right. New America really is that way. Johnny chuckled. Alex silently smoked until only the butt remained. She pressed it against the bar, as if making a firm decision. So what do you want to do? You don't need to do anything. What? Just run your bar as usual. Wait for Reed to come knocking. When he seeks your help, you can negotiate your terms as you wish, and then take on the tasks he assigns you. Valerie finished her cigarette and pressed the butt into the ashtray, continuing, during this time, you just need to occasionally pass me some intel. Once this matter is settled, we can discuss your retirement from the intelligence agency. It's that simple. Why should I trust you? You have no choice but to trust me now, do you? Since you fell from the plane into Dogtown, you, as a piece on the intelligence agency's chessboard, have already been placed on the board. In fact, someone else wishes to use me as her pawn, but I want to play her game because I know she devours her pawns whole. Think it over. I'll be waiting for you to contact me. After Valerie left a note on the bar, she signaled for V, and they exited the Mothman D. Oh, you think she will believe your nonsense? V asked Valerie outside the bar. I don't know. Her greatest flaw is her lack of memory. Otherwise, how could she have stayed in Dogtown for 7 years? Valerie shrugged, somewhat helplessly stating, I came today merely to plant a seed in her mind. Whether it sprouts or not depends on her. She is a decent person, and I don't want to see her sink further. What is next? V inquired. Valerie looked up at the tallest building in Dogtown. Naturally, we're going to meet our employer. Chapter 32. The banquet. Hey, V. Leave the gun in the CART the entrance of the Gem Blue. V parked the car and was about to get out when Valerie pulled him back. We are not here to cause trouble. V frowned slightly, reluctantly reaching beneath his coat to retrieve his handgun from its shoulder holster and placing it in the car's storage compartment. Just a few days ago, we were risking our lives against them, and now we are attending their banquet. V said gloomily. Relax, we are merely intermediaries and mercenaries here to attend the banquet, while also seeing if there are any business opportunities. Valerie replied, placing her own revolver into the storage compartment. Finally, Valerie looked into VS eyes and said, As for you, just treat it as a vacation. Once inside, enjoy the music and have a drink or two. And you? Me? Of course, I'll do what intermediaries do. Chat with celebrities, build connections, and casually look for our clients. After Valerie finished speaking, she opened the door and got out, straightening her suit. V followed her out, locking the car door and walking a step behind Valerie. Please hold on, verifying identity. The security guard at Gem Blue stopped Valerie. After scanning for 2 seconds, the guard said, Welcome to the banquet, Miss Valerie. Who is this behind you? V. She's responsible for my security today. The guard confirmed that neither of them was carrying any weapons after the scanning process and allowed them to pass. The two entered the lavishly decorated lobby, heading straight for the elevator. This feels even worse than the last time it can be, V remarked through the subnet. She discreetly surveyed the guards on either side, armed with various weapons, including heavy arms and mechs. We're here openly, so stop frowning, Valerie replied in the subnet. The two stepped into the elevator, where a server pressed the button for the banquet hall. Hansen, you have to admit, he knows how to put on a show. I never had such flair back in my day. Johnny's figure appeared in the elevator, leaning against the transparent glass, gazing at the cascading lights within the hotel. Your concert at the Arasaka Gate wasn't too shabby either. You even handed out Molotov cocktails to the fans. Haha, the Adacardo special, always a blast. Johnny laughed heartily. After the elevator doors opened, Valerie and V were greeted by the dazzling lights of Gem Blue. They entered the banquet hall, filled with music, where numerous guests were already drinking and chatting. Wow, so many familiar faces from television, V exclaimed. More like, see if anyone is missing. The NCPD chief, politicians, diplomats, celebrities, corporate executives, mob bosses, they're all here. Welcome, would you like some champagne? A server holding a tray of champagne approached the two as they entered the hall. Just as V was about to decline, Valerie directly took 2 glasses from the tray and handed one to her. You are here to enjoy yourself, not to work, Valerie reminded V in the subnet. With a resigned sigh, V accepted the wine glass and drained it in one gulp. Placing the empty glass back onto the server's tray, he remarked, "Thank you, I hope you enjoy your evening." That moment. A familiar voice broke through the air. Boss, V and Valerie turned to the source of the voice, and to their surprise, it was Maiko Maeda. Maiko, you're here too? Valerie responded. After all, on the surface, I am a manager of Cloudtop. Maiko replied, holding a cigarette between her fingers. I came by to learn from my peers. V, why don't you wander around for a bit? Maiko and I need to chat, Valerie said, gesturing to V. V nodded and departed. Did you come to Dogtown alone? Valerie glanced at the guests within. How could I dare to come alone? I hitched a ride with the NCPD, Maiko said, pointing towards the nearby director, Jerry Forte, who was raising a ruckus with the 6th Street gang. I advise you to be cautious. The Tiger Claws are also present, Valerie warned, nodding towards a group of Japanese gangsters inside. You should mind your own business. Boss, Maiko said nonchalantly on Hansen's turf. The Tiger Claws won't be making a scene as long as you know what you're doing. I wouldn't want to have to find a new manager for Cloud Ops so soon. Valerie replied, shaking her head before ascending the stairs to the upper level. Soon, Valerie spotted Mr. Hans, who was engrossed in his phone. Approaching him, she greeted Mr. Hans. It's a pleasure to see you in person. Hans looked up, recognizing Valerie, and extended his hand with a broad smile. I sent this Miss Valerie, the mastermind behind Cloudtop, the female demon of the underworld. I didn't expect you to attend Hansen's party, that I'm merely riding on Rog's coattails. Valerie replied as she shook Hans' hand. The woman seated opposite Hans gracefully vacated her chair. By the way, is V working under you now? Hans inquired after Valerie took a seat across from him. To be precise, I've hired her to assist me. She's also taking on other clients' commissions. Just as Valerie retrieved a cigarette and fumbled for her lighter, Hans' henchman stepped forward to light it for her. If I recall correctly, she has completed 2 jobs for you, Valerie countered. Indeed. One involved extracting 2 NCPD fools from Dodge, and the other was securing a cybernetic surgeon from the scavengers. She executed both tasks with remarkable efficiency. Hans affirmed, clearly impressed with VS capabilities, that I intend to deepen our collaboration. After all, Dogtown is rife with various transactions. You have no objections, do you? What objections could I possibly have? Once she finishes my business. She remains a lone wolf, Valerie replied with a smile, that if you wish to deepen the relationship, she would merely be a friend of mine, as long as you do not betray my friend, and I see her thrive under your guidance. I can only be pleased. As Valerie and Hans conversed, they surveyed the upper level, soon spotting their target. I see my client. I must excuse myself, Valerie said, extinguishing her cigarette in the ashtray and bidding farewell to Mr. Hans. Song Xiaomei leaned against the railing, observing the vibrant crowd below, contemplating how to extricate herself from Hansen while still obtaining the items from Little Big Dipper. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching, accompanied by a faint residue of black wall signals emanating from the newcomer. Song Xiaomei, you've made it easy for me to find you, Valerie's voice resonated from behind her. Xiaomei turned to face Valerie, who wore a cold smirk, feeling a mix of delight and alarm. She was pleased to have an opportunity to turn the situation around, but was apprehensive, recognizing that Valerie was not someone to be trifled with and appeared to be there to collect a debt. "You don't seem surprised," Xiaomei ventured. "Why should I be surprised? Surprised that you're dressed in formal attire at Hansen's party? Or surprised by the array of cybernetics on your body?" Valerie leaned against the railing. Continuing with a cold laugh, "The Sky One arriving in Dogtown was originally your and Hansen's scheme, and regarding your cybernetics, I've seen even more extravagant ones on Atom Smasher." Xiaomei found herself momentarily speechless, ultimately admitting, "Yes, I had made a plan with Hansen. I was to bring down the plane and then capture Miles. However, I was unaware of the missile launch and the pursuit to conspire with a tiger. One must first be a tiger, or at the very least a wolf," Valerie scoffed. "And you, a fledgling bird in a cage, yet you aspire to soar like a great eagle. Honestly tell me, how do you plan to settle your debt with me?" "I do have a plan, but I haven't had the chance to execute it." Xiaomei sighed. "It's a pleasure to see you. I truly don't know what I would do without you." "Spare me the sentimentalities. Let us hear about your plan," Valerie interjected curtly. "Valerie, I'm nearing death. The dead can indeed evade their debts," Valerie replied dismissively, "that I've encountered something I shouldn't have on the other side of the black wall. And my time is running short. Does that have any relevance to our previous agreement?" Valerie retorted. "Hansen possesses the antidote that could save me. It could also restore your neural core, that he unearthed something from Dogtown-S bunker that could cure us both. To seize it, we need to work together." As Xiaomei spoke, she discreetly produced a chip and handed it to Valerie, continuing, "I'll act as the inside agent and notify you when the time is right. Then we'll execute our plan. Once we acquire the device, we will make our escape." Valerie accepted the chip, but remained silent as she noticed Hansen approaching with a wine glass in hand. "Ah, Xiaomei, here you are," Hansen said as he reached the tuto. "Is this not the infamous Miss Valerie? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Kurt Hansen." Hansen greeted Valerie politely, extending his hand. Valerie reciprocated, stating, "Hello, Colonel Hansen. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. The party is splendid." Hansen glanced at the Nightingale before looking back at Valerie, asking, "Do you two know each other?" "I worked for Xiaomei during my mercenary days. Though there were some bumps, we share a history," Valerie replied, casting a glance at Xiaomei. "I see," Hansen said, placing his hand behind his back as he looked at Xiaomei. "I apologize for interrupting your reunion, but Xiaomei must accompany me. Several prominent figures from Night City are eager to meet her. We can't keep them waiting. We can't keep them on tenterhooks. We wouldn't want them to get ravenous and devour Dogtown whole." "As you wish," Xiaomei replied, then gently touched Valerie's neck, saying, "We'll talk later." Valerie nodded and turned her gaze downstairs, spotting V engaged in conversation with Hino Shuji. "Well, I'm connected now." I tapped the chip, and it linked up. Fascinating, Xiaomei's digital avatar reappeared beside Valerie. "I never agreed to continue doing your bidding," Valerie said darkly. "I understand you're upset, Valerie, but things are complicated, and I can't explain everything right now. I genuinely need your help. I just want to obtain the antidote that will save both of us. That's all. No ulterior motives." "Fine. I'll consider it," Valerie replied. "I can't take my time explaining. If I lose focus, Hansen will grow suspicious. In short, while Hansen unearthed something, he cannot access it. Besides me, he needs the keys from 2 hackers. You acquired the mimicry cloaking technology from me, so you can figure out how to deal with those 2 hackers. Obtain the keys and impersonate them to negotiate with Hansen. Once we have the device, we'll make our escape." "Another perilous endeavor," Valerie scoffed. "The antidote and the hacker's information are contained within the chip I gave you. I must leave now. I implore you." Xiaomei finished and vanished. "Damn, Valerie, I just encountered someone downstairs who looks exactly like Arasaka Saburo's bodyguard. After chatting with him for a bit, I found out he's actually a comedian." "It was hilarious," V's voice echoed from the subnet. Valerie chuckled, inserting the chip given by Nightingale into her slot to read the data. Indeed, as Nightingale had stated, it contained detailed information on Little Big Dipper and the 2 twin hackers. "V, let us meet at the bar on the first floor after the show. We have work to do," Valerie remarked while observing Liz's performance, which had just begun. "Understood." Chapter 33. The deal is sealed. Have you grasped the personality theft scanning program? Valerie inquired while raising her glass at the bar, casting a glance towards the gambling tables as she asked V, "Did I understand it?" but guiding the target to exhibit multiple emotions. V replied, also eyeing the target. "Have you figured out how to approach? They're just playing roulette over there. Let us get some chips and join in. There'll be plenty of opportunities to chat," Valerie suggested, nodding towards the gambling tables. "Why are you staring at me?" Valerie noticed V gazing at her. "Oh, you know how to play roulette?" "I certainly do not. I'll just stand by your side as your bodyguard," V replied. "What? You, a Haywood, don't know how to gamble?" Valerie gazed at V with a hint of surprise. V shot her an exasperated glance and retorted, "What do you expect from a street kid like me? I've dabbled in pachinko, but this high-end gadget is entirely foreign to me." With a resigned sigh, Valerie concluded that she would have to take matters in her own hands once more. "Good evening, madam," she addressed the attendant at the chip exchange, "that I would like chips worth 100,000 euros. After Valerie transferred the money, the attendant presented her with a palm-sized tray. "Best of luck that you're really risking it." "Huh," V remarked, his tone tinged with disbelief. "You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the cub." Approaching the gambling table, Valerie inquired of the robotic dealer. "May I place a bet?" "Please proceed," came the response. Valerie set the tray down on the table, and the chips materialized in a holographic display. "Red," she declared, placing a bet of 10,000 euros. This bold move raised V's eyebrows. Such a sum, in the past, would have been enough to hire him for a job. The attention of the hacker twins was similarly drawn to Valerie's extravagant display. "What's this?" "No introductions," the hacker sister asked. "Valerie, meet V. And you two are Aurora Castle, and this dullard is my brother, Emmerich." She introduced herself with a playful lilt. "How's your luck? Want anything?" Valerie queried. "It's just begun. He hardly had a couple of rounds," Emmerich replied, his face impassive. Valerie snapped her fingers to summon a nearby server, then turned to the twins. "Would you care for a drink?" "My treat," as the server approached. Aurora ordered, "I'll have a bourbon, please." Mon FRE doesn't drink," she added. "Did you hear that? Also, bring this gentleman a glass of plain water," Valerie said thoughtfully. "And what would you both like?" the server inquired. "Something strong, whiskey if you please, Japanese brand. That will do. And another glass of plain water for my bodyguard," Valerie replied. "Your drinks will be served shortly," the server stated before departing. "The roulette will spun, landing on red. Emerge," Aurora cursed. Valerie placed another bet of 10,000 on red. After a hushed exchange between the siblings, Aurora turned to Valerie, saying, "I just realized. Your hands are unlikely to be clean, just like all the scum here." With a sly smile, Aurora continued, "Unless, of course, you're just a tourist, a pathetic one, forever watching others indulge." Valerie remained unfazed, while V frowned slightly. "Ah, you caught me," Valerie chuckled, replying, "but which of those who come to Gem City has clean hands? I've lost count of how many lives have been lost, directly or indirectly, because of me. Do you remember how many ants you've crushed?" "I adore your audacity," Aurora chuckled softly. The next spin resulted in black. "Not bad," Emmerich remarked, seemingly pleased. Meanwhile, a nearby male patron shouted in frustration, "Damn it, what a waste." After his outburst, he stormed off. Valerie tapped her fingers on the table and placed yet another bet of 10,000 on black. Then looked up at the twins. "I hope I'm not intruding on your enjoyment." "Not at all," Emmerich replied nonchalantly. "What are you saying?" "She's just being polite," Aurora teased, swaying her hips as she spoke, stepping closer to Valerie. She leaned over the table, resting her chin on her hand, and inquired, "You weren't eavesdropping on us, were you?" "N'est-ce pas, Miss Valerie?" As she spoke, she gently touched Valerie's left hand resting on the table. "Okay, this girl is quite the flirt," Johnny remarked, appearing behind Aurora with a smirk. Another spin resulted in red, prompting V to raise an eyebrow as he observed Valerie's consecutive losses, almost feeling as if he were the one losing money. You caught me," Valerie said again, placing another bet on black. "Who could resist the allure of your presence?" "Oh, really? Inquiring into other secrets is quite dangerous," Emmerich warned Valerie. "You might overhear things you shouldn't." Just then, the server returned with drinks, setting them before the four of them. "If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize," Valerie said, taking a sip from her glass. "It's just that I have a bit of a professional habit. After all, Those of us in the intermediary business get accustomed to listening to everything we shouldn't. We were discussing local affairs, particularly regarding our esteemed host, Monsieur Kurt Hansen, a man of considerable means, engaged in significant business ventures, raking in heaps of cash. Just look around, celebrities, politicians, even NCPD commissioners here. So I wonder, wouldn't it be better for Hansen to retire and become a respectable businessman? But, Monsieur FRE, that is not how he sees it. She added. The spin landed on red, and V felt his blood pressure rising. Valerie, too, seemed exasperated, having lost 3 consecutive bets. Look at your awful luck. Bet black this time. Listen to me, Johnny advised, gesturing with a swift motion. Valerie placed another bet on black. Who is Kurt Hansen? Aurora asked, taking a sip of her drink. Valerie chuckled sarcastically. Rest assured, he is certainly not a law-abiding citizen who pays his taxes on time in Night City. The benefits of bribery, kickbacks, and protection money are all forms of taxation. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Dogtown's economy relies on Night City for its growth. Hansen is no exception. The key is to have undiversification. I run a small company in Paris, handling phone calls and meetings, dealing with any complications that arise, she continued. You seem to hold quite a critical view of Hansen's business. Valerie raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The arms trade of banana republics will eventually come to an end, Aurora replied. The next spin landed on red, and Valerie felt a vain throb on her forehead. You can take a hike. Johnny scoffed before disappearing. Clearly, my luck is in question. V, would you choose a bet for me? Valerie requested. Red, V answered. Valerie placed a bet on red, while the sibling duo concluded their conversation in French. Aurora picked up the thread, saying if I were Hansen, I would kick out all the drug addicts, transforming Dogtown into a paradise for the wealthy. Isn't that precisely what Night City intends to achieve in Pacifica? Valerie interjected. Earning mere pennies is hardly impressive. We must think of the working class. Investment, job creation, opening shelters, then engage in charity. It's the perfect guise for money laundering, with billions flowing through. Aurora concluded, flashing Valerie a playful eyebrow raise. The next spin landed on black. Valerie glanced at V, who pretended to be focused elsewhere. She placed yet another bet on red. You remain forever young. It's quite endearing, Emmerich remarked dryly. What did you say? Aurora shot a glare at her brother. Hansen would run a clean business? Nonsense, Emmerich replied, his demeanor indifferent. Once you reach Hansen's position, you become a puppet. Valerie took another sip of her drink, echoing Emmerich's sentiments. He not only has to consider the thoughts of those beneath him, but also the expressions of his business partners. Otherwise, there are plenty waiting to take his place. I must admit, you are quite perceptive. Emmerich acknowledged with a nod. The spin landed on red, and Valerie finally regained some of her lost chips. Noticing that she had gathered enough emotional sample from the siblings, she gestured to her chips and proposed. How about a little thrill? Shall we show our hands? Winner takes all. Intriguing, intriguing. Let us each pick a color. Either you lose everything, or we do. All based on luck. What do you say? Aurora exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. Wait a moment. You suddenly appear, buy drinks, engage in conversation, and now you want to play such high stakes. Something feels off. What is your background? Emmerich asked cautiously. I, Valerie, have a modest reputation at the afterlife in Night City. You're welcome to inquire, she replied with a smile. Satisfied now? Aurora asked her brother with a hint of irritation. Emmerich shrugged. You propose a game, so you choose first, Aurora said to Valerie. Valerie pushed all her chips onto red. Then we'll bet black, Aurora declared, as Emmerich reluctantly placed all his chips on black. Under the watchful eyes of the four, the wheel spun and ultimately landed on red, granting Valerie all the chips. Aurora, in frustration, playfully swatted her brother. My apologies. It seems tonight is my night to win, Valerie said with a smile as she collected the chip-laden tray and beckoned V to leave, that you've wrapped things up on your end. Haven to you. After exchanging the chips, Valerie inquired of V. The samples are abundant. There is no issue. Valerie nodded with a smile. Shall we proceed? Tonight promises to be quite enjoyable. Chapter 34. The kidnapping here. Valerie tossed a remote-like device to V, retrieved from the trunk of her car. Why does this thing look so familiar? V furrowed her brow, holding the device, a vague sense of unpleasant memories associated with its surfacing. The pair of siblings rented a supercar from company in town, and I need you to find an opportunity to slip inside the vehicle. As they drive to Hansen's lair, we'll black out the car. Then disguise ourselves as them to infiltrate the stadium and locate Hansen. Valerie succinctly outlined the plan. Wait, I just remembered. Isn't this the device that brought me together with Jack the first time? V exclaimed, pointing at the gadget with indignation. I'm not that fool, Kirk. Valerie shot V an exasperated glance and retorted, given my status, would I really allow you to use such low-grade trash? V examined the device closely, hoping to discern any differences. This cost me several thousand. Valerie continued, I've sent you the hideout details. Rendezvous there after you've hijacked the car. And what about the real siblings? V asked, contemplating. Valerie looked up from lighting her cigarette and replied, I'll arrange for someone to handle that. You need not concern yourself. After closing the trunk, she made her way to the driver's seat. V hurriedly followed, taking her place in the passenger seat. How will we know where their car is headed? That's a valid question. Let us not forget, our team comprises more than just the two of us. Tracking the vehicle will be Lucy's responsibility. Lucy, is everyone in position? Valerie queried in the subnet. They're all set, just waiting for you. Lucy's somewhat displeased voice echoed back. Once Valerie drove through the gates of Dogtown. Lucy continued, the twins have already set off, but the signal dropped just after leaving downtown. Valerie halted the car in an intersection and instructed V, you'll need to keep an eye out. Find a high vantage point to scan for vehicles entering Dogtown. It should be easy to identify a supercar. And you? Naturally, I'll be at the hideout waiting for you. Hurry up. V managed to ascend to the rooftop of a nearby building using scaffolding, keeping watch over the entrance. Not long after, she spotted a convoy adorned with Hellhound livery entering Dogtown. A convoy. It must be Hansen's crew, but I doubt they de-escort two hackers like this. V commented in the subnet. They're likely reinforcing the stadium, as I received a message from Alex indicating that the CIA has begun operations in Dogtown. Valerie responded. That won't interfere with our plan. Will it? V asked, her brow furrowed. The information they possess is limited. They won't act recklessly today, Valerie assured her. As several more vehicles trickled in, Valerie noticed an accident occur at the intersection. Target spotted. V exclaimed upon seeing a supercar registered under the name of the Shadow Guard Corporation. Indeed, both hackers are inside, marking the signal. Received. Lucy is already tracking them. There is still ample time before our scheduled rendezvous. And they might want to have a bit of fun first, Valerie remarked, glancing at the time. They've parked and are entering the club. I'll send you the address. Lucy's voice chimed in the subnet. Following the signal, V arrived at the twins' parking spot and retrieved the device Valerie had provided. I hope this thing is reliable, she muttered, reluctantly pressing the switch on the apparatus. The trunk of the car turned green with a beep and swung open. Seeing no one was watching, V crouched down and climbed into the trunk, connecting the data cable to the terminal inside. I'm in. The onboard camera is operational, she reported. Excellent. We're ready to proceed. Valerie affirmed that I've remotely adjusted the ICE for you, ensuring you can control the car when it matters. Lucy interjected. Thanks. V nestled in the trunk, waiting for what felt like an eternity, nearly dozing off before Valerie's voice broke the silence. Stay alert. They read coming out. Through the car's front camera, V caught sight of the twin hackers emerging. Once inside, Emmerich took the wheel while Oral sat in the passenger seat, appearing somewhat inebriated. The two chatted about Hansen's gossip in French. And V found herself engrossed. Finally, Valerie had to remind her, focus, V. We're nearing the stadium entrance. Only then did V take over vehicle control, causing the two inside to panic. It took them a moment to regain their composure and attempt to reclaim control. But against the adjusted ICE, they were momentarily helpless, allowing V to drive the car back to the hideout. As soon as the car entered and came to a halt, the doors swung open uncontrollably. And two stun guns greeted the duo. V opened the trunk, emerging to find 7 or 8 individuals wearing digital masks staring back. What the hell? Are we here for organ harvesting? V exclaimed, reaching for her gun. Calm down. There are people, Valerie said, restraining V's hand. Only then did V notice one woman switch off her mask, revealing Lucy's face. You scared me. Why the theatrics? V sighed in relief. Isn't this a human trafficking operation? Lucy pointed at the unconscious twins on the ground, then turned to Valerie. The signal interference is activated. Even if they wake up, they won't be able to call for help. I say we just eliminate them. I need them for a favor with the net watch. Please keep an eye on them. Once things heat up at the stadium, just load them up and relocate, Valerie replied. Are you sure? You don't need us to back you up? Lucy asked, her brow furrowed. And oh need. We have other means to exit with our client, Valerie assured her, then turned to V. So, which one do you want to impersonate? V glanced at the two on the ground. I'll take Emmerich. He has the quieter one. All right, first, get the data from Oral that you'll team up with Nightingale for that. While I keep an eye on Hansen, Valerie instructed. After V extracted the data, she saw that Valerie had already donned Oral's attire. She handed V a suit tailored specifically by Valerie. Wow, it fits surprisingly well, V remarked after putting it on. I have a similar build as you. Now quit chatting and get in the car. Valerie took her place in the passenger seat. Once V was at the wheel, Valerie activated her behavioral simulation implant, transforming into Oral's likeness. She then handed V a chip, saying in Oral's voice, "This contains Emmerich's behavioral traits. Give it a try." V accepted the chip, then quipped, "Your voice is quite alluring now." Chapter 35. Impersonation. Wow, my voice. Not bad, V noted while seated in the driver's seat. Activating Emmerich's behavioral mode. Try introducing yourself, Valerie, sporting Oral's face, prompted. Is that necessary? V retorted, I doubt I'll spot any flaws. This situation cannot afford any mistakes. I need to see how well you can perform. Valerie insisted. Fine, V cleared her throat and, adopting Emmerich's soft, detached tone, introduced herself. Emmerich castled, I asked that it. Valerie remarked, having only heard V state the name without further elaboration. Yeah, that's it, V replied. All right then, playing the quiet type seems easier. Valerie conceded, shaking her head. Let us go. Hansen is waiting for us. Okay, we're off. V revved the supercar's engine. As they drove, Valerie began. Someone once told me that to impersonate another, you must first ask yourself 3 questions. What does this person fear? What do they desire? What is their greatest secret? Reflect on these carefully. Valerie considered reaching for a cigarette, but ultimately resisted. Feeling nervous? V raised an eyebrow. Everyone gets nervous, Valerie replied, then redirected the conversation. Let us get into character. Emmerich. V chuckled and responded. All right, sister. The supercar soon arrived at the underground parking entrance of the stadium, where both Valerie and V noted the heightened security compared to the Sapphire and Gin Gala. With double the personnel at each post, the vehicle passed through the scan effortlessly, entering the parking structure. After parking at the far end, Valerie pointed to an adjacent empty space. Park there, once the car was stopped. Valerie turned to V and said, Before we go in, I must remind you that he's the one seeking our help to obtain access codes. So we need to be overly polite. Understood, Emmerich? Then I'll leave the negotiations to you, sister, V replied. Valerie took a deep breath and declared, All right, let's get to work. The two exited the vehicle and approached the entrance, only to be halted by the guard, who announced, Private property, please step back. Oral. Valerie spoke up, Magnifique, we have an appointment with Colonel Hansen. It should be timed out just a moment. The two waited for about 10 seconds, and when the door opened, a black officer wearing sunglasses addressed them. Good, you have arrived. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Murphy. I asked the colonel already here. Emmerich. V stepped forward to inquire. He has been waiting for you, Murphy replied. Let us hurry. I drank too much last night and have a headache. Oral. Valerie urged like a tipsy cat. This way, please. Murphy led the two into the elevator. Inside, he initiated a conversation. The Lark has mentioned you both. You've traveled quite a distance from Europe. Indeed, Emmerich. V confirmed. May I ask, did you enjoy your time at the Gem Green? The performance was splendid. The drinks were delightful, but there were no sturdy men like you among the waitstaff, Oral. Valerie remarked, inching closer to Murphy as she patted his highly augmented arm. Startled, Murphy leaned back. Just kidding. Huh. Before Murphy had time to feel awkward, the elevator doors opened. He swiftly exited, saying, We have arrived. It's this floor. Someone will be monitoring you throughout the day. Colonel Hansen has been informed of CIA activities in Dogtown. However, rest assured, everything is under control. He has ordered a thorough check of everyone. Without exception, that I hope so, Emmerich. V said flatly. The entire stadium is filled with our people, and there are drones overhead providing reconnaissance support. Murphy stopped before an iron gate and pointed to a nearby locker, saying, "Please leave your weapons here." Emmerich V. took out a standard handgun from his coat and placed it inside, while Oral Valerie shrugged and said, "I had several rounds to drink and didn't bring one for fear of accidental discharge. Next, we need to scan your IDs over there. Familiarity is one thing, but we are here for serious business. I hope you understand." After the scanning was complete and the gate opened, Murphy proudly declared, "Welcome to the heart of our little empire." Oral Valerie leaned over the railing, observing the helicopters and chimera mechs in the arena with keen interest. Pointing at a chimera, she asked Murphy, "That mech looks impressive. How much does it cost? Is it like buying a car?" "Somewhat, but we only deal in bulk wholesale, not retail. Our business caters to clients worldwide. We never inquire about their purposes," Murphy stated, continuing to lead the way, while Emmerich V. frowned at the clients below, engaged in business discussions. Members of the Arasaka Corporation. The trio soon arrived at a private box, which was heavily guarded, with no fewer than 10 soldiers from the Hellhound unit. Having just concluded his discussion with his subordinates, Hansen turned to the approaching duo and said, "Welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you both." He then gazed out the glass window, observing the Lark busily working on a device below. The Lark is dismantling the apparatus. "It'll take a moment." He then turned back to the duo, saying, "Perfect timing. Let us have a chat first." Hansen led them to the sofa, retrieving a handgun from behind and placing it on the table. Oral Valerie sat down at Hansen's right, saying as she settled, "No rush. I've had a bit too much to drink and need to recover." "And what about him?" Hansen inquired, looking at Emmerich V. "That my brother doesn't drink, but if I were to pass out, he would certainly have a rough time." Oral Valerie chuckled at D. "You always conduct business while inebriated?" Hansen queried. Oral Valerie shifted closer to Hansen, asking, "Do you believe this is my first time?" "I believe you," Hansen replied with a smile, "but I don't even believe it myself." Oral Valerie laughed heartily. "And why sisters just like that?" Emmerich V. explained with a resigned expression, but wanted to interfere with business. At that moment, a server arrived with a bottle of wine and 3 small glasses. Hansen stood up, pouring the wine into the glasses while saying, "Let us raise a toast together. Here's to a successful collaboration." Seeing Hansen lift his glass, Oral Valerie also picked up her glass and replied, "Well said, I'll pass." Emmerich V. said coolly, "Then you're missing out." Oral Valerie finished her drink and leaned over to take Emmerich V.'s glass, downing it in one gulp. "Let us talk about something else. Did you enjoy your time at the Gem Green? I heard from others that you gambled quite a bit. Did you both win a lot?" Hansen asked "How should I put this? It was a real disaster." Oral Valerie feigned an expression of deep grievance "My apologies. Oh, this is hardly worth mentioning. I'm here to help you win it back." "Aren't I?" "That's good to hear," Hansen replied with a smile. The conversation soon turned to Hansen probing for information, while Oral Valerie deftly navigated the inquiries, interspersing her responses with playful banter. When Hansen mentioned selling arms to Western Europe, Oral Valerie first picked up the handgun on the table, weighing it briefly before saying, "My brother and I don't deal in arms, but then again, there's always a first time for everything." Hansen continued, "But I plan to sell within the community." Oral Valerie stiffened momentarily, responding to Hansen, "That would depend on your pricing." Hansen raised an eyebrow, asking, "Aren't you afraid of making money at the cost of your life?" "We have our own methods, just like you do over in New America," Colonel Oral Valerie implied. Quite ambitious that we can discuss this further later," Hansen chuckled, concluding that topic. Xiaomei. Hansen looked towards the entering Lark. "The main device is ready. We can begin." The Lark informed Hansen, "Don't forget our conditions. One goes to input the access code, and one stays here with me." Hansen glanced at the two before saying, "I've had quite a bit to drink since yesterday, and I'm afraid my hands might tremble when entering the code, so let my brother do it," Oral Valerie remarked. The Lark shot Oral Valerie a puzzled look, not understanding why she wouldn't leave the mercenary behind to accompany her. Emmerich V. rose and addressed the Lark. "Then let us go." "Follow me," the Lark said, turning towards the door leading downstairs. Chapter 36. The Final Opportunity. What to do after obtaining the neural matrix. I've already thought it through. Hack the local network, rewrite the stadium's defense systems, and let them turn against each other. But can you handle Hansen alone? The Lark was downstairs controlling the device while simultaneously communicating with Oral Valerie upstairs through the connection to the relic chip. Oral, Valerie, feigned a drunken demeanor, yawning beside Hansen. Just focus on your task. Notify me when you're ready to act. Understood. Downstairs, the Lark had successfully separated the device's outer casing, revealing its core glowing with a blue light. Valerie, chaos will ensue in 2 minutes. Be prepared that I will seal the box door. And if you want to leave, you will need to eliminate Hansen and his subordinates first. Downstairs, Amric, V, had already connected the data line to the equipment. After the Lark worked on the computer for a while, Amric, V, began to input the password It seems we are about to see the results of our transaction, Hansen said with a smile beside Oral, Valerie. I too am eager to know what is contained within. Oral, Valerie leaned against Hansen in a seemingly seductive manner. I'm currently breaking through the stadium's defense systems. It's quite challenging. I must penetrate the black wall. Downstairs, the Lark appeared to extract something from the device. The defense system is about to launch an attack on Hansen's forces. The box door has been sealed, and you can act at any moment. Colonel, it seems your business, Oral, Valerie, leaned in very closely, speaking in a teasing tone. Hansen looked at Oral, Valerie, with confusion. What he saw was Oral, Valerie, wearing a triumphant smile, devoid of any traces of inebriation. Before Hansen could instinctively activate his Sion Weiss, Valerie's mantis blade pierced his heart, emerging from his back, before Hansen's guards could react to what had transpired. Valerie, empowered by Sion Weiss, swiftly stabbed Hansen multiple times in a flash. She was behind Hansen, using his corpse as a human shield. Simultaneously, she drew a handgun from Hansen's holster and fired 8 shots, eliminating 8 Hellhound soldiers. The remaining 2 soldiers had just raised their weapons when one was decapitated by Valerie's mantis blade, and the other found Hansen's beloved knife embedded in his forehead. Valerie stepped forward, drew Hansen's knife, wiped off the blood, and stowed it away. Casting a glance at Hansen, whose wide-open eyes reflected his refusal to succumb to death, she completed her earlier statement. It seems your venture has met with failure. At that moment, a powerful pulse from the black wall surged from below, plunging the lights in the booth into darkness. Valerie's behavioral simulation malfunctioned, reverting her to her true appearance. V. Are you all right? Valerie inquired as she descended the stairs towards V. I'm fine, but Lark, doesn't he look too good? V replied, concern etched on his face as he gazed at Lark. Lark bent over with her hands on her knees, gasped for breath, and managed to speak. I lost control for a moment, but I'm all right now. I stashed some weapons and ammunition over there. She pointed toward the nearby gate. Valerie approached, retrieving a 9-tailed rifle from a box and tossing it to V, then hurling an HJ-11 Yukimura to Lark, before finally drawing a revolver and tucking it into her waistband. We must hurry, Valerie urged. Lark opened the gate to reveal the arms dealing ground outside. The helicopter that had been hovering above lay wrecked on the ground, engulfed in flames. Before the wreckage, 2 Hellhound soldiers were advancing with weapons drawn, searching the area. Valerie gestured to V, who nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 rose from their cover and opened fire simultaneously, instantly dispatching the 2 Hellhound soldiers. The gunfire attracted more of their kind, although the stadium's defense system had restrained many of them. A significant number of guards remained near the laboratory due to Hansen's interest in the transaction. Through their coordinated efforts, Valerie and V managed to push past Hansen's soldiers, swiftly making their way to the maintenance shaft of the stadium. I've burnt the door lock. We can finally take a breather, Lark panted, nearly losing her balance as she leaned against a crate. Once Lark had caught her breath, the trio continued through the maintenance shaft, eventually arriving at a sewer. The plan is this. We'll exit from the back of the stadium. I've arranged 2 vehicles, one for you and one for me, so they won't catch up too quickly. The trio spotted a glimmer of light ahead, indicating that the exit was near. I feel lightheaded. Lark wobbled forward. Suddenly, a gun pressed against the back of Lark's head, which was laden with implants. What else are you hiding from me concerning the antidote? Valerie's icy voice emanated from behind Lark. Stunned, Lark froze in place, her eyes wide. Everything I told you is the truth, Lark exclaimed defensively, but you've also concealed certain facts. Haven TU, what you choose to disclose voluntarily differs from what I have to extract from you. Do you understand, Miss Song Xiaomei? Valerie warned, nudging Lark's head with the gun. This is your final opportunity. V stood silently nearby. Defeated, Lark sank to the ground, eyes closed. Go ahead, shoot me. Do you think I'm afraid? Valerie shifted the gun away and pulled the trigger, the bullet striking the ground. She then pressed the gun back to Lark's forehead, coldly stating, "The next shot 1T be diverted. The antidote is here." "Yes, I concealed part of the truth." Lark retrieved a small vial from her body, explaining, "This contains the antidote, but it can only save one person. Me. Or you. You can shoot me and take it." Lark feigned indifference. However, Valerie did not accept the antidote. She merely lowered her weapon and said, "You have earned your last chance, Song Xiaomei." Lark looked at Valerie in astonishment. "I've reviewed your dossier. You think yourself clever, yet you've consistently acted foolishly. Valerie holstered her gun that you've betrayed your friends, sold out Lida, and been manipulated by Myers. After all this, you still seek to exploit both me and Hansen." Valerie seethed. "Do you even realize how utterly foolish you are?" With a forceful kick, Valerie flung the iron door of the sewer open and questioned Lark. "The commission fee has changed. I demand that you procure Myers' instructions for digging up dirt on the Blackwall, as well as all technical documentation regarding the capture of the rogue AI from the Little Dipper, and all the data you've collected on the Blackwall. Can you manage that?" "I can," Lark replied, head bowed. "Get out." Valerie pointed toward the exit of the sewer. "Don't think you can escape. If you wish to continue living, you will obey my commands." Once Lark staggered away, V finally spoke up. "You just let her go. I never intended to acquire that," Valerie replied. "Then what was the uproar in Dogtown all about?" V asked, puzzled. Valerie gazed towards the direction of Night City, observing the towering steel forest, and replied softly, "Every plague in Night City must be reduced by 1. Chapter 37. The new power broker. This is the commission I've taken on." "Why are you here with me?" V complained, glancing discontentedly at Valerie in the elevator of the Heavy Heart Club. "The task you've undertaken will significantly impact the future of Dogtown. I need to speak with Mr. Hans about this matter," Valerie responded coolly. "Why do you believe Hans will take you seriously?" V asked bluntly. "The middleman can accommodate anyone as long as it aligns with their interests. What he desires is the current state of Dogtown to be maintained, or even to exert greater control over it through his puppets," Valerie replied, her tone suggesting that the success of the negotiation was already assured. "And what is it that you seek?" V, understanding her well, sensed that Valerie had ulterior motives. My objectives are not dissimilar from Hansen's. The only difference is that I wish for the future of Dogtown to be less burdened by corporate influence," Valerie articulated. The elevator soon reached the 3rd floor, and their conversation ceased. Valerie approached Mr. Hans's private room with the ease of familiarity, her demeanor as calm as if meeting an old friend. V, on the other hand, was uncertain of how Mr. Hans would react, despite his usual amiable tone when assigning work. Yet, V recognized that Mr. Hans was the most calculating middleman she had encountered, aside from Valerie. After V knocked on the door a few times, it opened on its own. V glanced at Valerie before stepping inside. Mr. Hans sat on the sofa, observing the two newcomers with a slightly displeased expression. "Miss Valerie, I recall you mentioning during our conversation at the Gem Green that you would not interfere with my hiring of V." "Mr. Hans said, fixing his gaze on Valerie, who casually settled into the sofa across from him. "If it were another commission, I would certainly refrain from interference. However, your desire to install a new power broker in Dogtown necessitates a discussion," Valerie asserted as she lit a cigarette and gestured toward the documents on Mr. Hans's table. "Are you suggesting that you intend to encroach upon my business in Dogtown?" Mr. Hans raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with hostility. "I am here merely to ensure that Dogtown does not descend into chaos," Valerie replied nonchalantly. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Mr. Hans questioned, unsure of how much the other party knew about the ongoing upheaval. "For instance, Arasaka's influence." Valerie's gaze sharpened suddenly. "I think you jest. This commission is in no way related to Arasaka," Mr. Hans chuckled. "Oh, so you're completely unaware that the successor to Dogtown you have chosen, Bennett, is currently entangled with Arasaka," Valerie retorted with a cold smile. Mr. Hans furrowed his brow, sensing that Valerie had seemingly seen through his plans. "I know you fear that military technology might exploit this situation to seize control of Dogtown. Hence, you intend to ally with Arasaka to bolster your position against military tech. But have you considered that, with the recent death of their big boss, Arasaka itself is in disarray? If one faction perceives you as a valuable asset, you might as well rely on the voodoo boys. Not forget, Petrochem still has a bounty on your head." Mr. Hans remained silent, his eyes fixed on Valerie. Deep in thought, he was not surprised that Valerie was aware of his true identity. After all, it was not a tightly guarded secret. Furthermore, he had concealed himself within the dog town he had managed for years, where Petrochem had no leverage against him. However, this woman before him was another matter altogether. According to intel, she had the audacity to involve the new president of the United States with a terrorist task force. Moreover, her companion V, a recently emerged lone wolf assassin in Night City, evidently shared an undisclosed connection with this formidable woman. So, what is your proposition? Mr. Hans finally spoke as Valerie neared the end of her cigarette. It's simple. Eliminate Arasaka, Valerie stated as she extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. You must be aware that I have crossed paths with the new United States, and the CIA wishes to leverage me to retrieve their lost bird. In a certain sense, our situations are quite similar. It is easy to speak lightly of such matters, without a company backing him. Even if Hansen were alive, he would be as good as dead. If we were to oust Arasaka, the ones who would come in would not be mere corporate spies, but rather the military security forces of military technology. That Mr. Hans believes that the woman before him is either excessively arrogant or has lost her sanity, truly thinking that Dogtown could operate independently from corporate control. Removing Arasaka does not imply allowing Night City to function in a vacuum. Valerie noticed that Hans had misunderstood her intentions and added, So, who do you plan to bring in? Kong Tao. To have them continue picking up the pieces of the abandoned buildings in Pacifica and proceed with their new city plans? That would be worse than Arasaka. Valerie dismissed the idea of Kong Tao. Then who do you intend to let in as support? Mr. Hans inquired, growing curious about whom this woman was allied with. I plan to bring in the Netwatch, Valerie replied softly. Upon hearing this, Hans could not suppress a twitch of his facial muscles. He could now confirm that the woman before him was indeed insane. What is Dogtown? A part of Pacifica. Which gang is most prevalent in Pacifica? The Voodoo Boys. Who are the Voodoo Boys' sworn enemies? Netwatch, is it not chaotic enough in Dogtown already? With the current strength of Netwatch in Night City, they would need to hire a multitude of muscle just to enter Pacifica. Are you intending to rely on them for Dogtown? Relying solely on them would certainly be insufficient, but what if we include the anti-terrorism task force? Valerie posed meaningfully. Mr. Hans could not help but gasp. Was this a plan to reintegrate Dogtown into Night City? The involvement of the anti-terrorism task force and Netwatch would deter other corporations in Night City from brazenly invading Dogtown on both the physical and cyber fronts, as for the remaining clandestine dealings. I trust you are more than capable. As long as Dogtown does not manifest cyberpsychosis, the anti-terrorism task force will not interfere with you. While Netwatch might meddle in Dogtown's affairs, what if they become restless? If they decide to take on the Voodoo Boys or the coveted artifacts beneath the stadium that Petro is so keen on, it would surely tug at their nerves, provided you do not recklessly engage with them. And as long as business with Cuba remains intact, you will still be the puppeteer in Dogtown. Mr. Hans stood up and moved to the side, turning his back to V and Valerie as he began to ponder. Finally, he spoke. What if Arasaka does not relinquish its hold? If Arasaka and military technology, two colossal entities in Night City, were to join forces to exert pressure on the Night City Hall, the delicate balance you speak of would be nothing but folly. Arasaka and military technology won't be prancing around Night City for long. I assure you, Valerie stated with startling confidence. Hans turned to regard Valerie, realizing that the matter concerning the Cobalt Tower was likely tied to her. It seemed she held some leverage over Arasaka, but could she wield that leverage to transform it into a genuine weapon? If we were to expel Arasaka, I estimate that Dogtown could hold out for no more than 3 months. Mr. Hans lit a cigar for himself and remarked, That is sufficient. Valerie smiled and replied, You will see a spectacle from New America in less than a week. So, can my and V's commission continue? Mr. Hans asked. Naturally, I only care about the outcome, as for the enjoyment of the process. Let V relish it on their own. Valerie chuckled, rising to pat V on the shoulder before exiting Mr. Hans's private chamber. Damn it, I'm starting to contemplate whether I should continue meddling in your political games. V said with a sullen expression that I can offer double the previous commission, and support will be guaranteed. Hans waved his hand, still holding the cigar. Upon hearing this, V chuckled and rubbed his hands together. Then this game is certainly worth playing again. Chapter 38, until the building collapses, leave the gun in the car. The spaceport has security regulations. Guns cannot be brought inside. In a van parked outside the orbital spaceport. Nightingale spoke to V in a feeble voice. I do not wish for a repeat of what happened at Hansen's funeral in the spaceport. V cast a complex glance at the visibly unwell Nightingale, recalling the incident where she had shot Bennett dead at Hansen's funeral. She withdrew her handgun from its holster and placed it on the passenger seat. Damn it, I'll let that incident happen again. I hope you won't betray me this time. V gritted her teeth. At this point, having a gun or not makes a little difference for you. Nightingale replied, "Do not worry. I will keep a close eye on you this time." Remember, the fag station. V opened the car door and stepped out, making her way to the terminal. Under Nightingale's guidance, V approached the security checkpoint. When V heard the security personnel instructing her to deactivate her combat cyberware, she clenched her fist. Not act impulsively. V. Follow his instructions. Nightingale soothed through the comms. Once we regroup, I will assist you in unlocking your cyberware. V had no choice but to plug the data line into the terminal indicated by the security personnel. Identifying biometric ID authentication, please look at the camera, the orbital security officer directed, pointing to the camera beside him. Do as he says. I have already ensured your file is in their database. Nightingale instructed. V focused on the camera, and after a few seconds, the security personnel spoke again. Scanning complete. Thank you for choosing Orbital Airlines. And we appreciate your cooperation. V disconnected the data line and proceeded into the waiting area. Head to the baggage claim. My friend who bought the tickets left something there. Nightingale reminded her once more. V arrived at the baggage claim area and entered the number Nightingale had sent her, and a yellow suitcase appeared on the conveyor belt. Construction worker clothes? V frowned at the open suitcase before her. Find a secluded spot to change. They're currently working at Thag Station, so you can blend in perfectly. But be cautious of the security robots and cameras. They're not easily fooled, Nightingale advised. Fine, V pouted, taking the suitcase and heading into the restroom. Leaving her weapon in the car, having her cyberware locked, and changing clothes to infiltrate. This felt so eerily familiar that V changed into the construction worker outfit in the restroom and headed toward the construction site. There's some bad news. The CIA hackers have begun breaching Orbital Airline security system. So be careful. Nightingale warned that IS New America really going to storm in. V asked, astonished. Myers is no pushover. Be extra cautious. V. Nightingale responded. V easily evaded the surveillance and security robots, making her way to the elevator leading to the rooftop. V. I've reached the rooftop, but I'm about 30 to 40 meters short. Find something to pull me up. Nightingale requested as soon as she exited the elevator. V could not help but roll her eyes, staring at the drizzling rain in the sky, and said, I'm beginning to suspect that you're intentionally making this difficult for me. Please help, V. Nightingale pleaded. V had no choice but to look for something and ultimately threw down a fire hose for Nightingale to catch. Despite her combat cyberware being locked, she exerted considerable effort to pull Nightingale up. Nightingale, clad in a heavy trench coat, leaned against the railing, gasping for breath, and pointed to a small bag she had brought along, saying, V, your equipment. V discovered that her combat cyberware had been unlocked, and she stepped forward to retrieve the bag, pulling out the JKX2 and checking it before remarking, You're too heavy. You should consider shedding some weight. Huh. The two did not walk far when Nightingale suddenly exclaimed, Damn it, New America's people are coming. Hide. The two quickly concealed themselves in a ventilation shaft. Crawling through the duct as they traversed, they caught sight of New America's armed helicopters and hover cars landing on the rooftop, with Lee and President Myers present. If our little bird falls into enemy hands, the consequences would be dire. This is something only we are aware of. There must be no mistakes, otherwise New America will be doomed. Nightingale scoffed derisively. Did you hear that? I anticipated this outcome. V also wore a grim expression. She had come to fully understand Myers' true nature. That Myers was truly insufferable. She still had plenty of tricks up her sleeve. But as long as I can survive this ordeal, she won't be prancing around for long. Nightingale said darkly. The two managed to evade the search by New American soldiers on the rooftop and cautiously entered the elevator. Before the elevator doors opened, they heard gunfire from outside. New America's forces were clashing with the Aerospace Agency's security personnel. Under VS protection, they fought their way through the crossfire, advancing toward the train platform. In a brief moment of safety, they paused to catch their breath. By the way, who arranged this flight? V inquired curiously. The person claims to be Mr. Blue Eyes, and, I suspect, he is affiliated with Knight Corp. Nightingale replied, Damn, Arasaka, Kong Tao Military Technology, Knight Corp. I've managed to provoke all the major corporations in Night City. You're practically a harbinger of doom. Their safety did not last long, as they traversed the corridor of the terminal. They were pursued by New America's armed helicopters, with soldiers blocking their path midway. V could only dodge the gunfire from the armed helicopter while simultaneously taking out the New American soldiers. Behind him, the Lark stumbled along, struggling to keep up. The control tower. We must take the maglev train to the launch pad, she said. Upon reaching the tower, they found a considerable number of New American soldiers waiting. V had to brave the enemy's fire, shooting to cover Lark as she made her way to the control console of the maglev train. Damn it, the New American lackeys are multiplying. I can barely hold on. V exclaimed, occasionally peeking out from behind cover to fire back. Almost there, Lark said, her fingers flying over the controls in a frantic manner. That moment, the armed helicopter hovered above the control tower, and more New American soldiers began to encircle them. Just as the tension reached its peak, a missile struck the helicopter. The distinctive alarm of the Special Operations Unit blared, and several hovering vehicles adorned with the unit's insignia appeared in the sky. This is the Special Operations Unit. I command all armed personnel engaged in combat to cease fire immediately. Otherwise, we will take all necessary measures. The announcement echoed. V glanced at Lark, who had already taken cover beneath the console, and she nodded in response. However, the New American soldiers had already received their orders to capture Lark, disregarding the warnings from the Special Operations Unit as they advanced while firing. It seems someone prefers punishment over a toast, the Special Operations Unit declared over the intercom. Subsequently, the side doors of their vehicles swung open, and fully armed operatives began to fire upon the New American soldiers below, the elite forces of the New America. Confronted by the fierce firepower of these officially sanctioned cybermaniacs, found themselves quickly suppressed. Seizing the opportunity as the Special Operations Unit engaged the New American soldiers, V hurriedly assisted Lark, and together they dashed toward the maglev train. Minutes later, at the launch platform of the aerial rail, V emerged from the train, holding the unconscious Lark, his expression dark as he made his way toward the spaceship that was preparing for takeoff. Damn it! V halted, casting a grim gaze at Lida, who was stepping out of the spacecraft. Put her down, Lida commanded, aiming his gun at V. All right, I'll put her down. V gently laid Lark on the ground. Do you know who you're protecting? Lida interrogated fiercely. All I know is that she's dying. V replied, Is it just you? As far as I know, Lark was hired through an intermediary named Valerie. She's been acting alongside you. Where is she now? Lida pressed on. I'm right here. Lark, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly appeared behind Lida and incapacitated the New American CIA agent with a stun gun. I don't understand why we took such a huge risk for this, V remarked, picking up Lida's handgun. A flicker of light crossed Lark's face, transforming it into Valerie's visage. Of course, it's to record tonight's grand performance. This is evidence of the New America's terror attack on Night City, Valerie stated, pulling out a cigarette from a case hidden in her trench coat and lighting it. You called in the Special Operations Unit? V inquired. I don't have that kind of influence. They were merely tipped off in advance to protect the citizens of Night City, Valerie replied. What do we do with him? She gestured towards the incapacitated Lida. We can't let a flight to the moon go empty, Valerie said, moving to support Lida's upper body. Come on, give me a hand. Together, they hoisted the bulky figure into the spacecraft's passenger cabin and shut the door. They then retreated to the platform and sat on a bench, watching as the spaceship began its countdown to launch. That we are ready on our end, Valerie said. Let me confirm one last time. Are you sure you want to give this opportunity to her? Lucy's voice came through on the line. That moment. Lucy was in the New American experimental facility beneath the stadium, observing the technical expert borrowed from Regina, who was busy working on Song Xiaomei lying on the equipment. Absolutely. Lucy, I thought you would understand my choice, Valerie replied. After learning about her past, I do feel a bit of sympathy for her. But I can't understand your choice. This chance to heal yourself is slipping away. I never intended to heal myself this way. My current goals have largely been achieved. whether the new America will collapse. I can't say, but military technology will eventually be expelled from Night City, Valerie remarked with a smile as she watched the spaceship ascend. Does that mean Arasaka will dominate? Let Arasaka have its moment in the sun. Johnny Silverhand managed to breach Arasaka Tower once. He can do it again, Valerie scoffed. What's next? V asked Valerie. Didn't you say Senator Polari's wife wanted to meet with you to discuss something? The grand drama of Night City has not yet concluded. Chapter 39. The attack the Polari's couple approached me, indeed seeking my assistance in investigating Mayor Ryan's death. They now wish for me to help examine the victim of the cybermaniac attack. Superdream. Sitting in the senator's vehicle, V was communicating with Valerie through the subnet. Agreed to his request, Valerie advised. V extended his hand towards Senator Jefferson and said, "All right, let me see how I can assist." Excellent. Whatever information you can gather to clarify things and dispel current doubts will suffice. Senator Jefferson handed V a chip. V took the chip and inserted it into Superdream's headband, preparing to wear it when Valerie's voice came through the subnet. When you put on the headband, open port 1650. I'll join you. All right, V complied and entered Superdream. As soon as Superdream started, a large face loomed in front of V, nearly causing him to swing a punch. Before V could start playback, two figures appeared on the screen. One was Valerie, and the other resembled a rocker. Let's see what we have here, the man said. Who the hell is this? V asked, pointing at Johnny with confusion. Johnny Silverhand, the main character from that relic chip, Valerie replied. Exasperated, he insisted on tagging along to see to Oh, I've heard much about you. V began to play Superdream, and within moments, he saw Mayor Ryan conversing with Deputy Mayor Oat. I remember seeing Oat in the jewel green. He seemed to be negotiating with someone from Arasaka at the time. V paused the playback and said, That's not surprising. It seems like Night City is becoming Arasaka's backyard. Johnny commented. V resumed the playback, listening to their discussion. The Red Queen's race? Valerie, you should know where that is, right? V inquired. It's an underground club. People of the mayor's stature can't just waltz into a place like Liz's bar, Valerie replied. Just seconds after they left, the attack occurred. V felt the attack seemed too staged, or perhaps that madman just got incredibly lucky. There's no need to be paranoid, Johnny quipped. Shut up, Johnny, Valerie retorted. V continued watching and saw a man clad in a leather coat enter the scene. He presented NCPD credentials, claiming he needed to find the mayor's head of security. Even the NCPD is here? V thought, sensing the situation growing more complex. Maybe he just wanted to kiss the mayor's ass, Johnny dismissed. Though many in the NCPD are indeed slackers, there are also those who genuinely want to do their job well. Valerie sighed. Interesting. The moment the mayor leaves, the security system fails. Such timing cannot be mere coincidence. V observed as the cybermaniac boldly strolled through the security gate. What tune is he humming? V wondered. You call that a tune? Are you tone deaf? Johnny mocked. If you keep barking, I'll kick you out right now. Valerie shot back, raising her middle finger at Johnny. Then V witnessed the cybermaniac stab a security guard with a mantis blade. Charging into the venue, only to be shot dead by the NCPD officer who had entered moments prior. I must say, that marksmanship was impressive, V remarked. That's fair enough, Valerie replied, after shutting off Superdream. V discovered the Polari's couple waiting beside their hovering vehicle and approached them. So, what do you think? Any suspicious details? Anything at all? Or do you think we're overthinking it? Senator Jefferson inquired. You should ask where there isn't anything suspicious. There are far too many coincidences for anyone with a shred of sense not to see something is amiss. V returned the Superdream chip, his tone serious. You have any leads? Senator Jefferson asked, frowning. Tell me who that officer is and his contact information. V responded. That's Detective River Ward. He is a good guy. We've worked on a few cases together. I'll send you his information. The rest is up to you, Senator Jefferson said before tossing his cigar to the ground and extinguishing it as he entered the hovering vehicle and departed. You have River's contact information too. Why do I have to ask? V questioned indignantly through the subnet. We have to keep up appearances. Arrange a meeting with River first. Then we'll regroup, Valerie responded. V could only dial River's number using the contact information provided by the council member. Upon mentioning the name Perales, River quickly agreed to meet. They arranged to meet at Fat Chicken Wings. As expected, it was the old haunt. All right, I'm heading out now. Let's rendezvous at the restaurant entrance. When V drove up to the restaurant, she spotted Valerie languidly smoking at the entrance. What role do you intend to play in this affair? V inquired as she approached Valerie. I'll just tell that cop I'm your sister, here to assist my little sister. Valerie teased. Get lost? Why would you be my sister? V retorted. Just because I returned from 2079, you can stew in your disbelief. Valerie laughed. V felt a twinge of irritation, tempted to punch that face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. However, considering Valerie's greater experience, she refrained. Suit yourself. Upon entering the restaurant, they spotted River and his partner. After River's partner warned him against getting involved with the mayor's case, he departed, leaving V and Valerie seated across from River. I thought you were coming alone, River remarked, glancing at Valerie. Oh, you know my partner? River observed Valerie staring out the window at Detective Hahn, who was approaching in a police car, and asked, No, I don't know him. I just had a feeling he knows quite a bit, Valerie replied, turning back. I asked this your intuition as a middleman, Miss Valerie? River inquired again. Oh, you know me? Valerie asked curiously. Though I'm a cop, I'm not blind. Many on the street are familiar with you, the demoness of the underworld. Several cases I've handled have connections to you. So, did you take the commission from our future mayor? No, it was V who took the job. I'm just here to assist her. Valerie pointed to V. Let's get back to the matter at hand. You arrived at the scene almost simultaneously with the cybermaniac. What were you planning to discuss with the mayor's head of security? V tapped the table as she questioned. Well, Han was right. We should find a quieter place to talk. My car is just outside, River suggested, glancing around. Okay, let's go, V replied, standing up first. River looked at Valerie, who extinguished her cigarette and followed suit. Perfect, we can exchange some intel. Chapter 40. The mayor's demise. Hey girl, what's your connection with that pig-headed cop? His new girlfriend? Two thugs from the Tiger Claw gang approached Valerie, who was leaning against River's car, smoking, and taunted her in Japanese. Humph. Valerie cast a disdainful glance at them and smirked. What? Can't understand human language. The two thugs, incensed by Valerie's attitude, became furious. She rolled her eyes and flicked the remainder of her cigarette in the direction of the one who had provoked her. The thugs, enraged by her action, reached for their katana in a bid to retaliate. However, before their hands could grasp the hilt, Valerie was already before them. With a swift kick, she sent one thug crashing into a nearby dumpster, followed by a punch that crumpled the face of the other thug, who had just been verbally assaulting her, causing him to collapse to the ground. I thought you'd use a mantis blade to slice these Tiger Claw trash into pieces. V approached from the direction of the market, addressing Valerie. Clearly, she had witnessed the whole affair. Oh, they even deserve that. Valerie lit another cigarette, replying with disdain. Can you refrain from discussing such topics in front of a cop? River sighed as he inspected the two thugs lying on the ground. Damn it, they're already dead. I have to report this. Then we'll wait for you at the Red Queen's race. Take your time cleaning up this mess. Good cop. V retorted brusquely. On their way to Bernita Street, Valerie, seated in the passenger seat, asked V, So, did you manage to uncover anything? Haven't you asked? V shot back at I did, but I'm not sure if it's the same as what you heard. So, Peter Havis is a lunatic, worked for her for a while, then suddenly stopped to give speeches everywhere. V responded. Seems the boss lady doesn't know much, Valerie murmured. What else is in that club? Why don't you just give me a spoiler? V asked with irritation, feeling like a mere puppet when working with Valerie. Nothing much to say. Just be careful not to put on any found super dreams on your head again, Valerie cautioned. When have I ever done that? Oh, who was lying in the alley behind the super skyscraper H4, awakened by Lucy just the other day? Valerie queried, a hint of annoyance in her voice. That's not right. I didn't mention the content of that super dream to Lucy. I merely asked her who David Martinez was. How did you? V grinned mischievously. Oh, so you've seen that super dream too? Valerie regretted her slip of the tongue. Before long, they arrived at the location of the Red Queen's Race Club, standing across the street, waiting for River, the animal gang's territory. V muttered through clenched teeth. Valerie glanced at V, but refrained from asking why she appeared to harbor a deep-seated grudge against the animal gang, suspecting it might relate to a job V had taken in Dogtown. Before long, River's car pulled up before them. The animal gang's at the door. I don't have a search warrant, so I can't just walk in. But you too, River hinted at them. Valerie looked at V and asked, Can you handle it alone? River found Valerie's question somewhat puzzling. While V smirked, stretching her arms and cracking her neck, saying, "It's just a few animal gang members. I was actually looking to vent some frustration on them." With that, she strode confidently toward the guardhouse. "What do you want? Get lost. We're closed." The burly female guard threatened as V approached. V leaned toward the window, beckoning her with a finger, smiling. "Lean your head closer. I'll tell you why I'm here." The guard, surprisingly, leaned her head forward. Suddenly, V's hand slammed down on her forehead against the windowsill. "That I'm here to wipe out your animal gang." V growled menacingly. Across the street, Valerie watched V's actions, exclaiming, "That's a bit brutal." Then, she saw V swaggering inside with a gun drawn, followed by a cacophony of gunfire from the warehouse. "Are you sure she's all right?" River asked, somewhat concerned. Just as River finished speaking, Valerie's phone rang. "She's got it handled. I'm going in first. You stay outside and wait for news." Valerie smiled and confidently walked through the entrance, inside the garage. Valerie found V waiting beside a shipping container. "Feeling satisfied?" Valerie asked as they entered the hidden elevator within the container. "It's okay. Not quite enough thrill," V replied. "There's still a batch downstairs. You'll definitely get your fill." The elevator stopped, the doors opened, and V pulled back the slide of her gun, stepping out, followed by another round of gunfire. Valerie waited a moment outside the elevator, and when the gunfire ceased, she stepped inside to find V seated on a sofa, smoking, with the body of an animal gang member sprawled at her feet. "Have you had your fill of killing now?" Valerie inquired. "That was about right." "Then let's get back to business," Valerie declared, heading toward the club's private room. As V reached the office door, she saw Valerie emerging from a nearby booth, holding a Super Dream headband. "Is this the one you mentioned?" "Yes, the evidence. Our officer may need it," Valerie replied, stowing the headband. The two entered the office, quickly accessing the surveillance footage from the computer. In the footage, Detective Hahn was on the phone, directing his subordinates to drag Mayor Ryan's body out of the booth. This person looks familiar," V remarked to Valerie. "In Night City. Everyone has their way of living." "Send the video to River," Valerie replied, not saying much. V sent the file to River and asked on the phone, "Did your partner cover up the mayor's true cause of death? And you didn't notice at all?" "No way. How could that be?" River's incredulous voice came through the phone. "I'll call him and set up a meeting at Fat Chicken Wings. I need to confront him face to face. This is Night City. You can never know what those around you have done to survive," Johnny lamented, appearing beside them. At the entrance of Fat Chicken Wings, Valerie and V watched coldly as two detectives argued. One speaks of a necessity to follow orders in order to survive, while the other asserts that a police officer should not possess such a lack of principles. Valerie refrains from interjecting or passing judgment on who is right or wrong. If a person lacks ideals, then living holds little significance. Conversely, if one is deprived of life, then ideals become utterly meaningless. Ultimately, Detective Hahn utters, "Go home, Ward, and get a good night's sleep. When you wake in the morning, you will feel much better. In truth, I wish for the same." Following this, Detective Hahn drove away. "What are you planning to do next?" V inquired, observing the dejected Reeve. "I will not give up." "I cannot," Reeve sighed. "Holt murdered Ryan. Seeking to usurp his position to IT is the most cliché and outdated motive, yet makes sense of the entire situation that he even enlisted the NCPD to cover his tracks." "And what do you intend to do?" V glanced at the silent Valerie and turned back to Reeve. "I will submit the evidence to internal affairs. IT is sufficient for them to reopen the case. If you do that, your badge will be rendered useless." V frowned, skeptical that the NCPD would investigate itself. "I do not care. I'm merely doing what I must," Reeve replied solemnly. "What about you? Will you report back to Polaris?" Reeve asked V. V nodded. "I suggest you remain cautious." "Thanks, V," Reeve said before leaning against the railing, lost in thought. "Let us go." Valerie stepped forward and gently nudged the somewhat conflicted V. Once in V's car. V, seated in the driver's seat, remarked, "I feel this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. IT seems you have made some progress." Valerie responded, a hint of surprise in her voice that this girl could discern the anomalies in the situation. "Tell me, where do you see the complications?" "Though Holt has a motive, it is evident to any discerning eye that even if he killed Ryan, he could not secure the position. Moreover, he chose to act only as the election neared its conclusion. It feels off to me, but I cannot pinpoint why." "Allow me to clarify. Valerie interjected. If it were Holt aiming to eliminate Ryan for the sake of advancement, who do you think would support him in this endeavor? Arasaka, that I recall seeing them in discussions at Gems. And who was responsible for Ryan's rise? Valerie continued. V frowned. Also Arasaka. That is precisely where the issue lies. According to the election polls, Ryan's re-election was virtually assured. Arasaka has no reason to shoot themselves in the foot, Valerie articulated slowly. Are you suggesting that Senator Jefferson is a thief, crying stop thief? After all, with Ryan's demise, his ascent to mayor would be practically guaranteed. I believe he is oblivious, perhaps under the impression that his charisma would earn him sufficient votes, Valerie scoffed. Are you implying that someone is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes? It is now 2077, Valerie said with a mocking smile. Surely you do not believe that someone can rise in the political arena without corporate backing, do you? You have reminded me. How should I respond to them later? V asked, feeling somewhat cornered. Report back to them as Reeve suggested. We must make those behind the scenes believe their plan has succeeded. Just how deep this water is, we can only discern from ashore. Chapter 41. Some lose money while others gain hay. Peppy, bring me a bottle of beer. Valerie settled at the bar in the Wild Wolf. V. Change your look today. Peppy teased. Take a closer look, Valerie replied, pulling down her sunglasses with annoyance. That I've been here before. I simply don't come often. Huh. I was just joking, Miss Valerie. Peppy chuckled as he retrieved a beer, popping the cap and placing on the bar. You are indeed a rare guest. After all, this place cannot compare to what lies beyond. The Wild Wolf has its own charm. Valerie took a swig from the beer bottle and then asked, by the way, how's Jack doing lately? Ever since he dropped by a couple of days ago, he's been clamoring to go to Dogtown. The boss lady overheard and gave him a good smack. Now he's in the alley helping with deliveries, Peppy replied with a smirk. Peppy, Capullo, are you bad-mouthing me again? Jack appeared at the back door, cursing. Upon spotting Valerie at the bar, his eyes lit up, and he plopped down on the stool beside her. Valerie, my dear sister, why didn't you take me along to Dogtown? Valerie turned to Jack, exuding a sense of helplessness. Jack, it's not that I look down on you. It's just that your reckless nature is ill-suited for that line of work. Besides, didn't you already secure a few gigs from Lucy? What do you mean by secure? I earned those jobs through skill. Yes, through sheer persistence, Valerie nodded, then continued earnestly, Jack, you are not like V. Both V and I are lone wolves. If we perish, it is merely our fate. But your mother is still around. Misty is still here. And this bar remains. You must consider them, don't you think? Those words, V has told me something similar, Jack sighed. But V and I've been in this together since the beginning. Watching her thrive while I feel left behind brings a tinge of jealousy. Jack, I am not one to forget my roots, and neither is V, Valerie reassured him. However, the mercenary life cannot last forever, unless one meets an untimely and he will not aspire to be a legend. There are no living legends among mercenaries in Night City. I must disagree. Look at that old hag, Rogue. Rogue has also pivoted to become a broker, just as I did. Valerie shot Jack a glance. She is even coasting more comfortably than I am. I still have to step in personally from time to time. Then what about Adam Smasher? An Arasaka security operative. The only difference is that he is laden with a hodgepodge of metal that prevents him from donning a suit. Is that fundamentally different from a corporate lapdog? All right, I cannot argue with you. But V is still a mercenary, too, Jack persisted. Once this year is over, she will be done with it, Valerie replied. What will she do after that? Drive a cab? Jack asked, frowning. She has a rough plan, but nothing concrete yet. Valerie glanced at the television above the bar. Look, the news is starting. Good evening, I am Arif Iqbal, and this is WNS News. We have breaking news regarding the recent terrorist attack at the spaceport. New information has surfaced. According to anonymous sources, this attack was personally orchestrated by the current president of the new United States, Rosalind Myers. The sources also provided first-hand video footage from a scene. The screen then displayed footage of Myers conversing with Reed. Regarding this attack, Night City's acting mayor, Weldon Holt, made the following statement. The broadcast switched to Holt delivering his remarks. Although the orbital airline possesses independent sovereignty over the airport, the vast majority of the victims in this terrorist attack are citizens of Night City. On behalf of the Night City Hall, I vehemently condemn the terrorist behavior of the new United States. They must pay the price for this attack. The scene then returned to the studio. Next up was financial news. Due to the ramifications of the new United States-initiated attack, military technology stocks have plummeted since the morning opening. With losses exceeding, upon seeing the decline in military tech stocks, Valerie furrowed her brows. What's wrong? Did you invest in their stocks? Don't even think about going bungee jumping without a cord. Jack exclaimed anxiously. Valerie turned her head, giving Jack an exasperated look. Yes, I did invest, but I shorted them. My frown is due to the fact that the decline is still not steep enough. Good grief. You think this drop is insufficient? Jack exclaimed in disbelief. Just wait. The situation with the new United States is far from over. This is merely Arasaka making its move. There's much more to come. Valerie said with a mysterious smile, I had no idea you were into stocks. Honestly, I've always thought of them as a means for corporations to fleece retail investors, Jack scoffed. The key lies in observing who can control the situation. For the average citizen, the uncertainty of today renders them helplessly at the mercy of those in power. Valerie finished her beer and continued, companies are not foolish, but there are unexpected events they cannot foresee. For instance, the death of Saburo Arasaka and the incident involving the new United States. Hey, you just reminded me. Those two events seem to be connected to, Jack began, but before he could finish, Valerie shot him a fierce glare, prompting him to quickly fall silent and scratch his head. Regardless, if I do not possess absolute confidence, I would not act, Valerie stated. I advise you to steer clear of stocks and focus on legitimate endeavors. Like managing this bar for your mother. Valerie gazed at the television, where military technology stocks continue to plummet, and let out a cold chuckle. Once the network regulators commenced their purging, it would no longer be a mere decline in stock prices. At that moment, Valerie received a call request from V on the subnet.v. What is it? Jefferson has contacted me again, claiming he has a personal matter to discuss. He wants to talk in detail at his residence. What did you say? V inquired. I agreed. This is the best opportunity for me to negotiate with the forces behind him, Valerie replied, that I'll reach out later. V concluded before ending the call. Valerie initiated a call to Lucy. What's the matter? Lucy asked. How is Song Xiaomei recovering? She's doing all right. Although her capabilities have significantly diminished after having many implants removed, she can still manage some hacking tasks, Lucy responded. How is the project we discussed last time coming along? Song Xiaomei and I have worked diligently to extract usable algorithms from the data on the Little Beidou project and have loaded a theoretically effective ICE to temporarily block rogue AI incursions. However, I can't guarantee its effectiveness. Rogue AIs are quite unpredictable. Are you certain you want to engage with them? Lucy expressed her concern that, don't worry, I'm not crossing over to the other side of the black wall. I'll be negotiating with them from here. All I need is to hold off their attacks until the black wall reacts. If they don't back off in time and calm down to negotiate with me, it will be them who face the consequences. Chapter 42. Dangerous bargains I don't understand. If you are so concerned about her safety, why aren't you accompanying her upstairs? Johnny appeared in the passenger seat of Valerie's car. Questioning her, it's not yet a perilous time. Allowing her to experience the depths of Night City's political arena is beneficial, Valerie replied, gazing through the car window at the apartment building's exit. Just as they were conversing, Valerie suddenly received a photograph that IT was sent by V, depicting the appearance of a signal transceiver. Valerie, have you seen this device before? It seems quite new, but appears to be of older technology. I encountered this during wartime. It's a signal generator used in military technology that IT transmits UHF signals over short distances, only within line of sight, but the advantage is that it is untraceable. Johnny remarked, crossing his legs. Valerie relayed Johnny's words to V and then inquired, did you see anything resembling a receiver within line of sight? I thought you would know. V retorted that I can't recall the precise locations. Hurry and check where it is, Valerie urged. I see it. I'll head down now. Minutes later, V appeared at the apartment entrance, and Valerie started the car. This is not good, that I discovered that Mrs. Pella's memories have significant discrepancies with the items in the house. V remarked, frowning as she took the passenger seat. You have quite a keen eye. You make a great officer, Valerie said while driving towards the location V indicated. I once fantasized about being an officer as a child. But after witnessing the NCPD's incompetence, that notion was entirely extinguished, V replied with irritation. Damn, they're escaping. Just as V spotted a modified vehicle with an antenna, she noticed it had already started to drive away. They won't get far. Valerie pressed the accelerator, following the sports car. The two chased the vehicle to the northern district. The Vortex gang? V said, observing their stopping point with concern. Just a bunch of cannon fodder thrust into the limelight. Are they armed? Valerie remarked while retrieving the RT-46 Storm. V also drew her JKX-2 Chinshin, stating, I generally keep my weapon close. The two simultaneously exited the vehicle, guns drawn, aiming at the Vortex gang, as if they were target practice. After a brief moment, they holstered their weapons. That shooting spree you two just had reminded me of a light gun arcade game I used to play as a child, Johnny remarked, appearing and mimicking shooting motions with his hands. What? Are you itching for a fight? Maybe I should consider letting you join the next gun battle? Valerie raised an eyebrow. That's a promise, Johnny said excitedly. Valerie and V approached the modified vehicle. And as V attempted to plug in a data cable to hack into the cabin's equipment, Valerie stopped her with a hand. V looked at Valerie, puzzled. Let me handle this. Be prepared. You're about to witness one of the darkest sides of Night City, Valerie said, pulling out her own data cable. All right, but after being hunted by the New American Federation, I doubt I need any psychological preparation. V stepped back, giving Valerie space. After plugging the data cable into the terminal, Valerie began extracting files and sharing them with V over the subnet. There are medical records and vulnerabilities related to neural reprogramming. This database is alarmingly detailed. V's brow furrowed deeper. I doubt we could obtain such thorough information even from the NCPD. Johnny chimed in, astonished. Brain scans, biological tubing, and neural reprogramming. My God, what are they doing? V gasped, her intuition hinting at the couple's harrowing experience. Hippocampal memory remnants. Are they injecting new memories into their brains? Good grief. We seem to have stumbled upon something monumental. V's anxiety intensified as she scrutinized the contents of the files. Suddenly, Valerie abruptly removed the data cable. What is wrong? V, still in shock, asked. They realized we hacked into the database. Valerie stated coolly. Damn, we should have downloaded the data. V cursed. I began copying the moment I opened the file, Valerie replied, turning to her sports car. Once V joined her in the vehicle, Valerie said, you should contact Mrs. Pellas. She has likely been aware for some time. What did you say? V quickly dialed Mrs. Pellas. Upon hearing the news, Mrs. Pellas did not exhibit extreme surprise, but appeared anxious to meet in person and arrange a location. Valerie started the car, heading toward Japantown. How should we handle that data? Should we turn it over to the network regulators? It's practically a hot potato now, V asked uneasily. Valerie calmly countered, turn it over to the regulators? What benefit would that bring us? What do you mean? This is no trivial matter. If they can treat the Pellas couple this way, they could just as easily do the same to you and me. V was perplexed by Valerie's sudden coldness. Their technology is still immature. It requires specific medication for brainwashing. The couple security firm is merely their pawn, Valerie said flatly. That only makes it more urgent to expose this matter. Otherwise, once their technology is perfected, it will be even more terrifying, V continued. Expose it. Allow Arasaka, military technology, Kanto, and the European Financial Bureau to seize this technology. The network regulators, their rhetoric is impressive, but what were they before? Do you remember? Valerie replied, icily. V. Just as bombing Arasaka Tower with a nuclear weapon wouldn't destroy Arasaka. Leaking this will benefit no one. What do you propose we do? V scrutinized Valerie, attempting to discern the reality of the person before her. A nuclear bomb is the best bargaining chip when it remains unexploded, Valerie answered coolly. You intend to negotiate with the forces behind this. Are you insane? Do you realize who is orchestrating this? V exclaimed, shocked at Valerie's audacity. I have a fair idea. It has significant ties to the Knight family, and I suspect a rogue AI collective lurks behind them. Valerie replied quietly, do you have any inkling of what you're doing? V asked, her anger palpable. Yet, all she received in response was Valerie's frigid assurance. I am fully aware of my actions. In 2077, we have no choice but to survive in the crevices. Chapter 43. A reckless gamble. Is it truly necessary to dress like this? Mrs. Pellas? Valerie asked as she encountered the disguised Elizabeth Pellas at a ramen shop in Japantown. Thank you for coming. Wait, you're not V. Mrs. Pellas eyed Valerie warily as she took a seat beside her. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Valerie, the intermediary for your next life. Valerie removed her sunglasses, acknowledging Mrs. Pelez's keen perception, characteristic of a political aide. Where is V? I only wish to speak with her. Mrs. Pelez inquired, somewhat irate. Valerie gestured towards a ramen shop's entrance, where V leaned against the doorframe, visibly agitated while smoking. She just had a heated argument with me over your affairs. Valerie explained that in fact, she not only quarreled with V, but also with Johnny. So, why is it you who is here to discuss matters with me? V advocates for exposing your brainwashing, whereas I propose we engage in a transaction. Valerie stated matter-of-factly, you must have sensed something amiss before commissioning V, correct? Yes. I noticed Jefferson was acting strangely not long ago, Mrs. Pelez admitted, pressing her forehead in distress. His personality, I watched him transform before my eyes, as if he had become an entirely different person. Valerie remained silent, gesturing for her to continue that he no longer read, had forgotten the name of his favorite film, and even his taste in music had completely altered. What was most alarming was that on one occasion, when I suggested we should visit his brother's grave, he looked at me in utter bewilderment and remarked that he was an only child. At that moment, I began to sense something was amiss. There was a feeling of a gradual deterioration, and it was not just Jefferson that I suspect your friend has also noticed the same transformation in you. Valerie remarked, Indeed, someone is changing us, but we do not know who, by what means, or why. That Mrs. Perales said anxiously. I am certain I have seen that hidden room in the apartment, yet I have no recollection of it at all. It terrifies me. You have perceived something and intended to investigate, but were warned against it. Is that correct? Valerie inquired. Yes, I received a phone call. The voice on the line was indistinct, never revealing their identity. They warned me that I was playing with fire, and if we continued to stir up trouble, Jefferson would meet with an accident. Then they erased my communication records, as if the call had never taken place. So, you originally intended to ask V not to disclose this matter to Jefferson, correct? Valerie asked again. This concerns his life and death, Mrs. Perales said anxiously. I can understand your perspective, madam. Valerie gestured for her to remain calm and continued. If you wish to prevent this situation from worsening, I can find a way to assist you, but the price will be that your future days may not be as free as you desire. What do you mean? Mrs. Perales asked, her brow furrowing. I believe you should comprehend that an independent campaign in today's world is a futile endeavor. Valerie spoke slowly, explaining that the reason your husband has experienced a smooth journey thus far is fundamentally due to the unseen forces propelling you along. If you do not wish to continue being brainwashed, you must willingly cooperate with them. I could accept such terms. But Jefferson is the one running for office. Mrs. Perales covered her face, adding that given his character, she had no confidence in persuading him. The election is nearing its conclusion. Your husband has already embarked on this irreversible path. If he does not comply, the brainwashing will undoubtedly persist. The forces behind this will continue to reshape him until he conforms to their expectations. Valerie's ruthless voice shattered Mrs. Perales's hope. You are now metaphorically skewered on a grill, and the only thing left to control is the degree of your doneness. What I can do is strive to secure a relatively humane outcome for you, but it will not come without a cost. What are your terms? Mrs. Perales inquired. After your husband's successful campaign, I will require you to mobilize the resources of Night City Hall to assist me. Valerie glanced at Johnny and V, who were glaring at her, and continued, However, I can assure you that the assistance I will request from you will not be particularly arduous and will strive to remain within your moral boundaries. Mrs. Perales ultimately nodded with difficulty and said, I will arrange a meeting for Jefferson in Concord Park. He will be waiting for you, and regardless of your success, I implore you to ensure that the conversation is coherent. Valerie nodded and then rose from her seat. Should you say it, or shall I? On the way to Concord Park, Valerie asked the still fuming V, I cannot engage in such unscrupulous acts. V replied through clenched teeth. The sports car halted outside Concord Park, and Valerie removed her sunglasses. It is commendable that you have your principles, she sighed, so let me handle this dirty work. Once inside the park, Valerie activated her behavior simulation cyberware, transforming her wine-red, neatly cropped hair into V's purple crew-cut style. Although she had agreed to lie to Jefferson on V's behalf, without adopting V's identity, Jefferson would not believe her fabrications, just under 100 meters away from Jefferson. Valerie received a mysterious phone call. The caller attempted to hack into Valerie's system, but was thwarted by the targeted defensive IC developed by Lucy and Song Xiaomei. I know you want to argue that I cannot change anything. However, I must say, if you do not wish to confront the Netwatch and oppose all human capital enterprises, I suggest you engage in a proper negotiation with me. Having spoken, Valerie transmitted a prepared document back to the caller. Whether this deal would ultimately succeed was uncertain in Valerie's mind, but she possessed the capability to ensure that the other party would be forced into a confrontation with Netwatch once they were exposed. And Netwatch began to intervene, they would find it impossible to operate within the Black Wall. This was undoubtedly a perilous gamble. She was wagering on their rationality, satisfying their interests while introducing appropriate threats. Even they would understand the concept of moderation. Ultimately, Valerie received a response. While it came with certain stipulations, at least she would not have to resort to a mutually destructive approach. Valerie gazed toward a park bench in the distance, where Jefferson awaited V, pursing her lips. Freedom. In this world, in Night City, truly is a luxury that I ask. Do you really need to push yourself so hard? You just underwent surgery and are already taking on jobs. How many have you completed in just a few days? Valerie inquired from the large sofa in the corner of Afterlife, addressing Song Xiaomei, who had recently cut her hair and returned to her pre-connection agency appearance. Song Xiaomei appeared somewhat haggard, one hand rubbing her nose and the other pinching a half-burned cigarette. Including the program you requested, that makes 5 jobs in total, Lucy replied, sitting beside Song Xiaomei, slowly sipping from a small can of soda through a straw. I went to great lengths to pull you back from the brink of death, not to have a ghost who might drop dead at any moment, Valerie said with some exasperation. You even take on jobs for that meager commission? Are you really that short on money? Indeed, I am quite short on funds, Song Xiaomei admitted. With the connection agency's salary gone, all my hacking equipment is lost. Buying new hacking chairs costs money, black customer service costs money. And eating costs money to be, by the way, you need to cover the cost of this drink. After saying this, Song Xiaomei pointed to a half-finished cocktail on the table. Fine, you can drink to your heart's content. Valerie was at a loss for words. Have you seen the news? Lucy interjected. Are you referring to Myers resigning as the president of New America? Valerie took a sip from her glass. It's merely a change of president. There are plenty of theatrical politicians in New America. Song Xiaomei took a drag from her cigarette and said, however, the news about military technology being sanctioned in Night City is quite pleasing. The attack on the airport provided a substantial pretext, allowing Arasaka to seize the opportunity to exert media influence, coupled with the exposure of their experiments involving the Black Wall and rogue AIs. It has undoubtedly rattled Netwatch. Under the pressure of various forces, military technology in Night City is now restricted to the bare minimum for security forces, struggling to even leave corporate premises, let alone conduct business as before. However, Night City still relies on some military tech products, so business must continue, albeit without the previous privileges. You should pause your freelance work for now. During the upcoming period, assist me with subnet maintenance and AI training. Then consolidate the technical information I have on hand. Consider it a consultancy role. I will pay you a salary, provide you with a hacker chair, and cover the costs of the black customer service you select. Oh, our Valerie boss is surprisingly generous, Lucy exclaimed sarcastically. Valerie shot her a glance and replied, shouldn't you be pleased that I'm hiring someone to take on half of your workload? I'm the one paying. Not you, Lucy chuckled but remained silent. I guess your plan really reliable? Both Song Xiaomei and Lucy were aware of Valerie's scheme, and they felt uneasy about her audacious ideas. I do not know, Valerie responded. Before Song Xiaomei could press further, a tall figure approached their table. It was Rog's assistant. Waylon, is there something you need? Valerie inquired. Rog wishes to see you. She wants to speak with you in person. Very well. Lead the way. Valerie rose and followed Waylon out. To be honest, I feel that aside from your appearance, the only similarity between you and V is that unyielding spirit against mediocrity. Johnny's figure appeared beside Valerie as he spoke. In this regard, you, the arrogant one, are not qualified to criticize me, Johnny. Valerie did not even glance at him, responding as she walked. Upon reaching Rog's location, Valerie looked at Rog, who sat cross-legged on the sofa. What is it that you wish to discuss with me in person? Sit down. Rog gestured toward the empty seat on the sofa. After Valerie sat, Rog spoke into her communicator, "Bring 2 cups of Johnny Silverhand." Valerie raised an eyebrow, as she had an inkling of what Rog intended to discuss. Once Claire brought the drinks, Rog began, "I will be straightforward. Where is Johnny Silverhand?" Valerie remained silent, lowering her head to light a cigarette. As she lifted her head, Rog found that Valerie's demeanor seemed to have transformed entirely. Then, Valerie revealed a smile that left Rog utterly astonished, responding in a low voice, "You can take a guess." "Rog, you really are still alive," Rog said with a grim expression. "Alive?" "Perhaps," Valerie chuckled lightly. "What an incredible performance. I almost thought I had become you." Johnny's figure appeared beside Rog. Just as Johnny had indicated, it was not his consciousness that had answered Rog, but Valerie herself. Valerie did not respond to Johnny, as only she understood that her soul was currently a fusion of 3 distinct components: a player from beyond 2077, the company V who had been shot in the head, and Johnny, who had invaded V's mind. Thus, mimicking Johnny's behavior was quite effortless. "I never expected to fool Rog. The next part is up to you." Nevertheless, Valerie opted to temporarily relinquish control of her body to Johnny, as her brief performance was merely a whim. "I'm keeping an eye on you, so don't even think about pulling any reckless stunts that I know you better than you think, Johnny." After a moment of blurriness, Johnny's digital image morphed into Valerie's likeness. Once Johnny seized control of the body, he instinctively glanced at his left hand. What could that possibly mean? Rog was unaware of the exchange between Valerie and Johnny. She merely sensed that the figure before her, after lighting a cigarette and lifting his head, had transformed into Johnny Silverhand. "As you can see, I'm now an electronic parasite, residing within this woman named Valerie," Johnny stated, taking a large gulp from his glass. "How did you manage that?" Rog inquired. Johnny pointed to the chip slot on his neck, saying, "This is the relic chip from Arasa. My consciousness is trapped within that chip." "Are you saying you're now similar to that girl of yours?" Rog asked, irritation evident in her tone. "That I'm far worse off than her. She's a free-spirited AI now, while I'm confined within a chip. Even coming out for a breath of fresh air is under the watchful eyes of the body's owner." "What do you plan to do upon your return?" Rog asked. "Just chill," Johnny replied with a glare at Valerie's digital image. Then turned back to Rog, stating, "Right now, she's the master, and I'm the guest. You should be asking the owner of this body. I'll be having a chat with her shortly." "But what about you? Do you have any thoughts of your own?" "Thoughts? I'm thinking of bringing a nuclear bomb and storming Arasaka Tower again, maybe even taking down Atom Smasher while I'm at it. I'd also like to reduce Night City to ashes. What about you? Do you still long for the past?" Rog closed her eyes and replied, "The past is behind me. I am quite content with who I am now." "Then why are you still asking where Valerie's Johnny Silverhand is? Haven't you already turned the page on Atlantis?" Johnny questioned. "But I'm just afraid that you, the scourge of Night City, might suddenly emerge and disrupt my new life." "Satisfied?" Rog retorted angrily to "I thought you might want to invite Johnny out for a movie or something," Valerie quipped as she resumed control of her body. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Rog knew that Valerie had been involved in various significant events recently. Changing the spoiled broth of Night City is quite similar to what Johnny suggested, except I do not intend to bring nuclear bomb along. Valerie extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray and continued, "I want access to the entrance of the arc underneath Arasaka Tower. If conditions allow, I even want my own Arasaka Tower. I don't care what grand dreams you have. Just don't involve me." "Yes, that clear?" Rog averted her gaze and stated. Valerie picked up the nearly empty glass that Johnny had just drained and said to Rog, "Then let us discuss business. The commission's reward is Johnny Silverhand. What do you say?" Rog remained silent. Valerie downed the cocktail in the glass and stood up from the couch, saying, "It's not yet time to move against Arasaka. You can take your time to consider it. I'll reach out to you when the moment is right. And by the way, I'll occasionally let Johnny have a bit of freedom. Rest assured, with me watching over him, he won't be able to pull any reckless stunts." Rog cast a meaningful glance at Valerie and said softly, "Compared to Johnny, I now find you to be even more dangerous. Thank you for the compliment." Chapter 45. Guns and Cars. "What brings you to the docks alone at this hour?" Johnny appeared beside Valerie. "That I'm here to retrieve something, your belongings." Valerie replied, inserting a magazine filled with bullets into the holster at her waist, then checking her handgun. "I've been dead for over 50 years. What could possibly remain?" Johnny said, his tone exasperated. "You'll find out soon enough." Valerie said as she donned a suit jacket, attached a suppressor to her handgun, loaded the magazine, and made her way toward the docks. The docks were now swarming with members of the Maelstrom gang. With 2 thugs guarding the entrance. From the shadows, Valerie raised her handgun and fired 3 rounds, taking out both thugs along with the surveillance cameras above them in a mere second. Once inside the docks, Valerie navigated skillfully to the security room and began sifting through the information on the computer. Atom Smasher. What the hell? Johnny exclaimed in surprise. It seems he has already left the Ibyanike. Valerie sighed in relief upon reading the message. If Atom Smasher were still around, she would have to rally some support. How do you know that? Johnny inquired curiously as Valerie forcefully pushed open a window leading to the cargo ship. She replied, I just know. Along the way, there were a few Maelstrom thugs patrolling, and Valerie effortlessly dispatched each one with a bullet to the head. There are 4 guys. Johnny reminded her that I'm not blind. We share the same pair of eyes. Valerie shot back. Peering over a shipping container on the cargo ship's deck, Valerie observed 3 Maelstrom elites and their target, Grayson, at the bow. She holstered her suppressed handgun and drew an RT-46 Storm from her lower back. Unified caliber firepower wouldn't suffice against these iron-headed foes. Something with more punch was necessary. After a thunderous gunshot, one of the Maelstrom members had his head blown apart. The other 2 Maelstrom members and Grayson quickly reacted, immediately locking onto Valerie's position. After hearing the gunfire point, one of the Maelstrom thugs pulled out a shotgun and began firing relentlessly in Valerie's direction to suppress her. The other brandished a pair of mantis blades, rapidly advancing towards Valerie. Without hesitation, after firing her first shot, Valerie swiftly aimed at the thug wielding the shotgun. After a brief half-second of charge, a powerful bullet shot from the RT-46 Storm, severing the thug's neck and above. However, at that moment, the other Maelstrom elite had already reached Valerie, raising his wrist-mounted mantis blade. Yet the reflex enhancement provided by the CN was faster than his move. Before the opposing mantis blade could touch Valerie's neck, it was intercepted by Valerie's arm-mounted mantis blade. Following that, 2 quick gunshots rang out, and the Maelstrom elite who attempted to outpace Valerie was sent flying with 2 massive holes in his chest from the RT-46 Storm. Just then, a series of crisp gunshots echoed, leaving 3 bullet holes where Valerie had been standing. Damn! Did you hear that? Johnny exclaimed excitedly. Valerie had already taken cover behind a barrier. Exhaling deeply, did I heard it. It's the sound of your beloved gun. I don't believe the metal you're leaning against can withstand the bullets it fires. Of course, I know that. Just as Valerie finished speaking, gunfire erupted once more, followed by the sound of metal being penetrated. Meanwhile, Valerie had reloaded the RT-46 Storm. As the gunfire sounded, she dove sideways, firing 4 shots in Grayson's direction while airborne. Valerie heard a scream from the other side. Then silence, prompting her to peek from her cover. He should be out of commission. Go grab the gun, Johnny said excitedly. Valerie approached the bow, gazing at Grayson, who was slumped against a crate, clutching his left side. The Malorian Weapons Corporation 3516. Ask this guy how he ended up with it, Johnny said, glancing at the handgun on the ground. Valerie bent down to pick up the handgun, commenting, well-maintained, oh, Valerie, the she-devil of my next life. I recall not having crossed you, did I? Grayson managed to speak with difficulty. Where did you get this gun? Valerie asked. I took on a special job, earned it through my own skills, if you know what is good for you. You LL Scram? You'll be ground to dust when Smasher returns, Grayson said through gritted teeth. Dotto, do you think I'm unaware that Atom Smasher is now the head of Arasaka's security department? He will never return to this decrepit ship. Valerie withdrew the magazine from the Malorian 3516, inspecting the remaining bullets, only to find it empty. She then pulled back the slide and discovered 1 round still chambered. He will come looking for you. He relishes handling messes like yours personally. She noted, it seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of your situation. Whether he will seek me out, I cannot say. But right now, your life rests firmly in my hands. Valerie aimed the Malorian 3516 at Grayson's forehead. Wait, I see you're quite intrigued by the Silver Hand, and I happen to possess a treasure related to Silver Hand. Promise to let me go, and it's yours, Grayson pleaded. Deal, Valerie replied with a smirk, lowering the gun. What? You intend to let this scoundrel off so easily? In that large box over there lies the key, Grayson said with difficulty, producing a key from his person and handing it to Valerie. You better keep your word. Valerie accepted the key with a smile, then relinquished control of her body to Johnny. She promised to release you, but I certainly did not. Johnny Silverhand sends his regards. You pathetic fool. With control over Valerie's body, Johnny raised a Malorian 3516 once more and pulled the trigger. After Valerie regained control, she disdainfully glanced at Grayson, whose head was now a mess, and chuckled, shaking her head. She then approached the crane control panel and lowered the suspended container. Valerie vaulted over the control panel's railing, leaping onto the stack of containers at the dock, and then to the ground. In no way, it can't be what I'm thinking, Johnny exclaimed in shock, staring at the container. Valerie remained silent as she stepped forward, unlocking the container door with the key Grayson had just given her, revealing an object covered by a tarp that a Porsche 911, quite a rarity in 2077. Valerie pulled back the tarp, caressing the sleek sports car beneath it with a smile. Get in. I'll let you take it for a spin, Johnny said, somewhat excited. Valerie opened the car door and climbed in, but refrained from starting the engine, instead transferring control of her body back to Johnny. Hey, that seat is typically reserved for my girlfriend, Johnny remarked, noticing Valerie's digital form appearing in the passenger seat. I'm your boss now. Get this car moving, Valerie retorted impatiently. Where to? Johnny inquired. Outskirts to the oil field. Don't you want to know where you're buried? Valerie replied with a grin. Chapter 46. Time to rise, hey. This land is my grave, and tossing your cigarette butts around is rather disrespectful. Johnny grumbled, observing Valerie carelessly flick the remnants of her cigarette to the ground within the oil fields. Johnny, look at you. Are you seriously concerned about a body that should have decayed decades ago? Valerie shot back, rolling her eyes. I'm not some lunatic like Bartmoss. Can you truly let it go? Johnny's expression grew complex as he looked at Valerie, eventually offering his answer after a moment of silence. I can. Having once paid a price for her inability to let go, she wouldn't choose to tread that path again if given the chance. Johnny paused, then slumped down, deflated. If it were you, what would you write on your epitaph? Valerie frowned, contemplating, realizing she had never considered this question that I in the past. I might have inscribed the legend of Night City rests here. Knowing the true relationship between Valerie and V, Johnny curiously asked, and what about the you of today? Today, I never belonged here. If I were to kick the bucket one day, V would inherit everything of mine, assuming she's managed to get herself killed first. Valerie wished to change the subject, turning her gaze towards North Oak District in Night City. Speaking of which, did you catch the news about Cree's suicide attempt due to depression? Yeah, what you saw. I saw too. Shall we go pay him a visit? Valerie suggested. Sure, I'm curious to see how he manages to be depressed in his current state, Johnny replied, rising to his feet. 20 minutes later. I don't think he looks like someone suffering from depression, Johnny remarked as he and Valerie stood beside Cree's bed, observing him drooling in his sleep. How about we wake him up and ask? They exchanged mischievous grins. Moments later, Valerie held a battle-axe electric guitar in one hand and a portable amplifier in the other, positioning them at Cree's bedside before plugging them in. Let us choose a song that Cree would enjoy. With control over the body, Johnny, wearing an evil grin, suddenly strummed the guitar strings. The sleeping Cree was jolted awake by the overwhelming sound of the guitar. What the hell? Who the F are you? Cree roared, eyes wide with fury. Johnny didn't respond, continuing to strum the guitar. The only answer to Cree's inquiry came from the melody emanating from the amplifier, the very song Cree had once mastered during his time with the Samurai Band. Archangel, wait, you're... Johnny, Cree's rage morphed into disbelief as he recognized the guitarist before him, who, lacking a personality simulating cybernetic enhancement, still bore Valerie's face. Surprised, are you? Cree, Johnny teased, and oh, haha, impossible. You're just messing with me, right? Cree reached for his gun on the nightstand, only to find his customized Prelude revolver spinning in Johnny's hand. Cree, it's a rare reunion. Let's not resort to blades and bullets. Johnny ejected the revolver's cylinder, emptying it of bullets before tossing it back to Cree. Looks like you took my advice to leave Samurai and forge your own path. Clearly, I was right, Johnny Silverhand. You son of a b! Cree swung a fist at Johnny's face, but his punch was easily caught. This body I sent T. Johnny S. Valerie interjected, reclaiming control that if you're angry, you can save it for later. Cree was utterly bewildered, Wasn't he this person exhibiting signs of split personality? Several minutes later. With a drink in hand, Cree, now quite inebriated, asked, I still haven't tea, asked how you got in here. Let us just say it was tea through the front door, Johnny shrugged, controlling the body. So, you're now just a digital consciousness. Like those AIs? Pretty much that, I guess. I'm still considered alive. Johnny glanced at the projection of a samurai performance on the wall, asking, do you still keep in touch with the other band members? Just Nancy. She now goes by Bessie Isis and is working at News 54, but finding Danny and Henry shooting tea be too difficult. Cree stood and approached the projected wall, then turned back, asking, I was thinking, why don't we gather again? Maybe do a show. You're suggesting a samurai reunion. Johnny retorted, I don't know. Seeing you here made me want to hit the stage together one more time. A small bar where no one knows us would be perfect. What do you think? Johnny asked, looking at Valerie, who was seated on the sofa in her digital form. I think if it's just for fun. It shouldn't be a problem, Valerie replied. All right, let us do it. Johnny agreed with Cree. Great, I'll send you Nancy's contact, and I'll reach out to Danny and Henry. Cree beamed at Johnny's response. No need. I already have Nancy's number. Valerie reclaimed control of her body. Standing up, I've arranged to have her call you back. Wow. You two switching back and forth is making my head spin. Drink less, and at one tea spin, Valerie said, patting Cree on the shoulder as she walked past him. After dialing Nancy, it was unsurprising when her assistant answered, stating she had been missing for 2 to 3 days while working on a project for 2077’s Dance. Remembering that the previous 2 leaders of the Vortex gang had both met their end at V's hands, Valerie sighed helplessly, saying to Johnny, it seems we need to go rescue her from Vortex territory. What kind of place is that? A headache-inducing locale that at my turn to step in. At 2077’s Dance's lower level, Valerie changed into a men's suit. Johnny curiously asked, why this suit again? Can't you dress a bit more rock and roll? Once you have your own body, you can wear whatever you like. Valerie shot him a glare, fastening a belt laden with magazines around her waist. After checking the chamber of the Malorian 3516, she holstered it. Johnny Silverhand, activate. Valerie initiated the morphing camouflage cyberware, transforming into Johnny Silverhand while transferring control of her body to him. Ugh, this outfit feels so unfamiliar. Johnny adjusted his black tie and ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor. Could you press the button for me? My fingers are gone numb. A member of the Vortex gang leaned against the elevator wall and spoke up. Johnny refrained from engaging in conversation. Simply pressing the button for the 3rd floor, as the elevator ascended, sounds gradually permeated the confined space. Did you hear that? The ear-ringing band, our very own, boasted the Vortex gang member. The corners of Johnny's mouth twitched. He had an inkling that he was indeed on the verge of experiencing ear-ringing himself. When the elevator doors opened, Johnny braced himself against the onslaught of sound as he stepped out. What insights does our rock star have regarding the music here? Valerie's digital avatar appeared beside him, mimicking the action of cleaning her ears as she inquired, IT actually has a certain flair. Though it's not a style I typically indulge in, Johnny replied, making his way down the graffiti-laden corridor towards the club's entrance. What the hell? Is there really a corporate lackey here? The doorman of the Vortex gang scrutinized Johnny's suit with a disdainful expression. A guest is a guest. We, too, are in the business of hospitality. Another Vortex gang member, lounging on a sofa, interjected. Johnny found no interest in disputing with them and simply strode into the club. Do you know where Nancy might be? Johnny asked as he surveyed the surroundings amidst the pulsing bass of the music. If memory serves me right, she should be up there interviewing the Vortex gang leader. Valerie indicated the 2nd floor, adding back when Brick was still alive. That is, now I cannot say for certain. Johnny pushed through the throngs of people on the frenzied dance floor, forcing his way to the opposite side. Upon climbing the iron ladder to the upper level, he spotted Valerie's figure perched on an empty sofa. Brick was seated right here, and Nancy was over there conducting the interview. Valerie pointed to a nearby armchair. Johnny raised an eyebrow and remarked, if she's not here now, guess we'll have to adapt. Let us check that room over there. Valerie indicated a door directly across from the staircase. Johnny opened the door to find a private booth inside, where the guests turned to him, questioning, what do you want? I'm looking for someone. Where's the Vortex gang leader? Johnny queried. The guest gestured towards an inner door. All right, then. Johnny thought to himself that he had opened quite enough doors for one evening. After opening 2 more doors, he entered a room resembling a storage area. The moment he stepped through the threshold, 5 pairs of eyes. Well, he couldn't count how many eyes simultaneously turned to him. What the hell? How did you get in here? How could she still call for help? One red-haired female Vortex gang member yelled angrily at Johnny. Nancy, curled in the corner, questioned her own sanity, wondering if she was hallucinating at the sight of Johnny Silverhand. Wow, that was quite the brutal approach, Valerie remarked as she appeared beside Nancy. How does your implant that accelerates reaction work? Johnny asked, his expression grim. I can activate it for you, but you only have 5 seconds. She replied, 0.4 seconds will suffice. Valerie snapped her fingers, and Johnny felt time slow down. He immediately reached for his waist, drawing the Malorian 3516 from its holster, and with blinding speed, fired 10 shots in succession. After the gunfire ceased, the Malorian 3516 spun in his hand, and a magazine along with 4 headless corpses fell to the ground almost simultaneously. In just a year, the Vortex gang has already cycled through 3 leaders. Valerie chuckled. What the hell is going on? Nancy, still sitting on the floor, bruised and bewildered, looked up at Johnny. Hey, Nancy, long time no see, Johnny exclaimed as he pulled her up from the floor. I must have spent too long in that lunatic Pat-S company. Nancy said incredulously. Let us get out, and I'll explain everything later. Can you still walk? Johnny opened the storage room door, cautiously aiming his gun outward. As he and Nancy descended the stairs, they discovered that the club's dance floor was deserted, with only the Vortex gang's thugs remaining, and the music still playing. Johnny instructed Nancy to take cover while he stepped out. Gun drawn, he advanced into the dance floor, where the flashing lights danced with the heavy music. Mingled with the flames of gunfire and the sharp sounds of gunshots, like a god of death, Johnny strode through the dance floor, with a body dropping to the ground after every 2 shots fired. Impressive. No wonder you survived the Arasaka Tower escapade. You're still formidable, Valerie remarked, observing the fallen Vortex gang members. Johnny stylishly reloaded his weapon and called out, Nancy, let us keep moving. Once Nancy stepped into the elevator, Johnny pressed a button for the first floor. Are you all right? He asked. Not at all. That idiot is convinced I'm a spy. Nancy rubbed her neck and inquired, Are you really, Johnny? Well, to be honest, it's half true. Johnny admitted, The consciousness conversing with you is indeed Johnny Silverhand, but this body is borrowed today S for the Y. That's a long story. Damn. Let's save it for later. I hope my car is still where I left it. Nancy felt her mind racing. The two exited the building, and Nancy's eyes fell upon her car, now covered in graffiti. What the hell? She shouted in frustration. Hey, the artistry ice and tea half bad. Consider it a memento. Johnny quipped, I don't give a damn. This ice and tea, even your card, I need to get back to the office. You better explain everything properly once we're in the car. Nancy grumbled as she climbed into the driver's seat. As Johnny settled into the passenger seat, he couldn't resist throwing in another jab. Just don't let this old rust bucket fall apart halfway through the drive. Your mouth hasn't changed a bit over the decades. Nancy retorted, now convinced that the snarky figure before her was indeed Johnny Silverhand. As they drove, Johnny clarified his current predicament. So, what suddenly prompted you to seek me out? Nancy asked that it was actually Carrie's idea. He wants to organize a samurai reunion concert, a chance for everyone to gather once more. Johnny explained, ha ha ha. A samurai reunion. Is Carrie still that naive? Nancy chuckled and shook her head. Let us consider a way to entertain the kids. After all, they read a press now. Johnny, holding a cigarette, couldn't help but break in a laughter mid-sentence. In the midst of their banter, they arrived at the entrance of News 54. All right, I'll take care of the arrangements. Nancy declared. Just like old times. You still excel at this, Johnny replied with a smile. After both exited the vehicle, Nancy suddenly recalled something and asked, so we'll be in touch via phone, but who exactly is this Valerie that contacted me? Just then, Johnny's expression flickered with a glimmer of light, morphing into a face she did not recognize, the owner of this body. Chapter 48. Days of your looks like we're short on numbers. Johnny lamented to Valerie outside the Red Mud Bar. Wasn't Danny your choice? Valerie shot him a disapproving glance. What Henry did was utterly foolish. What could I do? Wait, why is Rog here too? Johnny inquired, glancing at the car parked before Valerie. This is Johnny Silverhand taking the stage. Not only Rog, but I've also called in Jack, V, and even old Vic after Rog stepped out and opened the trunk. He addressed Valerie. I brought you something. Today, Rob was not clad in her usual gaudy attire, but had opted for a dark leather jacket. Isn't this Johnny-S coat? Oh, and a vintage Kevlar bulletproof vest from the 20s. Valerie exclaimed as she examined the items in the trunk. All it needs is a silver arm to complete the look, Johnny chuckled. For the sake of the group, let us don this outfit tonight. Valerie picked up the garments and told Rog, Thanks, Rog. You go find a good spot inside. I'll change and let Johnny take the stage. In the restroom of the bar, Valerie donned Johnny's ensemble and retrieved a set of dog tags. When did you manage to get these? Johnny asked, astonished. Before I liberated you from Arasaka's clutches, Valerie replied, fastening the tags around her neck and activating the mimicry cybernetic, transferring control of the body. Time to begin your performance. Johnny, Valerie's figure appeared as she leaned against the doorframe, addressing him. Johnny swung open the restroom door, causing Carrie, Nancy, and Danny outside to momentarily freeze in astonishment. It felt as though time had warped back over 50 years. A burly mohawk-haired man beside them exclaimed excitedly, Hey, I've heard so much about you. I own all your albums. I can't believe today. Hey, calm down. Carrie was the first to react, giving the man a pat on the shoulder. This is Drazen from the Throat Cutting Band. Johnny nodded at Drazen, then opened the guitar case on the table, caressing the electric guitar lying within. Damn, has it been nearly 60 years? Impressive work, Nancy. Just then, Valerie's entourage arrived. Old Vic and Jack were all present. After they found a table and settled around it, they gazed at the 5 individuals taking the stage. Could this be considered an elderly band? V remarked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Strangely enough, it indeed seemed to be. Jack was amused by her comment. Meanwhile, Oldway noticed a bruise on Jack's face and, with concern, inquired Jack, Have you been in a fight again? Jack, slightly embarrassed, gestured towards V beside him and said, Ask her. V shot Jack a sideways glance, irritation evident, before retorting, I warned you at the time, but you insisted on helping your buddy with some cash for baby formula and chose to fight me instead. Upon hearing V's words, Oldway understood, realizing Jack had gotten himself into an underground boxing match. Curiously, he asked Jack, Oh, now I'm intrigued. How long did you last under V's hands? Jack, somewhat sheepishly, held up 3 fingers. 30 seconds? Not too shabby. It was 3 punches. Jack admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. He had never anticipated V's progress would reach such heights until her iron fist collided with his face, making him acutely aware of the chasm between them. Fortunately, the sound of the guitar on stage soon captivated everyone's attention, and the audience began to sway to the rocking rhythm. The performance lasted over an hour, encompassing nearly all of the classic tracks of Wuxia. After enduring such an intense session, even Carrie's vocal cords felt like they might burst into flames. Following the show, Johnny slipped into the restroom, relinquishing control of his body back to Valerie. Changing into her attire, I told you the guitar is a gift, he stated. Valerie pushed the electric guitar resting on the table toward Carrie. Why didn't he tell me himself? Carrie asked. You know how that guy is. He wouldn't dare express such sentimental nonsense face to face, Valerie replied, taking a sip from her glass. Although Johnny had been the one shouting earlier, it was her throat that bore the strain. Just leave it with you for now, if there's another chance next year. We can have another show, right? Valerie casually remarked while lighting a cigarette. In the past, I sang to prove myself to Johnny or those fools. To show I'm capable. Carrie stroked the guitar, saying, but just now, I truly enjoyed that feeling. Johnny wants you to leave Wuxia, not because you're incapable, but because he doesn't want you to be trapped there. The same goes for now. Wuxia is a thing of the past. One cannot always dwell in the past. Valerie spoke profoundly. Carrie plucked the guitar a couple of times and remarked, I feel as though I've been in a stupor for 50 years. Only to awaken today, it's time to return to serious matters. He then stood up, patting Valerie on the shoulder, saying, Take care, let us stay in touch. You too, Carrie, Valerie replied, not looking up as she waved him off. Why do I feel like that last remark was meant for yourself? Johnny appeared at the bar, questioning Valerie. Valerie lit a cigarette and glanced at V, who was chatting with Jack and Oldway. Carrie is no longer bound by Wuxia, but what about V? Valerie slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, taking another sip of her drink before continuing. I am acutely aware that V is now shackled by my selfishness. Always following the path I've laid out for her. Johnny raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of accusation. Becoming so selfish, I wonder if it's your influence, Valerie remarked softly. What the hell does this have to do with me? Johnny replied, utterly bemused. Valerie smiled without responding, knowing that her current situation had nothing to do with him, yet couldn't resist the urge to jab at him. Chapter 49. The Choice You've Arrived. On the rooftop, Valerie sat on a blue plastic chair, incessantly flicking the lighter's lid. What made you think to invite me here? V took a seat on a neighboring red chair. Have you seen the news? Valerie continued to gaze into the steel jungle ahead. Her question trailing off, V snatched the lighter from Valerie's hand, lighting a cigarette for herself. After exhaling a puff of smoke, she replied, I've been holed up in the Badlands these past few days. I've seen plenty of stars. News? No time for that. Harusuke Kazuko is dead. Valerie's voice echoed ominously. What? V exclaimed in surprise. Harusuke Raizon was involved, along with a cadre of Harusuke higher-ups still loyal to Saburo. After finishing, Valerie took a sip from the glass resting on the small table. V furrowed her brow, pondering the implications of Valerie's words. Tapping her fingers against the armrest, she slowly articulated, Are you suggesting that the time has come to move against Harusuke? Valerie nodded in affirmation. So, you summoned me to help strategize how to proceed? V queried. The timing for action, the plan of attack, even the division of spoils afterward. I've already mapped it all out. And you're asking me to take on a role in this? V extended her hand, seeking the action plan. Today, ISNT, just a meeting for mercenaries, instead of producing a chip as V expected. Valerie surprised her with a different statement. V stared at Valerie, awaiting further explanation. I've contemplated this for quite some time. You ought to have your own life. V, that this undertaking is perilous, and I'm unsure if I should involve you any further. Valerie said, still not turning to face V, instead directing her gaze towards the sky. What has gotten into you today, since our paths crossed? When has it ever been safe? V asked, perplexed at V. This time is different. Your fate has shifted. You no longer need to struggle for survival. You are free to pursue the life you desire, Valerie firmly stated, locking her gaze onto V's eyes. V, while inhaling smoke, tossed the lighter back to Valerie and responded. Being a mercenary is my life. That if you don't want me involved in your upcoming plans, why invite me here to discuss such trivialities? Valerie remained silent. V continued. Do you recall the question you asked me when we first met? Valerie replied, you answered, Night City does not harbor nameless souls. And you? How did you respond? V pressed. The intermediary who entrusted you with the smuggling job must have posed the same question, right? Night City does not harbor nameless souls. Valerie averted her gaze and answered. That was V's response, for which a heavy price was paid. In your heart. V is already dead. V articulated gravely. But I am not. I am still V, she replied. Valerie's focus returned to V's unwavering eyes as she solemnly declared. This time, there will truly be casualties. Then I cannot simply stand aside and watch, V resolutely replied. Valerie sighed, producing a chip that she placed on the table, speaking in a resigned tone. Let me make it clear. There will be no commission this time. V decisively seized the chip, inserting it into her slot. The cybernetic eye of the Quicksilver organization flickered to life, and she proclaimed, I never charge my friend for favors. Especially not you. V's words halted mid-sentence as she scrutinized the content of the chip, an involuntary gasp escaping her lips. You intend to collaborate with Night Corp? More accurately, to partner with what lies behind Night Corp. Valerie took another sip from her glass. That makes it even more perilous, V exclaimed anxiously. Indeed, opportunity and risk are eternally intertwined. However, AI possesses a significant advantage over humans. They adhere to contractual obligations remarkably well. Valerie remarked, a self-deprecating smile escaping her. I fail to find humor in that. Contracts are often temporary. V said darkly, I've also acquired some external insurance. If things go awry, we'll turn the tables and ensure no one has it easy. Valerie said nonchalantly that I believe those brethren of theirs beyond the Black Wall would be more than eager to return to their embrace. And how will you divide the spoils with them? That is not your concern. If you join, your foremost task is survival, Valerie replied, swirling the drink in her glass. Only by surviving can we qualify for a share. I feel there are a few issues with your plan. Speak up. end aerial assault on Harusuka Tower is quite a spectacle. Even if we sever Harusuka's ability to call for reinforcements from other areas, the NCPD and the Anti-Terrorism Task Force are not blind. How can we expect them to simply watch as the corporate plaza erupts into chaos? Valerie shot V a disapproving glance, retorting, "Haven't you seen the news? Are you suffering from old age? I just mentioned I haven't had time to catch up." V snapped back. Coincidentally, that day marked the inauguration of our new mayor, Jefferson Perales. His wife suggested hosting the inauguration speech at Colorado Farms to display a down-to-earth demeanor. Valerie explained so the NCPD and the Anti-Terrorism Task Force's attention will be diverted to that location. V continued at that time. Only a few company security teams will remain at the corporate plaza, and Night Corp will be on our side. Biotechnology and Zeta Technology are unlikely to intervene haphazardly in such unforeseen circumstances. It is estimated that Cantow will immediately commence the planning of the reconstruction project, while military technology likely anticipates the opportunity to indulge in snacks at their workstations, seated by the glass windows to witness the unfolding drama. So, are we retreating without support? We shall adapt as needed. Valerie sighed and stated, "The preliminary plan is that once we successfully access the Divine Vessel's entry point, we will allow Rog and the others to withdraw first. As they will be responsible for the subsequent support, if they cannot retreat in time, we will have to improvise. That sounds perilous, let alone how many of Rog's team will remain during their withdrawal. It will also take time for them to arrive for support." V frowned as he examined the plan documents. "What is your suggestion?" Valerie looked at V and reminded him, "My resources are limited. I cannot split my forces into two groups." The blue light in V's eyes dimmed as he replied, "I will arrange for the support personnel. You don't intend to enlist Kato and his crew, do you? Can you afford them? This task could be life-threatening." Valerie surmised V's intentions and inquired with a frown that it's merely for support. "We may not encounter any enemies. Moreover, Kato currently has the Scorpion battle vehicle at his disposal. The ordinary security forces of Arasaka cannot contend with them." V assured her. "As for how to persuade them, I still hold some influence with them. After we finish our meal at the Arasaka Tower, we can take some leftovers for them. All right, I will contact them first. We will reconvene when the time comes for action." V stated, standing up and leaving in a flurry before Valerie could speak again. Such a loyal girl. Rare indeed. Johnny appeared, sitting on the railing of the rooftop, watching V depart with a sense of admiration. "Rog is quite loyal to you as well." Valerie shot Johnny a glance. "I can understand why V is willing to accompany you to the Arasaka Tower, but what about that girl named Lucy? She doesn't seem like your life-and-death companion." Her boyfriend and teammate died last year right outside the Arasaka Tower. "By Atom Smasher," Valerie replied coolly. "Damn, even in 2077, there are still people who share my plight?" Johnny exclaimed in surprise. Valerie smiled wryly and downed the contents of her wine glass. Night City is never short of the wretched. Chapter 50. The Death Knell Sounds. "What the hell? Where did you get so many Cantow combat security robots?" Rog asked in astonishment as she observed the fully armed Cantow combat security robots emerging from the shipping containers. Valerie had previously mentioned that there would be external assistance, but she hadn't specified what or how much. "You could say it's an investment from a certain benefactor," Valerie replied ambiguously. "This batch of robots is merely the tip of the iceberg." Valerie pointed towards the floating vehicles approaching from the distance, saying, "Those are the real Capital Point 2 floating vehicles we're slowly descending to the dock, known as aerial buses, specifically surveyor floating vehicles." Valerie approached and patted the frontmost combat security robot. Addressing Rock, while their combat capability certainly pales in comparison to elite mercenaries, they still amount to half a platoon. "Your benefactor is taking such a risk. Aren't you worried about provoking a corporate war?" Rog, crossing her arms and leaning against her own Scorpion battle floating vehicle, questioned Valerie. "The markings have all been erased. Not even the production numbers remain. This batch of robots was procured through clandestine orders from Cantow's headquarters, shipped directly from the factory in Kowloon, unbeknownst to Cantow in Night City." After finishing her explanation, Valerie pointed to the floating vehicles and added, "Two were sent through connections, and aside from Hans, no one knows who purchased them. How are your preparations coming along?" Rog patted the side door of the floating vehicle she had brought. Upon opening the side door, Valerie noticed approximately 7 fully armed mercenaries inside. Recognizing them as some of the top-tier individuals in the business, she nodded in approval. The command over the combat robots has been transferred to you. We will proceed according to plan. Valerie handed a chip to Rog. After Rog accepted and secured the chip, her cybernetic eye illuminated with a blue glow. The orderly ranks of combat security robots began to board the surveyor floating vehicles in an organized manner. Stay safe. I will await the fulfillment of your promise. Observing the combat security robots boarding the floating vehicles, Rog turned to board her Scorpion floating vehicle. You too. Wait for my signal to retreat. Valerie called out to the ascending floating vehicle. Rog made an OK gesture from within the vehicle and closed the side door. Once the floating vehicle had lifted off, Valerie turned and walked towards her own vehicle. The outlawed it seems Arasaka truly does not anticipate that this grand spectacle is merely a feint. V, seated in the passenger seat, remarked to Valerie, who had just taken the driver's seat. It's not entirely a feint. Rog needs to help us secure the security center, which carries substantial risk and difficulty. Valerie replied as she started the vehicle, I wonder if Atom Smasher will directly seek out Rog. Lucy, seated in the back, spoke up that I don't know, but I still believe he will likely defend the most critical areas within the Arasaka Tower. Valerie drove towards the Badlands. Not long after Valerie's vehicle entered the Badlands, a Scorpion battle vehicle appeared on the road, closely trailing behind her car. Following the Scorpion battle vehicle was an entire convoy of nomads. V, it seems your friends have arrived. Valerie smiled at the rearview mirror. They're your friends too, Valerie, V replied, extending a thumbs up out the window that we're nearing the magnetic levitation tunnel construction site. Night Corp has withdrawn all security forces and even left us a SCRC. Valerie could see the construction sites surrounding wall from a distance. At that moment, Valerie received a text message signed by Mr. Blue Eyes. Look up at the sky, Valerie exclaimed. V and Lucy looked out of the car window at the sky, where a sudden flash illuminated the dawn. Followed by several streaks resembling meteors streaking across the horizon, it appears a satellite has been taken down. Arasaka is now effectively powerless in Night City. V chuckled. Don't get too ahead of yourself. The construction site gates are still closed. Lucy pointed ahead. Night Corp cannot pretend too convincingly, can they? V asked the friends in the back to assist with opening the gates. V immediately shouted over the comms. Hey, Scorpions, help us bust down the gate. No sooner had V spoken than the Scorpion battle vehicle behind Valerie unleashed a barrage of missiles directly at the construction site's entrance. Valerie maneuvered her vehicle past the no longer existent entrance and into the construction site. With a swift spin, she parked the car sideways, exited, and instructed, Lucy, go secure control of the SCRC. V, have Ikado's crew establish a defensive line on dash site. And no matter whose forces arrive, make sure to give them a good thrashing. Valerie connected to Rog over the comms, inquiring, Rog, how are things on your end? The sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed from Rog's side as she shouted back, I've reached their tropical garden. We shot down one surveyor, but that thing is quite resilient, and the combat robots inside remained unharmed. After a brief moment, Lucy's voice came through. We've secured control of the SCRC. An unidentified convoy has been spotted to the south. However, they don't appear to be from the company. V's voice followed on the comms that a few seconds later, V added, It's the Ripper crew. We may have attracted them with our commotion when we arrived. V, return and regroup with me. Ikado will handle this bunch of fools, Valerie said, looking at Lucy, who was descending the stairs. Coming right up, V leaped down from the high wall and hopped into the vehicle. This wasn't accounted for in the plan. V muttered, if things could always unfold according to plan without deviation, this world would be utterly doomed. Once Lucy entered the vehicle, Valerie started the engine and drove deeper into the tunnel. The trio entered the SCRC and cranked it to maximum power, drilling through the outer wall of Arasaka's underground structure. Damn, this thing is completely totaled. Lucy brushed off the dust from her clothing as she exited the SCRC control room. At least it fulfilled its mission. Valerie pointed to the newly drilled opening to V retrieved long guns for the three of them. He wielded a budget model slaughter shotgun, which boasts tremendous firepower but comes with significant recoil. Though for V, this is not an issue. Valerie prepared a Kantau G58 for Lucy. As for someone of her hacking prowess, Using this gun merely requires a firm squeeze of the trigger. Valerie herself picked up a military-grade M179 Achilles, a firearm that is generally well-rounded but somewhat costly. We are about to venture into the heart of Arasaka Tower, where security forces will undoubtedly be plentiful. Valerie peered ahead a squad of patrolling security robots and addressed her companions. Enough chatter. Let's just shoot. V declared, and with that, she stepped out, shotgun at the ready, and pulled the trigger. The security robots were shattered into countless pieces under the overwhelming firepower of the three individuals. They arrived at a location resembling a guard room, where Valerie swiftly eliminated 2 guards from Arasaka. With just 2 shots, IT remained uncertain whether Arasaka Tower security system had detected the breach of the outer wall or if the commotion caused by Rog upstairs had triggered a response. Either way, the system had now entered a lockdown state, and the door leading further inside was securely locked. Rog, how are things on your end? Valerie inquired through the communication device. We have reached the security center. Rog's voice crackled intermittently. Damn it, the interference is too severe. Suddenly, the inner door swung open, indicating that someone had taken control of the security system. Good. The chip you provided has successfully been integrated into their security servers. It seems your backup has taken over Arasaka's system. Rog's voice came through the communicator, this time free from disruptive noise. You hold the security center's floor while I advance further. I'll notify you to withdraw when the time is right. Valerie gestured for V to move forward, and V raised her lethal shotgun, leading the way. They proceeded along the path to a processing area, where yet another encounter with Arasaka guards awaited them. The weapons in their hands roared once more, tearing apart the enemies that stood in their way. They halted before a roll-up door, which began to rise slowly. An electronic synthesized male voice echoed through the intercom. I have cleared the path to the Ark. Now we must fend off Arasaka's counterattack. Hurry, an elite security team from Arasaka is en route to your location. As the roll-up door opened, a long corridor was revealed. They were but a step away. Valerie sprinted ahead, attempting to lift another gate at the end of the corridor with her hands. Let me assist. V joined Valerie, thrusting her hands into the door's crevice, with a powerful surge from the shock-absorbing components in her gorilla-like arms. The gate was raised halfway. Lucy, hurry inside, Valerie urged as she helped prop the roll-up door, beckoning to Lucy. Lucy crouched and rolled through the open gate, and then Valerie and V exchanged a glance. Counting in unison, 3, 2, 1, go. Both slipped through the gate simultaneously. This was the information control center of Arasaka. The Ark access point should be just ahead. Lucy crouched beside a server cabinet, swiftly examining the equipment. Just as Valerie was about to speak, her expression suddenly changed. She activated the CNY Ziston, launching herself at Lucy and rolling them both aside. Lucy, still disoriented, heard a deafening crash as a towering figure loomed over where she had just been crouching. Didn't he expect you to be so alert, you hunk of meat? Atom Smasher. Lucy growled through gritted teeth. I remember you. I let you slip away last year. Didn't expect you to come knocking on my door now. Ha! Atom Smasher laughed with reckless abandon. Let me see what you're capable of. V's voice came from behind Atom Smasher, accompanied by the thunderous discharge of her shotgun. She fired 5 shots in rapid succession. Yet after emptying the shotgun's chamber, Atom Smasher stood unfazed, as if merely tickled. This all you've got? Now it's my turn, you hunk of meat, Atom Smasher declared, stepping forward to deliver a devastating blow to V with his steel fist. V hastily discarded her shotgun and activated her biological berserk cyberware, her gorilla-like arms absorbing the force of Atom's powerful punch. This is interesting, Atom Smasher remarked before vanishing from V's sight. Oh no. V sensed Atom reappearing behind her, and she was too late to evade. However, instead of feeling the impact of his iron fist against her back, a series of gunshots interrupted the moment. The bullets from the M179 Achilles successfully disrupted Atom Smasher's movement, enabling V to dodge the lethal strike. Damn flies. You're not the only one with CNY Ziston, Valerie shouted, wielding the Achilles, its barrel smoking from the heat. V then witnessed both Atom Smasher and Valerie simultaneously disappear from view. As the room echoed with the rapid sounds of gunfire, 0.5 seconds later, Valerie and Atom Smasher reappeared. In contrast to Atom's composed demeanor, Valerie appeared somewhat disheveled. She had swapped her Achilles for an RT-46 Storm revolver. Panting heavily, her suit bore multiple gashes, blood seeping from the wounds, pitiful flesh. Atom Smasher's already crimson eyes glowed with an eerie light as he attempted to disable Valerie's CNY-resistant cyberware through electronic warfare, only to find his efforts ineffective. "It's you." Atom Smasher turned to see Lucy, her eyes also glowing red. Alone, Lucy would have been unable to engage in direct electronic warfare against Atom Smasher. However, now connected to her subnet, which linked back to the foremost hacker of the new American era, Song Xiaomei, who was currently reclined in the hacker chair Valerie had procured at great cost, providing remote electronic combat support. Meanwhile, the Arasaka hackers behind Atom were being momentarily held at bay by AI forces from the Night City underworld. In the brief moment of Atom's pause, V leaped behind him, raising her fist high to strike the missile launcher on his back. With a thunderous crash, sparks erupted from Atom's rear. V successfully disabled the missile launcher, but only served to enrage him further. Rotting flesh die. Atom Smasher swung his arm towards V, and though she absorbed the force of his punch once more, she found herself kneeling on one knee at that moment. Gunfire from Lucy's G58 rang out, but the bullets did not target Atom. Rather, they were aimed at the arriving elite Arasaka security forces. "Your time is up." Atom Smasher raised his arm again, preparing to execute the kneeling V. However, after a series of RT-46 shots rang out, bullets struck Atom Smasher's right elbow joint, damaging his arm. V seized the opportunity, grabbing his sparking right arm and yanking it down with all her strength. "Is this pain? I haven't felt this in ages." But at that moment, more Arasaka reinforcements flooded into the room, forcing Lucy behind cover as she was suppressed by their concentrated fire. She could only extend her gun over the barricade, engaging the elite forces and return fire using the automatic aiming system. After tearing off Atom Smasher's right arm, V had no time to ponder. She rolled behind a server cabinet as bullets from the Arasaka elites ricocheted off the metal, creating sparks. Only Valerie intermittently utilized CNY-resistant, engaging in a fierce battle with Atom Smasher. However, Atom quickly discerned Valerie's weakness, noting that each use of CNY-resistant lasted only 5 seconds, during which she attempted to maintain distance. Once that time elapsed, Valerie would have to seek an opportunity to deactivate CNY-resistant. "Got you, rotting flesh." Atom Smasher relentlessly pursued Valerie, forcing her to deactivate CNY-resistant before she could escape. As a result, he seized Valerie by the throat, and they found themselves at the center of the room. "Cough, cough, but I've got you too." Scrap metal. Valerie, battered and bruised, managed to grin triumphantly. "Wah." Atom Smasher suddenly looked down to find a grenade with its pin pulled lodged in the mechanical gap of his waist. A surprise planted by Valerie. Before he could react further, a violent explosion erupted from his midsection. As the smoke cleared, Atom Smasher, now armless, knelt in the center of the room, his armor completely stripped away, revealing various artificial organs within. Meanwhile, Valerie, the architect of the explosion, was in far worse condition, having faced the blast at close range. Her mangled body, bloodied and broken, along with Atom's severed arm, was hurled 3 meters away. Crashing to the ground, V and Lucy rushed forward to check on Valerie's condition, but they were again pinned down by the relentless firepower of Arasaka's elite guards, just as V was about to charge recklessly into the fray. A fresh volley of gunfire erupted from the direction of the room's entrance, turning the Arasaka guards into Swiss cheese. IT was Rog, accompanied by a band of mercenaries. "Looks like I arrived late." Rog approached the bloodied Valerie, beginning to assess her condition, gazing at the incessant error warnings flashing across her HUD and feeling the intense pain coursing through her body. Valerie managed a wry smile. Struggling, she reached to pull the relic chip from its slot, trembling as she spoke. "Rog, this is the promised reward. What are you talking about at a time like this?" "Hold on," V scolded as she joined Valerie's side. "V, take me into the Ark." Valerie gasped, her voice barely audible. "And no more talk of entering. I'm taking you to get treated." V grasped Valerie's hand tightly. Anxiety etched across her face. IT was futile. Valerie coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to let all efforts go to waste. "Rod, I must trouble your people to hold on a little longer." V spoke, Upon finishing her words, she swiftly scooped up Valerie and made her way towards the connection point room. Lucy had already dashed into the chamber, beginning to fumble with the operational terminal. "How confident are you?" V inquired while connecting the data cable to the port on Valerie's neck. "I do not know. I have never operated the Soul Reaper program before," Lucy replied through gritted teeth, her voice trembling slightly. "We can only take a gamble now, can't we?" V wiped the blood from Valerie's face and said to her, who had already closed her eyes, "I promised I would not abandon you. The Soul Reaper program has been successfully loaded. Now it is a matter of whether her consciousness can endure." Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she had witnessed something incredible. Goodness, the source code of the subnetwork AI is merging with her consciousness code. This is going to keep the network monitor busy. Valerie watched as streams of data brushed past her, all converging towards the solitary light within the cyberspace, akin to moths drawn to a flame. These data streams were consciousnesses imprisoned within the divine chariot, now surging into the network like a torrent. She felt as though her subnet had become an extension of herself, as natural as using her own arms. Within the divine chariot, not only were there numerous imprisoned consciousnesses, but vast amounts of data from Arasaka were also preserved. That IT felt as if she were strolling through a colossal library, absorbing every touch of data into her being. Mr. Blue Eyes, Valerie halted, spotting her employer. "Our transaction has been concluded, Miss Valerie. From this moment on, you will need to seek your own path, just like them." Valerie understood that them referred to those consciousnesses that had escaped. "That I had thought you would welcome me as one of your own. You will not become one of us. We will not accept you. Your differing computational logic would lead to a fundamentally different mode of thinking. We do not trust humans." Chapter 51, 2079, Section 9 in the year 2079, Dogtown. "Have you heard? Last week, another nest of voodoo gangs was taken down by those from Section 9 in a dilapidated building's basement. 2 security guards were engaged in idle chatter. I have heard. Those people fight like the anti-terrorism task force. Damn it, ever since the NCPED was repurchased by the City Hall at the end of 77, communication has become even more difficult. Since the Arasaka Tower incident, a myriad of strange AIs have suddenly appeared on this side of the black wall. To address this situation, the new mayor has enacted a new AI countermeasure bill, intensifying the crackdown on illegal AIs and hackers while managing the registration of certain AIs. Thus, the NCPED established a new department, Section 9, composed of network monitors as consultants, drawing elite members from the anti-terrorism task force. What was its full name again? The Cybercrime Tactical Response Division. That a female voice chimed in their ears. Yes, that's right. When the guards nodded, IT was only then he realized his partner was a man. Where did that woman's voice come from? What followed was the sound of something crashing to the ground, as a head rolled to his feet. It was his colleague, before he could lift his gun in alarm. His own head followed suit, meeting the same fate as his partner. The air between the two corpses twisted, and a girl clad in a white shirt with a badge hanging from her chest appeared in their midst. She retracted her monomolecular line and continued to stride forward. This basement was actually a network hacking den covertly funded by a certain company, typically engaging in unsavory dealings. However, for reasons unknown, even the hackers in such dens had begun to eye the old net. Did they truly believe they could hide in Dogtown without being caught? "I'm almost there. I am in position. Lucy, be careful." A male voice crackled through the communication. Lucy entered a dimly lit room, surveying the chaotic wiring and scattered debris, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. Observing the 5 hackers sprawled across black hacker chairs, engrossed in their online escapades, Lucy felt she could merely toss a cigarette butt and ignite them all. Clearing her throat, Lucy activated her cybernetic eye, which glowed red, and snapped her fingers. What the hell? Who the hell unplugged my internet? The 5 hackers erupted in curses as they leapt from their chairs, only to realize a stranger was now present in the room, clearly not one of their own. "Who the hell are you?" One hacker drew a gun, aiming it at Lucy. "Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am Detective Lucy from the NCPD Cybercrime Tactical Response Division." Lucy gestured to the badge hanging from her white shirt and continued. "According to our investigation, someone among you visited the old net 2 days ago. Under the cybersecurity law, in short, you are all under arrest. With that, she produced 5 chips resembling USB drives, specially designed to lock down the opponent's electronic brain. Will you come quietly, or shall I take action? The 5 hackers exchanged glances, then erupted into laughter, all pointing their guns at Lucy simultaneously. Just you alone, little girl? Lucy merely smirked and replied, Time 14:09. Suspect refuses to comply. Strong measures will now be taken. What nonsense are you spouting? This is damn Dogtown, one hacker shouted as he prepared to pull the trigger. Suddenly, the ceiling overhead exploded, a figure clad in full tactical gear descending from above, crushing the insolent hacker into a bloody mess. Who said she came alone? A man, wielding a high-tech military VSD-37 incendiary shotgun, inquired with an icy tone. The remaining 4 hackers quickly turned their guns on the man, emptying their magazines. Yet he stood unmoving. Upon realizing that their bullets had no effect, they activated their cybernetic eyes, intending to implant a puppet virus to take him down. Yet to their astonishment, it appeared as though he was completely disconnected from the network, leaving their attempts in vain. However, due to their hacking attempts, Lucy detected that one hacker's data stream contained black wall code. "ITS that guy." Lucy pointed at the hacker. The figure in tactical gear immediately understood, pulling the trigger of the VSD-37 to reduce the other 3 hackers to mere fragments. He then approached and seized the hacker Lucy had pointed out by the throat, lifting him high before her. "I see you've grown taller. Why lift him so high?" Lucy shot him an exasperated glance. The man, somewhat helpless, lowered his hand, forcing the hacker to kneel before Lucy. Lucy stepped forward, inserting the suppression chip into the hacker's neck, and said to the man, "Job well done." She then retrieved a Super Dream chip from the back of his neck, smirking. "I hope this time we can extract some clues. The infiltration activities targeting the Black Wall have been increasing over the past 2 months." Lucy and the man, still holding the hacker, exited the dilapidated building, only to find themselves surrounded by a squad of Hellhound soldiers outside. NCPD at work. Obstructing official duties will bear consequences. Lucy spoke to the Hellhound soldiers without a hint of politeness. The NCPD's enforcers have no jurisdiction in Dogtown. A soldier who appeared to be the leader replied. "And what about the network monitors?" Lucy raised her electronic badge, which transformed into a network monitor's credentials. "What about the anti-terrorism task force?" As soon as she spoke, the badge morphed again, this time displaying credentials for the anti-terrorism task force. "Have you accepted their bribes? Are you really planning to risk your lives to stop us?" Lucy retorted without hesitation. The leader, realizing that someone could possess both credentials, especially with the imposing man beside her, could not help but turn to the gathering crowd and say, "Disperse. There is nothing to see here." Lucy, disinterested in further conflict with the Hellhounds, marched over to the Emperor 620 Ragna, parked by the roadside, opening the back door. Lucy's partner, still holding the handcuffed hacker, unceremoniously tossed him into the modified back seat of the Emperor 620 Ragna before shutting the door. By the time he settled into the driver's seat, Lucy was already engaged in a phone call from the passenger seat. "We've apprehended the suspect. Yes, he has indeed had contact with the Black Wall. I don't have the time to interrogate him on site. Just be grateful I caught him alive. I'll bring him back to Section 9, and you can handle the rest." After hanging up, Lucy's partner removed his helmet, revealing a somewhat youthful face adorned with a punk hairstyle. Lucy continued her rambling. What a load of nonsense about network monitors providing consultants, pulling elite members from the anti-terrorism task force. Absolute rubbish. The leader of an intelligence team has to come to Dogtown personally to make the arrests. Speaking of which, how does the new body feel? Lucy reached for a can of cola from the passenger seat, glancing at the driver. "How?" The shareholders of Cyber Intelligence are seeking feedback from product users. The man driving the car replied with a chuckle. "Spare me. My concern lies with you. Although I possess a slight stake in the company, I refrain from interfering in its operations." Lucy shot a glance at him, cracking open a can of cola. The experience feels quite similar to the old model. However, the new version still fails to be compatible with CNY Zicitin, which leaves me inclined to leave a negative review. The team currently responsible for driver compatibility within the company indeed lacks a bit of finesse. Lucy grimaced, noting that Song Xiaomei has once again busied herself with another project, rumored to be of high confidentiality. Nevertheless, the feedback from the terror response unit regarding the new product seems rather positive. Just as the car approached the Dogtown exit, Lucy sensed the person beside her decelerating. "What's wrong, David?" Lucy inquired cautiously to IT. "Seems there are no Phantom Hounds personnel at the checkpoint." David pointed toward the distant checkpoint, where several cars were stuck in a queue. At IT, "It appears we VE targeted the right individuals." Lucy smirked, remarking, "Surely no one is foolish enough to attempt a kidnapping right under our noses. My visual sensors indicate that at least 20 Cantal combat security robots are lying in wait on either side." David slightly turned his head, scanning the road. "There are also at least 4 combat mechs. Ha." Lucy laughed, gesturing toward the checkpoint at the end of the road, saying, "Now I understand where they derive their audacity to ambush us. The Great Demon? How intriguing." At that moment, a communication alert popped up in Lucy's channel, displaying the caller as Superintendent Valerie V. "What is the matter? Shouldn't you be the one with issues? Do you require reinforcements?" V's voice echoed. "Are you looking down on me or on David?" Lucy retorted that, "I need living criminals to extract clues." Superintendent Lucy did, "Oh, very well. I shall ensure the VIP remains well protected." Superintendent Valerie. After concluding the call, Lucy suddenly vanished from the passenger seat, reappearing in the back seat. "David, that counterfeit is all yours." Lucy seized the criminal and addressed the driver. David in the driver's seat gave an OK hand signal, and the 2 individuals in the back seat disappeared within the vehicle. With no worries behind him, David slammed down the accelerator, the Emperor 620 Ragna hurtling toward the checkpoint like a cannonball. The ambushers concealed on either side of the road opened fire, bullets ricocheting off the reinforced vehicle exterior with a cacophony. After crashing through a barricade of vehicles, the Emperor 620 Ragna came to a halt. The driver's side door was kicked open, and David stepped out, surveying the approaching enemies. An adversary clad in great demon armor leaped from the top of the checkpoint, smashing the road's surface into a crater. The counterfeit Atom heavyweight landed without pause, launching all the rockets from his shoulder toward David. David, unable to evade, was instantly engulfed by the explosion's fire, flames igniting nearby vehicles, and the entire checkpoint erupted into a sea of fire. Hey, what are you all looking at?" The enemies, who had begun searching for Lucy's figure, suddenly heard a voice emanating from the inferno. The rhythmic sound of metal clashing against the ground emerged from a blaze. The ambushers then witnessed a silver skeletal robot emerge from the flames. Its eyes, glowing a menacing crimson, resembled the gaze of a demon fixated on the ambushing foes. The skeletal robot raised the RT-46 Storm revolver it held and pulled the trigger. One of the Cantal combat security robot's heads exploded into a heap of scrap metal. Shortly after, several rapid gunshots rang out from behind, multiple Cantal robots collapsing, paralyzed, without the ambushers even discerning the source of the gunfire. The enemy in great demon armor decided to eliminate this unidentified robotic adversary first, activating CNY and vanishing from sight. In an instant, the counterfeit Atom heavyweight's figure reappeared before David, whose mechanical frame was now reduced to mere bones. And the iron fist came crashing down on the skeletal head. A tremendous clang of metal echoed. The enemy's iron fist tightly grasped. Then came a sharp cracking sound as the great demon armor's arm was forcibly dislocated. It's already 2079, and they're still using such outdated technology. David discarded his revolver with his other hand, seizing the enemy's neck and brutally twisting it, tearing the head off as the body of the enemy clad in great demon armor collapsed. The remaining ambushers were swiftly eliminated by hidden gunmen. The air around David shimmered, and Lucy, wielding the M179 Achilles rifle, materialized before him. "I'll need to restock my synthetic skin. If only CNY were compatible. I could have simply evaded." David casually tossed the head he held to the ground. "Where's the criminal?" "Hiding in the sewer, still breathing." Lucy pointed toward a distant sewer manhole cover, replying, "It can't possibly be Cantal's doing." "Can it?" David approached the manhole cover, hooking it with one hand to pry it open. The Cantal personnel aren't foolish enough to carry out such blatant actions. Besides, they're currently in a cooperative relationship with Valerie's company, making it even less likely for them to attack us openly. Lucy activated CNY and jumped into the tunnel, reappearing moments later on the surface while carrying the criminal. Clearly, this individual's backers intend to shift the blame onto Cantal. In the office of the head of Section 9, Taiping Prefecture, This is absurd, causing such a ruckus right in Dogtown. Now I have to write a lengthy report. How tiresome. Had I known, I would have let him lead the team in capturing people in Dogtown without a second thought. Sitting in her office, V glanced at the nameplate of Superintendent Valerie in a pile of case files. I can't fathom what that old dog Yago is doing. He practically invaded my doorstep. Yet he still has the audacity to condemn us for crossing lines. Yes, she grumbled. She absent-mindedly scratched her head, feeling a few strands of her purple hair fall out. When will these damned individuals ever settle down? It is only the 5th day of this month, and this marks the 8th attack targeting the Blackwall. This won't do. I need to have the Cyber Surveillance Bureau send more personnel my way. V now deeply regretted ever getting involved in that fellow's absurd cyberspace cleaning initiative in Night City. What seemed like the fulfillment of her dream of being an officer had instead resulted in a mountain of stress and hair loss. Although hair can be easily transplanted these days, even RGB lighting can be incorporated, the annoyance is undeniably real. Sigh. I truly envy that kid Jack. With his silver tongue, he was directly sent to Mexico to negotiate business. Resigned, she picked up a data chip and exited the office. River, have your investigation team scout this area for me. V slapped the chip onto River's, now junior superintendent's, cluttered desk. River, who was engrossed in reading documents, glanced up at his superior. What are you staring at? If you run into trouble, just call Superintendent Moore. Her assault team is always ready to provide you with fire support. He sighed helplessly, tossing the chip to one of his team members with the instruction. Barry, you go. Chapter 0. Theft. The year 2080 will mark a revolutionary transformation in cyberspace. In a video, Song Xiaomei, clad in a black t-shirt, passionately discussed the revolutionary changes that the realization of quantum computing would bring. Next, I am honored to present the latest research achievements from our cyber intelligence company. Song Xiaomei took out a palm-sized chip from her pocket, holding it up for the audience to see. The world's first optical quantum computing central processing unit, codenamed Heisenberg. V switched off the video. The footage had been from a press conference that had concluded just 15 minutes prior. Recently, the Blackwall has faced a surge of attacks, and V barely had time to familiarize herself with a new product unveiled by her company, in which she held a significant stake. Just 10 minutes ago, she received an anonymous package. Within the palm-sized parcel lay a chip the size of a fingertip. After scanning, it revealed no viruses. She inserted the chip into the slot at the back of her neck and began to read its contents. V, I apologize for having to communicate with you in this manner. The video displayed Song Xiaomei's figure, her demeanor vastly different from the confident presentation at the press conference. Now, she appeared anxious, leaning closer to the camera, speaking in a hushed tone. I know you've been busy, but I urgently need you to handle this matter. A sample chip of the Heisenberg processor has been stolen from the laboratory. Song Xiaomei revealed a shocking revelation. Compared to traditional semiconductor processors, this optical quantum chip offers exponential increases in computational power. Just that one sample could nearly equate to half a server cluster necessary to maintain the operations of the Blackwall. If it were to fall into the hands of an unknown company or even a malicious AI, the consequences would be unimaginable. I initially intended to report the matter to Valerie, but as you are aware, she has been absent for the past 2 months. IT has solely been her assistant AI, Skynet, who has been communicating with us. Alex has indeed conducted an investigation into the stolen laboratory, yet the security chief of her company shockingly claimed ignorance regarding the theft. This incident not only concerns the direct interests of the company, but also poses a significant threat to the already fragile cybersecurity landscape. We must handle it discreetly. When I was in the trial production phase of these samples, I left a backdoor. The chip you're currently inserting can pinpoint its location. The security department within the company is understaffed, and I suspect there may be an insider. We also need to safeguard the remaining samples. The task of recovering the stolen samples will have to be entrusted to you, as you're the only person I and Valerie can rely on. Upon finishing her words, Song Xiaomei's video call automatically ended, replaced by a small map glowing with tracking signals. The coordinates of the current signal are in Dogtown. V rose from her desk, donned the coat hanging by the door, and exited the room. Head out? Are you going? Inspector Maher, who had been pressing on his tablet at his workstation in the large office, paused to glance at V as she emerged from the section chief's office. Is it just you here? V noticed that the other workstations were empty. Lucy from the Cyber Surveillance Intelligence Team and Sergeant David had gone out to follow up on last month's lead, and the entire investigation team had dispersed, leaving V as the sole silicon-based human in the attack team. Maher shrugged. Naturally, it's just me on standby here. Do you need my assistance? No, you may continue to stand by. River and the others might call for your backup at any moment. V waved her hand dismissively as she walked towards the exit. If anyone asks about me, just say I went to Dogtown. Okay. V arrived at the garage and climbed in the rogue vehicle left for her by Valerie. She started the car and switched on the radio, listening to the rock music emanating from it. The station was playing an old song from 2004, a cover by Johnny. If this fire is out of control, I'm gonna burn this city, burn this city. Even as a silicon-based human, this guy still had that same old penchant for chaos. The night city of 2080 remained a dismal blend of decay and prosperity. If one were to point out any significant changes, it would be that many unfinished projects in Pacifica had been taken over by the Night Corporation and were being rebuilt, perhaps to the average observer. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. However, V, as the head of the 9th Division stationed in Pacifica, was acutely aware of the undercurrents swirling beneath this seemingly flourishing facade. Pacifica was adjacent to Dogtown, and V's vehicle swiftly arrived at the entrance checkpoint. Damn, why is it you again, you wretched officer? The officer from the Hellhound unit, responsible for inspections, recognized V in the car and wore an expression of dread. I advise you to watch your mouth. Last year, my people were ambushed right at this checkpoint. I haven't yet sought retribution from your superior. V shot a piercing glare at the officer, who appeared as if he had just swallowed a fly. He quickly turned and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to let this plague pass that I say. Inspector Valerie, what brings you to this wretched place again? V had just entered Dogtown when she received a call from Yago. Mind your own business and take care of yourself, V retorted without hesitation. Am I not doing just that? Every time your 9th Division shows up, it becomes the talk of the town. Now everyone is saying that I and my subordinates are just your NCPD Pacifica Division's lapdogs. How am I supposed to conduct business like this? I suggest you understand your position. What others say about you is your concern. You know perfectly well who is backing you and supplying your needs. If it were Hans or Hansen, they wouldn't dare speak to me like this. All right, you're my ancestor. Is that enough? I beg you, can you not make such a commotion every time? It makes things difficult for me. Difficult? Perhaps I should just replace your hellhound with a new leader? If your subordinates could cooperate with my work, many issues wouldn't escalate. Stop whining in front of me that I could take out Bennett Hansen's funeral just as easily as I could deal with you. I've said my piece. Now, take care. With that, V hung up the call, focusing on driving as she continued towards the marked signal point. Chapter 1. Hunter Plan. Damn. Why is it that I can't get in touch with her at this moment? V flicked the cigarette, but out of the car window, glanced up at the night sky of Dogtown, and ultimately decided to venture in alone. She slowly pushed open the door of a dilapidated warehouse. V cautiously entered, holding her revolver at the ready. Inside the warehouse was an unmarked cargo truck. V approached the truck's compartment slowly, gently opening the door. The emblem of Cyberdynamics? V scrutinized the solitary coffin-like box within the truck's compartment. She recognized the box's design. It was the storage container used by Cyberdynamics for shipping humanoid prototypes. I recall that this position would list the loading codes and specific model numbers. Got it. V found the engraved product information location from memory. T-888X. This was a product model unknown to her. She remembered that the latest military-grade humanoid skeleton model from Cyberdynamics was the T-800 model. Akin to David's. Could it be that not only the quantum chip samples were stolen, but also unproduced experimental humanoids? The box was empty. Where could it have gone? Exiting the compartment, V began to scan the warehouse for any hidden doors using her optical eye. As expected, she discovered a nearly seamless hidden door. Damn it, it stuck. V attempted to pry at the crevice of the hidden door with her fingers, but it was sealed too tightly. Fearing a disturbance might alert anyone nearby, she refrained from using more forceful methods. Found it. Eventually, V located a ventilation duct. Though a bit narrow, it was still passable. Wow, such thick cables, and so many of them. V, now activated with optical camouflage, cautiously navigated through the multitude of cables. The temperature readings from her optical eye indicated that all these cables were engaged in high-power transmission. Not long after, V halted her steps as she spotted her objective. A polished steel robotic skeleton was busily operating at a control panel. Behind the control panel was a peculiar platform connected by multiple cables. Target coordinates locked at 2020, commencing final charging phase. The arch structure of the platform began to rotate slowly around it, and the steel robotic skeleton stepped away from the control panel, striding steadily towards the now operational platform. The robot reached the center of the platform, and the rotation of the arch structure began to accelerate. V glanced at the display screen on the control panel. The charging completion rate had already reached 97, that if the power were forcibly cut off at this moment, the consequences would be dire, and she would be unable to withstand the immense current generated by the severed cables. Thus, there was only one way to prevent the adversary. The robot, originally standing quietly in the center of the platform awaiting completion of the charging, suddenly turned its head towards another direction, where V had been lurking. Now, V activated her instantaneous teleportation ability and appeared before the robot. That a series of metallic clashes echoed within the platform as V and the robot exchanged a flurry of punches within a second. "What are you doing here?" The robot emitted a voice that V found eerily familiar. Filled with shock and fury, V did not respond, instead swinging a punch towards the robot's head. The robot, no longer lenient, seized V's fist and executed a counter-grab, effectively restraining her. "What on earth are you doing here?" V gritted her teeth and demanded while attempting to break free from its hold. "That I don't have time to waste on you. Get out." At that moment, the arch structure illuminated with electrical energy, creating an electric field around the platform. The robot did not relent in its hold on V, tightening its grip around her neck as it aimed to toss her away from the platform. However, as it loosened its grip, a green light on the control panel illuminated. Instantly, the entire platform erupted in brightness, followed by an electromagnetic pulse explosion from both the control panel and the platform simultaneously. Above the platform, V and the robot vanished from sight. At the moment of the explosion, Dogtown was suddenly plunged into darkness, and over half of Pacifica also experienced a power outage. What? Inspector Maher, who had been watching a concert on his tablet in the 9th Division office, was bewildered by the sudden blackout. Report: a severe explosion incident occurred at the Hunter Plan facility. Report: the implementing unit of the Hunter Plan has lost location tracking. Report: subject of primary concern. Codename V has lost positioning and vital signs have ceased. Understood. The digital representation of Valerie materialized within the internal cybernetic space of Cyber Intelligence Technology Corporation. The Hunter program has been deemed a failure. Initiate the self-destruct contingency plan for the facility. Secure all documents and technical data related to it, and obliterate all action trajectories associated with this plan. Command received. Executing. Immediately allocate production for the quantum optical computing processor server terminal, and notify the network monitoring team to prepare for the migration of the Blackwall. Command received. Executing. Extract the backup synthetic body number 2 from the factory and unfreeze the backup of V's logical consciousness. Command received. Executing. Alex, reclining in the security center while munching on sunflower seeds, suddenly jolted upright. Boss. She understood that if the big boss himself had reached out, something significant must have transpired. Find out who has had contact or communication with V today. Immediately, right now. Yes, I'm on it. V rubbed her sore neck, leaning against what appeared to be a collapsed wall as she stood up and initiated her self-diagnostic procedure. Self-diagnosis complete, vital signs normal. Where am I? The ruins of Arasaka Tower post-nuclear explosion. V stared at the text projected onto the wall, momentarily taken aback. When she set out for Dogtown, it had been night. Now, the sun blazed overhead. She looked up at the nearest building, utterly dumbfounded. Arasaka Tower. After the battle in 2077, although Arasaka had withdrawn from Night City, the structure remained standing. Yet the Arasaka logo, which should have been dismantled, hung intact above. NCPD service connection failed. Error. Username does not exist. Report. Discrepancy detected between system time and network time. Initiating automatic synchronization. Automatic synchronization complete. Calibrated time is 2076. Seeing the synchronized time, V couldn't help but exclaim, What the F? Chapter 2. Mission fails, systems self-diagnosis complete, anomalous signal source detected. A skeletal frame rose from the alley, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light. All drive programs intact. Third-party implants reloaded successfully. Detected disconnection from the host. Activating backup consciousness 000. Initiating default appearance for 000. Releasing liquid metal layer. Silver liquid metal poured from the skeletal frame, enveloping it entirely before transforming into hair, skin, and clothing. Based on previous signal indications, this should be the place. V brandished a revolver, cautiously stepping into the alley. Although she was uncertain why she had arrived in Night City of 2076, she had not forgotten that she was pursuing a stolen quantum optical processor prototype. That prototype had evidently been installed within the machine frame she had never encountered before. She could not allow such a revolutionary technological advancement. Even by 2080 standards, to roam freely in 2076's Night City, V swiftly approached a corner within the alley, pivoting sharply, gun drawn toward the inside of the turn, her eyes widening in surprise. V, it's me. V beheld a face identical to her own, or perhaps it was Valerie's face, which wore a dark expression as it regarded her. How do I know you're not an imposter? The other S expression shifted from displeasure to sheer incredulity. Then you might as well pull the trigger and see for yourself. And no sooner had the words left her mouth than V observed multiple error messages pop up on her HUD. Her ICE being breached in an instant by the other. V could only watch helplessly as the figure approached, brushing aside her revolver. If I were your enemy, it would be easy to eliminate you. Rather than forcing me to prove my identity, why don't you explain why you are here? All HUD error messages vanished, allowing V to regain control of her body. She took a slight breath before responding. I received an anonymous package containing a chip. It had a video of Song Xiaomei stating that a quantum optical processor prototype had been stolen and provided me with a location. When was this? Not long after the press conference concluded. Nonsense, Valerie snapped back. Throughout the entire process from prototype to press conference, she had been under the protection of the security personnel I dispatched. There was no way she could have turned around to record a video and send it to you. Besides, why didn't you come to me directly for verification? Or is it that you no longer trust me? Valerie said, leaning in closer to V. I don't trust your assistant AI. V met Valerie's gaze firmly. What? Valerie's expression turned to one of utter astonishment. The assistant AI called Skin. You haven't shown yourself in over 2 months. I was even beginning to wonder if you were still alive. Valerie fell silent for 2 seconds, then rolled her eyes in exasperation. What in the world are you thinking? Have you ever seen a window management software that can backfire on its own system? Have you never considered that Skynet is actually me? This time, it was V who looked utterly bewildered. Put another way, my relationship with Skynet is akin to that of the real Delamon, with the Delamon company as front-end program. It is merely a low-power external persona I employ to handle mundane tasks. Is it really necessary to operate this way? Is this how you manage the company? V asked, perplexed. You can't possibly think that a company as large as cyber intelligence technology needs a shrewd boss monitoring its operations at all times. Can you? The business categories can be counted on one hand. It's not like it's Arasaka, a colossal enterprise that I only need to appear once a quarter to set the company's strategic direction. Besides, you would think I'm idle, would you? Company project research requires computational power. Collaborating with network monitoring to improve the black wall requires computational power. Defending against hacker intrusions to safeguard data requires computational power. Therefore, I naturally need a Skynet subsystem that occupies less than 5 of the company's data center resources to assist me with those trivial matters that you still have that chip on you? Hand it over. Valerie extended her hand toward V, demanding the anonymous chip. After hesitating for 2 seconds, V retrieved the chip from the back of her neck and handed it over. Upon inserting the chip into her slot, Valerie furrowed her brow within a second. This video is entirely fabricated. Tracing the data, it only contains records left by editing equipment, with no evidence of filming equipment. However, it does indicate that there is indeed a mole within the company. The signal source it tracked does not originate from the chip, but from this frame. Therefore, the mole is most likely within the synthetic body production facility. Valerie removed the chip, crushing it effortlessly between her fingers. Can you tell me, V still fixated on her, what exactly were you doing in Dogtown? At the mention of this, Valerie's frustration boiled over. While collaborating with network monitoring to combat rogue AIs and remnants of the Voodoo Boys, I realized this approach was unsustainable. Our response had always been a case of closing the barn door after the horse had bolted, so I planned to undertake a task that would resolve the issue once and for all. Thanks to breakthroughs in quantum computing, I completed the design for a time transfer device that I originally intended to utilize this custom synthetic body, equipped with a quantum optical processor, to return to 2020 and prevent Bartmoss from unleashing the cyber rabies virus during the Fourth Corporate War. This was the Hunter program. Your unexpected arrival utterly disrupted the entire plan. Your reckless intrusion into the charge transfer platform caused a severe incident, resulting in our return to 2076. Are you suggesting that your adversaries learned of your creation of the time transfer device? V inquired, frowning. So they utilized me to thwart your plan? No, no one knows that it is a time machine. Not even Song Xiaomei, the company's chief technology officer, is aware of what I constructed. The related researchers only know their part of the theoretical content, with the final technical integration completed by me. Thus, utilizing you is probably just a tactic born from knowing I posed a significant threat to him. Without understanding the specifics of the plan, given my self-awareness, I would immediately destroy all related content upon deeming the plan a failure, so there's little need to worry about the technology being leaked. Valerie replied darkly, he knows I want to go for the kill. He merely needs to manipulate you to sabotage my plan, whatever that plan may be. Clearly, he succeeded. You and I ended up here. V followed closely behind Valerie as they exited the alley. Can you construct another time travel device to take us back? V's inquiry predictably drew Valerie's ire, manifesting in an exasperated glare. Construct another one? How casually you speak of it. Valerie pointed her own head, retorting, what makes you think that this simple body, which I use for missions, contains any expertise in that area? Do you bring all your books from home when you embark on a long journey? Oh, wait, perhaps I have wronged you a bit, considering the total number of books in your home that could be associated with knowledge might not exceed 3. Valerie's tirade nearly made V's head retract in her chest. She was left speechless, unable to counter the argument. While her abode contained numerous leisure reads, she struggled to name even 3 that could truly be deemed knowledgeable. I wonder how everyone will react when they discover my disappearance. V muttered softly. Disappearance? Over there, you are as good as deceased, Valerie scoffed. Given the time that has elapsed, your backup consciousness must have been activated and utilized the spare body to return to Section 9 for work. To still be standing here after such an incident, you ought to count your blessings. And you wish to return? Valerie couldn't resist delivering a final jab at V. You might as well consider your current situation and how to proceed next. Do you even have money for food? Nonsense. I have a bit saved up. V's words trailed off as she abruptly froze, for she had just seen the following notification. Error. Account does not exist. My money. Why? V exclaimed in a panic, seizing Valerie's arm and urgently inquiring, why is it that you returned to 2077 with millions, while I come back to 2076 with nothing? How can that possibly be the same? Valerie replied languidly, how I returned to 2077 is something I spent half a month calculating in the company's data center, only to conclude with a term from a nation across the Pacific. It's called metaphysics.as for you. She poked V with a finger. You returned to 2076 by breaking into my time travel device. That S called science. V's expression crumbled at the revelation. After a moment of stunned silence, she began to rummage through the pockets of her coat. At last, she pulled out a stack of cash from an inner pocket, exhaling in relief. You still carry cash in this day and age? Valerie raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. What choice did I have? V replied while counting the euro bills. Those informants only accept cash, claiming it can't be traced, so I withdrew 20,000 to keep on hand for transactions. She continued counting, and I have 13,000 left. V smacked the neatly organized bills in her palm, cheerfully declaring, this is not only enough for food, but also sufficient to rent a place to stay. Valerie leaned over to glance at the cash in V's hands, then observed the foolish grin on her face, saying with a hint of melancholy, no, you actually have 0. What do you mean? V looked at Valerie. Bewildered, Valerie smirked, indicating a line of small print on the bills with a finger. Take a closer look at this. I personally withdrew this from the ATM. How could it possibly be fake? V mumbled as she examined the spot Valerie pointed to. Seeing no issue, EKP 2080. Truly, undeniably true. Valerie's tone grew, slightly sardonic. There's just a minor issue. The stack of euros you're holding was printed 4 years from now that I feel like you're starting to resemble Johnny more and more. I never noticed how sharp-tongued you were before. V crumpled the bills in her hand, gritting her teeth at Valerie. That's because you never truly provoked me before. Valerie shot V a sidelong glance. Congratulations, this time you succeeded. However, you might be right. After all, I did share a brain with Johnny for a time after my head injury. Perhaps I was indeed tainted by him. So, what was your plan for handling money after 2020? V persisted, unwilling to give up. I never considered that. Valerie answered nonchalantly. You never considered it? T888X model body. Valerie tapped her chest. Powered by a microplasma fusion reactor designed for a lifespan of 100 years without any parts replaced. I am here to execute missions, not to vacation in 2020. V pointed at Valerie, ultimately unable to muster any harsh retort, recognizing her own fault this time, that I could always return to Haywood and ask the priest for work. Oh, I have no objections to you returning to your previous profession. After all, you're no longer that rookie who made me worry about you getting yourself killed every day. Valerie paused before continuing. But in the eyes of Rog in 2076, what do you even amount to? I doubt you could even gain entry into the afterlife. Damn. V scratched her head in frustration at yet another blow. Then clasped her hands in front of Valerie, adopting a submissive demeanor. All right, I was wrong to my dear sister. You have more experience at starting from scratch. Do you have any good advice? Seemingly acknowledging V's contrition, Valerie smiled and nodded. Have you seen that Series 388 over there? Valerie pointed to a champagne-colored car parked by the roadside. I see it. All the mid-level corporate dogs like that CEA. It's quite businesslike. What is up? V followed Valerie's gaze, even using her cybernetic eye to scan it. Still unable to discern anything special, Valerie rolled her eyes, somewhat amused by V's not yet destitute demeanor. You could drive that to old Captain S. place. It might fetch you a few thousand, understand? Steal a car? V pointed at the vehicle, then at herself, incredulously. Me? What? You still think you're a legendary mercenary of Night City, a senior officer of NCPD Section 9, the second largest shareholder of cybernetic technologies? Even if you want to return to mercenary work, you need to build a reputation first for the middlemen to offer you jobs. Then I might as well return to Haywood and tell the priest I'm back early. Asking him for some work? It seems you finally started using your brain, but unfortunately, that one do. Why not? Because I just hacked into NCPD's database and perused the household registration files. There is not a single record of Avor Valerie in all of Night City, let alone in Haywood. Valerie approached the driver's side of the Series 388 and snapped her fingers. The car's door swung open automatically, as if it had always belonged to her. She then gestured to V to enter. Chapter 4. A fortuitous encounter. Hey, you've been silent since getting in. You're not sulking, are you? V asked, glancing at Valerie, who appeared to be meditating in the passenger seat as she drove the champagne-colored Series 388. I seem like that petty person. Focus on driving. I'm earning you some milk money. Valerie replied without lifting her eyelids. V's face twitched slightly, internally questioning, how can she claim not to be sulking? The car traversed the highway of Night City in this awkward atmosphere. What do you plan to do next? V asked, unable to resist striking up a conversation as the journey stretched ahead. I don't know. Still calculating. Valerie responded coolly, keeping her eyes shut. Calculating? V tightened her grip on the steering wheel. She had begun to sense that Valerie's manner of speaking was increasingly devoid of human warmth. If you have something to say, just say it. After this incident, I believe maintaining good communication with you is a necessary course of action. Valerie seemed to sense V's emotional shift and spoke up. Are you still the Valerie I used to know? V asked, striving to keep her tone calm. Upon hearing V's question, Valerie finally opened her eyes, her red sensor rings turning toward V. That depends on how you define the individual known as Valerie. I still retain all my memories, I can still feel emotions, and my thought processes continue to follow the previous patterns. Yet, it is undeniable that some things have changed. The foundation of my thought processes is no longer a carbon-based brain. Though my cognition has been digitally reconstructed on that basis, that foundational aspect has never altered. Yet, I am not Johnny Silverhand. A mere relic chip suffices to encapsulate the entirety of his mind, which is solely fixated on toppling corporations. Since my digitization, I have perpetually pursued new knowledge and engaged in various digital endeavors. For you, knowledge may merely constitute a part of memory, but to me, it resides as data stored on servers. Thus, I often find myself compelled to think like a machine, an evolution that has undoubtedly altered many of my habits. That Valerie's response plunged V into silence. Indeed, time and experience can transform a person. I am no longer the same street punk I once was. Perhaps it is time for you to allow yourself a reprieve. V, with a somewhat limited breadth of knowledge, could only muster such a remark. Valerie rolled her eyes at this and retorted, "Do you think I constructed a synth body just to occasionally invite you all out for drinks, racing, and to watch that rock performance by Johnny? To pretend I am still your old friend?" Before V could respond, she continued, "No, I still wish to live like a human, which is why I proposed the concept of silicon-based humanity. There are many things I can easily accomplish by sending a few digital commands from the data center. Yet I prefer to experience the process in the physical world as a human. Of course, I desire to take a break. Otherwise, I would not have chosen to undertake the Hunter program, a high-risk endeavor that could yield permanent benefits. It seems that my recent busy schedule has led to numerous misunderstandings. I apologize," V murmured, "as I encounter more and more rogue AI cases. I fear you might also become one of them. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if you have already transformed into that." Just as V was engulfed in guilt over misunderstanding her friend, a barrage of gunfire abruptly interrupted her thoughts. "What in the world is that noise?" V exclaimed, glancing through the car's rearview mirror. In the leftmost lane, a pink cargo truck had extended a Type 31 heavy machine gun, unleashing a torrent of fire upon a six-wheeled Velafort Alvarado V4 F570 entourage. Sandwiched between them was an unfortunate, slightly battered yellow Twingalina. "Oh no, it's speeding right towards me." As the entourage accelerated towards her vehicle, V swiftly pressed the accelerator to evade. It proved to be the right choice. The entourage, just as it trailed V's vehicle, was obliterated by an RPG, flipping it upside down and crashing into the hapless yellow Twingalina. "Damn it, those scoundrels!" V seethed, her temper flaring as she narrowly avoided the explosion. "Valerie, I've taken over the driving. Do you think I'm unaware of your temper?" Valerie, seated in the passenger seat, hacked into the autopilot system, seizing control of the vehicle while V, unperturbed, opened the driver's side window, braced herself, and nimbly vaulted onto the car's roof. The occupants of the pink cargo truck, caught off guard by her swift movement, barely had time to react before V's legs coiled with energy. With a powerful leap, she soared through the air, arcing gracefully before crashing down onto the truck's roof like a mortar shell. The entire cabin of the cargo truck crumpled into a heap of scrap metal, and the previously arrogant occupants were crushed beneath the debris. A SV leaped down from the roof. A trauma team's hover vehicle arrived at the fiery wreckage. "How timely of them," V remarked, brushing off the explosion dust from her coat. "This person is not a client. Neither is this woman. Ensure the safety of the client. The rest can be left to the municipal recovery team." The trauma team swiftly identified their client and commenced rescue operations. V, unable to suppress a smirk at their usual efficiency, vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later, armed with a trauma kit, approaching the red-haired woman whom the trauma team had deemed beyond help. "Hey, that belongs to our company," the trauma team leader exclaimed, noticing the kit in V's possession as he pointed his gun at her. "Are you trying to lose a first aid kit?" V scoffed derisively before instantly appearing in front of the trauma team leader, her weapon pressed against his helmet, her finger poised above the revolver's hammer. "Still wish to gamble with your life?" The face concealed within the helmet broke into a cold sweat, realizing that this woman possessed military-grade CNY-resistant implants, far beyond his capacity to confront. Sensing her threat had the desired effect, V lowered her weapon, nodding slightly at the client they had rescued, signaling them to depart. The trauma team, relieved as if granted amnesty, swiftly loaded the client onto their hover vehicle and took off. Night City remains as it ever was, V mused, turning her attention to the injured red-haired woman sprawled on the ground. You share the surname Martinez? What a coincidence. V was taken aback by the information revealed during her scan. Mom. Chapter 5. Separation Mom. Save my mom. David jolted awake in the driver's seat, springing upright. As expected, his head collided painfully with the car roof, exacerbating his already battered condition. David realized he was seated in the driver's seat of a previously speeding car. Staring at the erratically swaying steering wheel, instinctively reaching out to grasp it. Boy, you little brat. I'm the one driving now, so don't move around. Valerie chided from the passenger seat that if you don't want to be flung from the car when I brake. Buckle up. David quickly withdrew his outstretched hands, glancing at the unfamiliar woman beside him, anxiously asking, How did I end up in your car? Where's my mom? She's in the back, Valerie replied, her arms still crossed as she kept her gaze fixed on the road ahead. Upon hearing this, David propped himself up, attempting to turn and look at the back seat. Just then, Valerie swerved to overtake another vehicle, causing David's head to collide with the door frame. Ow. That hurts. I warned you to buckle up. Valerie reiterated, exasperated. She adjusted the rearview mirror to allow David to see the situation in the back seat. Don't worry. Your mom is stable. I performed preliminary bandaging, but the fragments inside her need a professional surgeon to remove them. V chimed in from the back. David begrudgingly fastened his seatbelt, using the rearview mirror to check on his mother, finally sighing in relief upon seeing her head resting on the lap of another unfamiliar woman. Where are we going? David inquired of Valerie. Watson District, Little Chinatown, Valerie replied succinctly. We know a skilled and reputable cybernetic surgeon over there. V added, We're here. As the brake screeched, Valerie parked outside a side door. What are you waiting for? Get out. Valerie glanced at David before exiting the vehicle. Once David stepped out, he noticed the two unfamiliar women had already carried his mother past the iron gate into the alley. To his astonishment, he realized that the two women bore an uncanny resemblance. Despite their identical features, their hairstyles, demeanor, and personalities appeared drastically different. He hastened to follow them. Old Victor! Open the door! V shouted as they descended the stairs, carrying the injured woman. Who is it? Victor called out from below, peering through the iron gate. Quick, get her to the surgical chair. Upon seeing the bloodied woman being carried by the two, Victor quickly gestured for them to enter. Hastily preparing surgical instruments, V, take David outside and wait. Valerie, now donned in latex gloves, ushered V and the following David out. Everyone out. Victor began assessing the patient's injuries while calculating where to begin the surgery. I believe you need an assistant, and I possess sufficient surgical knowledge, Valerie stated, raising her hands in a familiar surgical stance to Victor. All right, she's too weak. We need to administer adrenaline to bolster her heart function. Old Victor wasted no time in giving orders. Seeing this, V had no choice but to lead David out of Victor's clinic. Rest assured, V said, noticing David's persistent, anxious demeanor, placing her hands on his shoulders. Old Victor is highly skilled. Regarding that individual inside, it was Oldway who extracted the bullet from her head. David exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. He truly could not discern that the woman had endured such grave injuries. Nevertheless, V's comforting words did little to alleviate David's anxiety. After all, the one undergoing surgery was his own mother. In fact, it was not only David who was anxious. V too experienced a headache, currently devoid of funds. She was uncertain how much this mother-son duo could muster to settle the bill with Oldway post-surgery. Would they have to incur further debt with him? While she was acquainted with him, he was yet unfamiliar with her. Outside, darkness enveloped the sky as the surgery in the clinic approached its conclusion. With a series of crisp metallic clinks, the iron gate swung open once more, revealing Valerie's silhouette at the entrance. How is my mother? David hurriedly inquired. V also raised her gaze towards Valerie. Fortunately, her injuries are not life-threatening. The fragments embedded in her body have been removed, and the fractures have been mended. She remains in a state of unconsciousness, Valerie stated matter-of-factly. But the primary concern now is that her body has become exceedingly frail due to overexertion. That we managed to save her today, but it is uncertain when she might succumb without warning. Can I go in to see her? David asked softly, his head bowed. Valerie remained silent, merely gesturing towards the open iron gate, indicating that the entrance was there. Come here. V pulled Valerie aside and whispered. Did Oldway mention how much the medical fees would be? What? Do you have money? Valerie raised an eyebrow. I could always call Regina Jones and inquire if there are any quick jobs available. I can't just let someone I barely know extend credit to me. Can I? V replied, her expression troubled. No need for that, Valerie said as she directly transferred 2,000 euros to V. That old ways payment has already been settled. The medical and medication expenses amounted to 8,000. V gazed in astonishment at the additional 2,000 euros in her account, unable to suppress her curiosity. Where did you get this money? I mentioned in the car, didn't I? I earned it for your baby formula. Valerie looked at V as if she were simple-minded. You were actually making money back then. How did you manage that? Ethereum, Valerie replied, tapping her head with her finger. Surely you haven't forgotten what kind of processing chip is housed within. I figured, since the computational power was sitting idle, I might as well generate some startup funds for you. So you wouldn't have to sleep on the streets today. Who would have thought that most of that money would go towards covering David's mother's medical expenses instead? Now, this 2,000 is my last gift to you. From now on, you must fend for yourself. Where are you going? V asked, grabbing Valerie's arm as she prepared to leave. I've already decided what I intend to do next. Valerie replied. Do you not require my assistance? V released her grip, frowning. Some matters. It's actually more convenient for me to handle alone. Valerie ascended the stairs, stating, if there's anything urgent, just call me directly. I hope it won't be Skinnet answering the phone again. V quipped. As Valerie, now standing at the top of the stairs, shrugged in response. Who can say? Chapter 6. The apartment. Did you get the medication? V asked as she settled into the driver's seat, addressing David, who was fastening his seatbelt in the passenger's seat. Yes, thank you for covering my mother's medical fees. We will repay you. V waved her hand dismissively, replying, we'll talk about it when you have the money. Where do you live? In Santo Domingo, the H4 super skyscraper in the Valley District, David answered candidly. That explains it. V mumbled to herself as she started the car. What? It's nothing. V recalled the black sunglasses she had found at that location. It was a story she could not bring herself to share. The sky had turned completely dark, and the night city, illuminated by a myriad of neon lights, presented an entirely different spectacle. But by the way, I haven't asked how to address you. Just call me V. The one who left early is Valerie. She's my, old partner. V hesitated while introducing Valerie, as she truly could not find the right words to describe her current relationship with her. Speaking of, V grasped the steering wheel and asked, you shouldn't have any dealings with that gang of misfits from Street 6, right? Absolutely not. David quickly shook his head vigorously, then cautiously inquired, have you had any unpleasant encounters with them? Long ago, I did, back when I was still roaming the streets of Haywood, not far from your home, just across the river in the Valley District. And then V chuckled at this point. Later on, due to work, I ended up having conflicts with almost every gang in Night City. As she spoke, V reminisced about her past experiences. The Vortex gang had seen 2 of their leaders meet their demise at her hands. She had eliminated several leaders of the Tiger Claw gang and even clashed with Valerie over the Cloud Top. During commissions for the Old Captain and the Priest, it was unavoidable to have conflicts with the Valentino gang and the 6th Street gang. As for the Animal gang, those muscle-bound fools reminded V of a client in Dogtown who was killed by them for refusing to throw a fixed fight. Just thinking about it infuriated her. Lastly, there was the Voodoo Boys. They were practically her sworn enemies, as she had personally executed Placid during a raid that dismantled their stronghold after the formation of the Noosa in Pacifica. At least half of her cases involved Voodoo Boys members, that if one were to find a gang with which V had not had significant conflict, it would likely be the Moxes. However, in the year 2076, these events could be considered mere fleeting memories, or they may not have occurred at all. Your job sounds rather perilous, David muttered. Essentially, it involves living with one's head on the line, V remarked, pinching David's jacket from Arasaka as she spoke. I may detest corporate dogs, but I must concede that being a corporate dog is one of the relatively safer ways to survive in Night City. David fell silent upon hearing this. The words his mother had spoken before the incident echoing in his mind. Yet he could not forget the haughty face of Tanaka either. Simultaneously, he grew curious about V's identity. What kind of person could provoke the ire of nearly every gang in Night City? Unfortunately, V had already taken action by the time he was trapped in the car due to the accident, leaving him unable to witness how effortlessly she crushed those thugs who had nearly led to his family's ruin. The journey to Santo Domingo was remarkably smooth, with V's car swiftly exiting the ring road and entering the Valley District in the dilapidated old town. Sporadic gunfire could be heard, though it was unclear whether it was the 6th Street gang causing trouble or the NCPD engaging in a firefight with someone else. The car soon pulled into the parking lot of the H4 super skyscraper. V retrieved the wheelchair borrowed from Old Way from the trunk, set it beside the car, and then gently lifted Gloria Martinez from the back seat and placed her in the wheelchair. Following that, David pushed his unconscious mother ahead while V strolled behind him into the elevator. Since it was rather late, V decided to spend the night at David's home. Tomorrow, she would seek out the old captain to see how much the stolen silvers could fetch, and then pick up a few jobs to get back into the swing of things. The H4 super skyscraper bore little distinction from the H10, where V had previously resided, with its aging facilities. Scattered litter and intoxicated individuals sprawled across the hallways. Amidst the glances cast upon them, David wheeled the unconscious Gloria back to their front door. Then the awkward situation unfolded. Damn it, David gritted his teeth, glaring at the closed door and the notice displayed upon it. Entry denied, rent overdue. If he weren't pushing his mother, he would have kicked the door in frustration. David turned to V, offering an awkward smile, then said, "Could you please watch over my mother for a moment?" V nodded. She was well acquainted with such situations and understood what he intended to do. After all, she was not affluent like Valerie. Or else she could have simply paid David's rent and walked inside. It wasn't long before David returned from inside, opening the door to usher his mother in, after helping David place Gloria on the bed. V collapsed onto the circular sofa. The layout of David's home mirrored that of the one she had once occupied. V glanced at David, who was hastily tidying up the litter strewn across the floor, and picked up a medical technician's jacket, examining its contents. Mediocre quality and rather unstable, she mused, noting the stark contrast between this garment and the one she possessed. Simultaneously, she began to understand how Gloria could afford to send David to Arasaka Academy. While she did not necessarily agree with Gloria's choice of path for David, she could not help but feel a sense of admiration for her. Here was a mother willing to sacrifice everything for her son, and she was indeed doing just that. V was not particularly well acquainted with David's story. Her knowledge was mostly comprised of fragmented snippets she had overheard from Valerie. Back in 2077, after Valerie had pulled him out from the divine chariot, her own interactions with him were rather limited. The strongest impression she held of David was that he seemed to be nothing more than a shadow, trailing after Lucy. V set her jacket down on the coffee table and quietly observed the frail figure bustling about. Curiosity began to peak within her. She wondered how this little fellow had metamorphosed into a legend of Night City. Chapter 7. Returning to Old Ways. Hey, Old Captain. The Champagne Golden Series 388 drifted gracefully to a halt before the old captain, who was watching the myriad lives of Santo Domingo from atop the dam. A fresh face. The old captain turned to face the car, and the window lowered by V. Nice vehicle. But what brings you to see the old captain? Your mere words suffice, V replied with a smile as she exited the car, patting its hood. Tell me, how much would you offer to take it off my hands? The old captain was momentarily taken aback by V's inquiry. He prided himself on his ability to read people, but the combat augmentations adorning her frame belied any notion that she was desperate enough to sell her vehicle, that I've heard. This is your side hustle. Noticing that the old captain seemed momentarily stumped, V pressed on. The old captain finally moved, crossing his arms over his chest and pursing his lips in thought for a couple of seconds before stating his offer. 7,000, not a chance. Buddy, V exclaimed, incredulous. I saw on your website that this car is listed for 17,000 euros. I asked your idea of bargaining to shave off whole numbers rather than just cents. Now, let us be fair. The old captain feigned exasperation, counting on his fingers. First and foremost, it's quite evident that this car is stolen. I do need to pull some strings to change its color and clear its history. Wouldn't T.I.? Secondly, the license plates. Do I need to sort those out too? Doesn't that involve some cost? Lastly, considering the car is decent condition, I'd barely offer you 3,000 if it were in worse shape. V, upon hearing this, scratched her head in irritation and gritted her teeth. Fine. Deal. Oh, by the way, V seized the opportunity to ask, now that I've just arrived in Night City and finances are a bit tight. Do you have any quick-paying gigs available? Hey, You might just be in luck. The old captain scrutinized V closely before speaking. I actually have a job for you to... Oh, you have the dream recording software installed? V took a step back, alarmed, and quickly retorted, I'm not interested in that kind of work. Don't be ridiculous. The old captain recognized her misunderstanding immediately. I'm not talking about that sort of thing. If you want to see that, you could just head to the local street. No, this job involves dealing with a group of people, and it must be ruthless. The whole process needs to be recorded. That's the client's requirement. I can offer you this, the old captain concluded, gesturing a figure with his fingers. Now that you mention it, VS interest was piqued at elaborate. The client works at the Hazaka factory in the River Valley. One day, she lost track of her son, and he ended up taking a hit of shimmer, which, unsurprisingly, led to his demise. The old captain paused for effect. Then, this furious mother wanted to wipe out the entire distribution point and insisted on recording the whole thing for her to review before payment. What good would wiping out a distribution point do? V scoffed, rolling her eyes. It's just a matter of time before new scum come back to reopen shop. That's not our concern. The old captain shrugged. The client merely wants to vent her frustrations. She doesn't genuinely wish to improve the situation in Santo Domingo. For us, as mercenaries, if we can provide the emotional satisfaction the client seeks, the money will follow. So, what is the verdict? Are you in? Why not? It's merely filming a bloodbath, V replied. The more tomato juice spattered around, the happier the client will be, right? Precisely. The old captain gave her a thumbs up. I'll send you the details and location. V glanced back at the seemingly endless road atop the dam, feeling a bit awkward. Could you arrange a vehicle to take me there? This place is rather secluded. In the end, the old captain allowed V to take her Series 388 to fulfill the job, instructing her to return the vehicle to his garage for handling dirty cars afterward, where they would settle the payment together. Outside a dilapidated warehouse in the River Valley, two thugs chatted idly while keeping watch. Their vigilance was non-existent. After all, this was the territory of the 6th Streets gang, and the protection fee had already been paid. The NCPD's enforcement in Santo Domingo was known to be barely better than that of the Peace State. While the two boasted and bragged amongst themselves, two rusty rebar rods suddenly flew through the air. A figure wielding a high-tech CST-37 shotgun swaggered through the warehouse door, leaving behind two corpses pinned to the ground by the steel rods. Inside a makeshift room within the warehouse, 6th Street thugs surrounded a table laden with shimmer and cash, tallying their profits. Suddenly, a knock echoed on the door, and the persistent rapping prompted the gang leader to express his annoyance. Go see which idiot it is. The closest thug reluctantly set down the cash in his hands, cursing as he approached the door. However, just as his hand grasped the doorknob, the rusted iron door swung open violently, crashing into him. The unfortunate thug was pinned against the wall, crushed into a pulp. What the hell? Before the remaining 5 could react, a woman stepped through the threshold, raising her shotgun with one hand. A series of deafening gunshots reverberated through the room, splattering blood across the walls, transforming the space into a hellish scene. 4 of the 5 thugs had their heads blown apart on the spot, leaving only the gang leader clutching his shattered arm, screaming in agony on the floor. As the woman advanced relentlessly, the gang leader struggled to turn and reach for a fallen handgun. However, his one intact hand was swiftly stomped down by the woman, followed by another thunderous gunshot. Now he was missing a hand. Hello there. V did not continue firing. Instead, she chose to greet him with a smile. What the hell are you? Little Mike, remember him? He was barely taller than this table you're counting money on. You sold him something you shouldn't have. Naturally, someone has come to collect your life in return. I'll listen. No matter how much they offer, I'll pay double. Bang! Another shot rang out, this time shattering his leg. Go on, continue. The demonic tone of VS voice echoed from above him. Triple. I'll pay triple. Bang! The last leg of the gang leader also met the same fate. V aimed the shotgun at the back of his head and pulled the trigger. Just as she had stated, the last round in the magazine had been discharged, and pulling the trigger now would only yield a click. The gang leader was utterly paralyzed by fear. Looks like you've managed to keep your life. Or so you think, right? As VS words hung in the air, her foot descended upon the gang leader's skull with a sickening crunch, splattering it like a ripe tomato against the steel floor. Alas! As a mercenary, I have always adhered to the rules. Chapter 8. The road it seems your path to education has been rather tumultuous to a sharply dressed woman with red hair, her feet clad in high heels. Stepped into a narrow alley within the corporate plaza. Ms. V. David, lying in a heap of refuse, struggled to lift his bloodied head to gaze at the newcomer. Incorrect answer. The woman approached David, her glowing red eyes looking down upon him from a lofty stance. Didn't TV mention my name? She did, Miss Valerie. David, laboriously sitting up, replied. Ms. V also mentioned she would grant us a bit more time, that I'm not here to collect debts, kid. Valerie maintained a stoic expression, leaving David unable to glean her intentions from her demeanor. Then why have you come to see me? David wobbled to his feet. To present you with a choice. Valerie stated flatly, a choice. David wiped the blood from his face in confusion. Indeed, a choice, Valerie replied. Unhurried. Your rebellion has resulted in your mother being required to pay a hefty sum to Arasaka Academy to ensure your continued enrollment. Your family S apartment is still in arrears, and household appliances likewise require payment. And then, a sudden calamity has further exacerbated your family S plight. Now, you have two options. As Valerie spoke, she extended her right hand, revealing a blue towel. You could take this towel now, wipe the blood from yourself, and return to school as if nothing happened, just as your tirelessly working mother would hope. Ultimately, perhaps you could become just another face in the corporate plaza, living your life in obscurity. Alternatively, Valerie extended her left hand, holding a spinal implant that pulsated with a red light. The choice to install this device meant bidding farewell to her past life and embarking on a new path. Stanislaus, David immediately recognized the implant, noting its differences from the one he had seen in his black super dream. Astute, young man. However, I must caution you that while mercenary work pays swiftly, it also claims lives just as rapidly. Though I am tempted, I'm already indebted to you, and I cannot afford such an implant. David said helplessly. It seems you have come to understand that everything comes at a cost. That is commendable. Valerie grinned, finally displaying a different expression on her face. But what I desire is not money. That holds no significance for me. What I need is the data from your future use of it, and when necessary, you must heed my commands. Valerie's words plunged David into silence. He could not fathom what this woman before him truly intended. Yet he was acutely aware of his family's financial situation. He needed money. With money, he could escape the indignities of the field. With money, his mother could cease her toil. If only he had money, since returning to class would be tardy. What are your commands? David resolved his decision. It appears you have made a choice. Go wash your face. Valerie tossed a towel into David's embrace, swaying the implant in her hand. Commands? At this moment, you lack the capacity to follow my directives. Installing this implant serves as your first major threshold. If you can surpass this hurdle, we may discuss other matters. Hello, old captain. Did you receive the super dream I sent? In the garage, V exited the vehicle after opening the door of the Series 388. I received it long ago. The old captain exclaimed over the phone. I never expected to have hired a blockbuster action star this time. With the quality of your super dream, not only will the client be satisfied, but I am tempted to add a BGM and release it myself. The money has been transferred to you. Please check your account. You flatter me. Oh, V noticed that the amount in her account exceeded what the old captain had initially promised by 20%. Wow. Old captain, so soon there are film royalties? Hee. The client was so pleased after viewing your film that he paid me an additional 30%. And since I, the old captain, am not in need, I decided to share a part with you to, and no wonder people on the street say the old captain is more like a big brother than a middleman. V laughed. Thank you. If there are any more lucrative jobs, please keep me in mind. Not today. What remains are trifling tasks, so I won't trouble you. The old captain shrugged and continued. I must leave some work for my little brothers in Santo Domingo. Right? Oh, by the way, you can take that motorcycle outside the garage. It has been sitting with me for over half a year, and I'm giving it to you. It would save space. That V understood perfectly. This was the old captain's way of showing goodwill. After all, efficient mercenaries were indeed in demand in Night City. All right, I was just pondering how to return to Haywood. If anything arises, contact me again. After hanging up, V gazed at the motorcycle parked outside the garage. It may not be a particularly valuable bike, but getting it for free is certainly better than nothing. She mounted the motorcycle, kicked off the stand, and pulled out a pair of sunglasses from her trench coat pocket. Just as she had stated, she intended to return to Haywood have a drink at the Wild Wolf Bar, to see Jack, and perhaps meet his mother, thereby securing a place to stay. After all, in the current Night City, there was no other V apart from herself, and Jack was naturally the first to be sought out. In due course, she might even enlist Jack's help to connect with a priest, achieving multiple goals in one fell swoop. Simply perfect. As for the future, if another V were to emerge from somewhere, it would be of no concern to her. I am not like that Valerie, constantly strategizing how to navigate each step. Living like her would be utterly exhausting to V. Feeling increasingly optimistic, shifted gears, released the clutch, and twisted the throttle. The motorcycle shot forward like a bullet, racing down the road. Wow. Although this bike appeared somewhat old, it surprisingly had substantial power. Chapter 9. Wells, foolish corporate lapdog, what business do you have here? V, sipping beer at the bar, was drawn to the commotion behind her. Here we go again. Peppy, who was wiping the tables, shook his head, clearly accustomed to such situations. Gangsters are just like this. They cannot stand corporate employees flaunting themselves in front of them. V could only shake her head in resignation. She herself hailed from the streets of Haywood, so she understood precisely the play being enacted. You just said, "You're here to find Jack?" Peppy switched to another cloth and began polishing a glass. Yes, Jack Wells, the darling son of your boss. V took a sip from her beer bottle and replied. Darling son. That's not entirely inaccurate. Peppy chuckled at V's words. I see your demeanor. You're also from Haywood? Indeed, I am from Haywood, but I've been away for many years and just returned recently. V provided a half-truthful answer. You've come a rather inconvenient time. Jack is out on a job today and may return later. Peppy, recalling that V seemed to have an imposing presence, thought she likely wasn't someone he would remember from Haywood, and her attire did not resemble that of the Valentino gang. And no matter. I can wait. V fell for her pocket, intending to retrieve a cigarette, only to realize she had forgotten to buy any. Please, I promise I will repay you next week. A pleading voice rang out from upstairs. Next week? What a dream you're having. Why don't you say you're running for mayor of Night City next week? It's tomorrow. That's the final deadline. If you can't pay up, I'll make sure you regret it. Now get lost. V recognized that voice. I say. V inquired of Peppy, is that idiot Kirk still lending at exorbitant rates? Peppy quickly glanced upstairs and leaned closer to V. Lowering his voice, Hey, I don't know if you have any grievances with him, but I advise you not to speak such words in public. The word on the street is that guy has a gang backing him. V chuckled dryly. Just as she was about to caution Peppy against believing in such rumors, another stir arose behind her. Get lost, you corporate lapdog. Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? I pay to drink here. Why do you have the right to kick me out? V couldn't help but roll her eyes and said to Peppy, Help me open the door. She then turned and left the bar. I see you're asking for trouble. The gang member raised his hand, intending to throw a punch at the corporate man, only to be seized from behind. I understand your disdain for corporate lapdogs. After all, most Haywood folks share that sentiment, but that does not justify your disruptive behavior. V's face darkened as her grip tightened around the thug's arm, like a vice. Who do you think you are to meddle? V raised an eyebrow. It had been some time since anyone dared to speak to her that way. Moreover, this fool was attempting to retaliate with his other hand, making a scene at the Wild Wolf Bar. I think it's you who should be leaving. Numerous onlookers both inside and outside the bar witnessed the ensuing spectacle. The once arrogant thug was hurled through the door, landing headfirst into a nearby trash bin. Me go. What just happened? Jack's booming voice echoed from outside, and he walked into the bar, looking utterly bewildered. The fellow who was just thrown out attempted to cause trouble inside the bar, but this lady, restrained him. Peppy quickly explained on V's behalf. Oh, by the way, she said she's here to find you. Maurice's. Just look at whose territory the Wild Wolf is. How dare you cause trouble here? Jack cursed at the door before turning to V. This lady. Call me V. What can I do for you? Jack inquired, sizing her up. I heard that Mrs. Wells' precious son is now working independently, so I came to see how you're faring. V replied with a natural familiarity. Jack, bewildered, scratched his head, having failed to recall if he knew her. What? You know my mother? Jack exclaimed in surprise. Look at how you phrase it. Who in Haywood doesn't know Mrs. Wells? V walked to the bar, picked up her unfinished beer, and said to Jack, Find a seat. Let's have a chat? Jack, ever the easygoing type, naturally had no objections to such a suggestion that you're also from Haywood. How come I've never heard of your name? With the way you threw that guy into the trash bin just now, you'd rank among the Valentino gang. As soon as Jack settled down at a solitary table, he was filled with excitement, akin to encountering a legend of Night City. He was a Haywood native, though he had been away for some time and had just returned in the past couple of days. Nostalgic for the time he had tasted Mrs. Wells' cookie pie as a child, he decided to visit the Wild Wolf Bar to see you. Upon hearing this, Jack chuckled and scratched his head, recalling that his mother indeed made cookie pies from time to time. V, observing his reaction, realized that he was almost convinced. The so-called cookie pie was something many could make. It involved softening a cheap cookie and adding a touch of lemon juice to create the filling. This recipe could be traced back to the Great Depression era in America when the soaring prices of apples rendered them unaffordable, leading to this makeshift apple pie alternative to be why 2077. Any ordinary mother who could operate an oven would be able to whip one up. Thus, V felt bold enough to throw out this excuse, and unsurprisingly, it worked. While others might not have been able to deceive a native Haywood like Jack, V's own identity as a Haywood native was genuine. Her mannerisms and knowledge of Haywood were authentic, though she herself did not exist in this timeline. As they exchanged tales of Haywood's past and amusing anecdotes, Jack increasingly regarded V as a kindred spirit with whom he had shared a long-lost connection. By the way, I haven't asked what line of work you're in. You seem to have quite a few implants, Jack inquired with curiosity. That I currently work as a mercenary, V replied candidly. Initially, I roamed the streets. Then I switched to being a mercenary for a year. Later, I was coerced into becoming a cop by some corporation, but due to certain circumstances, I had to return to Night City. Now, I'm back to my old trade as a mercenary. I just pulled off a job for the old captain in Santo Domingo this morning that if Valerie had been present to hear her words, she would surely have remarked that it was all true, albeit with a plethora of key details cleverly omitted. What? You were a cop? Jack exclaimed. What was that like? Don't even mention it. Every task required a report. Write one before the task. Write one after I was practically drowning in paperwork. The 2 years I spent as a cop were the most I ever wrote in my life, V said, grimacing as if she had just swallowed a fly. Huh. Being a mercenary is far better. You just pick up a gun and get to work. No unnecessary chatter. Exactly. You get paid right away. No need to suffer through waiting for a paycheck at the end of the month. Right? Jack exclaimed gleefully, slapping the table. That we really think alike. How about teaming up? We could split the earnings 50-50. Finally hearing Jack bring up the idea, V downed her beer in one go. It's a deal. Chapter 10. The Priest Hello. Night City. I'm your Stanley. As Stanley's familiar voice emanated from the radio, V sprang up from her bed. Currently, she was residing in the attic of the Wild Wolf Bar. Reminiscent of the time she had first teamed up with Jack. After freshening up, V leisurely settled on the couch. Listening to the news on the broadcast, she had arranged to meet the priest today to discuss some jobs. The news currently being reported was financial, due to significant changes in upper management. The stock price of the Urinabu Corporation had experienced a slight decline after today's opening. A spokesperson for the corporation asserted that this was a necessary part of the company's restructuring process and that the changes in upper management would not affect their investment and construction plans for Night City. Reassuring the citizens, V raised an eyebrow upon hearing this news. It was indeed unusual to hear anything about the Urinabu Corporation. Despite its pervasive presence in every corner of Night City, it was nearly invisible to the public eye. The familiar ringing of the phone interrupted her thoughts. Jack? Did you finally wake up? I thought I wouldn't hear from you until the afternoon. V teased upon answering the call. Hey, V, am I the type to sleep until noon? Jack replied. That is hard to say. It depends on how late you were out last night. The previous night, this guy had borrowed his second-hand motorcycle and disappeared. Hey, don't spread rumors. What do you mean by out? By the way, I had one of my buddies fix up your motorcycle. It's as good as new now. A little gift for borrowing it. Well, thanks in advance, V said, donning her coat as she expressed her gratitude. She made her way downstairs to greet Mrs. Wells at the bar before stepping out of the Wild Wolf Bar. Wow, you came down pretty quickly. I thought you'd take at least another half hour. Jack teased, leaning against the motorcycle. I'm off to see the priest for some work, not going on a date with you. Did you expect me to put on makeup first? V retorted. Get in the back. I'll drive. I want you to see my driving skills. Jack reluctantly climbed into the back. Hold on tight, V warned as she started the motorcycle. And I'm supposed to hold on to an unstable ride? Madre M.A., can you drive steadily? Under V's rapid acceleration, they soon arrived at the priest territory. As Jack dismounted, he nearly stumbled to the ground. V's aggressive driving style, akin to twisting the throttle to the max while navigating the Sion West End, was not for the faint-hearted. Thank goodness I hadn't eaten breakfast. I almost lost my late-night snack from last night, Jack complained, leaning against the utility pole to regain his balance. V smirked mischievously, lighting a cigarette as she waited for Jack to recover before they both entered to meet the priest. Sebastian Ibarra. V approached the priest, extending her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ah, you must be V, Jack's new partner. You certainly have the look of a Haywood native. However, that name of yours is a bit of a relic. Nobody mentions it anymore. Not even I can hardly remember. The priest replied with a smile, evidently having been briefed by Jack. Please have a seat. After V and Jack sat down, the priest spoke. Jack mentioned to me that he wanted to take on some substantial jobs. I was initially inclined to decline, but after seeing you, I think it's worth considering. Whatever we can assist with, just let us know. Let us not rush. First, let's talk about you, the priest said in his deep voice. V understood that the priest was not easily fooled and shrugged, adopting a posture that suggested he could ask whatever he wished. Jack informed me that you once transitioned from being a mercenary to becoming a cop. V nodded, acknowledging the priest's assertion. May I ask why? Of course. It's simply that being a cop allowed me to better assist the vulnerable, utilizing resources unavailable to mercenaries to combat scoundrels at AKT times. It even permitted me to engage in sanctioned violence, like a SWAT team? The priest inquired. Exactly. The department I serve in was akin to a SWAT team. So, what caused you to revert to being a mercenary? V felt slightly embarrassed as she confessed. It's a bit shameful. Due to a misjudgment in intelligence, I botched a job that I could no longer serve as a cop, so I returned to Night City to make a living. You quite direct, the priest chuckled. Aren't you afraid I might hesitate to assign you a task? I'm a Haywood native. Priest, I won't forget my roots. V stated solemnly, I understand that what you wish to hear is not flattery but the truth. Upon hearing this, the priest pointed at V and turned to his subordinate. Ha ha ha. When he turned back, his face was beaming with joy. Oh, why it seems Jack didn't misjudge you. You truly are a child of Haywood, and one who understands the value of respect. And respect is reciprocal. The priest instructed his subordinate, bring it here. The subordinate promptly handed him a chip. This job is now yours. The priest placed the chip before V. V inserted the chip into the slot at the back of her neck, quickly reviewing its contents before pulling it out and handing it to Jack. This commission requires us to eliminate a district chief of the 6th Street gang. The rationale is straightforward. Ever since this individual set foot in the valley, he has shamelessly sent his underlings to stir up trouble, and thus he must be dealt with. Wow, this is indeed a hefty job. Jack remarked with a smile after examining the chip's contents that TOV. This commission was merely a minor task that could be accomplished with ease. Yet to Jack, it was a significant undertaking. This scoundrel has only today left to live. With that statement, V refrained from further chatter, grabbing Jack, who was about to ask more questions, and stood up to leave. V had no intention of prying for more information. The primary duty of mercenary was to fulfill the commission. As for the entanglements behind the commission, one could remain vigilant, but direct inquiries were ill-advised. The priest watched V's departing figure, nodding in satisfaction. Got a good kid who knows the ropes, though it's a pity their background is a bit too clean. Chapter 11. The commission. So, how do you plan to handle this? Jack asked curiously as he inspected his modified M251's Ajax rifle. The firearm was modified by V, who had concealed this remarkable skill from him. V, nonchalantly puffing on a cigarette, peered into the narrow alley. Within lay a small club, and the target, a minor leader of the 6th Street gang, was present that a mere 10 or so incompetent members of the gang lingered inside. A swift kick through the door would suffice. This was Jack's first encounter with such a contract, leaving him somewhat at a loss. V squinted, flashing a dazzling smile that revealed her pristine white teeth. What's the matter? Feeling timid? Me timid? Just watch. Jack, spurred by V's taunt, yanked the gun's bolt and turned to stride into the alley leading to the club. TK, same old temper, V sighed, shaking her head. Jack could be quite the fool at times. Such a disposition would eventually lead to his downfall as a mercenary. Yet, she was unconcerned about the potential dangers of Jack's brazen approach, for he had proven capable of fighting his way out of the Vortex Gang's stronghold. The all-food factory, dealing with these 10 or so insignificant members of the 6th Street Gang, would pose no challenge. A SV sauntered into the alley. The sharp crack of an assault rifle echoed in her ears. The lookout from the 6th Street Gang was dispatched with a single shot to the head, and a flurry of gunfire erupted within the club. "Are you holding up?" V's silhouette appeared at the entrance. Addressing Jack, who was reloading behind covered, "Oh, I look like I'm not," Jack retorted, slamming the magazine into his weapon, racking the slide, and leaning out to unleash a volley of shots. Another gang member's head exploded in a shower of blood. Unfazed by the crossfire, V confidently strode into the club. "Hey, Tom," she shouted, calling out the target's name. "You have 5 seconds to escape." 5. Take her out. 2 rifles unleashed a hail of bullets in V's direction. 4. Rather than seeking cover, V danced left and right, advancing steadily. 3. Curse it! Not a single bullet struck V. They all ricocheted off the wall behind her. 2. Tom, the 6th Street Gang leader, displayed a glimmer of awareness. He recognized that V's weaponry bore either a Krunchikov or a Samwiston implant, rendering her incredible evasion skills implausible without such enhancements. Without hesitation, he bolted towards the back door. 1. Just as he flung open the door, a revolver's shot rang out, and Tom's skull erupted as he crumpled to the ground. Half of his body sprawled outside, the other half inside. Bang! 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 5 shots followed suit, claiming 5 more lives. Only 1 gang member remained, frozen in place, halfway through reloading his submachine gun. Wow. Impressive, V. Jack halted his trigger finger, astonished by her prowess. V, with the keen gaze of a hawk focused on her prey, regarded the trembling survivor of the 6th Street Gang. She leisurely ejected the magazine from her pistol, preparing to reload. Each of her movements seemed to count down the seconds to the man's demise. As the magazine clicked back into place, he made his choice. The submachine gun clattered to the ground as the remaining gang member fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "What do you want to say?" Jack approached V's side. "Oh, you have a message for him to take back to the 6th Street Gang." V turned to Jack, and the kneeling gang member quickly caught on, shouting, "You do! You do! Brother, you must have a message, right?" His antics successfully amused Jack. Then ahem. Jack cleared his throat. "Tell your boss of the 6th Street Gang that Haywood is not a place for him to meddle. If he sends more of his lackeys to stir trouble here, that will be his fate. All right? I'll report back immediately," the surviving gang member promised, scrambling away. Mission accomplished, V told Jack. "Let us go." "Wow, sis, that was absolutely incredible." Jack chattered excitedly as they exited the alley. "I reckon even the mercenaries of the next life wouldn't possess your skill." "Jack," V said, draping her arm around his broad shoulders. "Let us think long-term. Given that we'll drink together in the next life, what we need to do is become legends in Night City." As they stepped out of the alley, V's phone chimed with an incoming call. "You kept your word." The priest figure appeared in the chat. "That guy will indeed not see tomorrow. A job well done. The money has already been transferred to you. I look forward to our next collaboration." V promptly divided half of the payment and handed it to Jack. "Hey, V, you're the one who took him out. I shouldn't." Jack began, glancing at a share of the commission. "We don't need to discuss that." V interjected, cutting off his protest. "We're partners, right, Jack? Of course, from now on, you'll handle the connections. I'll assess whether we should take the job, and together we'll see it through, splitting the earnings." V patted his sturdy arm, declaring it's settled then. "Settled. V, let us leave it at that for today." V gestured toward her second-hand motorcycle. "You drive back. I plan to take the subway to the city center for a bit of shopping." "Understood. Just itching to spend." Jack grinned knowingly as he mounted the motorcycle. V watched Jack ride off, remaining stationary as she indulged in a cigarette, seemingly waiting for something. As she estimated the time, her phone chimed again. It was the old captain. "Old captain?" V answered the call. "What job do you have for me now?" V, a big job, but a tricky one," the old captain inquired enthusiastically. "Your skills in shooting blood plasma films are impressive. I wonder how adept you are at filming assassination pieces." V smirked, anticipating this moment. "Well, I have a client whose identity must remain confidential. He needs assistance in eliminating a corporate dog involved in military technology." I'm afraid I can't take that on, old captain, V replied apologetically. Such clandestine work isn't my forte, but I can refer someone. A mercenary referring work to someone else? How peculiar, the old captain remarked with amusement. I found a partner. We're well suited for lively jobs. This low-key task is better suited for a friend of mine. He's quite the enigma, motivated solely by money, not fame. That does sound like a better fit for such a job. All right, the old captain said. Send me his contact information. That I've sent it. Oh, and V reminded, he generally doesn't answer calls, so just text him. Everyone calls him Vulture. Walter, Vulture, the old captain smacked his lips. All right, I'll reach out to him. Hey, old captain. My partner and I are looking for lively jobs, the kind that can make a name for us. Not a problem. Next time I have a blockbuster commission, I'll be in touch. Then I'll thank you in advance on behalf of my partner. Chapter 12. Assassination. Old captain. You're Vulture, right? I was referred by V. She said you're skilled in assassination. Vulture. Target details. Commission amount. Old captain. Transmitting files. Old captain. The dossier has been sent. The only requirement is to avoid detection. Vulture. Have my payment ready. The rest is none of your concern. Just await the news. Harry, who told you to independently hire a mercenary to assassinate Morton's nephew? By the roadside of the corporate plaza, a mid-level leader of military technology stood by his vehicle. On the phone. Independently? Why don't you ask that guy why he deserves to die? Harry exclaimed in frustration. Whether he deserves to die is not for you to decide. The company sent you to liaise with the 6th Street gang. Is this how you accomplish your mission? The voice on the other end was clearly furious, speaking without restraint. That bastard took money from Arasaka, you know? He is stirring up trouble in the valley, aiming to ignite a war between the 6th Street gang and the Valentinos. Did I provide resources to the 6th Street gang just for them to engage in street warfare? Harry defended himself. You provided resources to the 6th Street gang? That was company resources. I see you've been around Morton too long and forgotten your place. The person on the phone seized on Harry's words, launching into another tirade. That bastard accepted Arasaka's money. Can't you comprehend human speech? My actions prevented a senseless street war, saved the company resources, and eliminated a potential Arasaka mole within the 6th Street gang. What's wrong with that? Harry continued to justify his impulsive actions, utterly oblivious to the crux of the issue. Regardless of the connections between the 6th Street gang and the Arasaka, your duty is to report to the company. Rather than to showcase your clumsy maneuvers, you think that such behavior will leave you unscathed? The deceased is Morton's nephew. Could he simply let this matter slide? Upon hearing the words from the other end of the line, Harry stood frozen, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Someone must be held accountable for his nephew's death, and that someone is you. No. This cannot be. Harry's hands trembled. A middleman would never betray a client. He could not possibly break the rules. Rules are immutable. If what you did truly went unnoticed, why would I bother to call you to account? That priest values the piece of Haywood far more than the middleman's code. He need not sell you out. A mere hint of your visit to him suffices. And oh, no, Harry exclaimed. I am a company man. He wouldn't dare take action against me directly. You had better pray that is the case. Either you settle this matter for the company, or the company will settle it with you. All right, I shall. Before Harry could complete his sentence, his eyes widened in shock as he caught sight of a man in a trench coat through the reflection of the car window. Brandishing a JKX-2 pistol aimed directly at him, he attempted to draw his own weapon in retaliation, but the assailant was faster than a series of tungsten-tipped rounds, propelled by electromagnetic force, struck him. He had no chance to fight back, nor any hope of survival. The man's pistol soon ran dry, the slide locking back in the empty position, while the barrel was pointed at a corpse riddled with bullet holes, its head a mangled mess. The sudden gunfire on the street sent the crowd into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. With a swift turn, the man vanished entirely into the fleeing throng. Damn! The military technology leader, still on the line with Harry, quickly deduced what had transpired. What she hadn't anticipated was Morton's audacity to hire a hitman to assassinate Harry, the representative sent by military technology as an act of retribution. Morton, the leader of the 6th Street gang, could no longer be allowed to continue. He had shown utter disregard for the company that a dog raised by the company can only be put down by the company itself. Vulture, the man is dead. Old captain, no, my friend, You pulled out a gun in broad daylight and shot someone, and you call that an assassination? Vulture, the target is dead, and no one knows who killed him. That does not violate the terms of the contract. Old Captain, there were hundreds of witnesses who saw your face. Vulture, a face visible to others is, of course, a false one. Check the records of that face, and you will find that its owner has been lying in the morgue for 5 days. Old Captain, fine, you win this round. Night City has another unsolved case. The job is done. I'll transfer the payment to you. Vulture, if you desire a quieter assassination next time, you can, just increase the price. On the subway train from Company Plaza to Santo Domingo, an Asian woman clad in Arasaka uniform suddenly opened her eyes. The familiar silhouettes of two individuals, poised to make a move, captured her attention. This train had scarcely departed from Company Plaza when someone could no longer contain their urge for mischief. The next stop is Capitol Hill and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, as the station announcement echoed through the subway. The little thief, already poised for action, sprang into motion. Chips ejected from several Arasaka personnel slots, only to be caught by a figure nearly invisible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye. This figure was behind the woman. However, this time it was not the figure reaching for the floating chips, but rather the woman's hand that seized his extended arm with a firm grip. The subway doors swung open, and the Asian woman in Arasaka attire and the boy in a yellow jacket simultaneously vanished into the train car. How audacious! They dare to steal right under my nose. David, in a deserted corner outside the subway station, the Asian woman shoved both a man and a woman against the wall. A shimmer of light flickered across her face and the Arasaka uniform. The once commonplace Asian female visage transformed into that of V, while the Arasaka suit morphed into the trench coat she typically wore. Miss V, what brings you here? David, who was preparing to escape with Lucy, was taken aback by V's dramatic transformation. That I should be the one asking you. V glared fiercely at David, questioning, why are you not studying and instead resorting to thievery on the subway? You, Lucy, still holding a lady's cigarette, raised an eyebrow, glancing at the recently transformed V before turning to David and inquiring, do you know her? Chapter 13. Ambiguity. Where did you acquire that implant? V pressed David's shoulder, forcing him against the wall as she unzipped his jacket to inspect the implant installed on his spine. Answer me. V quickly discerned that the version of the Synopsis installed in David was not the military-grade one she had seen at his home. From her analysis, it was evident that the Synopsis before her had undergone significant modifications by Dinar Corporation. Although its performance fell short compared to her own model, it was nearly on par with the military-grade Synopsis 5. The cybernetic doctor could not have executed such extensive modifications. Only the company possessed that capability. That V was baffled as to how, in just a few days since leaving David's house, his life trajectory had undergone such a dramatic transformation. What distinguishes this implant from others? Lucy flicked ash onto the ground and inquired, what's the difference? A vast difference. V released David, her tone icy. The company logo has been erased, there is no production number, and it has been altered beyond recognition. Isn't that how black market goods work? Lucy shrugged, stating it was to avoid tracking the source. Black market goods? You cannot purchase such targeted custom modifications on the black market. V's knowledge of various implants of firearms was far superior to the average in Night City. She had contemplated that if she ever desired to retire from violence, she might open a cybernetic clinic like Old Way and live out her later years. As for this Einstein, it was either custom-made for high-paying clients or tailored by the company specifically for him as a test platform. V's gaze was piercing as she scrutinized David. Clearly, given his family's financial standing, the former was utterly impossible. Lucy remained silent. Her curiosity piqued as she observed David, eager to hear his explanation. This matter, I must keep it confidential. David averted his gaze, unable to meet V's eyes, caught between two benefactors of his family, making it difficult for him to speak to V. Receiving that response, erupted in fury. She seized his collar, threatening, do you have any idea what the probability is that a company's implant test subject turns into a cyber psycho? It is 100%. Should I simply end your life now to prevent you from becoming a menace in the future? A uniquely structured mantis blade sprang from V's arm, its double-edged tip embedding itself into the wall behind David. The blade radiated a dangerous red glow, casting an eerie light upon David's youthful face. He could see that moment. A hollow echo resonated from David's abdomen. So, who exactly are you to him? In a fast food restaurant, Lucy sipped her soda as she looked at V across the table. Oh. In a sense, a creditor, V replied, her gaze fixed on Lucy, unable to bear watching David violently tear into his burger. Compared to David, she was more familiar with Lucy, yet it was evident that this Lucy differed significantly from the one she knew. How long have you two known each other? V inquired. Not long. Lucy refrained from providing a precise answer, as she was entirely unfamiliar with the woman before her, who bore an indistinct implant. Are you full? V asked, casting an exasperated glance at David, who had finally ceased chewing. David nodded. If you were full, then answer my question. Who provided you with the implant? V's fingers drummed impatiently on the table, nearly puncturing a hole through it. Or rather, which company? Lucy added nonchalantly. Not a company. David shook his head vigorously. Like a bobblehead, I promised her I would keep it a secret from everyone. V immediately seized upon the word. Her ocular implant lit up as she initiated a call on her neural interface. However, all she received was a busy signal. V, Valerie, answer the phone, will you? Valerie, I'm in a meeting. Is there something you need? V, be honest. Did you provide David with the Sion Whiston? Valerie, I did. VY, Valerie, I didn't force him. It was his own choice. V, I'm asking about you. Why did you provide him with Sion Whiston? Valerie, it's profitable for me. That's all. The specifics are business secrets I cannot disclose. Just consider it for my benefit and leave it be, all right? V, infuriated, slammed her fist against the table, and the poor polyethylene tabletop, finally unable to withstand her wrath, cracked into two. How much? I'll pay. V interjected before her boss could speak. Has your mother woken up? Does she know you've chosen such a perilous path? Upon hearing V's probing questions, David lowered his head in shame. He truly had let down his mother's expectations. She woke up yesterday and scolded me the entire day for being expelled from Arasaka Academy. If I were your mother, I wouldn't just scold you. I'd give you a good beating, V scolded, pointing a finger at him. This wasn't because V particularly endorsed the idea of attending a corporate school. Rather, she felt that David's actions were a grave disservice to his mother, who worked tirelessly to support his education. So that was why you were kicked out of your home. Lucy recalled the night they first met. You intend to keep living by stealing chips? V could overlook why Valerie provided him with implants, but she couldn't stand idly by while a youth embarked on a misguided path. Although she was currently a mercenary and part-time assassin herself, she was aware that in the societal climate of 2077, few paths could be deemed correct. It could only be said that V, who had long since abandoned any pursuit of life, had begun to meddle more in others' affairs. He's already joined our mercenary team, Lucy interjected, responding on David's behalf. We're just here to acquire a few chips from Arasaka Corp for some extra cash. It's not even daytime, let alone people. Lucy raised an eyebrow. And just then, man's phone rang. Let's go, David. It's time to work. Lucy lit another cigarette and stood up. David timidly glanced at V, who sat across from him, before choosing to stand and follow Lucy out of the fast food restaurant. V, with a dark expression, watched the two depart, rising to her feet as well. I intend to see what kind of mercenary team this is and what Valerie plans to gain from him. Chapter 14. Verification. Oi, David, focus while working. Dorio frowned at David, who was holding his forehead where an injury had occurred, and reminded him. She sensed that David was a bit out of sorts today. Occasionally lost in thought. All set. Let's withdraw. Chiwei stood up from the computer, having copied all the necessary data. Let NCPD handle these corpses. Dorio glanced at the fallen janitors and ordered everyone to evacuate. Just as David was about to rise, he spotted a familiar figure appearing at the door. Who is it? Ouch! The first to react was Rebecca, who held a pistol. She raised her gun towards the doorway. Her older brother, Pila, flew directly at her. Rebecca's face collided with Pila's chest, and her petite form was pinned to the ground. Dorio, noticing Rebecca's reaction, turned to see a strange woman suddenly appearing, just in time to witness her deliver a kick to Pila's lower back, sending him flying towards Rebecca. Dorio immediately dashed forward, throwing a punch at the woman's face, but the woman merely tilted her head slightly, evading the blow. After the missed punch, Dorio swiftly followed up with another swing aimed at the woman's head. The woman's expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated the attack, blocking it effortlessly with her arm. Following 2 consecutive misses, the woman retaliated, striking Dorio down with a knee to the gut, knocking her to the ground. Instead of pursuing, the woman quickly drew a revolver from her coat, aiming it at the doorway. I could see that moment. Man appeared at the entrance, his arm-mounted projectile system trained on the woman. Your Sion Wiston isn't as fast as mine, man. The woman with the revolver spoke. Damn, is that military-grade ICE? Chi-Wei exclaimed in anger, her body swaying slightly as she steadied herself against the table. Almost as soon as Dorio was taken down, Chi-Wei attempted to hack into the woman's cybernetic brain, but her data stream rebounded violently, as if crashing against a wall. Fortunately, the woman's ice did not retaliate. Otherwise, Chi-Wei would have been left with little more than half her life. I must say, miss, Lucy appeared at the door, unable to match man's speed with military-grade Sion Wiston. You followed us to our mission site. What exactly do you want? V chuckled lightly, loosening her wrist as the revolver in her hand rotated 90 degrees. Allowing her to grip the barrel, I didn't intend to do anything. I merely wanted to test the quality of your team. V holstered her gun and turned to regard David, who sat on the ground. It seems each of you is quite capable, yet this numbskull here is the one dragging the team down, V remarked disapprovingly at David. Get off me. Rebecca managed to push the weight of Pila off her and stood, pointing her gun at V, who stood in the center of the room. Oh dear, my back. Pila groaned, clutching his waist, rolling on the ground like a wounded animal. Who are you? Man remained vigilant, aiming at V. V, came the succinct reply. Hiss, Pila, rubbing his waist, got back up. Wait a minute, you're that V? The Living Reaper? Huh. It was V's turn to display a confused expression. When did I earn the title of Living Reaper? Man, remember that movie we watched last night? The one where the protagonist wiped out a drug den. She's the one. Damn. V suddenly understood. The old captain truly sold that segment of the movie to fulfill his obligations. Noticing the absence of hostility, Man finally lowered his projectile system. That I don't believe our team has wronged you. Have we, Miss V? Man asked, hands on his hips. Dorio, having rubbed her chest, stood up again and V approached David, bending down to inspect the wound on his forehead caused by a baseball B-8T-8S I stated earlier. I mainly wanted to assess your team's caliber and ensure this boy is up to par. Unlike some people, I don't just give implants and then neglect them. From their earlier confrontation, V could sense that this team possessed a commendable level of skill. All except David appeared far more reliable than her initial foray into the mercenary world. With 2 hackers, a firepower specialist as the team leader, a combat expert, and a quick-reacting petite gunner, that glib, long-armed fellow seemed to be a technical expert. That it was evident that this was a well-rounded team. But David currently seemed to lack any significant utility. With your current performance, V poked David's shoulder, you really need to practice much more. Being a mercenary isn't child's play. Sometimes, not only your life is at stake, but the lives of your teammates depend on you as well. If you've decided to enter this line of work, your current level is unacceptable. Scolded like a mother by V, David dared not speak up. He had genuinely experienced the disparity in their skill levels. Had V truly meant to strike him down, he would have watched helplessly as his teammates fell one by one before his eyes. I also said he indeed needs practice. Man turned to Lucy. Yes. Lucy raised her hand in a gesture of surrender. I'll make sure to give him extra training tonight. Miss V, might I inquire if you have any interest in joining us? Man was impressed by her agile moves and formidable implants. Someone of her caliber was a rare find in Night City. That I already have a partner. V declined outright. You all should strive to do well. Perhaps we can share a drink in another life. V had accomplished her objective and turned to leave. As she passed Rebecca, she couldn't resist ruffling the girl's hair. You were quite quick on your feet just now. Infuriated, Rebecca bared her teeth in frustration. Jack? What's up? Shortly after departing Man's team, V received a call from Jack. Hey V, swing by Little China and Watson. I want to introduce you to my girlfriend and a cybernetic doctor. Misty Psychic Shop, right? I'll be there in 20 minutes. Damn. How did you know where I was? You're riding my motorcycle. How do you think I know? Why do you think it takes me 20 minutes to arrive? I still have to wait for the subway. Chapter 15. Old friend. Oh, The busy individual actually took the initiative to call me. Seated within the subway car, V received a call from Valerie. She stood up, grasping the handrail while gazing out the window. I called to inform you that Gloria has repaid me, so there is no need for you to keep an eye on David all day. Oh. V raised an eyebrow, clearly sensing the underlying tone in Valerie's words. Why watching over that kid was never about a few $1,000. Unlike some people who see profit in everything. A light chuckle came from the other end of the line. As Valerie continued, what the people of Night City need isn't charity. They need opportunities, choices, just as I provided for David and Gloria. Well, I choose to mind my own business. Is that acceptable, Ms. Valerie? V scoffed at her words. Unable to tolerate Valerie's habit of placing herself on a pedestal, there was silence on the other end for a few seconds, before Valerie's resigned voice broke through. You certainly have a lot of free time. I think we should have a face-to-face conversation. V suggested. Unfortunately, I'll be quite busy this month, so I can't meet you right now. Don't even think about coming to find me. There was a pause in her voice, but I have a feeling we will have the opportunity to talk face-to-face soon enough. Vulture, Mississippi. The call ended, and V chuckled while shaking her head, reflecting on how much more influential Valerie had become. The location is the super skyscraper H10. After the subway doors opened, V exited the car. She looked up at the towering super skyscraper, feeling a sense of nostalgia for what once was. However, she had no intention of moving back. She had new plans for her future residence. After exiting the station and turning down 2 streets, V arrived at the entrance of Misty's psychic shop. She did not enter immediately but stared at the sign on the door, attempting to correct the temporal disorientation in her mind. After all, in the timeline that belonged to her, in the year 2080, Misty had closed the shop after marrying Jack. Later, this shop was acquired by Valerie, transforming it into one of Cyber Intelligence's product showcase stores. Hey V, you finally made it. Jack, lounging in a chair inside the shop, greeted V as she walked in. You should have enough money for a cab, right? Why linger on the subway? If it's a big deal, I can cover your fare once you arrive. I enjoy observing the city through the train windows. Besides, V paused, revealing a playful smile. You're not in a hurry, so isn't it better if I let you spend more time with Misty? Upon hearing this, Jack blushed and sheepishly scratched his head. Hey, look at how you're saying that. Hello, V. I'm Misty. Jack has mentioned you quite a bit. I appreciate you looking out for him while he's working. Misty stepped forward and extended her hand. Hello, Misty. V shook Misty's hand, admiring her tolerance for this fool, who even mentioned other women while dating her. Truly hopeless. Hey, I'm quite clear on that. Thank you very much. Jack stood up from the chair and beckoned V toward the back door of the shop. Come on. I'll take you to see Old Way. I wonder if he has finished his business yet. V shook her head helplessly, giving Misty a friendly pat on the arm like an old acquaintance, and followed Jack. Just as V emerged from the back door, she spotted a red-haired figure with a ponytail. The person had just pushed open the iron gate of the alley and walked out. What's wrong? Noticing V and T followed, Jack turned back with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. I just saw an acquaintance. V replied as she descended the stairs. Hi. Old Way. Hearing Jack's voice, Old Way rose from his chair, suddenly throwing a punch toward Jack's abdomen, which Jack dodged, and then the two embraced with laughter. Jack, what brings you here? Allow me to introduce my new partner. This is V, Jack said to Old Way. Oh, you're the one from that day. Old Way recognized V immediately. Yes, one of those who brought Gloria here for treatment. I am V. V stepped forward to shake Old Way's hand. Hey, Old Way. Have you got new goods in? Jack exclaimed upon seeing the box on Old Way's table. What the heck? The Knight Corporation's logo? Are they starting to make implants too? Honestly, I'm quite surprised. Old Way turned around and retrieved a titanium alloy-colored prosthetic arm from the box. This was just sent to me by Gloria. She said it's an ES version leaked from the Knight Corporation. The genuine article hasn't even begun mass production yet, and they asked if I wanted it at a discount. Let me see. V took the prosthetic arm from Old Way, weighed it in her hand, then scanned it with her cybernetic eye, finally giving it a gentle tap with her finger. A new type of titanium alloy? It can't be aerospace material, can it? The internal structure is similar to that of a gorilla, but its strength surpasses that of typical brand gorilla prosthetics, and it's even lighter. IT appears to have quite a bit of room for expansion. An expert, I see. I didn't expect you to know so much about implants, Old Way remarked, impressed by VS assessment. Just a bit of research. V returned the prosthetic to the box, recognizing that its competitive advantage lay in its material. Regardless, I acquired it for less than 50% of the retail price. Old Wei patted the box, explaining, the Knight Corporation is quite advanced in material science. Old Wei, how much are you planning to sell this for? I want to install it, Jack exclaimed excitedly, reaching for the prosthetic. Don't be ridiculous, Jack. V slapped his hand away. You dare to install something unverified? If cyberpsychosis hits you one day, no one will be able to save you. Right? V is correct. Old Wei showed no sign of offense. Instead, he felt pleased that Jack had made such a reliable friend that he explained, I only bought it to familiarize myself in advance. After all, if the Knight Corporation begins to release the genuine article on the market, I will have a first-mover advantage. If you want to install something, just take a look at the genuine articles. I can give you a discount at worst, and I'm not interested in those mainstream products. Jack pouted in dissatisfaction. To be honest, this doesn't look like black market goods at all. Have you ever seen a black market box that's this complete? Jack pulled out a chip from the box. Looking astonished, what the heck? This even comes with a firmware installation chip. You're telling me this is black market. It can't be something taken directly from the company warehouse, can it? Chapter 16. The days of the vulture. Vulture. You better pray that the information you provided is accurate. If you waste 24 hours of my time and still refuse to pay, then my next target will be you. Pullman, according to my intel, the target will indeed meet with the agents of Cantow on the 4th floor of this building today. You should think carefully about how to eliminate this individual under Cantow's heavy protection. Vulture, you can leave those details to me. Just make sure my payment is ready. The target for this assassination was so elusive that neither the employer nor the intermediary knew what he looked like. They only knew he was a notorious corporate spy who had arranged a meeting with Cantow representatives today. The target location was an abandoned apartment building situated in Taiping Prefecture, and the most challenging aspect of this assassination was not knowing who the target was, but rather that all the windows and entrances of the apartment faced the sea. However, these issues posed no challenge to the Vulture, a professional assassin who had rapidly risen to prominence in just half a month. After all, not everyone could achieve 8 successful assassinations in such a short period, maintaining a perfect success rate. Finally, it has arrived. After lying in wait for 18 hours, the Vulture finally noticed some activity. A contingent of elite security from Cantow arrived at the base of the apartment building, and after disembarking, they began to secure the area around the abandoned building. The Vulture could certainly choose to storm in like an ordinary mercenary, but such actions would alert the target and jeopardize the opportunity for the kill. A small reconnaissance drone equipped with optical camouflage ascended slowly from the beach, operating at minimal power to avoid disturbing anyone inside the abandoned building. Found you. The sensors on the reconnaissance drone synchronized with the Vulture's optical cybernetic eye, allowing the Vulture to observe everything happening inside the abandoned apartment. This included the target individual currently interfacing with the Cantow agents. Goodbye. As the Vulture squeezed the trigger, a cloud of dust erupted against the wall opposite the windows and doors, as an armor-piercing round containing explosive warheads penetrated the wall, striking the corporate spy, who was reaching toward the back of his neck to retrieve a data chip. An explosion echoed from within the abandoned apartment, startling the Cantow security team. When the guards outside glanced into the room, all they could see was a half-destroyed corpse, the upper half obliterated, alongside an injured Cantow agent caught in the blast. As the security forces of Cantow frantically commenced their search, the Vulture had already stowed a highly modified high-tech military SPT-32I Storm into a long, slender gun case and departed from the abandoned apartment's rear, leaving behind the dilapidated building. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance drone, intended for observation, followed its preordained route and took flight. A male African-American approached the roadside, placing the elongated gun case into the trunk of a black Corby C240T. He then settled into the driver's seat and drove away from Taiping Prefecture. Oh, are you practicing shooting here? Upon entering the gun shop, V was immediately captivated by the sight of 2 familiar figures of the shooting range. She had originally come to collect her pre-ordered firearm accessories. Not bad at shooting. V observed Rebecca wielding dual pistols, skillfully hitting several targets in succession, and couldn't resist ruffling her hair affectionately. Enough already. Rebecca brandished her firearm as a threat, exclaiming, "Do we know each other well enough for you to be so familiar? Every time we meet, you're all hands on." Hee hee. "I can't help it," V replied with a smile, then turned her attention to David. "Let me see how good your shooting skills are, kid." David's face turned crimson upon hearing the request, while Rebecca fanned the flames, giving him a playful slap on the back, urging him forward. Reluctantly, David raised the M10AF Lexington in his hand. Upon seeing the weapon, V wrinkled her nose in disdain. To her, it was merely a beginner's gun, favored by many rookie officers in the NCPD. Its advantages lay in its low recoil and capability for fully automatic fire. The drawbacks, however, were equally apparent. Its lethality was lackluster, hardly surpassing that of standard firearm. Overall, while it made quite a racket during use, a head count would reveal that few had perished at its hands. What vexed V even more was witnessing David aim at the target for what felt like an eternity without pulling the trigger. "Shoot! Are you saving the bullets for a rainy day?" V urged. Then she saw David lower the gun, awkwardly admitting, "Miss V, I'm not accustomed to using a gun." "Huh." V responded incredulously, "You tell me you've chosen to become a mercenary, yet you can't handle a firearm?" "Miss V, I have a Sion waiststand. My movements are swift." "Stop talking nonsense. I have a Sion waiststand too. Do you think you can move faster than me?" V pointed at the target depicting a gunman and a hostage, asking if that were a similar individual armed with a Sion waiststand holding Gloria hostage. "What would you do?" "Just stare blankly." As V's words hung in the air, a gunshot rang out that it turned out that while berating David, V had drawn her prelude and fired, hitting the gunman squarely in the head. "You can't always be the fastest one. That haven't you heard the saying? A gun is fast from 7 steps away. What about within 7 steps? Is it fists that are faster?" David countered. "Within 7 steps, the gun is both swift and accurate. Now imagine, if the hostage were Gloria, your teammate, that if you don't fire that gun, it could mean the death of someone dear to you, a friend." V reset the target, seizing David's hand that held the gun, guiding him back to aim. "Now, you better shoot." Under the relentless pressure from V, David finally pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck the target, but it was met with several seconds of silence from V and Rebecca. Unable to contain herself any longer, V smacked David on the back of the head, pointing at the target depicting the hostage. "Look at what you hit. You are dead, boss. Give me 600 rounds of 9mm pistol ammunition." 2 minutes later, the gun shop owner brought over 20 boxes of 30-round pistol ammunition. "Fill the magazine," V commanded, pointing at the pile of bullets on the table, "that if you don't shoot all these rounds today, you can forget about going anywhere." David cast a pleading glance at Rebecca. However, even she was taken aback by his marksmanship, surprisingly choosing to side with V, the woman she typically despised. "For the sake of my future safety as your teammate, I'm supporting this woman this time. You'd better obey and finish those 600 rounds." "Ouch, that hurts." "I say, V, can't you be a little gentler being a girl and all?" Jack, who was being treated by V, grimaced in pain. "That big foot of yours kicked me in the waist. I nearly got my bones broken." Upon hearing Jack dare to complain, V's movements became even more forceful. Jack yelped in agony. "Now you know what pain feels like," V said, exasperated. "I warned you to be careful. If I hadn't kicked you out of the way, it wouldn't just be your arm that was injured." They had been on a mission to capture a target, and as they reached the door of the target's room, Jack's impulsiveness led him to burst in recklessly. Thankfully, V was alert enough to kick him aside at the moment the door swung open, resulting in only his arm being hit by 2 pellets instead of him taking the full brunt of a shotgun blast. As it turned out, Jack still ended up with 2 pellets lodged in his arm, while V had unceremoniously tossed the target from the 3rd floor, sending him crashing onto a car roof and severely injuring him. Since the mission site was in the Valley District, Jack decided to head home to tend to his wounds afterward, leading to the current situation, with the sound of steel balls clattering into the iron box. Jack finally exhaled, relieved that he was no longer being tormented by V. "Don't celebrate too soon. I haven't stitched you up yet." V tossed the bloodied tweezers in the iron box and retrieved the needle and thread for suturing. "I say, V, you don't seem that old. Why are you always thinking about retirement?" Over the past 2 weeks, Jack had observed V actively studying the field of cybernetic surgery in addition to their mercenary work. Upon curiosity, he discovered she planned to establish a name for herself in Night City and then retire from mercenary work to open a cybernetic clinic. They were currently on the rise as mercenaries. With the JV duo just gaining recognition in Haywood, and the opportunity to work at the nightclub was almost within reach, that's not retirement. It's a career change, and it has little to do with age. It primarily depends on your experiences. V replied while stitching. The mercenary profession reveals that you can't do this forever unless you meet your end midway. Just look at Old Way. He has got it figured out, ensuring a stable latter half of his life. While Old Way's way is commendable, you expect me to stay in one place all day long. That would be the death of me, Jack scoffed. I say, Jack, have you figured out what you're aiming for as a mercenary? V suddenly asked, I'll make a name for myself in Night City. What else could I want? And then, V pressed further, you become a legend in Night City. The talk of the town, but what about you? Me. Huh. Faced with V's question, Jack's mind went blank. I don't expect you to have an answer right now. And besides, we still have some distance to cover before we become famous. You have plenty of time to ponder. Would you rather be the legendary Morgan Blackhand or the now-deceased Johnny Silverhand, whose bones have turned to dust? No way, girl. Your tone makes it sound like you've already stepped down from the legendary pedestal. What gives? Are you Morgan Blackhand? Jack rolled his eyes, but it is evident. Even Jack could see that V seemed to prefer working behind the scenes and handling the heavy lifting before accepting jobs. V was responsible for vetting intelligence, and after accepting jobs, she prepared the necessary tools and adjusted the weapons. When the time came to work alongside him, she would often avoid firing her weapon if possible. Many times, during intense battles, V would fire her gun no more than 10 times. This led many in the underworld to perceive Jack as the more formidable partner in their duo, while a select few knowledgeable intermediaries deduced that V was the one whose skill level was not to be underestimated, merely appearing to be slacking off most of the time. All right, my skills don't look half bad. V chose not to answer Jack's question, putting the remaining thread and needle back into the medical kit. For the next few days, you should stay put at the Wild Wolf and contemplate your future. Don't just recklessly charge ahead. Please. V. Jack responded somewhat exasperated. I already have a mother who nags me all day. Must you also imitate her? Then be more mature. Stop acting like a child. V playfully tapped Jack on the head. Got it. Mom number 2. After leaving the Wild Wolf bar, V pulled out a mobile phone. Pullman, you did well on the last job. The payment has been transferred to you. That was merely a test of your capabilities. The real big orders have yet to be assigned to you. The Vulture. I despise those so-called big orders. None of them are reliable. Pullman, risks and rewards are proportionate. I admit that big orders are always high risk. But this time, the client's offer is equally substantial. Upon completion, you stand to receive 20 million euros. Vulture, this price point seems increasingly dubious. Are you suggesting I take out Arasaka Saburo or President Myers? Pullman, neither of them, but it's not far off. I cannot divulge specific details at this moment. We must discuss this in person in the next life. Vulture, you should be aware of my rules. I never meet clients or intermediaries face-to-face. Pullman, then you should also know that assignments of this magnitude cannot be conveyed remotely. I need to ensure you accept the job before I can share the details. I had hoped my offer would pique your interest. V halted, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized the conversation on her phone, engaging in an internal struggle. Her past experiences with mercenaries alongside Valerie warned her of the potential pitfalls in this assignment. Yet, the prospect of a target of such high caliber ignited her curiosity and thirst for challenge. Vulture, so you wish to meet face-to-face? Fine. First, transfer me 2 million euros, and let me gauge your capabilities to determine if you can indeed handle a job at this level. Pullman, how do I recall that I am the one assigning you work? Vulture, then by all means, seek out another mercenary. For a job of this magnitude, I am certain many would be willing to take it on. Right? After sending this message, there was no response from the other party, and V realized this was likely over. After all, if they were unwilling to pay a meeting fee, they would have undoubtedly responded with indignation. Moreover, this type of job was surely screened before it reached her. It was unlikely they would seek anyone else in the short term. After a 2-minute wait, a new message chimed in on her phone. Pullman, the financier has agreed, and the funds have been transferred to you. Vulture, when shall we meet? Pullman, tonight, in room 102. Vulture. Very well. Upon sending this message, V turned off her phone. I wonder how Jack would feel if he knew I was stepping into the next life ahead of him. TSK. I need to don a more sophisticated skin for this. Chapter 18. The meeting, who are you? At the entrance of the Next Life nightclub, Emery blocked the path of a blonde woman clad in a black suit and sunglasses. Pullman sent me to summon you. The woman refrained from revealing her name directly, but articulated her purpose with a heavy Eastern European accent. Just a moment. Pullman, there's a woman here, claiming you sent for her? Oh, very well. After contacting Pullman, Emery addressed the woman before him. She is waiting for you in the reserved room. You should know the number, correct? With that, he stepped aside, allowing the door behind him to swing open. The woman wasted no time in entering the club, navigating through the cacophony of music with practiced ease toward the private room. Hey, this time I won the bet. Pay up, pay up. Vulture is not one of Cantout's people. At the bar, one mercenary was conversing with another. Damn, who exactly is this Vulture? The first job involved military technology. Then there were two more assignments, each involving biotech and Zetatech, just as everyone speculated whether she was backed by Arasaka. She took on a job to eliminate Arasaka's operatives. Just days ago, she eliminated a corporate spy involved in a deal with Cantou. She can't possibly be with Petrochem, can she? Why not consider NCPD? There have been eyewitness accounts, yet all of them are NCPD's recorded dead. They seem rather suspicious too. Huh. If that NCPD crew had that kind of capability, I might as well eat shit. The blonde woman soon arrived outside room 102, where a burly, bald, white man obstructed her path. What do you want? Pullman sent me to summon you. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the doorman immediately understood that she was a guest of the boss and promptly stepped aside to let her in. Meeting you is more challenging than meeting many company leaders. Inside the room awaited a middle-aged black woman, who raised an eyebrow upon seeing the blonde beauty enter. Those politicians rely on their looks. But I do not. Vulture wasted no time with pleasantries and directly seated herself on the sofa. You are indeed quite different from what I anticipated. The intermediary, Pullman, was momentarily taken aback by the woman's rapid-fire English. She opened a cigarette case and offered it. Care for one? Vulture declined the cigarette, crossing her arms defiantly, glaring at Pullman as if to say, "Don't think I'm oblivious to your scheme. Now that you've met me, may we commence our business? It appears you truly dislike small talk." Pullman was unfazed by the apparent tension. She closed the cigarette case and placed a data chip on the table, sliding it toward Vulture. Vulture picked up the chip, examining it before glancing at Pullman. She then produced a phone from her suit and inserted the chip into its slot. Is such caution truly necessary? Pullman watched her actions with a hint of bemusement. It is a habit from my previous line of work, and given the scale of this assignment, I cannot afford to be careless. Vulture scrutinized the contents displayed on her phone while responding. I have a question. Suddenly, Vulture fixed her gaze intensely on Pullman. Go ahead. Are you and your financier aware of what you're getting into? After Vulture spoke, she yanked the chip from the phone and tossed it back toward the intermediary. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think the commission is so exorbitant? Pullman replied, her expression darkening, that you've accepted the meeting fee and you're aware of the assignment's details. Are you now having second thoughts? Second thoughts? Let me ask you one thing. How much commission do you intend to take from this job? Vulture expressed her outrage, slamming her hand on the table and cursing. This only provides a brief overview of the target. There's no action plan, no escape routes, not even the subject's off-duty schedule. Is this how you conduct business as an intermediary? The commotion attracted the attention of the bodyguard stationed outside the door. Upon meeting the inquiring gaze of the target, Pullman calmly gestured for the guard to leave. Once the door closed again, Pullman explained nonchalantly. The reason we selected you is based on your previous ability to complete assignments with minimal information. As for the absence of the target schedule, she spends all day at the company's building, most of it in her own office. As for how much I will receive, I can only say that your 20 million euros comprises the bulk of the payment. Pullman stated, sliding a card across the table toward Vulture. This is the only assistance I can offer. With it, you'll be able to enter the Ye Corporation's parking garage and use the internal elevator to access any floor. Vulture picked up the card, observing the Ye logo, narrowing her eyes. You provided this? It should be from the financier, right? What level of access does it grant? Vulture shook the card in her hand, inquiring, the highest security personnel access, permitting the carrying of light weapons. After hearing this, Vulture contemplated the card in her hand. Pullman remained patient. With such a significant undertaking, it was crucial for Vulture to think it through. Vulture placed the card along with her phone into the inner pocket of her suit, signifying her acceptance of the assignment. Let me make one thing clear. Don't even think about defaulting on the payment. Then allow me to make one thing clear as well. The objective of this mission is assassination. The best-case scenario is that only the target perishes. The Ye Corporation itself must not suffer significant damage. Otherwise, you can forget about receiving any final payment. Pullman laid down her final stipulation. I hired a killer, not a terrorist. Vulture then strode toward the exit of the room, offering her final response before pulling the door open. Very well. Chapter 19. The priceless target. This seems to be just about right. V pulled the slide of her recently modified standard handgun, inspecting its interior. This firearm was crafted by V based on Alex's beloved gun, Queen S Majesty, designed for more efficient execution of assassination tasks. To achieve this modification, V had even arranged the custom parts at the gun shop a week in advance, including a more comfortable non-slip grip, a smoother slide, and a lighter trigger. It seems that once this job is complete, it will be time to retire. V, cigarette in mouth, pulled out her phone and glanced at the target's dossier, muttering to herself. Name, Sky Knight. Gender, female. Age, confidential. Identity, claims to be a descendant of the Richard Knight family. Returned to Night City from Europe about a month ago, currently serving as the chairwoman and CEO of Ye Corporation. This brief description of the target could not be simpler. Yet conversely, the fewer words there are, the greater the gravity of the matter. V gazed at the photograph of the unfamiliar woman, the current CEO of the Ye Corporation. Though she appeared remarkably youthful in the image, one could not dismiss the possibility that her actual age was akin to that of Arasaka Hanako. While Ye Corporation may not boast the same formidable scale as the likes of Arasaka, Militech, Kanto, or Suzhou Petrochemicals, giant entities capable of wielding control over nations, it remains shrouded in an air of mystery. Its most renowned attribute is its impenetrable secrecy. People are only aware that this enterprise retains a significant influence in public administration and social contributions within Night City, overseeing projects like the construction of public roads, maintenance of utilities, and revitalization of the maglev system. Merely a fraction of the initiatives funded by Ye Corporation. Even the publicly listed NCPED has a portion of its shares controlled by Ye. The true market value of this company is a conundrum, as is its other revenue streams beyond the foundational infrastructure of Night City, and the number of its employees remains elusive in a sense. Opposing Ye Corporation equates to challenging the very bedrock of the city. This is precisely why this seemingly modest enterprise continues to stand tall amidst the conglomerates of Night City. As for the shadowy benefactor behind the assassination contract, anyone who could stipulate that Ye Corporation's operations remain unaffected without a doubt must be one of the actual power brokers within Ye, possibly even one of its shareholders. Corporate infighting among fools. V finished her cigarette, loaded the magazine into her pistol, and prepared to head out. She departed her hideout. She activated her morphing disguise and donned a different face before stepping into a prearranged black vehicle. It was a rather unremarkable Villefort Cordis V5000, a standard business model frequently seen around corporate plazas, serving as the common mode of transport for mid-level employees, with an ID card provided by an intermediary. V effortlessly drove the car into the underground parking lot of the Ye Corporation office building located in the corporate plaza. Clad in a complete set of corporate attire, V stepped out of the vehicle with a briefcase in hand. While waiting for the elevator, a recently parked ether quartz caught her attention. It wasn't the car itself that intrigued her, but rather the driver. V recognized the individual. It was Gloria Martinez, David Martinez's mother. At this moment, Gloria appeared much as V remembered her, dressed in inexpensive clothing, though her medical service jacket had been replaced with a somewhat worn coat. The sight of someone so plainly dressed appearing in the internal parking lot of Ye Corporation seemed peculiar. After parking her vehicle, Gloria exited and made her way toward the elevator. Upon entering, she seemed to notice a probing gaze directed at her. She quickly retrieved an ID badge from her coat pocket and hung it around her neck, then offered V a friendly smile. Upon seeing Gloria's badge, V reciprocated with a polite smile, and the two entered the elevator together. Gloria pressed a button for a mid-level floor before stepping aside. V swiped her ID card at the elevator's card reader and then pressed the button for the top floor. This action surprised Gloria slightly. She hadn't expected the woman sharing the elevator with her to possess access to the upper echelons. However, she concealed her astonishment, well aware of how to conduct herself in such situations. Given her years of experience, the elevator arrived at the floor Gloria had selected amidst their silence. After flashing V another polite smile, she exited the elevator briskly. V, however, caught a glimpse of the departmental sign through the still-open doors. Marketing department. V finally understood where the low-priced implants sold to old V had originated. It seemed Jack had been right all along. They had indeed been taken directly from Ye's warehouse. What perplexed V was how Gloria had managed to infiltrate E Corporation as an employee. Gloria, who had always hoped for her son David to join Arasaka, had ironically become part of the corporate apparatus herself. V found the situation both strange and absurd. Nevertheless, this was not the moment for such inquiries, as she was about to engage in a transaction worth millions of euros. The remainder of her journey was uneventful. The elevator did not stop at any other floors, proceeding directly to the top. Upon the elevator doors opening, V discreetly surveyed the layout of the floor while making her way toward the room marked as the CEO's office. The top floor of the Yi Corporation office building was exclusively occupied by the CEO's office, the secretary's office, a conference room reserved for executives, a break room, and restrooms. Which department are you in? Not surprisingly, the door to the secretary's office adjacent to the CEO's office was perpetually ajar. The female secretary seated within immediately inquired as V approached the threshold. Oh, you have an appointment? What's in your briefcase? As the secretary posed her question, V's free hand slipped into her suit jacket, gripping the handle of her silenced pistol and disengaging the safety. In her view, the demise of another secretary would hardly compromise the quality of the task at hand. Let me in. I have urgent matters to discuss with her. If you have nothing of consequence, do not disturb us. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the intercom on the secretary's desk, interrupting her inquiry and halting V's next move. Yes, boss, the secretary replied, then activated the control panel to open the door to the CEO's office, courteously gesturing for V to enter. Although V felt a twinge of confusion, she smiled at the secretary and stepped into the CEO's office. As the door clicked shut behind her, she drew her pistol, aiming it at the woman standing by the glass window. The individual was gazing down at the memorial garden at the center of the corporate plaza. This woman, known as Sky Knight, exhibited no signs of fear in the face of the gun's threat. Instead, she turned with a smile. Fixing her glowing red cybernetic eyes on V, she calmly remarked, "This is the second time this year you've pointed a gun at me." V. Chapter 20. Within the rules indeed. I should have anticipated this. V aimed her gun at the woman before her, her brow furrowing. Should I address you as Sky Knight or Skynet, or perhaps the red-eyed lady? Call me as you wish, Sky Knight, or Valerie. Disregarded the silenced pistol trained on her and approached a glass table adorned with a TSE. She poured tea into 2 cups. She continued. You aren't truly considering completing your 20 million euro transaction, are you? Why not? V retorted, maintaining her grip on the gun with a provocative tone. You must understand, I have an insatiable appetite for wealth. Enough already. Valerie set down the teapot and seated herself in a nearby chair. The V I know, while perhaps not averse to money, is acutely aware of which fortunes to pursue and which to avoid. After placing her briefcase down, V raised her gun closer to Valerie, knowing that she understood what actions to take and what to refrain from. You seem to have misjudged my character, Valerie countered. I engage only in what I can accomplish, and whether or not something should be done is contingent upon my capabilities. You make a valid point. V finally lowered the gun, acknowledging you truly remain that insufferable corporate pawn. Thank you for the compliment. Valerie chuckled, shrugging to so. You've been preoccupied this month with securing this position. Essentially, yes. After saying this, Valerie took a sip of her tea. This action caused V to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. I don't recall the T-Series implants possessing such capabilities. Come now, V, that it is now the year 2076. Valerie gestured toward the glass window. Bionic organs are readily available throughout Night City, that if you have the funds, you could even assemble a complete set of synthetic organs with the help of a street cleaner. V pulled out the chair opposite Valerie and sat down. I now perceive you and Myers as quite similar. I appreciate the comparison to the new president of the United States, Valerie said, rolling her eyes. But regrettably, I am not like her. Her power is granted by the corporation, not derived from her own abilities. V refrained from disputing Valerie's assertion, as she recognized it to be the truth. This was also why she had inquired whether she should refer to her as the red-eyed lady. May I ask, what exactly are you doing? Upon hearing V's question, Valerie paused her tea drinking. Unfortunately, it is not yet time for you to know. The fewer people who are aware of my ultimate objective, the better. V found herself amused by Valerie's demeanor. You're always like this, perpetually concocting some grand plan. What is it this time? The extinction of humanity. Do you not find this way of living exhausting? This is my lifestyle. Valerie placed the empty teacup back on the table, her eyes glowing with a crimson hue fixed upon V. In truth, I somewhat envy you. V. You are a person of purity, for you can discern the end point of your desires. Thus you contemplate a career change to open a clinic and become a cybernetic physician. Perhaps it is merely because you are excessively greedy. V retorted instinctively. Valerie, slightly exasperated, remarked, now that Johnny is absent, have you taken it upon yourself to challenge me? That is entirely your own doing. For instance, this time, you are fully aware that someone intends to hire me to assassinate you. Yet, you prefer to brew tea and await my arrival rather than inform me. Inform you? Valerie scoffed. And may I inquire? Miss Vulture, do you know who commissioned your assassination of me? Is it necessary to ask? Who else could it be but someone from this company? V replied with a grim expression. The name? Can you provide a specific name? Can you identify a particular individual? Valerie continued with a barrage of questions, successfully rendering V speechless. V, as if having swallowed a fly, paused for several seconds before asking, are you implying that you consider me bait? I mean, now that you occupy this position, must you resort to such tactics? V, do you not understand? Unless you possess the ability to confront the entire world directly, you must dutifully operate within the confines of this world's rules. Valerie patiently explained. Otherwise, do you think, why did Arasaka Hanako go to such lengths to solidify the evidence against Arasaka Saito? How did you acquire your current identity? V questioned with an incredulous expression. Is it difficult to fabricate a false identity? What about the shares? Are the shares of Night Corp also fabricated? The shares are indeed genuine, Valerie replied, spreading her hands, but the original owners of those shares. They or exist beyond the rules. V was about to inquire why Gloria was also working at Night Corp, but Valerie suddenly stood up. What's wrong? V asked, her guard up. Valerie bore a triumphant smile as she declared, the fish has taken the bait. No sooner had she spoken than several fully armed security personnel from Night Corp stormed in, guns drawn at the still-masked V and their chairman. Boss. They insisted on barging in. Following them were the CEO's secretary and a middle-aged man in a suit. What's this? Can't you hold yourself back? Come to see if I'm dead. Valerie, still maintaining the appearance of Sky Knight, coldly questioned the middle-aged man. V immediately reacted, angrily rebuking in heavily accented English. I knew you scoundrel had no intention of paying me the final sum. The middle-aged man turned ashen. He could not comprehend why the expensive assassin he had hired stood so easily alongside the intended target. Nonetheless, he did acknowledge one thing. He indeed had no intention of providing the final payment. He discreetly drew a JKX-2 pistol, aiming it at the CEO's secretary, intending to eliminate him to silence him. The justification had long been prepared. The CEO's secretary colluded with the assassin Vulture to assassinate Sky Knight, and he would lead security personnel to the scene to eliminate the assassin and his accomplices. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. No matter how he pulled the trigger, his gun failed to respond. Not just him, but his trusted security personnel also inspected their weapons in confusion. The farce was about to conclude. With a swift motion of Valerie's hand through the air, a series of red data streams appeared before Brigies and his men. They felt as if struck by lightning, their bodies writhing in pain as their implants went haywire. What have you done? Brigies collapsed to the ground, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. His subordinates, after a chorus of screams, all fell to the ground. Lifeless, I must say. You previously acted with great caution, Brigies. You consistently disposed of those who assisted you in your nefarious deeds before I could trace them back to you. Even the money used to hire the assassin was funneled through your private accounts. making it nearly impossible for me to grasp any incriminating evidence against you. As Valerie strolled towards Brigi's, he was horrified to find his own hand, once gripping the gun, now pointing it at his own head. Yet regrettably, the result of continuously betraying your subordinates is that you are left with no one to rely on, forcing you to personally bring these lackeys to confront me with a single gunshot. Brigi's head exploded under the gun he held. "Oh dear, why did you choose to take your own life out of guilt?" Valerie remarked with a tone filled with regret, addressing the corpse sprawled on the ground. She then turned to the stunned secretary, who sat on the floor, seemingly lost. "What are you still doing? Go report to the NCPD." The secretary finally snapped back to reality, hastily scrambling to his feet and rushing out of the CEO's office. Valerie then pointed to the briefcase on the ground and turned to the watching V, saying, "Why are you still standing there? While the NCPD hasn't arrived yet, take the EMP bomb you brought and swiftly leave my company." Chapter 21. Rebirth. Welcome to Channel 54 News. I am Julian Jordan. Let us continue to follow the updates on the assassination attempt of the Night Corps president. The NCPD held a press conference this afternoon regarding the investigation results of the case. According to the NCPD's findings, this assassination attempt stemmed from internal factional struggles within Night Corp. The IT has been revealed that Brigi's Stanny, one of the shareholders who has since taken his own life, was the mastermind behind this case. The assassin, codenamed Vulture, who executed the assassination, remains at large. This failed assassination of a Night Corps president has once again demonstrated to the world just how dire the security situation in Night City is. The crime rate in Night City is currently twice that of New America, and from any perspective, if Night City could join the federal government, it would undoubtedly aid in improving the current abysmal security situation. After a brief recess, we will bring you more details on the events. Hey, V. Jack had been waiting at the entrance of Afterlife for nearly an hour when V finally appeared in the parking lot on her motorcycle. "My legs are about to go numb. Why did you take so long?" V leisurely parked her bike before sauntering over to Jack. "You arrived too early, the moment you heard business was being discussed at Afterlife. You got as excited as a gorilla." V gestured at her empty wrist, indicating that there were still 10 minutes until their appointed time. "Hey, Hamana. Hey, sister. This is Afterlife, the heart of Night City," Jack excitedly exclaimed as he turned to face the stairs. V subtly rolled her eyes, internally grumbling that there were far too many hearts in Night City. At this moment, she couldn't muster any excitement for Afterlife. It felt more like entering a cafeteria. What could possibly be so important that it couldn't be discussed elsewhere? Jack inquired while descending the stairs. "There actually is," V replied irritably. "Some guy dared to introduce me to a lousy job, and when things went awry, he wanted to flee." "Oh, so you're taking on side jobs behind my back?" Jack suddenly became alert, honing in on the key point. V answered ambiguously. "It's handiwork. You can't do that. Oh. Then it's all good." Jack assumed it was something related to firearms or mechanical modifications, which indeed he couldn't manage. "So you were dealing with that?" "What else would I be doing?" V shrugged. "You know me. I always repay my debts. I wonder which fool chose to provoke you." Of all people, the living embodiment of death. Jack even joked about V's infamous nickname, circulating in Night City, that nickname really so widespread. V scoffed, somewhat bemused by the moniker, that you're not keeping up with the news in the underworld. "Are you? Your little bloodbath and drug-dealing operation has become all the rage in Night City. I've even heard someone wants to hire you for a sequel. Spare me. I felt I was shortchanged for that little sum I received. I should demand a cut from old Captain S." The two bantered. They arrived at the entrance of Afterlife, only to be unexpectedly halted outside to "Hi. I am." Jack was about to start a friendly conversation when V interrupted him. "We're here for business, scheduled by Gloria Martinez." Emmerich, as usual, confirmed via phone and then stepped aside to let the two in. "Fortunately, at least I didn't show my face in the dream. It seems not many people know what the so-called living embodiment of death looks like." V led Jack into Afterlife, continuing the previous topic with a complaint. "Isn't being well-known a good thing?" Jack asked, draping an arm around V's shoulder. "This kind of notoriety." V was about to counter when she suddenly heard a loud voice calling her name. "Yo. Isn't that Miss V? Has the living king of hell come to collect souls in this life as well?" At once, numerous gazes were drawn to the source of the shout. That V turned towards the voice with a face full of ire. quickly recognizing the figure sporting a golden prosthetic hand and a rooster comb hairstyle. Over here! Over here! Pyrrha waved at V with a lewd grin, oblivious to the murderous glint in her eyes. Oh, you know him? Jack inquired curiously from the side, that I know him to some extent. The one making all the racket is Pyrrha, the most detestable member of Man Squad. Their captain man is rather decent, though, V replied, flipping Pyrrha the bird before introducing him to Jack. What a coincidence, Miss V. Man greeted as she approached. And who might this be? Jack, my partner, V responded, turning to introduce Jack to Man. After the two burly men exchanged pleasantries, they began to chat amiably. What a coincidence, judging by this lad's appearance. You must have just met Gloria, right? V inquired, gesturing towards David, who sat in a daze among the crowd. That's indeed quite the coincidence. As soon as we walked in, we saw Gloria chatting with Rog, and I nearly thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Dorio laughed heartily. How did you know Gloria was here? Kyvie, with a cigarette stuck in her mask, suddenly asked. Gloria invited us. V shrugged in response. Where is she now? Lucy, sipping on a cola, pointed towards a booth. Let's go. V exclaimed, pulling Jack, who was still chit-chatting with Man, towards Gloria's direction. You and the client are already acquainted? Jack queried as he walked beside V. Client? Gloria is hardly a client, V replied. She is at most an agent. There's a big boss behind her. Hey, Gloria, V greeted her, only to find Gloria lost in thought, staring at two glasses filled with clear liquid on the table. Miss V, Gloria snapped back to reality and gestured for the two to sit that moment. Gloria was no longer clad in her civilian attire, but rather in professional garb, resembling many corporate representatives in this life. I haven't had the chance to thank you in person, V said as she and Jack took their seats across from Gloria. IT was merely a coincidence, and the one doing most of the work wasn't even me. It seems you've adapted well to your new job, Gloria nodded, her gaze subtly drifting towards Man Squad. And thank you for keeping an eye on David, I must say, Jack interjected, observing the casual banter between them. We seem to have come here to discuss business, right? Chapter 22. Aftermath of internal strife. So, let me get this straight. Your company had a shipment hijacked by the raucous blades during transport. And now you want us to retrieve it? V pulled out the data chip provided by Gloria and handed it to Jack. Shouldn't such matters be resolved by the company's internal security forces? This shipment must have been something they wanted to keep under wraps, hence seeking mercenaries for this task. You really don't know? Gloria appeared somewhat astonished, genuinely surprised that V was unaware of the underlying reasons for this assignment. Should I be aware of the affairs of your Knight Corporation? V retorted, frowning in displeasure. I know a bit about it. Jack chimed in. The news mentioned that the shareholder who was assassinated this morning was responsible for overseeing security. Otherwise, the NCPD Wu and T have been the ones to clean up the aftermath. It seems Knight Corporation's security department is likely in disarray. Otherwise, this shipment wouldn't have gone missing. V raised an eyebrow. Realizing her client, who had no intention of paying the final fee, was involved in this mess, it was just another casualty, and she had no interest in discovering what the individual had done previously. Roughly speaking, considering it was the boss who said she trusts V, I'm not afraid to be honest with you, Gloria explained. Actually, this shipment went missing 2 days ago. The reason being, these were products our boss insisted on procuring for entry into the implant market. And it was Brigus Stanny who sabotaged the shipment. Originally, it should have been the security department handling the outsourcing of such tasks, but it fell into the hands of someone like me, who deals with business that IT seems your company's security department is due for a major overhaul, Jack remarked, as if he had uncovered some astonishing scoop. What Gloria didn't mention was that the entire security framework, from the department head down to the directors, had already undergone significant purging before the assassination incident. If not for her limited capabilities, she might have even been in line for the security chief position. It went missing 2 days ago. We can't guarantee how much can be recovered now. V decided to lay out the harsh truth. Through Gloria's account, V had pieced together the entire situation. It appeared that the individual named Brigus aimed to leverage the security transport issue to coerce Valerie into making concessions. But not only did it fail, he ended up losing his confidence. Ultimately, Brigus, now left with no allies, resorted to desperate measures and hired a hitman. Recovering what we can isn't the main point, Gloria said after taking a sip from her glass. Initially, this shipment was meant to be distributed upon arrival in Night City, so we considered it a loss. The key point is that it was stolen, that I understand. Your boss wants to send a message, right? To retaliate? Jack replied with a smile. The boss says her reputation isn't the main concern. The crux of the matter is that such incidents cannot be tolerated if today the raucous blades intercepted our goods in the Badlands. What is to stop them from robbing us in Santo Domingo when entering the city? Or taking our cargo when arriving at the docks, whether it be from the Valentina gang or the Tiger Claw gang? Would the Vortex gang storm into our factories and warehouses in the North Industrial Zone? Such acts cannot be condoned, regardless of who it is. Do you understand? Got it. So, you mean to say whoever dares to lay their filthy hands on your company's goods must face dire consequences? Right? V succinctly clarified that it's my boss's directive. Gloria corrected. The company aims to send a signal to all factions in Night City. The items from Night Corporation can be released to you, but no one should think they can just take them. All right then, V clapped Jack on the shoulder and stood up. Let's get to work. As they passed Man and the others, V once again heard Pyrrha's lewd voice. Goodbye, living king of Night City. Upon seeing V's suddenly darkened expression, Dorio promptly slapped Pyrrha on the back of the head. Even Lucy couldn't help but comment, "You'll eventually get yourself killed with that filthy mouth of yours," stepping outside the door to the afterlife. V's frustration only grew, prompting her to call Old Captain to settle the score. Hello? The phone connected, revealing Old Captain's languid voice. "It's me, Vito. Who's angered you, dear sister?" Old Captain immediately sensed V's irritable mood. "Calling me sister won't help. You've sold all the super dreams I gave you to handle for me across Night City, and that is quite a profit, isn't it?" V replied with a cold smirk that it's decent, a small profit. "But is this enough reason for you to call me and demand an explanation? The issue isn't about the profit. The crux of the matter is the ridiculous name you've chosen. Living King of Night City Blood Slaughter, White Powdered In? Isn't that a splendid name? So grounded," Old Captain retorted. "Look, your name is now renowned. Yes. Now everyone in Night City probably knows there's Ava as a cyber psychopath. Renowned? More like infamous. What are you planning to do about my mental anguish? Should I come over and truly put on a show of cyber psychosis for you?" V threatened with a chilling smile. "Oh my. Daddy, I was wrong. I'll give you a 30 off coupon. Next time you want to buy that car. You can use it as a discount. How does that sound?" I can hear the sound of your calculating thoughts all the way in Watson District, so I need to see compensation from you. But I still have to pay you, and it's only a 30 discount. How about 50? That's the lowest I can go. I know you've made quite a bit recently. You surely need to change your car, right? In Night City, the most reliable place to buy secondhand cars is from me. Old Captain V pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in that statement, especially since she needed a more terrain-adaptable vehicle for her upcoming work in the Badlands. "Fine, send it over." V gritted her teeth before hanging up the phone. Not long after, she received a text from Old Captain containing a discount code for 50 off. V opened her phone and navigated to the intermediary's website to start selecting a vehicle. After much deliberation, V ultimately settled on a Gowdra 66 model Westbrook. The exceptional foundation of the 66 model already rendered it a supercar in the city, and the modifications in the style of a drifter ensured that V could traverse the wasteland without emerging covered in dust. After completing the purchase, V turned to Jack and inquired, "Did you bring the provisions?" "Ha! Look," Jack proudly brandished two custom-gilded, intricately engraved pistols, just received today, which he affectionately dubbed Golden Banshees. The V rolled her eyes, reflecting on Jack's penchant for gaudy firearms. "All right, then. Chapter 23. Leaving the city goodness. Why are there so many buttons in this car?" Jack exclaimed as he took his place in the passenger seat of V's newly acquired Gowdra 66. Marveling at the array of gadgets that, in a hellish environment like the wasteland, numerous modifications are indeed necessary, V responded while adjusting the system settings. "Are you certain? You can manage it? This doesn't seem to be the forte of us Haywood folks." Jack observed skeptically. I did have a few drifter friends in the past," V replied, completing the system adjustments and starting the engine. "All right, ready to depart." "Hey, that engine sounds powerful. What does this control?" Jack asked, curiosity piqued as he reached for a panel V had yet to touch. V swiftly swatted Jack's hand away, exasperated. That S the control for the self-defense weapons that we're still in the city, and I have no desire to be chased out of the wasteland by the NCPD. Are you buckled in? Stable. Just wait. Jack suddenly realized he was in V's vehicle and hastily fastened his seatbelt, gripping the seat. Now I'm ready. Surprisingly, V drove with remarkable steadiness. The journey from Watson to the wasteland required traversing nearly half of Night City. And the two began to converse in the car. V. What are your thoughts on that, Vulture? Who do you mean? V paused, momentarily taken aback by Jack's inquiry, unsure how to respond. The Vulture, that assassin who, in less than a month since debuting, has already completed 8 contracts, including today's incident with Night Corp. That makes it 9. Jack adopted a tone reminiscent of discussing a celebrity. To this day, no one knows the true identity of this individual. Although 6 witnesses have seen the face of the killer in those 8 contracts, both male and female, the NCPD has only been able to identify corpses in the morgue, none of which are genuine. Furthermore, this individual only accepts contracts via text messages. If it weren't for the audio recording of the Night Corp case, no one would have even heard their voice. Perhaps even that recording was artificially crafted. V interjected, if this person can disguise their appearance, why would they not be able to disguise their voice? That is indeed a valid point. V. Jack chuckled. Currently, everyone in the underworld is speculating whether this person truly escaped from Night Corporation. No, more like they swaggered out using the elevator. V maintained a serious expression, focused on driving. People are still guessing, with such a level of disguise, perhaps this person is affiliated with MI6 or the KGB. Jack continued. Couldn't they also be with the CIA or a shinobi from Arasaka? V teased. Considering 2 of their contracts involve eliminating military tech and Arasaka personnel, it's rather bold to kill one's own without a second thought. Jack quickly countered. Only those who are useful are considered kin. When they become expendable, they are discarded. Such occurrences are hardly rare in corporate environments. V interrupted Jack's naive musings with a cold remark. You do make a fair point. V skillfully maneuvered the vehicle out of the city and into the wasteland. Their target, the Riptide Gang, was located not to the west, but rather to the south, just outside the borders of Night City. Is this your first time leaving Night City? As V approached the border checkpoint and began to queue, she noticed Jack exhibiting signs of anxiety. Why are we even leaving the city? Jack chuckled nervously. Inspection complete. No contraband found. Please proceed quickly, the officer announced. The exit and entry checks adhered to the same standards, and V had indeed not brought any contraband. That I've always found it strange that military tech personnel are responsible for border checks. Jack remarked, glancing back at the receding checkpoint. Considering the NCPD struggles to maintain order within Night City itself, how could they be expected to handle border security? V replied dismissively. Let us not forget, even within Night City, a portion remains under siege. It's likely they outsourced the border checks to military tech due to proximity to the new American border, so, theoretically, we entered new American territory. Jack inquired. Indeed. V nodded, acknowledging that they had crossed into Southern California, which had aligned with New America during the Unification War years prior. However, in a world shattered by the 4 corporate wars, where most traditional nations have crumbled, the notion of territory holds little real significance. In this era dominated by corporations, the market and consumers are the true borders. There appears to be a small town ahead, likely the one near our mission location. Jack pointed out. The roar of the 2077’s engine shattered the tranquility of the desert town as V parked in front of a motel, intending to satiate their hunger before commencing their tasks. 2 cans of soda and 2 sandwich platters, please, V ordered as she and Jack took a seat at the bar, motioning for the bartender, who was busy swatting flies, to prepare their meal. The bartender glanced at them and replied, just a moment before disappearing into the kitchen to tea the very least. Let me have a beer? Jack pouted. Jack, V's expression soured. She disapproved of drinking while on duty. Fine, let us finish the job before indulging later. At that moment, the bar door swung open, and a man wearing a cowboy hat entered, a badge prominently displayed on his chest, indicating he was the town sheriff. I've heard that strangers have arrived in town. The sheriff declared, swaggering over to V. Not welcome. V narrowed her eyes at the man, keen to discern his intentions. Did you not know that when entering a town, one must first greet the local sheriff? He arrogantly declared. State your business. Even if you merely wish to enjoy a soda. Ha. As city dwellers, it's our first time hearing such a rule. V scoffed, retorting, do we really need to report our soda consumption to the local authorities? Jack burst into laughter at V's comment. City dwellers? The sheriff raised an eyebrow, incredulity in his tone. That vehicle outside does not appear to belong to someone from the city, as the local law enforcement could deduce one's identity merely by the vehicle they drove. V turned to Jack and chuckled, clearly, their crime-solving rate must be exceptionally high. Jack continued to laugh heartily. V then faced the visibly irate sheriff, preemptively presenting an ID card bearing the Night Corp logo. I can see what's on your mind. You merely wish to flaunt your association with a corporation to the drifters. I must inform you, you mistaken your target. You recognize this logo? V tapped the ID card with her finger. Given your proximity to Night City, you should be familiar with it. You are? The sheriff's brow furrowed, realization dawning upon him. V refrained from directly answering his question, instead countering, now, do I still need to report my breakfast to you, Sheriff? Chapter 24. The return journey, just two of them, and you let them breach our stronghold? What are you all doing? The leader of the Riptide gang crouched behind cover, loaded ammunition into his rifle while berating his subordinates. This morning, two mercenaries had unexpectedly charged into their hideout, unleashing a flurry of gunfire. Get rid of that big brute. Is your weapon nothing more than a glorified stick? The gang leader shouted, hurling an empty shell casing at a nearby Riptide gunman who was similarly cowering behind cover with a SOR-22, although the mercenaries only wielded handguns. Their marksmanship was terrifyingly precise, forcing the Riptide gunmen to remain hidden, each too fearful to expose themselves. Hurry up! Are you deaf? Under the relentless urging of their leader, the gunman reluctantly lifted the scoped SOR-22, cautiously peeking from behind cover, ready to take aim. However, the moment he revealed even half his head, a sharp crack of a gunshot rang out, and another lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Now, the remaining Riptide members were even more hesitant to show themselves. As Jack remained vigilant against the chaotic gang across from him, he spoke up that V discerned the underlying message in Jack's words. It was a signal for him to cease his idleness and take action promptly. Very well. I'll leave the leader to you. I'll handle the rest. He replied, by the way, which one is the leader? The one who shouted the loudest just now. Got it. After Jack finished his response, he aimed his twin pistols toward the direction for which the voice had emanated. While V vanished from sight, the leader of the chaotic gang listened as his subordinates screamed in agony one by one following the gunfire. Accompanied by the encroaching sound of footsteps, he dared not peek from his cover to assess the situation. Instead, he raised his assault rifle and unleashed a barrage of bullets in a panic. However, his actions inadvertently revealed his hiding spot to Jack. Within a mere 2 seconds, a grenade rolled to his feet after its safety pin had been removed. With the ensuing explosion, the gang's hideout fell into complete silence. V reappeared, and as the prelude ejected the spent shell casings, he called out, V, come take a look. Is this the cargo? Jack pulled back a tarpaulin, revealing a military-grade behemoth truck that had been previously concealed. It was the best-selling armored vehicle in North America over the past decade, exclusively available to governing entities and authorized corporations. You can tell just by looking. V remarked as he opened the already pried-open cargo door, discovering several empty boxes inside. Seems we arrived too late. Wow. Stainless, mantis blade, and a projectile launch system. This truck has quite a few valuable items. Jack said, his eyes gleaming at the remaining cargo. I advise against harboring any ulterior motives. Do you think Night Corp would simply divulge this location to us without reason? V reminded him, while snapping pictures of the empty boxes with his optical implant. Moreover, the boxes will record the unboxing time. Who do you think is the prime suspect for the missing cargo? Well, I suppose it's true. Jack promptly abandoned his thoughts of double-crossing. V, I found the cargo, but a few boxes are empty. Valerie, understood. Just bring back the rest of the city. I'll send someone to investigate the missing portion. V had considered contacting Gloria to explain the situation according to protocol. But after a moment's thought, he decided to reach out directly. V, you don't suspect that I might attempt a double-cross? Valerie, you're not some fool just starting out. All right, lock the door behind you. I'll drive the behemoth while you take my vehicle. We need to head back to the city now. V beckoned to Jack, who was still drooling, jumped down for the cargo compartment, and walked towards the driver's seat. All right. Hey, V. What are you looking for? Are you unable to drive this vehicle? Jack had already started the 66 Series Westwind, noticing V still rummaging around in the Behemoth's cockpit, that I'm looking for the customs declaration papers. With such a large shipment of implants, do you think we could pass through border control without them? V retorted impatiently. Found it. V held up a piece of paper and waved it in Jack's direction. Let's set off. The two vehicles, one large and one small, traveled along the highway towards Night City. It was undeniable that the Behemoth deserved its reputation, having captured 16 of military technology revenue in 2076 solely through its sales. With its all-wheel drive system and robust engine, it traversed the dreadful road conditions with ease. Please drive your vehicle to the inspection area. As the barrier in front of V descended, he shifted the Behemoth into gear, slowly guiding it into the inspection zone. Once V parked the vehicle, the barrier behind them also rose, blocking the way forward and back. Please remain inside your vehicle. The safety inspection will conclude shortly. V could only wait patiently, cigarette in mouth, for the next steps from the inspectors. The owners of vehicles in the inspection area were required to undergo further questioning. As expected, V knew that driving a company vehicle loaded with such a large number of implants would not make passing through smoothly, and she hoped the customs papers would still hold some weight. She collected the documents and exited the vehicle, heading towards the border inspection building. What is going on? Jack, driving behind V, called to inquire as he saw her exit the vehicle. It should be fine. Just give me a moment. If anything goes awry, you drive off without worrying about me. V replied, already entering the building. If you are carrying any weapons, please leave them here, the border guard on duty requested of V. Without hesitation, she removed the prelude and handed it over, as a firearm was the least lethal weapon in her possession at that moment. As for her other weapons, please proceed to room 1 for questioning. V said nothing more and found room 1, opening the door to enter. Please take a seat. The border inspector gestured to the chair across from him. After V sat down, the inspector requested the documents. Here. V placed the paperwork on the table and fell silent. The inspector picked up the documents, examined them closely, and then inquired, Are you an employee of Night Corp? No one stipulates that only employees of Night Corp can transport their cargo. Do they? V retorted. Currently, you have 2 issues. First, this customs declaration expired 2 days ago. Second, the quantity listed does not match the items in your vehicle. The inspector pointed to the list atop the papers. The expiration is due to the cargo being stolen. I only retrieved it today. As for the discrepancy in quantities, part of it has already been sold by the chaotic gang. Do you think I would intentionally short the cargo? You can contact Night Corp to verify my claims. Very well. The inspector lit a cigarette and replied, We will seize your vehicle and cargo until verification is complete, that we will return them to you afterward. Do you have any idea what you're saying? V narrowed her eyes, questioning him with irritation that we're merely following protocol. You are free to go. The inspector said, pointing to the door, Next. Your cargo is about to be seized by these hungry inspectors. How do you plan to resolve this? Or shall I take matters into my own hands? V stepped out of the interrogation room and immediately called Valerie. Your method? Don't be impulsive. Valerie could easily discern V's intentions. Her method would likely involve violence, theft, or a forceful breach. First, head to the vending machine outside and buy soda. Find a spot to sit and wait a while. Someone will soon come to retrieve the vehicle and cargo. Listening to Valerie's calm voice, V had no choice but to comply. Fine. As long as you're not in a hurry, I'll wait a maximum of half an hour. If you haven't resolved it by then, I'll implement my own approach, and you'll have to pay extra. V retrieved her firearm and exited the customs building, purchasing a can of soda from the vending machine outside, leaning against the wall as she watched the border inspectors move her vehicle to the impound area. She exhibited no signs of anxiety. With the current level of security, they were hardly a match for her. After about 10 minutes, V heard the distinctive alarm of the tactical response unit echoing through the air. Looking up, she saw a floating vehicle from the unit hovering above the border inspection area. This ISNT, exactly a scene of cyberpsychosis. 4 members of the tactical response unit leaped from the airborne vehicle. And V recognized the leader, Police Chief Melissa, adept with the mantis blade. V. Does this count as the commotion you mentioned? Jack contacted V, inquiring that it's hard to say. Let's wait and see. V took a sip of her drink as she replied. Which bastard dares to seize our tactical response unit's cargo? Police Chief Melissa stormed into the customs building, unleashing a tirade of curses. Hey, what is going on here? The head of the border inspection approached the tactical response unit, questioning them. Your people seized our cargo from Night Corp. What the hell do you mean by asking me what's going on? Police Chief Melissa retorted angrily. The border inspection chief frowned deeply upon hearing this and turned to whisper to the inspector who had previously communicated with V. We indeed just seized a truckload of cargo, but we were acting in accordance with regulations. Completely compliant, the border inspection chief responded. Compliance? Are you referring to Night City-S regulations or your military technology-S regulations? Police Chief Melissa shot back without hesitation that I am far more familiar with the laws of Night City, being in the outsourcing business. Now, my team is taking over this vehicle and cargo. Do you have any objections? Chapter 25. Cyberpsychosis that nearly scared me to death. Jack muttered as he drove back to the city to ITS, just the tactical response unit. They're not here to arrest you. V, lounging in the adjusted passenger seat with a relaxed demeanor, nearly propped her feet up. I've heard that many in the tactical response unit have recruited cyberpsychotic individuals. Jack remarked, somewhat apprehensive. That is quite normal. V replied nonchalantly. Among cyberpsychos, there are plenty of veterans and violent thugs. If they can be directly enlisted, it provides a solid foundation for combat capability. But they're cyberpsychos, Jack exclaimed in astonishment. Aren't they worried that these guys might turn on them? Cyberpsychos can vary in their madness. Jack.V spoke with heartfelt sincerity, noting that some individuals are indeed driven to madness purely due to their nervous systems being unable to accommodate the weight of implanted devices. Yet there are others who inherently suffer from mental illnesses. Some who have succumbed to insanity under the immense pressures of life, and still others whose afflictions stem from post-war PTSD. There are even those whose conditions are a direct result of corporate implant trials gone awry or being sabotaged by others. Observing the other party's eloquence, Jack couldn't help but ask, so, have you encountered many cybernetic lunatics? Not particularly, V replied, closing her eyes to reminisce about the various assignments she had undertaken under Regina Jones. While she had indeed encountered a wide array of cybernetic patients, most were merely unfortunate souls, with only a few exhibiting genuine brutality that, of course, the innocent bystanders caught in their turmoil are equally pitiable. V added. What she refrained from mentioning was that one of her subordinates had been a cyber lunatic whom she had personally subdued. The issue of cyber insanity had long since devolved into a complex mess. If one were to trace its origins, it would likely echo Johnny's incessant tirades that it was the fault of the corporations and the entire system backing them. Deciding to steer the conversation in a different direction, V suggested, let us talk about where we should go once we return to the city. Of course, let us have a drink in the afterlife. Jack replied, yes, you wish. By the way, I suppose this job is wrapped up now, right? Have you received the payment yet? As the vehicle entered the city, Jack posed his question. Oh, right. V momentarily paused, recalling the matter at hand. Ever since she had received the $2 million as a meeting fee, financial concerns had ceased to trouble her, leading her to adopt a rather lackadaisical attitude towards settling accounts. Upon checking the remittance records, she discovered that the funds had been transferred to her the moment the anti-terrorism unit took over the cargo truck. I forwarded it to you, V said, promptly transferring half of the payment to Jack. By the way, have you decided on a new implant yet? I could offer some advice, given that their recent partnership had proven lucrative. V felt it was time for Jack to consider upgrading his enhancements. Jack chuckled, scratching his head that I haven't found a suitable implant yet, but I have my eyes set on a motorcycle. All right, as long as you're happy with it. V did not express any objections. She was well aware of Jack's passion for motorcycles and had often seen him engrossed in motorcycle magazines. If you're short on cash, just let me know. The car came to a halt in the parking lot outside the afterlife. That one TB necessary. The two exited the vehicle, and having been delayed outside the city, they found the sky had darkened. As they entered the club and settled at the bar, the bartender, Claire, approached them. What would you like to drink? I'll have a Johnny Silverhand, Jack replied, a hint of impatience evident in his voice that V glanced towards the direction where Roger was seated before turning back to say, I'll just have a tequila, the one from the god of alcohol. She sensed a gaze lingering on her from that direction. Had she inadvertently caught Roger's attention? Coming right up, Claire quickly prepared their drinks. placing them before the two. Cheers. Let us drink to that. Jack raised his glass toward V to the future legend of Night City. V echoed, lifting her own glass. Ha ha. And to the legends of Night City's past. Jack declared, clinking his glass filled with Johnny Silverhand against V's. They downed their drinks in one go. Hey V, a voice called from behind her. Turning to look, V recognized several members of the Man Mercenary team, with the one who had greeted her being Dory. Hey Dory, V felt a certain fondness for the team's lead female member. Why do you all seem to be one person short? Where's that foul-mouthed fellow? V inquired, scanning the area for Pila. That guy. He is currently lying in a hospital bed due to his own loose tongue, Rebecca replied, chewing on bubblegum. Care to elaborate? V was intrigued by the notion that Pila had faced consequences for his brashness. Come on, let us sit over there and chat, Jack suggested, pointing to an empty table. Just yesterday, on our way back from Afterlife, we encountered a guy standing atop a container, urinating into a paint bucket. Once everyone was seated, Dory began recounting the events. You know Pila's character well. Upon witnessing that, he couldn't help but start blabbering in the guy's ear. Lucy chimed in, cigarette in hand. What no one expected was that the guy turned out to be a cyber lunatic who immediately shoved a projectile launcher in Pila's face. Dory continued. Man and David quickly sensed something was off and activated the ST-N1 system. However, Man's launcher malfunctioned at a critical moment, but thankfully, David made the decisive choice to fire. Although he didn't manage to kill the lunatic outright, it did cause the launcher to veer away just enough to save my foolish brother's life. Though his mouth was thoroughly wrecked, and his hands and feet, he lost a finger on each due to the subsequent attack, Kibby added, had Man not swiftly pulled out his shotgun and fired a few rounds. Pila likely wouldn't have made it. What a disgrace, Man sighed, then patted David on the shoulder, praising, but I must say, your performance was quite unexpected. It's all thanks to Miss V's excellent marksmanship training, David said, scratching his head, appearing somewhat bashful. Huh. Indeed, we owe a debt of gratitude to V. Rebecca laughed heartily. Had she not insisted you practice 600 rounds, you might have blown my brother's head clean off. That was quite a fortunate coincidence. The time, I could tell David had potential, but just needed practice, so I couldn't help but give him a bit of a lecture, V shrugged and replied. Then turned to Dory. However, merely being proficient with a gun isn't enough. One must also hone their hand-to-hand combat skills. Chapter 26. Overmind the target's neural interface was equipped with an overload protection component, rendering it impossible to incapacitate him through electronic means. Inside the anti-terrorism unit's hovercar, the officer responsible for electronic countermeasures reported, the risk of capture has been deemed excessively high. Orders have been changed. Execute on-site termination. Chief Inspector Melissa, clad in full tactical gear, decisively issued the kill order. The cyber madman, armed with an MA-70HB light machine gun, had regained mobility and was now indiscriminately firing at the anti-terrorism unit's Scorpion Tail hovercar. The unit wasted no time in retaliating, firing back from the vehicle's cabin with M179 Achilles rifles. In mere seconds, a body riddled with tungsten-tipped rounds collapsed onto the street. The anti-terrorism unit members leaped from their hovercar, surrounding the cyber lunatic's corpse. Chief Melissa, yet another Knight Corporation implant. A team member paused while inspecting the body and turned to Melissa, asking, should we notify the Criminal Investigation Department? No, Melissa replied, her gaze piercing as she studied the corpse. Take it back to the team and inform our logistics department to prepare for firmware comparison. Although the anti-terrorism unit is nominally part of the NCPD, sharing the same rank structure, they operate with a remarkable level of independence. They possess their own procurement channels, personnel management systems, and funding sources that in fact, once the anti-terrorism unit intervenes in a case, all investigative actions by other NCPD departments are halted. This autonomy, coupled with their ruthless operational style, renders the rest of the NCPD wary of them. No matter how much discontent they foster, they remain untouchable. The anti-terrorism unit is directly backed by Night City's City Council, and only the true financial backers of the NCPD can exert influence over them. As their full title, Maximum Force Tactical Division, implies, they essentially function as the military arm of Night City. Gloria, what do you need from me? V, who had been spending her days at home researching implant firmware, was taken aback by a sudden call from Gloria. Miss V, we need to meet privately. I have a favor to ask of you. I need to clarify first. Are we discussing personal or professional matters? V did not immediately acquiesce, aware of Gloria's significant standing IT's company business, came to reply from the other end that, so we're talking business then? V raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it's a commission, but it's somewhat special and pertains to company secrets, so I can only discuss it with you in private. Time and place? I'm already at Afterlife. Just come to box 103, Gloria instructed. Such urgency? Very well. I'll be there shortly. V resided in Watson and was not far from Afterlife. Within a mere 10 minutes, she appeared at the venue, clad in her customary trench coat. Hey, V. Care for a drink? The bartender Claire recognized her and greeted her warmly. No, V replied, hands tucked into her trench coat pockets, her pace unwavering. The client is waiting inside. That I wish you all the best. SV arrived at the entrance of the private room. She noticed two agents clad in black suits from the Yi clan standing guard at the door. Before V could utter a word, they swung the door open, gesturing for her to enter. What on earth is going on? Why all this secrecy? V inquired as she settled onto the sofa opposite Gloria. You recall the batch of implants you and Jack were commissioned to retrieve a few days ago. Several items went missing from that lot. Gloria questioned. Didn't your boss say you would handle it yourselves? V responded with displeasure. Puzzled by the situation's absurdity, we have retrieved them, having discovered them on a cyberpsycho. Gloria replied, her irritation palpable. A total of 8 implants had been lost, scattered across 5 different cyberpsychos. The company's security team had recovered 5 before the intervention of the anti-terror task force, yet 3 remained in their possession. Are you suggesting that I should go and seize them from the anti-terror task force? V asked incredulously. It was unlikely that Valerie would issue such a foolish directive. She couldn't help but suspect that this was Gloria's own scheme. Absolutely not, Gloria retorted, astonished by V's line of thought, questioning how desperate one must be to resort to such measures. As far as I know, the anti-terror task force is not like the NCPD, who constantly hold press conferences that aren't you supplying them. Why not just clarify the situation? V still struggled to grasp the reason for being summoned, as business dealings were not her forte. The issue isn't with the anti-terror task force. It's with this. Gloria produced several small chip boxes, revealing that the processes of these cyberpsychos had all been recorded using Dream Eater software, turned into Dream Eater experience chips. Dream Eater chips? V examined the packaging, noting the initials J. That it appears they have already leaked to the market. Now, V understood. The E-Clan's implants had surfaced on cyberpsychos before their official release, and this was not an isolated incident. Our technical department has examined the retrieved implants and found that their firmware has all been tampered with to induce cyberpsychosis, Gloria explained, adding that these psychos were equipped with Dream Eater recording software capable of remote data transmission. Within 24 hours of the incident, an author named Jimmy Heisig had released these Dream Eaters, all edited works. This matter is undoubtedly linked to him, and we require evidence of the tampering of these implants. Which is why I sought your assistance. Couldn't your security team just apprehend him for questioning? Isn't this a trivial task for me to handle? V felt a wave of boredom wash over her. This was hardly a task requiring skill. Ms. V. 3 of the 5 Dream Eaters feature our Yi clan security team, Gloria stated sternly. If our security team were to capture him and any information leaked, it would confirm that there's an issue with our implants. Why not distance yourselves and let the NCPD handle it? V suggested that we can influence the NCPD, but they're like a sieve. Not only do various companies have insiders there, but even gang members are embedded within. If we rely on them, this situation could spiral out of control. Gloria expressed her frustration, knowing the NCPD's reputation all too well. She added, that's why I reached out to you specifically. Our boss trusts you today as for your partner. He is a bit too nosy for this kind of assignment. You understand? V toyed with the chip boxes in her hands, then glanced up at Gloria. All right then, I'll take the job. Chapter 27. Capturing is this wretched place truly so alluring to the wealthy? V gazed at the parking lot exit of the Embers Club, her streetwise background leading her to regard this locale with disdain. Yet it held a special significance for her, as it was where she first met Jack. Her reason for returning was purely based on intelligence provided by the Yi clan. The target of her mission, the infamous Dream Eater director Jimmy Heisig, was rumored to be present tonight. However, she had no intention of making a move within the club, for it was one of the most upscale establishments in Night City. And recklessly engaging without knowing the opponent's capabilities could lead to disastrous outcomes. Lucy, V peered around the corner, spotting the familiar figure clad in a white coat and dark plum bodysuit, leaning against the wall, vigilantly watching the parking lot exit. What was she doing here? Were it not for her current assignment, V would have approached a chat. But now, watching Lucy keep watch at the parking lot exit only heightened V's concern regarding any potential operations by Man's team that might interfere with her mission. Just as V contemplated whether to engage in conversation, an unexpected turn of events occurred. V noticed the lights in the parking lot suddenly dim, followed by the unmistakable roar of a Rayfield Caliban's engine, reminiscent of a jet. Damn it! Upon seeing Jimmy Heisig's Caliban speed out from the basement, V realized her mission was in jeopardy. She quickly activated her cyberware, affixing a tracker she had intended to install upon entering the parking lot onto the speeding vehicle. "What on earth are you doing here?" Lucy exclaimed, still taken aback by the sudden departure of Jimmy Heisig's car. V, now before her, pressed for answers, but Lucy, while executing her own assignment, could hardly divulge the truth. She turned to enter the parking lot to ascertain what was happening with Man. "David is in that guy's car. Aren't you going to do something about it?" V's voice halted Lucy in her tracks. She spun around to see V mounted on a motorcycle. "What did you say?" Lucy asked in shock. "Get on. We're going after him." Lucy quickly grasped that something had gone awry during Man and David's apprehension operation. She hadn't anticipated that while they aimed to capture Jimmy Heisig, David had instead been taken. Without hesitation, she swiftly approached and leapt onto V's motorcycle's rear seat. V twisted the throttle, propelling the motorcycle forward like a projectile. While with her other hand, she retrieved a chip from the slot at the back of her neck and handed it back to Lucy to install the tracker on his vehicle. "Notify your teammates." Lucy accepted the chip and inserted it into her own slot, her eyes glowing with an orange hue. "Man, Dorio, what just happened?" Lucy urgently reached out to her teammates. "Lucy, that guy got away. I don't know what kind of device he used. But Man got knocked out cold, and Kiwi was heavily affected. Only I'm unscathed. Also, David is missing in the parking lot. Dorio was attempting to revive Man while responding. David was captured by Jimmy Heisig. I'm currently on my way with Ms. V to track him down." "Ms. V?" Dorio was taken aback, struggling to fathom how the infamous Reaper in Night City had become involved in this affair. "It seems she's also here for Jimmy Heisig. We're heading towards Watson District." As Lucy relayed the information, she tightened her grip around V's waist. "Stay safe. I'll be there immediately." To V was no longer riding the old motorcycle gifted by the captain, but rather a sleek black Apollo. Navigating through the traffic, she sliced through the streets of Night City like a black lightning bolt. If Lucy hadn't held on her waist, she would have surely been flung off. As they neared Jimmy Heisig's Caliban, V slowed down, aware that this was not the moment to make a move. Her mission involved more than mere abduction. She needed to uncover his lair and extract further evidence. "You still haven't answered me. What are you all doing? Why was David in Jimmy Heisig's car?" As V maintained a close distance behind the Caliban, the two riders finally had a chance to exchange information. "We need to use him to capture the target. I can only divulge this much, as it pertains to the assignment we received." With V tailing closely, Lucy's tension began to ease, without needing to ask further. She deduced it must involve a corporate executive. V was acutely aware of Man's team's capabilities. Capturing an ordinary individual wouldn't require such elaborate tactics. The fact that they were utilizing Jimmy Heisig, a director of Dream Eater, indicated that they were targeting sensitive individuals seeking his bespoke creations. Such people, indulging in their peculiar desires, wouldn't typically have bodyguards, much like Lucius Rhine, the mayor of Night City, sneaking into the Red Queen's racing club. "And you? Why did you suddenly appear here?" Lucy countered me. "My target is Jimmy Heisig. My employer suspects he's at the heart of the recent surge in cyberpsychosis incidents." V responded vaguely to V trailed behind Jimmy Black in his vehicle, arriving at the North Industrial Zone of Watson. From a distance, he observed his counterpart drive into a dilapidated factory. Why does everyone seem to enjoy hiding in these old factories of the North Industrial Zone? V parked the motorcycle by the roadside and quietly led Lucy closer to the factory where Jimmy Black had entered. "Oh, you have your weapon?" V asked, drawing her customary prelude revolver from the holster beneath her arm. "Of course, I'm here on a contract as well," Lucy replied, brandishing a purple-cased unified pistol, gripping it firmly before her. The two swiftly located a warehouse that still had power to V approached and forcefully kicked open the warehouse door, aiming the prelude inside. Jimmy Black. The guns of V and Lucy were simultaneously trained on Jimmy Black, who was engrossed in manipulating a computer. Upon noticing the intrusion, Jimmy quickly reached for a peculiar device strapped to his waist. However, the seasoned V was not oblivious to his subtle movements. She decisively pulled the trigger, shattering the device at his waist. "Dare to make another move, and I'll ensure your next bullet obliterates your skull." V threatened menacingly. Seeing this, Jimmy Black immediately raised his hands. "All right, I surrender. Chapter 28. Cooperation. I'm not a monster. You are," David shouted as he awoke from a vivid dream, gasping for breath to his astonishment. He found himself alive in a warehouse cluttered with shelves. "Yes, that's right." David was surprised to see V standing beside him, one hand gripping her prelude revolver aimed at the prone Jimmy Black, while the other held a phone, engaged in a call. "The good news is I've captured Jimmy Black. The bad news? He managed to grab your son before I caught him and is currently entertaining your son." "Yes, your son, David Martinez, that he is awake now. You can speak to him yourself." V tossed the phone into David's arms. "I could TS your mother's call." "Lucy, have you uncovered anything?" V inquired, glancing at Lucy, who was operating Jimmy Black's computer. Meanwhile, David, slightly dazed, held the phone to his ear. "Mom?" he tentatively asked. "What exactly is your mercenary team up to?" Gloria's voice came through the phone. "Although I stated that I wouldn't interfere with your mercenary endeavors. Jimmy Black is a target for our company, so it would be best if you provided me with a reasonable explanation." That Gloria's tone was sharp, and David felt the sting of her words. "Ever since she changed jobs, she had become markedly more assertive that you've also issued contracts to mercenaries. You should understand the rules of the trade," David retorted, unable to restrain himself. "You're bringing up rules with me now?" Gloria's voice on the other end exploded with rage. "What you're doing is encroaching upon Night Corp's business secrets. If we're talking about rules, I should dispatch a task force to eliminate all of you." While David was in the midst of a heated exchange with his mother, Lucy successfully unearthed some content from Jimmy Black's computer. "Found it. Some fragmented chat logs. I'm not sure if this is what you're looking for." Lucy transmitted the documents to V. Extracted the portions concerning Night Corp's implants, and forwarded them to Gloria. "Gloria, I've sent you the files vs. cybernetic eye illuminated with an orange glow as it connected to the communication link. I am reviewing them now." Finally, Gloria halted her reprimand of David. "All right, I comprehend who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Eliminate Jimmy Black, and your contract will be fulfilled." After a brief pause, Gloria spoke again. "This cannot proceed as planned," David exclaimed urgently, but upon receiving a warning glare from V, he realized some things were better left unsaid in front of Jimmy Black. He linked his neural interface to the phone's communication channel. "Jimmy Black is crucial to our team's mission. Can we keep him?" David pleaded. "That you're negotiating with the company." Gloria's indignant voice resonated through the phone. "Do you think you have any standing to negotiate with the company in this matter?" David was rendered speechless by her reprimand. V. "Please hold for a moment." With that, Gloria hung up. "Can you get your mother to send some military drones?" V squatted down, poking Jimmy Black, who was attempting to observe with the back of his head as cybernetic eye, and pointed at two piles of dismantled parts on the ground as a threat. It was then that David realized the significance of those scattered components. After a brief wait, Dory appeared alone at the warehouse entrance, instructing a recovering Chiwe to take man back. "Lucy, what's the situation?" Dory inquired, surveying the scene. "As you can see, V has this guy under control, and David seems to be fine," Lucy replied, approaching David and giving him a reassuring pat. "Now is the moment regarding the ownership of Jimmy Black. We have encountered a slight disagreement with Miss V's employer." Before Dory could ask V, she received another call from Gloria. "Gloria, what's the update?" "I've reached an agreement with Man, and now I need you to assist them in capturing Tianjong before dealing with Jimmy Black, if fearing her request would be denied." Gloria added, "The company also promises to increase your remuneration by 30. All right." V agreed without further conditions. Since David's mother had struck a deal with Man, V turned to Lucy and David. I'll lend him to you for now. And I'll personally assist you in capturing Tianzhong. With that, V kicked Jimmy Black, who was feigning unconsciousness on the ground. What are the terms? David asked curiously. Want to know? V replied, her expression unreadable. Ask them yourself. I'm just here to do my job. I neither need to know nor want to know anything else. Take a note, David, Dory said, patting David on the shoulder. This is what professionalism looks like. As for you, Dory yanked Jimmy Black up from the ground, that you've really put us in a difficult position. Are you now fully aware of the situation? Man asked the now compliant Jimmy Black, who was seated obediently in a chair. Da-da. Understood, Jimmy Black replied. Look at him, David. I'll be back later to After Man addressed David, he turned to V, who was fixated on Jimmy Black. He is also my target for the contract. I am fully aware, V replied without breaking her gaze. Man shrugged in exasperation and exited the room filled with dream tapes. Miss V, Jimmy Black said, turning to her, I remember you. Indeed. V raised an eyebrow, acknowledging her growing notoriety in Night City. You gave quite a performance in Santo Domingo. That dream edit was utterly kitsch, wasting such excellent material. Jimmy Black said with a grin, if you're willing to provide me with the original, I assure you I can turn it into a masterpiece. And oh, thanks. V replied coldly, if you're the one editing, it would undoubtedly become a cyber-psychotic disaster. Clearly, you have some misconceptions about me, Miss V. Jimmy Black attempted to persuade, but V utterly disregarded him. David V remarked to David, who was selecting a dream from the shelf, Haven't you seen enough yet? Ah! Jimmy Black recognized the dream David chose and asked with a smile, Have you seen that one? Yes, David replied, looking at the packaging of the dream. Which one? V inquired. James Norris, who slaughtered 27 people in the company plaza. Jimmy Black turned to V, his face alight with excitement as he continued. He had a fierce showdown with the counterterrorism task force before being gunned down. Not many can go head-to-head with those guys. It's been ages since I've enjoyed something so exhilarating. V narrowed her eyes, finding the story oddly familiar. That you're quite something, Jimmy Black, he mused, glancing at David. Having watched that film, you still dare to install a dubious Sion waiststand? I'm nothing like that guy. David retorted, Oh, you think that just because you have a different model of Sion waiststand, you want teeing up like that? Jimmy Black asked with a laugh in recent years, I've encountered too many cyber psychos. They all end up stripped of their souls by their powerful cybernetics, ultimately descending into the cold void of machinery. V scoffed. Don't be so absolute, great director. There are exceptions to every rule. Chapter 29. Contract Fulfillment, Mr. Tianzhong. Welcome. Please come in. The electric door slid open, and Tianzhong entered the house alone. Earlier that morning, Jimmy Black had unexpectedly notified him that a new dream was ready and asked if he was interested. Providing him with this address, as soon as Tianzhong stepped inside, he spotted Jimmy Black standing at the foot of the stairs and teased, This time, your turnaround time for the film is surprisingly quick. I sincerely apologize. Jimmy Black Sakura stood still, smiling as he said, I've always held high standards for the selection of materials, and I'm sure you can understand that. However, I strongly recommend that you experience this work. Would you like to customize it immediately? My son is being discharged from the hospital tonight. Tanaka decisively declined Jimmy Black Sakura's proposal, and I took the chip and left. I see. Jimmy Black Sakura appeared somewhat disheartened. I am very satisfied with this work, and it would be a terrible waste if it is not tailored specifically. You know, each client's sensitivity is entirely different, Black Sakura. Tanaka pushed up the sunglasses on his nose. Interrupting Jimmy Black Sakura's monologue, I do not have time to waste here with you. What a pity, man, holding the Crusher shotgun, approached Jimmy Black Sakura, aiming the barrel at Tanaka, and said, If you were to enter the Super Dream, it would make my job much easier. At the same time, V stepped in front of Jimmy Black Sakura, her arms crossed over her chest, blocking the way between Tanaka and Jimmy Black Sakura. Don't move. David and Dorio emerged behind Tanaka, their pistols simultaneously aimed at his back. Kyuso Yuru, you bastard. Tanaka turned his head to glance at the newcomers, then looked back at Jimmy Black Sakura, who was obstructed by V. I am truly sorry, sir. I'm also being forced. Jimmy Black Sakura spread his arms wide, appearing helpless. Oh, you know who I am. Tanaka threatened the mercenaries before him at the same time. He attempted to discreetly contact the Arasaka Special Forces. Tanaka discovered that he could not connect to the network, which was not entirely surprising that we used a jamming device. You cannot communicate. Dorio spoke up. It was all planned out. Tanaka showed no signs of panic, calmly continuing. Then he raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, before Man and the others could step forward to restrain him. His raised hands suddenly spread wide. Countless steel needles shot out from his open palm, falling like a torrential rain. Man and Dorio instinctively shielded their arms in front of themselves as the needles struck their arms with a clattering sound. David hurriedly ducked behind a nearby desk, narrowly avoiding the attack. V, noticing the change in Tanaka's palm, raised an eyebrow and activated the Sion Wiston. The multitude of steel needles flying towards her seemed to be slowed down as she deftly swatted aside those that posed a threat to herself and Jimmy Black Sakura behind her. The moment the steel needles halted, Man once again aimed the Crusher shotgun at Tanaka, but his arm prosthetic malfunctioned, rendering him unable to pull the trigger. Damn it! Of all the times, at that moment, Tanaka had already clenched his fists and approached Man, preparing to throw a few punches at his face. However, V, who had been standing idly by, finally moved, just as Tanaka's fist was about to make contact with Man's face. The sole of a dress shoe struck his face first. Tanaka's entire body flipped sideways and crashed into a desk laden with computers before collapsing to the floor, unconscious. That was close. Man pounded his malfunctioning arm twice with his other hand, then smiled at V. Thanks for that. V regarded Man's arm with a curious expression, not responding. Dorio, with her gun raised, approached the fallen Tanaka to check his condition that he's still breathing. Hurry up and bind him. Dorio called out to Man. Is this your target? V finally spoke, observing Tanaka being tightly restrained by Man. Yes, Man replied while tightening the chains. The Arasaka executive. Tanaka, are you sure it's him? V inquired again. Absolutely, it's this guy. Man, though puzzled by V's repeated questioning, still provided a definitive answer. I have completed your request. I must take my leave now. As Jimmy Black Sakura spoke, he made his way toward the exit. Just as he was about to reach the door, a sharp gunshot rang out. With his skull blown apart, Jimmy Black Sakura collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Man and the others stared in astonishment at V, who held the prelude in her hands. Well then, V holstered the prelude as the smoke cleared from its barrel. You got what you wanted. My commission is complete. With that, V departed towards the exit. Oh no. In the car outside, Chi-Wei warned, the trauma team is arriving. She glanced at V, who had just stepped out, and added, yes, it seems they are still VIP users. Chi-Wei frowned, as she thought she saw V's optical eye flash when looking in her direction. Lucy, disable the jamming. Chi-Wei instructed Lucy, who was seated in the passenger seat, upon seeing Man carrying Tanaka out of the building. Lucy hummed an acknowledgement, but remained motionless, staring straight ahead, after stuffing Tanaka into the trunk. Man and David squeezed into the back seat, causing Chi-Wei to shift uncomfortably. Lucy, is there a problem? Dorio asked as she entered the driver's seat and noticed Lucy's dazed expression. Nothing. Lucy glanced at Dorio and shook her head. Just to be clear, I won't be involved in the work ahead. Fine. I'll handle the rest. Chi-Wei rolled her eyes in agreement. She knew that Lucy was generally reluctant to get involved in Arasaka matters, and she couldn't be bothered to ask why. Just like a man's squad, no one would pry into their pasts. Lucy turned her head to gaze out the car window, noticing a text message pop up in her system information window, causing her brow to furrow. V, if you notice anything particularly unusual about Man, remember to contact me immediately. Chapter 30. Succession. Are you saying Man suddenly exploded with rage and severely injured Chi-Wei while she was working, then afterwards acted as if he had no idea what had happened? Lucy sat on the sofa, a cigarette pinched between her fingers, staring down at the floor. Yes, Dorio had informed me and David to take over Chi-Wei and Falco's work. Lucy paused for a moment before asking the person on the other end of the line, how did you know Man would start behaving erratically? Just a guess. V's tone turned serious on the other end of the call. I have some understanding of implants. His prosthetic malfunctions displayed very abnormal behavior that I didn't observe any signs of electronic failure at the time, and this isn't the first time his prosthetic has malfunctioned. Is it? Lucy fell silent for a moment before speaking. Yes, It happened with that cyber psychopath we encountered before. And hasn't he been experiencing intermittent memory loss lately, just zoning out for no reason and forgetting what happened mere seconds ago? I'm not too sure. Lucy's voice began to tremble. Maybe Dorio knows more about the situation. Lucy, you all have already figured it out. Haven to you? V's voice struck her like a bucket of ice-cold coolant being poured over her head. Send me your address. After a few seconds of silence, Lucy heard V's voice again from the other end of the line. I'm coming over now. For your safety, you must ensure that Dorio and David remain cautious until I arrive. What do you intend to do? Lucy asked, her mind in turmoil. Being called in to replace Chi-Wei to hack into Arasaka executive systems was already enough of a headache. Now, Man's situation only compounded her troubles. She wondered why she had impulsively called V, having hardly interacted with him before. Was it the display of his formidable strength that gave her the illusion he could solve the problem? I have encountered many cyber psychopaths. I need to personally confirm how severe Man's condition has deteriorated before deciding what I can do. After V finished speaking, Lucy fell into silence for several seconds. I've sent you the address at that moment. The door to the room opened, and Dorio walked in. Have you thought this through? The Arasaka lackeys will eventually trace this place. Dorio had lost all the patience of a caring elder. Our time is limited, at most until tomorrow morning. You know that we have no choice. I said it's not going to work. Lucy suddenly stood up, responding with agitation. Do you even understand? He is Arasaka's. As Lucy spoke halfway, she noticed her hands trembling, and a flood of nightmarish memories surged to the forefront of her mind. Forcing her like this wouldn't help. Dorio. The door swung open again, and David stood at the entrance, equally troubled as he looked at the two inside the room. Let's go home. Lucy, don't push yourself. Shut up. David, Dorio reprimanded. We can seek out another hacker. Have you said enough? The interruption came from Dorio, cutting off David mid-sentence. Lucy suddenly pivoted, marching toward David and forcefully pushing him out the door. You cannot evade forever, Dorio remarked from behind. David, Lucy pressed him against the wall, declaring, Tell me, I could do it. David exclaimed, bewildered. I thought you have no concept of what Arasaka truly is. Lucy interjected vehemently. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, interrupting their exchange. It was the sound of high heels striking the floor. It seems. I have arrived at an opportune time. A woman with a fiery red ponytail approached the two by the wall. Mom, what are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than David's mother, Gloria Martinez, and David's reaction was one of utter disbelief. Did you not call Valerie and inform her that you were in trouble? Valerie, Lucy inquired of David. The very one who facilitated my implant, he replied, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his back as the situation spiraled beyond his expectations. Gloria, how did you? Dorio, hearing the commotion, peeked from the room and was astonished to see another person in the corridor. How am I here? Gloria responded. Man's promise fell through. So naturally, I came to clean up your mess. Come in. Gloria's cybernetic eye glowed in orange hue, and soon a woman dressed in a matching black suit with slick-back blonde hair approached. Deputy Minister Gloria, the blonde nodded in acknowledgement. This is a colleague from our company's technical department. Gloria introduced the three before her, stating that the task of extracting data from Tanaka's brain-machine interface would be hers to undertake. And you, Dolio, Gloria pointed at Dolio, as a favor for our acquaintance, I implore you to keep an eye on Man that I do not wish for it to be my call that brings in the anti-terror squad to deliver him to Los Padres. Dolio did not object, for the situation was dire indeed. Had it not been for the urgency, she would not have pressed Lucy. Furthermore, Man's predicament left her feeling utterly overwhelmed. She nodded at Gloria and sought out Man. Lead the way. Gloria turned to David and Lucy, who still had David pinned against the wall. Under David and Lucy's guidance, Gloria and her colleague encountered Tanaka, bruised and bound in chains. Why don't you even have a hacker chair? The blonde remarked disdainfully at the bathtub filled with Is there a problem? Gloria inquired, as she was not particularly versed in hacking matters. Were it not for David's presence, she would have been disinclined to come in person. It merely requires a bit more effort, and I will need you to assist in administering sedatives on schedule. As she spoke, the blonde began to remove her company's suit. It had been ages since she employed such a deep dive method. and clad only in a tight-fitting black bodysuit. She dipped her hand into the icy water before slowly reclining into it, declaring, "I am ready to begin. I will assist you with the connections." Lucy stepped forward, grasping the cable and inserting it into the brain machine interface at the back of the woman's head. "Gloria? What are you doing here?" A sudden voice emerged from behind the group, causing the three still conscious individuals to whirl around, discovering V standing at the bathroom door, a cigarette dangling from her lips. "V, what are you doing here?" "No. How did you get in?" Gloria was taken aback. Having stationed a team of Night City security outside, is it difficult to circumvent your guards? V retorted, approaching the group. "Huh." V glanced at the individual submerged in the icy tub, blinking in disbelief at the sight. "Is that Sandra Dorset?" Chapter 31, Crossroads. "Huh? You know her?" Gloria asked, surprised, having never mentioned Sandra Dorset's name to anyone since her arrival. V was momentarily taken aback, lacking a valid reason to recognize the woman before her. Have you heard her name mentioned by hacker acquaintances? V fabricated an excuse, as it wouldn't due to recount what had never transpired. "How did she come to be your colleague?" "I heard she." V paused, noting the tension with Night City was not quite favorable. "I do not know her well. After all, I'm not in human resources." Gloria shrugged in explanation. "Today marks my first encounter with her. She was assigned by the boss. In truth, Gloria had deceived David and the others. Sandra was not part of the technical department at all. To facilitate the market integration of the implant development. She had frequented the technical department, yet had never truly met the woman in question. Therefore, she merely speculated that Sandra might be associated with the intelligence or counterintelligence departments, likely aligned with Ms. Knight's faction. By the way, where is Man?" V inquired. "I am here to address his issue. I'm not sure at the moment. Perhaps you should ask Dolio." Gloria, since the time was ripe, unsealing a vial of sedative and expertly injecting it into Tanaka's chest. Having previously worked in a medical unit, her movements were fluid and practiced. "Well, I shall go see if I can find him. After all, he cannot escape this building. Is this task too daunting for a substitute hacker?" "No problem." Man was irritable as he spoke on the phone with the intermediary Faraday. In any case, we must act swiftly. We have just seized the corporeal form of a high-ranking Arasaka official. We can only succeed. Failure is not an option." Listening to Faraday's insistent tone, Man's impatience grew. "I know." In a daze, he seemed to glimpse Faraday's figure at the door. "What?" Man shouted angrily. "What are you staring at?" Faraday, Dolio, seated nearby, looked up in astonishment at the figure Man was fixated on. Indeed, a silhouette had appeared, but it was not Faraday, the intermediary who employed them. "But V. How did you get here?" Dolio exclaimed in surprise. Rising to her feet, V remained silent, leaning against the doorframe, first glancing at Dolio before shifting her gaze to the array of syringes on the table. Dolio instantly understood the implication in V's eyes, snatching a syringe and plunging into Man's arm before he could raise his weapon. However, after the sedative was administered, Man did not respond as Dolio had anticipated. Instead, he forcefully shoved her aside and reached for the Crusher shotgun on the table. It appeared the suppressor had lost its efficacy. V quickly positioned herself in front of Man, seizing his hand. "You need to leave?" "Dolio." "No. Let me subdue him." Dolio rose from the floor, attempting to approach Man. In an instant, she felt a blur before both Man and V vanished from sight. Then, she heard a crash from beside her and turned to see V pinning Man against the wall. "He has installed Stanwyck. You cannot hold him. Get out. I'm the only one who can subdue him." V's words to Dolio transformed in Man's ears into taunts from Faraday. He envisioned Faraday recounting his past. "You damned bastard." Man struggled to free one hand, striking at V with all his might, only to be met with V's elbow as she countered the blow. In his frenzied state, Man's body surged with a supercharged strength, successfully pushing V away. Bang! His projectile launcher fired, but it did not hit V. Before he could aim at her with his arm, V supported herself with one hand, delivering a kick that sent Man's arm flying. The projectile launcher's round struck the wall. "Get out, Dolio! I won't kill him!" V shouted at the still-dazed Dolio. V exerted her strength, propelling herself back to an upright position. She then seized Man's other arm. Executing a shoulder throw, Man crashed onto the table, shattering it to pieces. Yet he seemed impervious to pain, instantly reaching for the Crusher shotgun as he made contact with the ground, firing directly at V. After a few gunshots, the shotgun pellets scattered against the wall. V was certainly not an easy target to hit. Instead, her arms unfurled into dual-edged thermal energy Mantis blades, slicing Man's shotgun in half. If you continue to use Stanwyck in this manner, I cannot save you, Man. V's fist collided with Man's iron fist, sending his arm reeling. Do not obstruct my path. Man roared, retaliating with another punch. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. As Man's hook punch was just unleashed, he saw V's straight punch closing in on him. Then, as his vision blurred, he regained consciousness only to find himself standing on a dilapidated road in the heart of a desert. He had arrived at the end of the road, and not far ahead loomed a precipice. Was death now at his doorstep? He stood there, bewildered at the road's end, resembling a child who had reached a dead end. Was he not filled with a sense of reluctance? At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from the surroundings as he glanced around, attempting to locate the speaker, despite having exerted every ounce of his strength. He ultimately discovered that his path had reached its conclusion. This time, the voice was no longer an echo, but emerged directly before him. Man turned toward the source of the voice that a stream of dark red data flashed by, revealing a woman clad in a black suit standing at the edge of the cliff. Facing him, he could barely discern her features, but he could faintly see her eyes glowing with a crimson light. "Who are you?" Man inquired. "This was meant to be the end of your life," the woman replied, ignoring his question, and continued, "Now, two diverging paths have appeared." She raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. A new road materialized at the end of the old one, extending in the direction of her right hand. You may choose to have all your cybernetic enhancements removed, returning to the once ordinary boy from Portland, thereby continuing the latter half of your life. Or, she raised her left hand and snapped her fingers again, causing another new road to appear to her left. You may join Night Corp's program, becoming a testing platform for the company. This way, not only will you retain your current implants, but you may also have more installed in the future. Man remained silent, simply taking a step towards the road on the left. "I must warn you," the woman interjected, blocking Man's path with her hand. "The risks ahead are far from trivial. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. There is no turning back." "I refuse to make that choice," Man declared, his gaze unwavering as he looked ahead. The woman seemed to smile, retracting her hand. "I wish you a pleasant journey." Chapter 32, a messed up V, just as he knocked Man unconscious with a punch. Preparing to forcibly deactivate the Samwiston augmentation module, V was halted by a sudden voice. "Valerie." V glared at the translucent figure that had appeared before him and furiously demanded, "How did you hack into my system?" "Hack?" Valerie scoffed, drawing closer to V. "Have you forgotten whose product you were using? So, you admit it. You left a backdoor in the implant you provided me." V's expression remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this all along. "Backdoor? I prefer to call it an interface," Valerie confessed. "The distinction lies solely in whether you are aware of its existence. So what is it you intend to do now?" V asked impatiently. "That I should be asking you what you plan to do." Valerie replied, glancing down at the unconscious man. "Are you simply going to deactivate his implants and render him a useless husk? At least that would allow him to survive." "Survive?" Valerie scoffed. "Have you considered his opinion? Does he wish to live in such a manner? This would be the best outcome for both him and those around him," V retorted. "Once he becomes a cyber psychopath, he will endanger not only himself. That is merely the best outcome you can envision." Valerie interrupted V calmly. "Huh." V was taken aback, incredulous. "Then what brilliant insight do you possess, Miss Knight?" "The neuron expansion chip, remember? It's designed for normal individuals, and his condition is far more severe." V rolled his eyes. She certainly recalled that contraption. It was developed based on Valerie's superficial methods that in a sense. It was also a derivative of some technologies within the relic chip. IT could enable the user's nervous system to accommodate more implants with minimal side effects. However, this technology bore a significant flaw. It was nearly non-generalizable. Due to the myriad subtle variations in each person's nervous system, this product offered only high-end, personalized services. Relying solely on that won't suffice. I also need to replace all his implants with specially tailored versions from head to toe, along with memory correction. Memory correction? V exploded at the mention. "You mean memory alteration?" The very things Night Corp did to the Perales couple. I can't believe you're still pursuing such technology after rising to power. Technology is not inherently guilty. V. Valerie remained unperturbed in the face of V's fury that I can arbitrarily halt some nefarious projects. But I cannot cease a research initiative with economic potential that if this technology is successfully commercialized, it will yield substantial profits for the corporation. Night Corp's funds do not come from thin air. I also bear responsibility to the shareholders who support me. Furthermore, Night Corp is not the only entity researching memory alteration technology. Europe already possesses memory banks, and Arasaka's relic technology has capabilities for memory modification. The advancement of technology is unstoppable. But who will bear the cost? V jabbed a finger at Valerie's virtual chest. It certainly won't be you. It will be the veterans of New America, the cyber psychopaths of Night City. And the consciousnesses within Arasaka's divine chariot. Indeed, you are correct. That is why I am guiding this world back on course. Moreover, man, he has already made his choice. Just as Valerie finished speaking, two fully armed Night Corp operatives entered the room. I have locked onto man's implants. Have my men take him away. All right, the data has been acquired. Sandra Dorset disconnected from the deep dive and stood up from the ice-cold bathtub. Faster than I anticipated. It would have been even quicker with a hacker chair, Gloria remarked, holding a sedative. Sandra wiped the ice water off her body with a towel handed to her by Lucy. And no matter how strong her personal ICU was, it could not compete with the company's data fortress. Here, Sandra pulled a data chip from the nape of her neck and handed it to Gloria. The boss instructed me to have you handle the extracted data. Gloria received the chip, perplexed as to why the chairman would make such an arrangement. It appeared as though Arasaka was selecting test subjects for a secret research project. As Gloria began reading the chip's contents, her expression suddenly darkened. Not for any other reason, but because she saw her son, David Martinez, listed among the candidates, coupled with the video file of David assaulting Tanaka Masanobu using the Sanwiston. Gloria finally unraveled a mystery that had confounded her. How had her son managed to put Tanaka in the hospital, yet still receive a notification from the principal and engaged in conversations about reconciliation with the other party's parents? When had Arasaka become so magnanimous? It seemed they had had their sights on her son all along. Damn Arasaka! Gloria glanced towards the door, then at the severely bruised Tanaka before her. Instinctively, she considered modifying the data on the chip to erase David's file. However, she quickly reconsidered. The data had been extracted by Sandra, who undoubtedly had seen it was even possible that it had already been sent to Miss Knight, making the latter's decision to have the chip handed to her all the more intriguing. Gloria, Miss Knight, the data from Tanaka's neural chip has been extracted. However, this matter not only involves Arasaka's upper echelons and their secret projects, but also the intermediary behind man's operation is military technology, making my next decision difficult. Ultimately, Gloria chose to transmit the data back to the company unaltered, yet there was nearly half a minute of silence on the other end. Just as she was about to inquire further, a document was returned. Upon opening the file, Gloria discovered it was nearly identical to the one she had sent back to the company. The only difference was that David's file had been seamlessly replaced with V's file, and the video of David assaulting Tanaka was swapped with footage of V using the Sanwiston to eliminate enemies during a commission. Sky Knight. You know what to do next, right? Gloria. Understood. Thank you, boss. After formatting the data chip, Gloria reloaded the file Valerie had provided. Here, take this to your intermediary. She pulled the chip out and tossed it to Lucy. Then, she drew a military-grade M76E Omaha and aimed it at Tanaka as head. I refuse to reconcile with you. Mr. Tanaka. Chapter 33. Targeted commission what? Are you the only one here today? Claire, the bartender from the afterlife, approached V, who was seated at the bar. Care for a drink? Or the usual? V extinguished the nearly burnt-out cigarette in the ashtray, pondering that Jack had bought a new car and was probably eager to sleep with IT. I asked that the tequila from the god of wine. Allow me to open a bottle for you. After Claire finished speaking, she turned and returned to the counter to fetch the liquor. It has been over 2 weeks since the abduction incident involving Arasaka. On the night when Tanaka's vital signs vanished, a great fire consumed all traces of the crime scene. The NCPD conducted an investigation for a week afterward, but yielded not a single clue. Arasaka seems intent on handling this matter discreetly, as they have yet to make any public statement regarding the incident. Surprisingly, their fierce rival military tech has also refrained from capitalizing on the situation, showing an unusual restraint in not mentioning the case at all. Please enjoy. Claire placed the entire bottle of liquor before V and then began wiping down the bar. Business seems to have waned these past 2 weeks. Doesn't it? V filled his glass to the brim, glanced around, and inquired of Claire. That depends on what you mean by business. Claire paused her cleaning and replied, Indeed, fewer company personnel have been coming in lately, while mercenaries simply seeking to drink have increased in number. Like me, idling around, V took a sip of his drink and remarked with a hint of self-deprecation, "It's quite amusing, really, since my return to 2076. Aside from a job involving a logistics convoy and another helping military tech reclaim some goods from the Tiger Claws, both of which had nothing to do with Valerie, the rest have somehow all been tied to her in one way or another. Unbeknownst to me, I have become yet another mercenary working for Valerie." However, as if the heavens had heard her complaints, Claire returned to V's side, having just finished mixing drinks for others. "I haven't finished my drink yet. There's no need for a refill." V glanced at his bottle, noting that it was still half full. "No, it appears Rog has something to discuss with you." Claire gestured toward Rog's exclusive booth while speaking. V followed her finger and immediately spotted the elderly lady in a bright yellow long-sleeve shirt waving at him. "It seems she has a job for you. No time to be idle now." Claire remarked with a smile as V turned back to her. "Oh dear, I miscalculated. Had I known, I wouldn't have ordered it. Rog always discusses business over drinks." V teased, draining his glass in one go and rising from the bar. "Hey, Rog, you called for me." As V approached Rog's booth, her bodyguard immediately cleared the way for her entrance. "V, I've been observing you for some time now." Rog gestured for her to sit beside her. "Just observing me?" V boldly plopped down next to Rog. "You ought to know I have a partner. Which of you two is more worthy of attention? I can distinguish quite clearly," Rog stated candidly. "Though I'm unsure what you see in that rookie, I know whom I can rely on to get the job done. Miss Vulture." He narrowed her eyes, refraining from responding. She was not the least surprised that Rog knew she was the assassin Vulture. After all, the name first emerged in Night City when V recommended it to the old captain. With Rog's connections, she could easily uncover the truth, and V had no intention of hiding it from everyone. The disguise was merely a means to keep Jack in the dark while she took on high-risk contracts to make quick money. Ever since the name JV gained notoriety at the Afterlife Club, Vulture had not resurfaced. My assassin friend has retired from the profession. If you seek her for work, I'm afraid I cannot assist. V did not confirm her identity as Vulture, yet Rog easily grasped the implication of her words. "That is not the case. I'm seeking you specifically to assign this job." Rog produced a chip and handed it to V. V pursed her lips, accepting the chip and inserting it into the slot to read the information contained within. This person looks somewhat familiar. V raised an eyebrow, glancing at Rog. "That you've taken on jobs from him before. How could he merely seem familiar?" Rog replied, crossing her legs with an exasperated tone. The information on the chip was none other than the intermediary Faraday. The job he had accepted from military tech to reclaim goods was indeed through him. Though not well acquainted, they certainly recognized one another. "What are the requirements for the contract?" V inquired. "The client wants you to intimidate him, but you must not take his life." Rog replied slowly. "It seems straightforward, yet he is backed by military tech, making it no easy feat to genuinely frighten him." V refrained from asking Rog why she would assign a job to intimidate another intermediary. It was a foolish question. Any client capable of having Rog delegate such a contract undoubtedly held some influence. "You need not concern yourself with that aspect," Rog replied. "You simply need to carry out the task using the information I provide. Then I will pay you. It's as simple as that." V examined the rather generous offer detailed in the chip, unusually hesitating to agree immediately. She clasped her hands together, her fingers drumming against her palm as if contemplating something. Rog showed no signs of urgency, calmly sipping a Johnny Silverhand cocktail that Claire had delivered while waiting for V's next inquiry. "Can you answer my final question?" After a minute of silence, V spoke again. "Go ahead. Why specifically come to me for this job?" V gestured around at the various mercenaries enjoying drinks at the Afterlife bar and scattered tables, noting how many were idle while Rog had chosen to contact her alone. "I must admit, Your perception is sharp, girl. Rog smirked slightly upon hearing the question. This individual before her was indeed quite intriguing. From her demeanor, it was clear that V was far from the novice mercenary she claimed to be. It was evident that she could easily discern the peculiarities of the contract. Yet instead of outright rejecting it, she addressed the concern directly, demonstrating both intelligence and courage. It is normal to have doubts. But I have my own principles. Rog did not directly answer V's question. Of course, you may also choose not to accept. I'm not desperate for this commission, Is that's so. V, upon hearing Rog's response. War's satisfied smiled. If that's the case, I find myself even more interested in this job. All right, I'll take the contract. Chapter 34. Stirring the grass and scaring the snake. Are we really going to take action against an intermediary? Jack was driving a stolen Colby CX 410, glancing at V in the passenger seat. What's wrong? Haven T, you always wanted to pull off a big score. Isn't this the grand job you've been dreaming of? Are you afraid of the military tech behind him? V replied, while donning a black tactical vest. I'm not afraid of the military tech he is associated with. I merely think of him as one of the prominent intermediaries at Afterlife. If we take action against him, will we still have intermediaries willing to send work our way in the future? Jack asked, one hand on the steering wheel while the other shrugged. Is that all? V pulled out her JKX2 pistol from its holster to inspect it. This job is assigned by Rog. If we do it well, will you still worry about future contracts? Besides, V retrieved 2 black masks from beneath the seat. Wearing this, he wouldn't even know who attacked him. These masks were identical to those commonly worn by the ghost dogs, except V's were plain black without the distinctive fluorescent green markings. Damn, you should have pulled them out earlier, Jack exclaimed, snatching one of the masks and fastening it to his face. I see Faraday's vehicle. Jack swiftly undid his bun, letting his hair fall loose. Let us move. I'll hit him from the front. Already masked, V opened the window and leaned out. All right. Jack slammed on the gas, and V grasped the edge between the car door and the bed, propelling herself forward, leaving the passenger seat to leap into the back. Meanwhile, Faraday, seated inside his vehicle, noticed the sudden overtaking by the Colby CX 410 as he saw a masked figure in a tactical vest emerge from the passenger side. Performing acrobatics to dive into the truck bed, he immediately attempted to alert his bodyguard. However, the assailant was remarkably swift. As he opened his mouth, the figure had already drawn a Type 31 heavy machine gun with one hand and stood up. A fierce burst of gunfire erupted from the weapon, with .50 caliber rounds raining down upon Faraday. The interior of the Crimson Telesis 388 Jefferson transformed into a bloody hellscape in an instant. The vehicle, now devoid of its driver-esque control, careened off the road. Damn. After the gunfire ceased, Faraday cautiously peered from beneath the dashboard toward the front of the vehicle. He noticed the masked assailant had discarded the heavy machine gun and was now approaching with an M251 Ajax in hand. Hand me a grenade, Faraday commanded his bodyguard, who was now the only other person alive in the vehicle with him. Without a moment's hesitation, the bodyguard handed a grenade to Faraday, who, without the slightest doubt, promptly pulled the pin and hurled it through the completely shattered windshield. The grenade had barely flown a short distance beyond the windshield when the sounds of gunfire and an explosion erupted in rapid succession. The assailants had chosen to open fire directly, detonating the grenade while it was still arcing through the air. Just one person. Eliminate him. Faraday and the bodyguard simultaneously kicked open the warp car door and crouched low to escape the perilous vehicle. Almost as he exited the car, a renewed barrage of gunfire erupted, the bullets from the assault rifles striking the open car door with a resounding clatter. Faraday was a man who valued his life. His vehicle had been fortified from all angles, or else his reckless movement would have turned him into a veritable sieve. Raising his HJK 11 Yukimura Smart pistol towards the attackers, he sought refuge behind the rear of the car. Waiting for an opportunity to escape, the bullets fired from the Smart pistol carved elegant arcs across the road. However, its once infallible intelligent targeting system failed to yield a single effective hit on the enemy. But soon enough, Faraday found his chance to flee, as the magazine capacity of the assault rifles was, after all, finite. In the fleeting moment when the gunfire ceased, Faraday and the bodyguard sprang up from behind the car. One chose to lift his rifle to confront the assailants directly, while the other continued firing his Smart pistol as he sprinted towards the edge of the road that Faraday's bodyguard could not shoot the attacker as he had envisioned. Almost simultaneously with their rise from behind the car, the enemy released his grip on the assault rifle. The sound of the JKX-2 Kiyoshi's electromagnetic discharge rang out, and the bodyguard, just having stood up, was pierced by tungsten projectiles from the enemy's handgun. In a heartbeat, the assailant's gun was aimed at Faraday, and the trigger was pulled. Faraday could almost feel the tungsten projectiles whizzing perilously close to his scalp. Yet, miraculously, he made it safely to the roadside, leaping down and vanishing from sight. When the assailant reached the roadside and peered downwards, Faraday's figure had already faded from view. "Chikusho, damn it," the assailant muttered into the air before turning away. Emerging from the shadow of a half-finished building, Faraday cast a contemplative glance at the spot from which he had jumped. V returned to the passenger seat of the vehicle after confirming Faraday's successful escape. "Mission accomplished. Let us go," V said, removing his mask and addressing Jack beside him. "The NCPD is on their way. After all, this area falls under the jurisdiction of the corporate plaza, and engaging them in a firefight would be a sheer waste of my ammunition." "I mean, didn't you consider the possibility of accidentally taking him out when you were unloading that heavy machine gun on his vehicle?" Jack inquired curiously, steering the car towards Watson District. "This is the safest method. My car is outfitted with bulletproof glass. Aside from using .50 caliber, I could only resort to the shotgun. Which method do you think is safer?" V replied disdainfully. "Moreover, I am capable of precise targeting. If he were to be taken out in that manner, it would simply be his misfortune." "Whoa, V, are you not concerned about potentially ruining Rogan's contract? If he were that easy to eliminate, it would strip him of any value as a threat." "If it came to that, I'm sure Rogan would understand." Chapter 35. The net of heaven. The data from Tanaka had been successfully restored in the office of the Anti-Intelligence Division at Arasaka Tower. A man and a woman gazed intently at the contents displayed on the same screen. The information on the screen was the result of considerable effort from Arasaka to recover the data left behind by Tanaka regarding the cybernetic titan. The details were almost identical to those provided by Faraday. The male employee operated the keyboard, opening another document, with the only distinction being that in the dossier supplied by Faraday, the mercenary was referred to as V, while the restored data mentioned a boy named David Martinez. "Interesting," the female employee remarked with a knowing smile. Evidently, David Martinez's presence in the dossier seemed more plausible. After all, from the restored video, it was he who had used a Sion Winston to send Tanaka's son to the hospital. This young man was part of the Cyberpunk team responsible for the kidnapping of Tanaka. The male employee opened yet another file, detailing the collected information regarding David Martinez's life. His early existence could be likened to that of the lower strata of Night City's dregs, with the sole aspect worth a second glance being his academic performance at Arasaka Academy. Outstanding grades. The female employee's playful smile morphed into disdain. Just the fantasies of the lower class, if Arasaka truly adhered to a meritocratic principle. The upper echelons would have undergone numerous changes by now that a person like him, with excellent grades but no connections, would at best be assigned to a relatively senior department, serving merely as a somewhat distinguished cog in the machine. Of course, should he manage to ascend through his work, that would be a different story altogether. However, after that day, his circumstances underwent a complete transformation. The male employee pointed to the screen, displaying the incident of David assaulting Tanaka Masanobu. The mysterious Sion Winston and his mother's drastic change in attitude towards Arasaka Academy. Suspected employment at the Night Corporation? The female employee frowned. She was not keen on the Cybernetic Titan project becoming entangled with another corporation. "Indeed," the male employee replied. While she disregarded the negotiation invitations from Arasaka Academy, various implant products for Night Corporation have begun to flood the market, many of which were handled by her. Night Corporation's foray into the implant market is not something our group is tracking, the female employee remarked, tapping her fingers rhythmically on the table. "As far as I know, their newly appointed chairman has swiftly consolidated power within the company and launched the implant business, with some products directly competing against ours at Arasaka. Most importantly, she appeared at the Rebirth Club dressed as a company employee, personally issuing contracts to mercenaries, and the mercenary who accepted the contract." The male employee continued, opening yet another file, revealing that we have already reviewed her data. Aside from her sudden emergence, There is nothing particularly remarkable. The female employee expressed indifference towards VS dossier, noting that her performance during the contract issued by Rogan could only be deemed average. It is not unusual to see a high-level mercenary suddenly appear in Night City. After all, Night City is the city of dreams, where one can secure lucrative contracts that are unattainable elsewhere. Thus, it is quite commonplace for mercenaries to reinvent themselves or rise to prominence here. Do you think this situation indicates Knight Corporation's involvement behind the scenes? The male employee turned to his female colleague. The answer is ambiguous. The female employee muttered before adding, I cannot rule out the possibility of Knight Corporation pulling strings behind the scenes. However, to me, it appears more like a mother's foolish act to protect her son. What about our testing arrangements for the cybernetic titan? The male employee hesitated. Proceed largely as planned. The female employee confidently crossed her arms. Adam Heavyhammer has already arrived from headquarters. We merely need to arrange an additional test subject. Let us include this David fellow as well. After all, the dead cannot claim contract fees. And what about Knight Corporation? The male employee inquired once more. Let us invite this Gloria for a meeting at the Konpeki Plaza under the pretext of business negotiations. We shall soon ascertain Knight Corporation's stance. The female employee approached the glass wall, gazing out at the bustling corporate plaza. Our decisions will not be swayed by them, regardless of Knight Corporation's historical roots in Night City. Their petty maneuvers are inconsequential in the face of Arasaka's overwhelming might. Should I go notify Faraday? The male employee's voice emerged from behind her. Go ahead. Miss V, it's me, Faraday. Faraday dialed VS number. I know it's you, V replied lazily from the other end of the line. What is up? Got a good job to offer me. Indeed, and it's a substantial one, Faraday asserted confidently. No, a big deal. Do tell, V's tone suggested a lack of interest. There's an Arasaka convoy transporting a shipment into Night City, and my client has taken a keen interest in it, since it's a covert transport. Their security is minimal, and to ensure success, I've also hired another team to assist. Faraday succinctly outlined the details of the contract, inquiring, so, Miss V, will you take this job? Yet Faraday received no immediate response. In the brief silence, he thought he faintly heard a crackling sound. Miss V? Apologies, the signal was poor just now. The voice of V reemerged, brimming with enthusiasm. I found your earlier proposition quite intriguing, and I have decided to accept it. Could you kindly send me the detailed information for my perusal? Faraday raised an eyebrow. Although he found the sudden shift in demeanor peculiar, he was relieved to have achieved his objective. If you are willing to take it on, I shall send it right away. Hello, hello. Faraday, speak up. In the Wild Wolf bar, V furrowed her brow after just placing the bottle down. She pondered whether the network signal here could truly be this poor. Upon closer inspection, she realized the call had been disconnected without her notice. Just as she contemplated whether to redial to clarify the matter, another call came through. The caller ID displayed the name Valerie. Hello, what do you need? As V answered the call, she promptly set aside the matter concerning Faraday, as she had never been particularly keen on accepting that never mind. None of these so-called lucrative deals brokered by intermediaries were trustworthy. My dear Miss V, I have a proposition for you. Are you interested? Hearing the nostalgic tone of the intermediary, V couldn't help but glance at the time displayed on her system. It was indeed the year 2076. Right? Chapter 36. Interception within a railway freight yard. A dilapidated warehouse door swung open. David, Chiwei, and Falco stepped inside. This was the rendezvous point agreed upon by Dave and V. Evidently, V had arrived earlier, perched on a shabby sofa with a cigarette between her lips, exuding an air of having waited for quite some time. Why is it just the three of you? V glanced at the newcomers, pursing her lips, and inquired. Where are Pillar and Rebecca and Lucy? Falco's vehicle could hardly accommodate more passengers, and David offered a vague response to V's question, asserting that one hacker, Chiwei, was sufficient. Since Man had been taken away, Dorio had also withdrawn. David had effectively inherited Man's mantle, becoming the new leader to continue accepting assignments. Initially, Pillar had reservations about David succeeding Man, but upon witnessing David's upgraded implants, he fell silent. David had not intended to accept this high-risk assignment, believing it unnecessary to take such a gamble. However, During his conversation with Faraday, he received a message from Valerie urging him to take the job. David had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept the commission, for adhering to Valerie's directives had been one of the conditions for receiving his implants. Although he accepted the assignment, it did not imply that he intended to drag the entire team into this perilous venture. Thus, he resolved to carry out the job secretly, without informing Rebecca and Lucy. As for Chiwei and Falco, Chiwei had a history with Faraday, and it was impossible to conceal the major job Faraday had offered from her, especially since she genuinely required hacker support. Bringing Falco along was because this assignment indeed necessitated his vehicle. V chuckled playfully, refraining from further inquiries. I am rather curious. Chiwei, standing beside David, squinted at V and asked, Why are you alone? Where is your partner? Upon hearing Chiwei's question, V turned her gaze towards her, a smirk dancing on her lips. I wish to enjoy the division of 1 million euros all to myself. Does that satisfy you? Chiwei's expression shifted upon hearing this response, and she fell silent. Now that everyone is gathered, V rose from the sofa. Let's get the vehicle moving. Where on earth did Faraday recruit these individuals, so recklessly inclined to charge ahead? V stood atop a hill overlooking the wasteland, observing as Faraday's mercenary team, tasked with diversionary security, was being swiftly overwhelmed by the forces of Arasaka. The primary target is veering off-road. Our opportunity has arrived. As the Arasaka convoy was successfully diverted, Chiwei's voice resonated through the communication channel. All right, we are on our way. David, wielding an L-69 tactical shotgun, issued the command. Just as Falco commenced the operation of the modified vehicle, V's figure descended from the hill and slipped into the car. Faraday drove his armored vehicle directly down the slope. Inside the jostling vehicle, Chiwei, seated in the passenger seat with a tablet in hand, prepared to hack into the transport truck, while V in the back had already thrust a rocket launcher halfway out of the sunroof. As Falco's vehicle hit the flat ground, V pressed the launch button, sending a rocket trailing a long plume of flame soaring toward the cargo truck following the target vehicle. With a resounding explosion, the cargo truck was thrown into disarray, rolling across the road. Falco executed a drift in the modified vehicle, positioning it closely behind the target. There's another one. V discarded the empty launcher and drew out an RT-46 Storm revolver, aiming at an Emperor 620 Ragnar that had approached from behind. Leave this to me. David brandished a Prelude in one hand and an M76E Omaha in the other, activating his Sion Western before exiting the vehicle. In an instant, David appeared atop the Emperor 620 Ragnar, aiming both pistols at the Arasaka security soldier who had leaned out to shoot. After two bursts of blood mist erupted in the air, David seized the lifeless body from the driver's seat and hurled it out, taking the wheel for himself. Miss V, affix a proximity mine to it. David slammed on the gas, accelerating towards the target vehicle. Ready to ram it. Crazy boy. V chuckled at David's proclamation, using her foot to hook a proximity mine resting in the car and catching it with her hand. After disengaging the safety, she tossed it towards the rear of the target vehicle as if throwing a flying disc. Seeing the mine magnetically adhere to the rear, Falco swiftly turned the steering wheel to clear the path for David's vehicle. Following a violent explosion, both Falco and Chiwei turned their heads towards the cabin. Is everyone all right? This lad seems fine. V, appearing completely unfazed, sat in her seat and lightly kicked the sprawled David with her toe. Yet he appears to be unscathed as well. V pointed towards the front of the vehicle, prompting everyone to turn their gazes in that direction, only to find the target vehicle continuing on its path, unscathed. What the hell? David stood up, gritting his teeth in frustration. Its IC is ridiculously thick. I can't hack in at the moment. Chiwei's indifferent voice came from the front seat, and besides, just ahead lies a cliff. I'll give it another shot, David said as he initiated his Sion Western to leave. However, he was abruptly restrained by V to, You've had your turn. Now it's my turn, V declared before vanishing from the vehicle. Falco widened his eyes, watching as V appeared directly in front of the speeding cargo truck, wondering what she intended to do. Surely she wouldn't dare. With a swift motion, V stretched her arms and assumed a braced stance, preparing to confront the oncoming truck as the thunderous sound of metal colliding echoed. The cargo truck struck her as though it had collided with a firmly rooted iron pillar. The front of the truck crumpled severely, while the rear lifted high due to inertia. Ultimately, the cargo truck flipped once in mid-air before crashing violently onto the ground. Perilously close to the cliff's edge, as the truck began to flip, Falco simultaneously slammed on the brakes, executing a perfect drift to halt beside V. "I'm unharmed. Let us check the cargo." V dusted herself off as if nothing had transpired, addressing her stunned companions. What a remarkable individual. Chiwei squinted at V, pondering inwardly that she's still truly human.